Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 223, The Shadow That Devours. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // OA. The Hall of Guardians glowed faintly beneath OA's emerald light, the hall's high arches and ancient glyphs casting long green colors upon the floor. The circle of guardians floated in their customary place, their faces drawn with an uncharacteristic heaviness. The war had stretched far beyond what even their foresight had dared to predict. Blackest night had not only arrived, but it was also consuming every corner of the universe. The sectors are in disarray, spoke a guardian, his voice a thin echo that carried across the hall. His ancient eyes flicked to the great map of the cosmos projected before them, each pulsing point marking a skirmish. Many of them flickered weakly, some extinguished entirely. Reports come from 1417, 2208, and 3542 all the same. Our corps are holding the lines with the Blue Lantern's aid, yet still the black spreads. Their numbers swell with every fallen. A low murmur rippled among them, the sound not quite argument but the unease of a collective mind fraying. Another guardian raised his hand, his gaze sharp behind the wear of ages. Each victory is Pyrrhic, each loss a feast for them. For every lantern fallen, another black rises. The balance is slipping, if there was any in the first place. Ganthet, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, his voice neither resigned nor yet hopeful, but measured. And yet, on Earth, it is not so. His fingers twitched slightly, the faintest sign of relief in an otherwise stoic figure. There, the Shadow Lantern has turned the tide almost single-handedly. Reports state he has driven the Black Ring-bearers back with ease. As an ally, he is formidable to have. We were misled by Scar to go to war with him, massively so. That drew the eyes of more than a few in the circle. Some nodded, others frowned with the quiet unease that often followed the mention of this new force. One guardian leaned forward just enough for his cloak to ripple. Formidable, yes. But unpredictable. The Corps has always been wary of powers that do not answer to its light. Unpredictable or not, Ganthet returned evenly, he has done what many sectors could not. For now, that must be enough, surviving the blackest night and defeating Necron is the most important thing at this moment. A pause, then another guardian spoke again, his gaze shifting to another flickering point upon the galactic chart. And what of Jordan? His pursuit of the Orange Lantern continues, but he has stumbled upon an unexpected opponent. A faint, almost imperceptible tightening of lips passed through the group. A shame, murmured said, her voice tinged with something like regret. But Hal Jordan has weathered the unthinkable before. He will do what he must. The map shifted, dimming as another guardian turned the subject. And Scar? The question dropped like a stone in still water. We still cannot locate her, she is responsible for many crimes, we must uphold justice. The chamber grew still. Even the soft hum of the central battery felt heavier in that moment. No one answered at first, not because they had not heard, but because the silence itself was the proof of their failure, a failure to anticipate Scar's betrayal. At last, Ganthet's voice came again, quiet and grave. No trace. She remains, hidden. Which troubles me more than her open defiance ever did. Again, stopping this crisis is the priority, all in due time. Their eyes lingered on the empty point where Scar's essence should have burned bright among them. No one spoke again for a time, and the war map pulsed softly in the void between them, the black spreading ever outward. Deep space, sector. Emerald constructs shattered in a spray of fragments as Hal Jordan was thrown back by a jagged spike of black energy. The cold expanse around him lit up with clashing light, sickly black energy weaving like serpents and emerald beams carving them apart in desperate arcs. He steadied himself, boots scraping against a floating fragment of a meteor. Ahead, the figure that had once been his predecessor moved with unnatural speed and precision, each strike colder than the void of space itself. Black Lantern Abinsur's form was gaunt yet terrible, his features stretched by the grim mockery of life the ring sustained. His voice carried the echo of the man Hal had respected, twisted by the emptiness of the grave. You never learned, Hal. I'm disappointed. Before Hal could retort, a surge of red and blue tore across the darkness. A streak of twin-colored light spiraled in, colliding with the black constructs and forcing Abinsur to recoil. Hal narrowed his eyes as the figure came into focus, a lean, sharp-featured being with one ring burning with red fury and the other glowing with stubborn blue, defiant hope. Razor. Hal's voice carried both surprise and a touch of wariness. You. Out here. In the middle of nowhere. Razor inclined his head slightly, his voice measured yet tense. Forgive my intrusion, Green Lantern, but I am also fighting against what is unfolding. The Blackest Night does not spare anyone no matter who we belong to or who we fight for. I came looking for you, because I've heard of the Earthling as well. Hal's ring flared as he fended off a whip of black energy that lashed out at them both. The Earthling, you mean? Yes, Razor said, his gaze briefly hardening. But unlike the others, I have no wish to cross him. I seek his aid. I know what he has done. Atrocitus lies dead by his hand, and the Sinestro Corps is no more because of him. He's torn the old balance to shreds, but perhaps that's exactly why we need him. Hal gave a short, grim chuckle, spinning a construct shield to deflect a barrage from Abin Sur. Maybe. But right now, we've got bigger problems. Razor nodded once, the dual glow of his rings brightening, red rage coiling like fire, blue hope glowing just the same. Of course, I'm here to help. As they lunged forward, the fabric of space itself rippled behind them. A violet-tinged portal tore open like a wound, spilling a cold shadowy light across the battlefield. From within, a shadow silhouette emerged, its presence oppressive, its aura unmistakable. Claws of darkness curled into blazing constructs, and in an instant, they smashed into Abin Sur with terrifying speed, tearing through his defenses and forcing him back with a howl that rattled the void. One of Arthur's shadows. Hal's breath caught. He steadied himself in the wake of the shockwave, eyes widening as the figure became crystal clear to his eyes, and radiating an all-too-familiar greed now bound in shadow. Is that? Hal whispered, almost to himself. His mind raced, disbelief lacing his words. It can't be. Beside him, Razor's rings pulsed uneasily, his tone low and wary. I am not sure. But this shadow certainly looks like someone we both know very well. Hal's eyes narrowed, his voice tightening as the realization struck. Larfleeze. The creature turned briefly, its violet eyes burning, and then returned to tearing through the Black Lantern constructs. Hal exhaled sharply, his hand tightening into a fist. He's dead. Hal murmured. The truth of it settled like lead in his gut. And here I was, chasing his trail across 3 sectors. He must have known I was tracking him. Led me on a damn chase to nowhere, while he went directly to Earth. The green light on his ring flared, his jaw set as he watched the shadow rend through what remained of his predecessor's corpse. But he didn't count for Arthur. He didn't understand the kind of power that man wields. Razor's rings pulsed again, the blue overtaking the red for a flicker as his voice came out low, almost in awe. He must be pretty powerful if his constructs are strong like this. Hal didn't look away, his voice a bit grim. This is no construct. He swallowed, watching as the shadow dragged Abin Sur down with terrifying power. These shadows are far worse. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 224, The Shadow Monarch vs. Scar and Blackhand. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Planet Ryut. The dead skies of Riot were thick with drifting motes of black energy that swirled around the black central power battery. The massive battery pulsed faintly, its surface echoing the will of Necron through the planet's very crust. Scar hovered before it, and Blackhand knelt beside it. You were close, Scar rasped, her voice like dry parchment tearing in the wind. Very close to getting killed by him. Blackhand's face twitched with frustration, his gaunt fingers curling as he stared into the battery's abyssal glow. I don't understand how he found me. I kept to the shadows, I revealed nothing to anyone. It matters not, Scar waved dismissively, her hands leaving trails of darkness in the air. The Black Lanterns thrive. Necrons will spread unchallenged across the sectors. Resistance is thin, scattered, pitiful compared to what we've seen on that inconvenient planet. She spat the word like it offended her. We will leave Earth for last. The ground trembled. No, it convulsed. From deep within the planet's core, a pulse tore through the crust. The black central power battery screamed, and the sky bled with dark light. Then came the voice, vast, cold and furious. No. The word itself cracked the surface of Riot, sending fissures snaking through the blackened stone of the planet. The battery howled louder, veins of writhing darkness tearing free from its base. It is not enough. Necron's voice rumbled like a world being split in half. It is not okay. You do not comprehend the importance of that planet, Scar. You do not understand what stirs within it. Scar's gnarled lips parted in confusion, but she did not dare to speak. Blackhand lowered his head further, his spine stiff. Lord Necron. I will do my best to. Silence. The command froze the air itself. I do not believe, Necron hissed, that the Shadow Lantern let you walk away untouched. Come forward. Scar's brow furrowed, her eyes narrowing as she drifted back, wary now. What are you implying, Lord Necron? Touch the battery. Necron's voice slithered through the cracks in the planet. I must verify something. Blackhand hesitated only for a heartbeat before nodding and pressing his cold, dead hand against the slick, thrumming surface of the black central power battery, and the moment his palm met it, the shadows at his feet twitched. Scar stiffened. Her gaze darted down. The shadow spread unnaturally wide, stretching like liquid tar. Something moved within it. No. Necron's voice turned strange, like stone grinding against bone. He. From the shadow, a shape rose, long fingers, taloned, slick with violet-tinged dark. A figure pulled itself free of Blackhand's very shadow, and both Scar and Blackhand recoiled, their eyes widening. A shadow demon stood there, its form outlined in smoky tendrils of pure, oppressive power. Its eyes flared violet. Blackhand staggered back. What? How did he? Necron's voice roared. His constructs. Destroy it. Blackhand lunged immediately, summoning the Black Ring's aura, claws stretching to tear the intruder apart. Scar raised her own hand, gathering dark energy, her expression twisting with both anger and dread. The shadow moved, it shifted, transforming into something else. In one instant, Blackhand's attack was caught mid-swing, his wrist snapped to a halt in an unbreakable grip. The air went still. The violet glow flared. A familiar voice broke the silence, smooth and mocking. You know, the figure said, his form appearing, Arthur Blackwynd, the Shadow Monarch, a smile on his face. I said I'll try to find their source of power eventually, just didn't think it'd be this easy. Blackhand snarled and tried to wrench free, but Arthur's fingers tightened, and with a subtle twist, crack. His wrist bent unnaturally, the sound echoing across the void of riot. Scar's eye widened. You. Arthur tilted his head toward her, his violet gaze sharp as a blade. Patience, treacherous guardian. I'll deal with you in a moment. Then he turned his eyes back to Blackhand, a grin playing at his lips, voice low and confident. Did you really think I wouldn't leave a little souvenir behind? The earth cracked beneath Arthur's boots as his gaze swept across the desolate landscape, ash swirling at every step. The sky was void, a hollow nothingness illuminated only by the malignant pulse of the massive black central power battery that towered ahead, its sickly light casting long, unnatural shadows. Arthur's violet eyes narrowed as they fell upon it. So, this is the planet where you've been hiding, he said, his voice calm. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as his hand rose, and from the shadows the Prometheum sword emerged with a dark shimmer of steel. He pointed the blade toward the towering battery of death. Then I suppose the solution is simple, he murmured, his tone turning into a quiet threat. Destroy that, and your little soldiers will return to the corpses they were meant to be. His ring glowed faintly, his cloak and hair swaying as a cold gust swept past, yet his smirk remained. Scar hissed from the side, her disfigured face twisting with fury. As if we would allow you to defile Necron's gift. Her clawed hand snapped forward, a surge of black energy lancing out with a shriek that split the air. Arthur moved only slightly, his form a blur as the blast missed by inches, detonating behind him and carving a crater into the ground that sizzled with lingering deathlight. Dust and shards of charred rock rained down, but his gaze did not leave her. And then he saw it. The ancient, wretched tome clutched to her chest, its black cover writhing faintly, inscriptions and the symbol of the black lantern crops glowing in faint dark light. His eyes glinted. Is that the Book of the Black? Scar's lips curved into a crooked sneer. What of it? Its knowledge is not for your kind. Before the venom in her words had faded, another shadow moved. Blackhand lunged from the side, skeletal fingers reaching for Arthur's throat with a grotesque eagerness. Arthur didn't mind him. With a flick of his fingers, the invisible force of ruler's authority slammed into the herald of the Black Lanterns, pinning him midair as though a giant's hand crushed his body. Blackhand snarled and thrashed, his corrupted ring sputtering. Arthur stepped toward him slowly, sword gleaming. You should have stayed dead. In one smooth, almost contemptuous motion, the Prometheum blade flashed and both of Blackhand's arms fell to the ground in severed, twitching heaps. Blackhand's scream tore across the wastes, a ragged howl of pain and fury. Already, black veins crawled up his shoulders as the dark energy began to knit his limbs back together. Arthur's head tilted, the faintest trace of amusement in his violet stare. Of course. That means I have to destroy your ring as well, but you are the herald. There is a slight chance that even if I do that you will still. The air shifted suddenly, heavier, darker. A tremor rolled through the ground as the black central power battery began to throb with malignant life. The very planet shuddered under an unseen weight, and a voice ancient, hollow, and boundless rose from its depths, rattling the world. Shadow Lantern. It rumbled, each word like a tolling bell of the grave. Your arrogance festers. You wield the power of death as well, yet you use it to shield the living. You twist the very essence you claim to command. You are a hypocrite. An aberration. And for that, your existence will be snuffed out. All will return to the great darkness. A gale of necrotic wind blasted outward, scattering debris and ash in a storm that howled across the dead fields. Arthur stood unmoved in its heart, cloak billowing like a living shadow, his hair whipping wildly across his face. Slowly, he raised his chin, the faint glow in his eyes intensifying until they burned like twin amethysts in the dark. A quiet chuckle escaped him. Necron, he said, tasting the name like something bitter and beneath him. You insult me by comparing yourself to me. He lifted his ringed hand toward the towering battery, violet light beginning to seep from the seams of his fingers, coiling like smoke. The very shadows around him bent inward, drawn to his presence. I am not like you. His voice lowered, resonant and calm, but it carried like thunder. You spread death like a plague, mindless and hollow, without a real purpose, return to the great darkness. Don't make me laugh. A small smile ghosted across his lips as the Promethean blade in his other hand thrummed with power. I am far more than you are, lesser creature of death. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 225, Blood for the Black Lantern. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Scar hissed at Arthur, the pages of the Book of the Black fluttering. You dare wound this sacred ground with your shadow filth, mortalman. Arthur's head tilted, his fingers flexing around the hilt of his Promethean sword though he made no move to swing it. Filth? Coming from you, that's almost a compliment. Blackhand lunged again, skeletal fingers trailing darkness as he slashed for Arthur's throat. The Shadow Monarch pivoted sharply, a whirl of cloak and boot, his heel driving into Blackhand's chest with a crack that sent him sprawling across the broken ground. Scar's blast followed raw black energy that hissed as it tore through the air, but Arthur was already gone, stepping into its path only to slip aside at the last heartbeat, the blast tearing a canyon behind him. You two move like carrion birds, he muttered, appearing beside Scar in a ripple of shadows. His elbow slammed into her sternum, cutting her breath short as she coughed void into the air. Her grip faltered on the Book of the Black. Arthur's hand lashed out, not for the book, but for her wrist, wrenching it with a twist that forced her to release another shriek of pain. Blackhand was on his feet again, screeching with fury, his arms flailing in a frenzy of necrotic energy. Arthur's gaze flicked, and with a flex of ruler's authority, the air itself bent, pinning Blackhand's legs to the ground as if the weight of a mountain had settled upon him. You are a nobody, Blackhand. I was expecting to fight Necron himself here, but alas, he cannot exist in this plane without you. Arthur's voice was calm, almost amused, even as his knee drove into Scar's ribs, sending her spinning across the dust. She hit a jagged spire, the impact ringing out like. Blackhand roared, tearing himself free of the invisible force with his own willpower and Black Lantern energy, only to meet Arthur's boot squarely in the jaw. Teeth cracked. A doomsday gauntlet fist followed, smashing into his cheekbone and driving him into the ground once more, a crater beneath the impact. Arthur still hadn't used his blade to cut them down, only to turn aside the occasional desperate blast, his movements fluid, almost casual. Each swing of their dark energy was met with a twist of his wrist, a flick of the Promethean sword, redirecting death beams into the wasted soil. Scar, gasping, tried to conjure a chain of dark energy to bind him, her fingers clawing across the book. Arthur appeared before her, his silhouette outlined by the looming black battery's glow. A single punch to her jaw sent the chain scattering like dust, her form reeling. What is this? Arthur said, violet glow licking his fingertips as he raised his ringed hand. I honestly don't know what I expected from you. But this is disappointing. From his ring erupted a torrent of darkness, not a simple beam, but a tidal wave of crushing night, howling. It surged across the ground, tearing trenches as it hurtled toward the black central power battery. Scar's eyes widened. No, she screamed, and with a desperate scream, she hurled herself into its path. The wave slammed into her, enveloping her in violet black annihilation, and for a moment the world was nothing but the hiss of seared stone and the echo of her scream. When it faded, Scar was kneeling, smoking, her body cracked with lines of leaking shadow power. Arthur lowered his hand slightly, watching her sway. I don't get it, he said at last, voice edged with a faint, incredulous chuckle. You're really ready to die for this rotting rock? For a glorified corpse lamp destined for failure? Scar raised her head, blood trailing her lips. It is, not a rock, it is the only way to correct this universe, she rasped, clutching the book to her chest. Blackhand limped to her side, jaw hanging from the earlier blow, his regenerated fingers trembling as they clawed for balance. Arthur stepped closer, the ground darkening around him with each step, his presence making the black battery's glow waver for the first time. Correction, he repeated, almost gently, then his gaze sharpened. Lady Guardian. Arthur's voice cut through. His violet eyes glinted beneath his hair, and his ring started to glow brighter in his finger. This doesn't make sense at all. Scar's eyes narrowed. Before she could answer, Arthur raised his hand. From the ground itself, shadows surged. A massive, shadow hand unfurled from the void and struck out. The construct slammed into Scar with a force that cracked the air like a whip, sending the Guardian hurtling across the black plains of riot. She smashed against a mountain of black stone in the distance, fragments crumbling as she tumbled to her knees, coughing up strands of blood. Black Hand tried to help her, skeletal fingers twitching with black light. You think you can come here, and dash. And what? Arthur's gaze fell upon him, and the air thickened around him. Bloodlust. The temperature plummeted as that violet glare locked him in place. Black Hand froze mid-step, a tremor crawling up his spine like an icy serpent. His knees buckled. His breath came in ragged gasps, a rasp of sheer primal terror clawing at his chest. The stench of fear rolled off him in waves. It seems even a corpse feels fear. Arthur murmured. Then the planet itself rumbled. From the heart of the black central power battery, a voice erupted, ancient, furious, and laced with contempt. Weak. And then he added. Scar. Do it. The Guardian, broken, coughing blood, yet still lifted her head. Her eyes flickered with pained devotion. As you command, she whispered hoarsely. Before Arthur could so much as twitch, her frail fingers wove a sigil over her own chest. There was no hesitation. No plea for survival. A black light pulsed and then ruptured. What is she doing? Arthur thought to himself. Her mouth split open in a wet gasp as blood spilled from her lips in a red river. Veins split beneath her skin as necrotic energy ripped through her small form. She convulsed violently, the very essence of her being unspooling like burnt paper in a gale. Arthur stepped forward, Prometheum sword in hand, his face filled with disgust rippled across his features, not pity, not sympathy, but cold revulsion at the sheer fanaticism before him. Enough of this. With one fluid motion, the Prometheum sword carved through the air, steel whispering. Her head parted from her body in a single stroke, her body collapsing to the ground. Behind him, Black Hand laughed, a rasping, broken cackle that echoed across the dead plain. It was madness and triumph, the sound of a man who had surrendered his soul long ago. Arthur didn't spare him a glance. His cloak whipped behind him as he turned fully toward the black central power battery, violet light gathering at his ring. The ground fissured at his feet as he raised his ringed hand. You think you can keep this thing standing? His voice was a low growl now. This is over. A torrent of shadow burst forth, colossal, swirling, burning with violet-black fury. It slammed against the surface of the black central power battery with a sound like shattering rock. Only to flare against a barrier. A dark lattice of black energy surged to life, the battery cocooned in a shield that pulsed with the heartbeat of Necron himself. The blast raged against it, tearing up the ground, but the battery stood untouched. From within the monolith came that voice again, deeper now, tinged with dark amusement. You strike at the heart of my battery with a borrowed shadow and think yourself a sovereign over death. How small you truly are, Shadow Lantern. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 226, The Monarch and the Lord of the Dead. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The black winds thickened as soon as Necron finished his words, and the ground split open from the base of the black central power battery. A shape began to appear, a silhouette of bone and void, rising like a shadow peeled from the underworld itself. The air turned frigid, as the figure took form, a massive skeleton draped in the rags of death, eyes 2 pits of endless black, holding in his hands a scythe. Necron had manifested, only partially. Arthur stood with his sword lowered, cloak stirring in the gale, violet light wreathing his form. His lips curved into a sharp, cold smirk. So this is the great Lord of the Dead. His voice dripped with mockery. You are even more ugly than I thought. The skull turned toward him, its jaw creaking like a tomb door. Your arrogance will be your undoing, mortal pretender. Necron's voice was a choir of the damned, reverberating across the dead plains. The full might of the Black Lantern Corps will change course towards Earth. While you waste yourself here, Earth is doomed. Destined for death. There is no one there who can destroy my soldiers. Arthur's laugh was loud, yet menacing, but with a thread of genuine amusement. You think I came here without preparing for that? If this was your way of sending me away from here, then it's not working. He raised his ringed hand, shadows swirling around his fingers. I left my soldiers there. And Earth. His eyes gleamed like molten amethyst. Is far from defenseless. There are heroes who will fight for the bitter end, even when the odds spit in their faces. He snapped his fingers, and the ground trembled. All I have to do is kill you here, if possible. His smile sharpened into something almost feral. No, I won't stop with Battery and your Herald. I'll make sure you are gone as well. The earth around the black central power battery erupted. Two colossal hands of pure shadow, each the size of the battery itself, clawed their way out from the abyss, their fingers like titanic spires of midnight. They wrapped around the battery, crushing it with incredible force. The barrier around the battery flared black in protest as it fought to resist the inexorable squeeze of Arthur's will. Black Hand's composure shattered. No. No, you fool, stop. Arthur didn't even look at him. With a mere move of his free hand, a wave of invisible force slammed Black Hand onto the ground, bones grinding against the stone. He pinned him there effortlessly with ruler's authority, the air itself shackling his limbs. You just keep watching, I'm getting tired of making you stay put, Arthur said coldly, voice like steel scraping stone. If you can't die properly, just wait. When I destroy this, he nodded toward the screaming battery, then I can make you rest for good. Behind him, something twitched. The corpse of Scar still sprawled where it had fallen, lifeless, headless, eyes staring at nothing, jerked unnaturally. A thin hiss of wind carried a faint, sickly glow, and from the shadows came a small, shrieking comet of black, a ring, glowing with black energy, homing in on the carcass like a starving predator. It slid onto her frail finger. Her body convulsed, fingers clawing into the ground, and a wet, unnatural sound echoed as her mouth gaped, spewing black light. The cut where her head had once been cleaved began to stitch, not with flesh, but with black. The dead guardian twitched, then slowly, agonizingly, began to rise. Arthur's gaze shifted slightly, one violet eye glinting over his shoulder. TCH, of course. Space. The void of space was quiet now, eerily so. Chunks of rocks drifted where a battle had raged only moments ago, and the remnants of Abensur floated in tatters, dissolving like ash into the starlight. Greed hovered nearby, his violet-shadowed form still humming with the residual energy of the fight, a faint trail of smoke curling from his new shadow ring. Razor's twin auras, one red with rage, one blue with hope, flickered around him like two battling spirits barely kept in harmony. Hal Jordan exhaled sharply, his green aura dimming to a steady glow as he lowered his fist. That's it. Ring's gone. He's not regenerating this time. The corpse of Abensur was no more, the void light in its eyes fading, the remains of the black ring already tumbling away into the nothingness. Hal caught it with his construct, crushed it in one hard squeeze, and let whatever left of it scatter into dust. He tried to retreat, Hal muttered, frowning. Pulled back, like he got the order to run. His jaw tightened as the thought sank in. This isn't random. They're not all acting on their own. Someone is moving them like pawns. Razor floated closer, whoever it is, they've spread farther than I imagined. Even out here in the middle of nowhere, his gaze fell on Greed, who remained silent, the violet glow in his eyes showing no emotion. Before they could speak further, Hal's ring chimed an urgent, clipped tone. Jordan, a fellow Green Lantern's voice came through, Kilowog, sharp with the sound of chaos in the background. Status report, the Black Lanterns, they're retreating. Hal's brow furrowed. Retreating? Where? From almost every sector, came the reply, static cutting in. They're pulling back. Consolidating. All our scans show one sector lighting up, one world pulling them in. Hal's gut turned to stone. A certain planet, he asked, trying to keep the dread out of his voice. Tell me it's their homeworld. Tell me we just got a gift-wrapped target. There was a pause, then the Kilowog's voice came back, grim. No. They're heading for Earth. Hal's eyes widened, a green flare erupting around his fist. Shit, he hissed under his breath. I'm on my way. Razor's red and blue lights pulsed. Then I go with you. Allow me to aid you. Hal glanced at him, half a bitter smile cutting across his face. You're eager, I'll give you that. He raised his ring, already plotting the jump vector. But you better be ready for hell. The numbers are growing out of control, it's like fighting cockroaches. You crush one wave, and another just crawls out of the grave. Razor folded his arms, almost scoffing. You know they are corpses, right? Of course they'll. I know, Hal cut him off sharply, his jaw clenched. I don't need the reminder. He turned his gaze forward, emerald light flaring bright enough to cut a path through the dark. Let's just get back to Earth. The core will be there. Blue Lanterns too. And if my gut is right, the Shadow Lantern hasn't fallen, Arthur might have found the Herald already. Greed tilted his head slightly at that, silent as the void, and he simply followed them. Move. Hal barked, and the three of them shot off into the abyss, streaks of green, red, blue, and violet shadow tearing across the stars heading for the one planet now standing at the center of the war. OA. The Hall of Guardians, the circle of ancient figures hovered in their usual formation, small, robed, ancient as starlight, yet tonight there was no calm upon their features. Their faces were lined with clear worry. They withdraw, said a guardian, his voice a bit edged. Across every sector they fall back, abandoning footholds bought with the dead. This is no retreat born of defeat, there is a purpose. His eyes gleamed pale in the green light as he looked to the others. And that purpose points to one world. Earth, another intoned said, her tone quiet, the word itself seeming to echo through the chamber. Of course, Earth, a third guardian muttered, the folds of his robe rustling as he turned. Always Earth. A planet cursed to be the fulcrum of every cosmic upheaval. A ripple of voices followed, the circle breaking into murmured speculation. They will amass there. It is bait, perhaps. Or the endgame. Necron may see something in that sphere none of us yet understand. Do we not understand already, said a guardian, his voice sharper than most, it is the world where too many mysteries exist, even that. The hall quieted at that, for they could not deny it. Ganthet, who had stood silent, finally raised his gaze. Our core is stretched thin, he said slowly, every sector still trembles from their first push. To summon the entirety of the Green Lantern Corps to one planet would leave countless others exposed. Then leave them exposed, another guardian shot back, old fingers clenching on his staff. And if this is misdirection? If the Black Lanterns scatter again once our force is gathered? It would be chaos. Chaos has already arrived, Ganthet answered, and though his voice was level, his hand tightened. We are no longer discussing the luxury of balanced deployment. We are discussing survival. You have seen the projections. You have felt their corruption creep even into OA's distant pulse. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 227, Breaking the Black Battery. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. A long silence followed after Ganthet's words. Ced's voice came soft, almost reluctant. There is also the matter of the Earthling, the Shadow Lantern, Arthur Blackwynd. That drew more muttering, some approval, more suspicion. He is no Green Lantern. He bends powers that are far too dangerous, far too mysterious, he devours the very emotional spectrum. And yet, Ganthet said, his eyes flickering to each of his brethren, it is his power that has cut their rings. His constructs that shred the black bonds when even a combined charge of green and blue falters. You may fear him. I see a weapon the black cannot ignore. A guardian floated a little higher, robe stirring. And if this Arthur Blackwynd is a weapon we cannot control later on, then better he be on the battlefield than at its fringes, Ganthet replied without flinching. The Black Lanterns are gathering for a reason. They think Earth is a soft point, or perhaps a keystone. Either way, we cannot scatter now. I say we send them every lantern willing and able to Earth. A hum of dissent rippled through the chamber. Some shook their heads, some muttered warnings of overreach and precedent. Others, grim-faced, nodded in agreement as the weight of inevitability settled upon them. There was no other choice. Finally, the eldest among them let his shoulders slump. A vote, then. We delay no further. The glow of the hall dimmed as each guardian cast their will into the decision. When the light steadied once more, the outcome was plain. They will go, said, her voice barely above a whisper. Ganthet gave a single, solemn nod. So be it. If anything can turn this night, it will be that world. And if anything can finish it. His gaze turned distant, as though he could see through the emerald walls, through the stars, all the way to that troubled blue sphere. It will be one of their own. Earth. The world was on fire, but it refused to fall. Above Metropolis, the sky was a mass of black and violet, shadow constructs clashing with the twisted, skeletal forms of the Black Lanterns. Across the globe, the same story played out, streaks of violet light carving through an endless storm of death. From Tokyo to Paris, from the Amazon to Gotham's broken streets, the dead rose and the living roared in a battle against them. Superman shot past a crumbling skyscraper, his cape a torn red comet as his fist drove through the chest of a Black Lantern construct. The corpse split apart like rotted wood under the blow, its ring shrieking a fractured pulse before a sudden wash of violet energy swallowed it whole. The ring cracked, imploded, and fell lifeless to the ground. Kara landed beside him, her own knuckles scorched from the last clash. We're pushing them back, she said, her breath coming fast but steady. Look around you, we're actually overpowering them. Her blue eyes flicked to the ring fragments smoking on the asphalt. And those rings, they're breaking easier when Arthur's Shadow Lantern hit them. Way easier. Superman followed her gaze, catching the blur of a Shadow Lantern tearing through a cluster of undead on the far side of the avenue. The violet-black aura it left behind burned cold in the air, and every Black Lantern it touched shattered. Before he could answer, a voice crackled through the League's comms, calm even during this choice. Batman. Those rings aren't just breaking because of brute force, Bruce explained, his voice riding the static of battle. Arthur's shadow lantern rings carry an amalgam of the emotional spectrum. Multiple energies layered, destabilizing the black rings' black energy of death. They're being overwhelmed from within. Kara raised a brow, still catching her breath. Are you saying, what exactly? A pause. Then Batman, dry as ever, no. It doesn't mean they're stronger than you, Kara. It means they're a natural countermeasure for the Black Lanterns. Superman's lips quirked into a brief, dangerous smile as he turned and hurled another black lantern through a crumbling building. She didn't say that. But they do give that feeling sometimes, he muttered, just loud enough for Kara to hear. All around, shadows surged like a true force, Arthur's legion pouring through the streets, violet and black and utterly unyielding. Far away, the Titans fought tooth and nail in Jump City. The bridge was littered with husks, their rings screeching as Starfire's bolts, Blue Beetle's cannons, and Robin's precise strikes tore into the Black Lantern ranks. Raven stood in the center, her hood shadowing tired, pale features as her shadow ring flared, cutting down Black Lantern after Black Lantern with cold precision. The air stank of rot and decay. Doom loomed behind her, his massive form a silent guardian, crushing anything that got too close. A nearby explosion sent Beast Boy tumbling into cover beside her, his green skin streaked with grime as he shifted back from a falcon to his human form. He grinned despite the exhaustion in his eyes. So, any chance you could put in a good word with your boyfriend, he panted, jerking his thumb toward the carnage her shadows left in their wake. I could use a ring like that. I'm thinking. Beast Lantern. Has a nice ring to it, right? Raven side-glanced at him, the corner of her lip twitching though no smile followed. Her face was pale, dark crescents heavy beneath her eyes. Not the time, she murmured, her voice low, the fatigue threading through it like smoke. Yeah, Beast Boy said, rolling his shoulders as he shifted into a gorilla and barreled back into the fray. Figured I'd ask before we all die heroically. Cyborg, overhead, barked a laugh despite the fight. Classic Gar. But seriously, when will this end? Starfire hurled a blast that tore through a wave of corpses, her hair a streak of burning fire. Perhaps if we live through this, she called over, you may petition him yourself. Doom loomed closer to Raven as another wave were in the sky, his silent presence like a wall of stone. For now, they held the line, and in the distance, where the sky darkened unnaturally, the shadows of Arthur's legion were carrying their monarch's will. Planet Ryut. Scar lurched forward, her once cunning, sinister eyes now blank pools of black flame. Her skin stretched tight over bone, lips peeled back in a grotesque sneer, and each movement left trails of oozing black ichor in the dust. Arthur's gaze hardened. His violet eyes flickered with disdain. You were twisted before, Guardian, but now. His shadow flared like a living storm around him. Now you're just an ugly, hollow sad thing. Scar lunged, shrieking a wail that carried the echoes of the battery's will. Black energy clawed at the air. Arthur's shadow ring pulsed, and his hand swept up in a blur, catching her attack with a wall of shadow constructs that shattered the blast into drifting shards. The next moment, he was already behind her. His boot slammed down on her half-reformed face, grinding it into the cracked soil with a crunch that sent chunks of black ooze spilling from her jaw. Her claws flailed up, reforming even as they broke apart. Another black ring screeched through the air. Arthur caught it with shadow energy and crushed it between his fingers before it could latch onto her corpse again. His jaw clenched. Third time, he muttered, more to himself than to anyone else, his voice a dark, simmering growl. How many more, Necron? Is this your grand plan to keep tossing scraps in my path, hoping I'll trip over them? Silence. Only the constant faint sound of the black central power battery answered him, and the hollow, mirthless laugh of Blackhand echoing in the haze. Ha. Ha ha. Blackhand staggered forward, his flesh riddled with cracks of black light, half his face split from earlier blows. You can't stop it, you'll drown in them. Arthur's head tilted slightly, eyes narrowing with cold amusement. The Prometheum sword shimmered into being at his side, then it shot forward like a bolt of midnight steel. It pierced Blackhand's skull with a wet crunch, pinning him to the jagged stone behind him. The laugh turned to a gurgle, yet still the corpse refused to fall. His fingers twitched, his jaw moved weakly, and his head lolled around the blade. Arthur didn't even spare him a glance. His boot pushed off Scar's twitching form as it knitted itself once more. He vaulted into the air, cloak snapping, violet light streaming from his ring as massive shadow hands, clawed erupted again. They wrapped around the black central power battery, their claws biting deep into its shield of black energy. Let's see how long this little shell holds, Arthur muttered, teeth bared as he poured everything he had into the grip. His ring burned bright violet tendrils spilling like veins up his arm, his bones vibrating beneath the strain. Cracks splintered the barrier, fine hairline fractures at first, then spreading, glowing with a dim black mist as the battery groaned under the pressure. Scar's shriek rose again behind him as she lunged, jaw slack, one arm hanging like a broken reed. Arthur barely glanced over his shoulder. His fist-clenched ruler's authority surged outward, an invisible force smashing her back into the rock with bone-snapping force. Sweat ran down his face. The Doomsday Bone Gauntlet formed over his free hand, jagged and bristling with spikes. And he swung. The gauntlet slammed into the barrier with the weight of a meteor, the shockwave blasting the ground apart beneath his feet. A thunderous crack echoed, black lightning spiderwebbed across the barrier. Arthur's grin was sharp, feral, teeth glinting under the sickly black glow. About time. This will end one way or another. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 228, While Earth Burns. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The cracks along the black central power battery barrier spiderwebbed, each fissure bleeding oily shadows as Arthur pressed his assault. His massive constructs crushed it tighter, clawed fingers digging like siege engines into the barrier. The air rumbled with strain energy rippling outward in dark shadowy pulses. And then the world went still. The shadows thickened, pulling unnaturally around Blackhand's broken body where he was pinned on a wall with the Promethean blade. His head lolled, eyes void of everything but that ever-present, maddened grin. Necron's voice slithered once more, deeper now. Enough fumbling. Rise, my hand, and be my scythe. Black flames coiled around Blackhand, devouring it whole. Bones cracked, muscles swelled, and the black ring on his finger pulsed with an obscene, pulsating light. His laugh turned to a guttural roar as his skull knitted back together. The sword impaling him quivered and then was sent flying as if expelled by force far more powerful. Arthur didn't turn to look. His focus remained locked on the trembling battery, sweat slicking his face, the violet glow from his ring feeding the crushing constructs. Behind him, Blackhand flexed his new, bulked fingers, dark ichor dripping between the joints. His voice was a rasping growl, layered with Necron's undertone. I feel like I could unmake everything in my path. Every corpse, every city, everything with life. His fist clenched, power rippling down his arm. He lunged, the air distorting with the force of his strike aimed squarely at Arthur's unguarded back. But before the blow could land, a shadow rose, in shadow lantern uniform, ring glowing bright as his palm caught the strike mid-swing with a sound like colliding tectonic plates. Blackhand's eyes widened as his arm was stopped cold. What the? Blackhand muttered. The shadow tightened its grip. A snap echoed across the place, bone and ligaments torn in an instant. Blackhand shrieked, his newly empowered limb bending backward in a grotesque spiral. The shadow of Power Ring's violet eyes burned as he twisted the broken hand further, forcing the black lantern to his knees with the sheer weight of his presence. The shadow loomed over him, silent, relentless, a reaper wrought from Arthur's will. Arthur's lips curled into a faint smile, his back still turned. I was planning on doing this myself but... His voice was calm, almost conversational, even as the earth shuddered under the battery's shield. Ring, you are the only lantern I have right now, so make sure he is silent. Crush the small fries. I've got something far more important to crack open. Your command is my will, my king, said Ring as he nodded. His head turned with that same predatory tilt, fingers flexing as he hurled Blackhand sideways like broken masonry, the impact carving a trench into the rock. Necron's voice reverberated again, darker, closer, as if his essence were bleeding through the battery itself. Your world will choke on my legion, Shadow Lantern. Even if you destroy this husk, Earth is already doomed. Life is dying there, even with your puny resistance and I. Arthur's head finally tilted slightly, and his voice cut through with annoyance. Oh, just shut up, give me a minute and this will be over. The words weren't shouted, they were dismissed, laced with contempt so sharp it silenced the air around Arthur itself. His ring flared brighter, constructs tightening with renewed fury, shadow talons groaning as they pulled harder on the battery's barrier. Behind him, some black lanterns appeared but Ring pushed forward, carving through the corpses that tried to rise in Blackhand's aid. Limbs were torn, bodies crushed, the battlefield swiftly turning into a graveyard of already dead things. And still, Arthur never turned. His whole being radiated focus and quiet menace, calm at the heart of a cataclysm. Yet his eyes narrowed, a faint hiss of breath leaving his lips as thoughts formed. What Necron said just now, he is not bluffing. His black lanterns are swarming Earth. The violet glow in his gaze flared. I need to finish this and quickly. The thought was not born of fear, but urgency, realizing the other end of the battlefield was already in chaos. Earth. The sky was choked with streaks of green and blue, a swirling storm of power rings as the Green Lantern Corps descended upon Earth with their Blue Lantern allies beside them. Beacons of will and hope fell like meteors, scattering across continents. The world, bruised and bleeding from waves of undead assaults. Hal Jordan and Razor hovered above the clouds, the wind rushing past his face. He watched the formation spread dozens, then hundreds. The comms buzzed with orders, coordinates, and the desperate cries of cities under siege. Kilowog's gruff voice growled through the channel, "This is it, Jordan. We either stomp these black freaks back to the hole they crawled out of, or we're feeding the dirt. There's no middle ground." Hal exhaled sharply. "Yeah. I figured the Guardians wouldn't send everyone unless this was their last card to play." His jaw clenched as he glanced down at the chaos brewing below, fires across the Atlantic Rim, cities darkened, seas littered with debris. "What surprises me is, they know exactly what they're risking, and they still said do it. Do or die. They must think this is the only shot we've got," Kilowog replied, not sounding convinced himself. "Or maybe they're just betting it all on your Earths, what's his name again? The shadow guy we were meant to capture." "Arthur," Hal muttered. His eyes hardened. "If he's still standing out there, he's probably buying us this time right now. Or he is dealing with the head of all of this by himself." The world below wasn't uniform in its defense. Some regions, bolstered by heroes and Arthur's shadows, held strong streets and skies cleared, black rings crushed beneath waves of violet and shadow light. Elsewhere, silence reigned, the kind that follows slaughter. There were places that hadn't been fortunate enough to withstand the assault of black lanterns, graveyards now fed the enemy. Hal turned to Kilowog, voice low. "We split. No lone heroics. No solo runs. Pair every green with a blue, form wings, cover the continents. Never engage if they've got the numbers stacked. We're here to contain and defeat them, not martyr ourselves." Kilowog snorted, grimly amused. "That's a first, Jordan, telling someone not to play the hero." "This isn't a game," Hal shot back. "Not anymore." A ripple of shadow cut through the sky behind them. Cold greed had passed through. The shadow of Larfleeze hovered, wreathed in violet-black aura, his new form glinting with spectral hunger. His ring pulsed once, and from it erupted a swarm of constructs, twisted echoes of the long-dead orange lanterns, their hollow eyes glowing faintly, their forms restless as covered the whole sky. Kilowog's tusked mouth curled. "That's great. I know I'm not blind and that's Larfleeze, so how?" Hal didn't flinch. "He's one of Arthur's now. Let him off the leash." Greed's head turned toward them, his voice a growl. "My king commands I clear your path. The black lanterns shall find no peace while I draw this shadowed breath." The constructs fanned out like a plague of phantoms, descending on the infested districts. Each one struck with a hunger for destruction, tearing at the black lanterns' ranks, ripping their rings from rotted fingers and dissolving them into nothingness. Hal watched the tide shift marginally, not nearly enough, and the knot in his stomach tightened. "It's not going to be clean," he muttered to himself, lowering his head. "Too much death already, they're feeding on it." Kilowog cracked his knuckles, the green aura around his hands brightening. "Then we give indigestion. Let's move, Puzzer." Hal forced a thin smile and nodded, his ring flaring. "Right behind you. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 229, The Dawn Beneath the Black. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Central City. Black rings streaked through the night like carrion birds, finding corpses in the rubble and raising them in waves. Heroes darted through the wreckage, green flashes, crimson streaks, a shield of golden lasso light cutting through the dark. Sector 8 compromised again. Flash's voice came sharp over the comms, his breath ragged even at his speed. "We clear 1 block, 2 more rot behind us. I'm starting to feel like a damn broom in a hurricane." Above the skyline, Superman hovered with his cape torn, eyes glowing faintly red as he surveyed the chaos. His jaw tightened, the sound of collapsing towers grinding through the static. "We cleared them from Metropolis and now they are everywhere. This isn't a war, it's erosion," he muttered. Then louder, over the comms, "Arthur was right. This will exhaust us. That's what they want. They don't have to win fast, just bleed us dry." Wonder Woman's blade sang as it split through a half-rotted construct lunging for a group of survivors. Her voice cut through the channel, calm but iron hard. "Then we cannot let them dictate the rhythm of this war. Every second we hesitate, they gain ground." From the charred husk of a high-rise, Batman's voice crackled in, flat and surgical. "Information is the only weapon that matters now. If we can't find the source of this infestation, we're swatting flies on a corpse." Martian Manhunter phased through a collapsing overpass, dragging 2 civilians to safety. His tone was weary but steadfast. "Their power is tethered. All this death, all this resurrection, it's drawn from someone, somewhere. Cut the cord, the puppets will fall. Kara's silhouette streaked past the moonlight, colliding with a flock of black constructs midair, scattering them like dry leaves. Her voice, clear but edged with strain, joined the comms. Then trust him. Trust Arthur. He said he'd find the one pulling their strings, their herald, and if anyone can sever this at its root, it's him. There was a pause, a subtle catch in her breath, before Batman's response came. Did he contact you? About his current whereabouts? Kara slowed for a moment, hovering above the smoldering skyline. Her eyes scanned the horizon as if expecting a shadow to answer. No. The single word carried too much, a flicker of doubt breaking through her tone. Superman turned his gaze skyward, fists clenching as he hovered. He's out there, I trust him, he said, more to himself than to the team. Because if this keeps up, we'll be fighting until the sun dies, and still lose. On the ground, Wonder Woman planted her sword in the cracked asphalt, rallying a ring of battered Green Lanterns and League members around her. Then we hold. Every street, every breath. We will not let this world fall, not while there's one of us still standing. Flash zipped past, leaving a streak of light in the ruin. Great speech, Diana, but unless that shadow guy shows up with a giant off-switch for these things, we're tap dancing in a graveyard. Martian Manhunter's eyes glowed faintly as he lifted his head toward the roiling clouds. Then we continue saving the people and buy him time. However much he needs. All around them, the dead kept rising, faceless soldiers of a war that was never meant to end. The heroes formed a moving fortress of light, steel, and willpower amidst a planet that had become the battlefield of the living and the dead. Coast City. Emerald light streaked across the skyline, cutting through the smoke and ash that hung over Coast City. Hal Jordan's construct a massive turbine of spinning blades tore through a swarm of black lanterns, scattering limbs and rings into the air. But for every one cut down, two more lurched from the streets below, their rings pulsing with hunger for death. Beside him, a phalanx of shadowed figures, Arthur's shadow lanterns, fought without rest. Their constructs were brutal, claws that snuffed out the black rings as if crushing simple glass. And still, the tide didn't break. Hal gritted his teeth, his flight faltering for a moment as another wave surged up from the cracked roads below. They're too damn relentless here, he muttered into his comm, sweat beading along his brow. I've been across half the globe today and I haven't seen them this rabid anywhere else. It seems for whatever reason Coast City's a magnet for the worst of it. A shadow lantern, Archillo's shadow, one of Arthur's very best lanterns, its eyes glowing faint violet, grunted in something like agreement as it skewered a charging corpse through the chest. Razor, flying close, sliced another with a blade of crimson and azure light. They're drawn here for a reason, Jordan, he said, his voice taut but composed. This city reeks of memory. I don't know how to describe it, but they want this place to fall the most. Hal didn't have the luxury to argue. A trio of black lanterns dove from above, their twisted visages familiar pilots, firefighters, people he once saved, now turned into fanged mockeries of themselves. His ring flared as he threw up a dome, but the impact rattled his bones. Razor moved before he could recover, streaking ahead in a flash of two-tone light. Get down, he barked, crossing his arms and forming a shield that swallowed the blast meant for Hal. The explosion ripped through the air. When the smoke cleared, Razor was tumbling earthward, his aura flickering, body limp. Razor. Hal's shout tore from his throat as he dove after him. His ring's glow sputtered, the glow weakening. He caught a glimpse of his own construct fraying at the edges. No. No, damn it, hold together. He barely had time to look up. The same trio had already recovered, joined now by 5 more, their rings pulsing with oily black light as they formed a writhing spear of black. They dove as one, murder incarnate. Hal raised his ring, his breath ragged. Not today. The green light flared, then faltered. His shield cracked like ice. Their impact sent him careening into the ground, carving a trench through the pavement. Pain blossomed through his ribs. His ring dimmed again, a sickly flicker of emerald against the dark. Above, the black lanterns banked, their silhouettes cutting across the smoke-thick sky as they prepared their next strike. Hal spat blood and pushed himself up on one elbow, his voice low and ragged. Damn it, not like this. The ground trembled. At first, he thought it was just the concussion from their descent. But no, the vibration grew, rolling like thunder beneath his palms. Pebbles rattled, broken glass danced in the debris-strewn street. A light burst upward from behind him, blinding, pure, unlike anything he had seen in this cursed war. Not green. Not blue. Not violet. Something raw, a brilliance that even the blackened sky seemed to recoil from. The black lanterns halted mid-dive, their jaws slack, their rings sputtering with a hiss. They shielded their sockets with clawed hands, some screeching as their flesh began to smoke. Hal squinted against the radiance, his ring reacting with a tremor like static electricity. What the hell? He whispered. The shadow lanterns landed on the ground, their shadow constructs trembling as if answering an unseen command. Razor groaned somewhere in the rubble, his chest rising and falling weakly, blood all over his body, the strange light casting his battered body in stark relief. And then the earth split, a light poured out like dawn breaking through the sky. Hal's breath caught in his chest. A memory surfaced. Arthur's voice, low and almost offhand, spoken some times ago in private. A myth, Jordan, one the core never believed, but the Guardians surely know about it. Something buried deeper than OA's archives, waiting for a moment of real reckoning. It won't wake for just anything. Only when the scales might tip too far, when death floods the living world beyond its limit. Hal stared at the fissure. The way the light didn't just shine, it blinded the eye, shadows bent away from it, even the filth of the black rings recoiling like frost in fire. His pulse quickened, unease mixing with a little sense of hope. Is this? He muttered, voice barely carrying over the roar of the rupturing street. His knuckles tightened around his glowing ring. No. It can't be. Arthur, damn it, you weren't spinning me a story, were you? // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 230, White Entity of Life. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // OA. The Hall of the Guardians, normally steeped in that eerie, unshakable calm of the oldest minds in the cosmos, now thrummed with something far less measured, shock. Holographic projections of Earth flickered in the air, its continents riddled with crimson marks of conflict and black veins of the black lanterns spreading death all over the planet. And there, amidst the chaos, a singular radiance pierced the darkness. It is confirmed then. One of the Guardians spoke first, his voice rarely so raw. The light has manifested. After eons, it truly exists. The white entity has emerged. Murmurs swelled like a ripple of old wind through them. Ancient faces, carved by millennia of decisions, now bore the sharp lines of sudden realization. We have watched the sectors burn, seen many planets fall, yet Earth, that world continues to stir the impossible, another hissed, his wrinkled fingers tightening. We always feared it might escalate, but this. To that extent. They have awakened something that was meant to slumber at the dawn of time, a third muttered, his eyes reflecting the ghostly white flare emanating from the projection. So it was there, hidden beneath their soil all along. Earth. All eyes shifted briefly to Ganthet. He alone seemed unshaken, his expression neither cold nor surprised, merely expectant. Some of you might treat this as an anomaly, he said, his tone calm, but Earth has never been an ordinary sphere of stone. That world is the cradle, the birthplace of life itself. The first breath that stirred the emotional spectrum, it began there. The white entity's emergence was not chance. It was inevitability. Necron himself should know this. A guardian opposite him frowned, the creases of his ancient face deepening. And yet inevitability does not secure victory, Ganthet. The scales may tip, yes, but the source remains. The black still festers. Necron still breathes death into the universe. Another guardian leaned forward, his gaze flicking back to the image of a lone ring-bearer amidst the light. And for it to choose that lantern. Hal Jordan. Out of every living soul in the cosmos. Who else, came the dry, near-instant reply of one seated near the dais. Who among us embodies will as he does? He has fallen, risen, fought, and bled for that core more than any other. Whatever you may think of his recklessness and defiance, there is no lantern more deserving of that light. There was no argument this time, only slow, solemn nods. The council's circle dimmed into heavy silence as the weight of what they were witnessing settled upon their ageless minds. Then may this be the end of it, another finally spoke, the words carrying the strange tone of both hope and dread. May this night finally break. Ganthet's eyes lingered on the glow of Earth a moment longer. His voice was low, almost to himself, though the others heard. It will break, one way or the other. But the dawn may cost more than any of us are willing to pay. The room darkened again, the light of Earth still burning like a beacon amidst the blackened maps of a bleeding universe. The battlefield was chaos incarnate in Coast City, broken streets, the cries of the living tangled with the cold wails of the black lanterns as their rings pulsed. Hal Jordan on the ground, his breath ragged, his emerald ring flickering against the endless tide. And then everything stopped. The radiance that cut through wasn't green. It wasn't blue. It was pure. Blinding. Living white. Every black lantern in its path recoiled, their dead flesh hissing like ice in flame. Hal turned, eyes narrowing against the brilliance. Suspended before him, a shape more felt than seen, vast wings of brilliance, a presence of life itself, the white entity. His chest tightened. The stories, the myths whispered in own archives, the hushed warnings of what existed before will, before fear, before the core themselves, it was real. His hand lifted almost by instinct, fingers trembling as he reached for it. Is this, really? The words caught in his throat, a mixture of awe and disbelief. The entity didn't talk. It just moved. Like a comet, the white surged forward, a spear of living creation, and struck Hal Jordan dead center. His breath was torn from his lungs. Light inhaled him. GHH, God. The cry wrenched out of him as his knees buckled, every nerve alight with a pain that was not cruel but overwhelming. It was all too much for him. The green upon his chest faltered, the ring on his finger sputtering to a fading ember as if bowing to something far older, far greater. He fell to one knee, hands clawing the air, and then it changed. The emerald dissolved, shards of fading light drifting away like withered leaves. In its place, threads of radiant white wrapped around him, weaving through his very veins, carving a new emblem upon his chest, the symbol of life, stark and luminous. The green ring, splintered, and from its ashes, a new band clasped his finger, glowing with a light so fierce it cast shadows for miles. Hal Jordan, a white lantern. He rose slowly, breath coming in sharp pulls, the agony already giving way to a flood of energy so vast it made the green feel like a whisper. He stared at his own hands, now bathed in that impossible glow. I feel. His voice was low, almost reverent. Such power. This wasn't a myth after all. The black lantern screeched, driven mad by the light, and charged him as a pack. Hal met them head on. He raised his hand. White surged from him like a sonic wave. The city lit up as though the sun itself had been reborn here. Rings shattered mid-flight, corpses howled as black husks cracked and peeled away like burned paper. And then where the dead had fallen, breath returned. Men and women gasped awake, color rushing back to their skin, eyes fluttering with tears as they clutched their hearts, their first heartbeat in some time. Hal floated above them, the new ring humming with the voice of creation. His jaw tightened, the weight of it all pressing on his shoulders, but his eyes were steady and calm. Below him, Razor on the ground, blood on his lips, staring up in wide-eyed shock before white light surrounded him, his wounds healing. The shadow lanterns paused mid-battle observing this event. Hal lifted his hand, studying the glow that pulsed there like a living sun. I know what to do and where to go now, he said, a smile on his face. And he bolted towards the sky. Planet RYUT. Black Central Power Battery was no longer still. It quaked, low and hungry, like a beast about to wake. The once immovable barrier that cocooned its core now lay fractured, split wide open by claws of shadow and authority, its oily surface still hissing where Arthur's power had bitten deep. Shadows bled from the fissures. Arthur Blackwynd stood before it, his silhouette limned in that same violet glow. His gauntlets dripped with the lingering echo of the assault, each motion of his fingers humming with restrained violence. Scar and Black Hand, both held back by Ring, the shadow lantern's ring overwhelming them both, constructs coiled around their necks and wrists. Their bodies twitched, their mouths gagged by shadow constructs, yet their dead eyes burned hatred upon him. And Arthur was smiling. It wasn't mockery this time. It was the cold satisfaction of a man who had been waiting, step after step, for this moment to finally arrive. From the depths of the battery, a chill crawled upward, thickening the very air. Shadows slithered together into a single point, then unfurled a towering silhouette, scythe in hand, eyes two pits of endless black. Necron. The projection was not the full form, but it carried a presence enough to make the stone tremble. Arthur's eyes blazed brighter at the sight, the violet light in them cutting through Necron's abyss-like eyes. His voice was steady, almost amused. There is no more time for words now, little Lord of Death, he then added, I think you already know what has just awakened. You felt it too, didn't you? That spark in the void. The light you so fear. Necron's hollow form tilted, the black depths of its sockets narrowing. You. Arthur stepped forward, he repeated, mocking Necron's voice. Dumbass, your little battery is vulnerable now and your soldiers will soon fall, one by one. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 231, Shadow and Life. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The light around the black central battery flared widely. Cracks along its surface bled shadow energy, and its darkness was no longer absolute. A tremor had rippled through the planet. Necron's projection stiffened. From the hollow sockets of his skull, blacker than the abyss. No. The single word was low, grinding, the parasite of life dares raise its head. Arthur's gaze never wavered from Necron. You feel that ache in your soul, don't you? Arthur's tone was almost conversational. That's what denial tastes like, little lord of death. You've been gnawing at this universe, choking it with your corpses, and still you didn't see that coming. Necron's form seethed, the scythe lowering as tendrils of shadow rose in a defensive coil around him. It is futile. Life burns bright, and then it rots. Always. It cannot endure. Arthur's lips curved into a grin, his violet eyes gleaming like sharpened stars. Then why are you trembling? You can't even exist in this plane, yet here you are scared shitless. The void around them cracked, not from Arthur's doing this time, but from a surge elsewhere. A wave of white fire tore through the distant dark of space far from this isolated planet, and even here it was felt, by both of them. Arthur tilted his head slightly, almost smug. I told you, Necron. There's no more time for words. Earth, coastlines and cities aflame. A streak of white split the stormed heavens like the first dawn of creation. It moved with impossible speed, and where it passed, the night seemed to recoil. Hal Jordan blazed across the battlefield, no longer clad in the familiar emerald of his core. His body was wreathed in living light, his uniform a mantle of white etched with the sigil of life itself. The ring upon his finger shone like a star newly born, each pulse of it cutting through the darkness of the Black Lantern hordes. Around him, the world was war-torn. Cities burned, streets choked with the remnants of the fallen. Yet as Hal swept his hand, the dead shuddered not to rise in black mockery, but to breathe again. Color returned to ashen cheeks, glassy eyes cleared, breath-flooded chests long stilled. The light undoing the corruption of the black. By away. One Green Lantern survivor whispered as their chest heaved, life surging where death had claimed him not long ago. Hal didn't linger. His jaw was tight, his eyes sharp with a focus that felt almost unnatural. Get to cover. This isn't over. Above him, a wave of shadows scythed through a cluster of black lanterns, the spear tip of the Shadow Core. Greed led them with ravenous delight, his constructs who are former orange lanterns now in shadow forms, snapping the undead apart like dry twigs. Beside him, Atrocitus burned violet dark, his constructs warping with the Shadow Monarch's influence. Sinestro hovered, calm and cutting, his shadow form gleaming with cruel precision as he flayed another wave into ash. The sky itself was war white and shadow violet carving through black. Hal banked hard, weaving past a collapsing skyscraper as a tide of black lanterns surged to cut him off. His ring flared, the white light expanding into a storm that shredded their constructs, tore the necrotic energy from their corpses destroying their rings, and left nothing but dust behind. Every time we clear them, he muttered, 10 more crawl out of the dark. Greed howled as his phantoms swarmed, devouring the remnants. Let them come. Let them all come. They will join my king's collection. Sinestro, silent and precise, glanced at Hal as the last of that cluster fell. Your light cuts deep, he said at last, his voice carrying a strange note of respect. But you seek the source, don't you? Hal's breath fogged in the cold air as he hovered amidst the ruin, scanning the horizon. If I don't, they won't stop coming. Sinestro's head turned slightly, the violet glow of his eyes unreadable. My king is already there. Hal jerked his gaze to him. What? You heard me, Lantern. Sinestro raised his hand, his shadow ring igniting with a deep violet spiral. My king is at the heart of it. Where this plague began. Hal's voice sharpened, something between frustration and urgency cutting through. And you didn't tell me this earlier? Sinestro said calmly. I was waiting for my king's command. I have it now. With a twist of his ring, the space before them tore open a portal of swirling violet. Sinestro's shadowed features turned to Hal, unreadable but steady. Go, Lantern. My king awaits. Hal stared into the rift, the edges of it humming with power that felt wrong and yet, not hostile. He tightened his fist, the white ring glow responding to his will, then glanced back at Sinestro. Normally, I wouldn't trust you to hold a match near a candle. This portal might take me to the heart of a burning star or some black hole. A flicker of a smirk tugged at the shadow's mouth. And yet. Hal exhaled sharply. Considering what you are right now. His jaw set. I'll trust this. And without another word, he hurled himself into the rift, white light colliding with violet shadow, vanishing. Hal Jordan emerged from the violet tear in space, white light blazing off his body. His boots barely settled upon the ground before his breath caught. Floating not far from Arthur, bound in shadow chains of black-violet light, were two figures, one a corpse of a man with a grin that reeked of rot, the other a warped, hideous echo of a guardian of the universe, her once fine features now a mask of shriveled malice. Behind them, a monstrous projection towered, a silhouette of abyssal void, its presence alone chilling. Hal's grip on his new ring tightened. What the hell is this? His voice carried both anger and dawning recognition. His eyes snapped to the twisted guardian, her thin lips parted as black ichor leaked from the corners of her mouth. Scar, you betrayed the core, Hal said, his words cold as steel. Then his gaze locked on the corpse of a man, the stench of him almost seeping through the void itself. Even though you look like a pile of rot, I'd recognize that smirk anywhere. William Hand. How low have you fallen? Black Hand's head twitched up, his eyes glinting with hatred. Shut up, Green Lantern. You have nothing to. Hal didn't let him finish. He lunged forward with a burst of white light and cracked his boot across Black Hand's skull. The wretch, though restrained by the shadow named Ring, was still sent tumbling like a broken doll, shadow chains snapping taut to reel him back. Hal hovered closer to Arthur, his expression shifting from fury to a more measured wariness as his eyes swept the scene. So this is it, their nest. The battery. His gaze slid toward the hulking projection looming in front of them. And this. I'm guessing that's the thing pulling the strings. Arthur turned his head at last, violet eyes catching the white glow radiating from Hal's body. His smile was a razor's edge, tired, grim, and tinged with satisfaction. Yes. This is Necron. Say hello. Don't bother waving, he's a bit intangible at the moment. Their biggest mistake was sending Black Hand running into my claws. Their second. Bringing the idiot here after running away. Hal's knuckles flexed as he looked over the cracks in the battery's barrier, the leaking shadows, the writhing chains around the two prisoners. You've done a number on this thing. Arthur let out a dry chuckle, the kind that carried no joy. A number, sure. But it's stubborn and durable beyond reason. I can break it. Completely. But it'll take time we don't have. Hal glanced at the monstrous projection again, its scythe glinting like a slice of the void. So what's the play? Arthur raised one hand, the shadows swirling along his fingers forming into clawed sigils. The play is simple. With your new gift, his eyes flicked to the white ring, and my shadow ring, we can tear this thing apart faster. End this little charade once and for all. The void seemed to groan around them, Necron's presence rippling like a tide drawn tight. His hollow voice crawled across the space, you think light and shadow can undo death? Arthur didn't even look at him. We're about to find out, aren't we? Hal exhaled, the weight of it all settling in his chest as he floated beside the Shadow Monarch. Very well, Arthur, he murmured, fingers tightening into a fist that blazed white. Let's end it all. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 232, Tether of Death. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The planet trembled as if the fabric of death itself anticipated what was about to come. Arthur floated there, a dark silhouette against the already cracked black central battery. Hal Jordan hovered at his side, the glow of his white ring illuminating the darkness like a beacon that didn't belong in this abyss. One shone with life, the other, shadow. 2 forces born to oppose this abomination, finally side by side. Arthur raised his hand, the Doomsday Bone Gauntlet, his right clenched into a fist wrapped in pulsing shadow. Hal mirrored him, the white ring glowing with each steady breath he drew. Arthur's voice was low and calm. Charge your will, Jordan. We will strike this harder. Hal's jaw tightened. He nodded in agreement. The white ring pulsed once, twice, then blazed outward. The light it shed was warm yet searing, washing over the cracked ground and peeling the black rot from stone. Around them, shadows writhed in response, Arthur's own ring answering the call, spilling tendrils of shadow violet light that carved through the air. Necron's projection rippled, its scythe dragging along the air with a hollow scrape that set teeth on edge. You think this matters? Light and shadow cannot undo what is eternal, you fools. Neither man turned. On my mark, Arthur muttered, violet eyes flashing as the veins of power crawled up his neck. The shadows around his hand condensed, coiling into a single massive sigil that beat like a heart of darkness. At his flank, Hal inhaled, his aura flaring, a storm of white lances forming behind him like wings of a phoenix. Black Hand thrashed weakly in the grasp of Ring, his head jerking against the chains of shadow. No. No. I am Necron's herald. I will not. Ring's fingers clenched tighter, and the chains tightened, grinding into his ribs until a wet crack echoed. His voice broke into a rasping scream. Arthur didn't even glance his way. Steady. That word, tossed like ash, made Necron's projection pulse with fury, the hollow sockets burning cold. You dare ignore the embodiment of death. Jordan, Arthur snarled, cutting across the void, now. Their rings ignited. A torrent of shadow erupted from Arthur's ring, a beam so dense and violet it warped the void around it, dragging streams of black lightning in its wake. Hal unleashed his own, a spear of living light that cleaved the abyss in two. The moment they met, white and black violet swirled and clashed not against each other, but in concert, their resonance screaming like stars colliding. The black central battery trembled. Cracks deepened along its surface, each fissure bleeding oily smoke and necrotic fire. Necron's voice boomed, "Stop," but it was lost beneath the roar of their combined assault. Arthur's teeth bared in a snarl, sweat beading along his face, the glow in his eyes sharpening to a feral glow. "Hal, push harder. Pour it in. Drown the damned thing in power." Hal grit his teeth, every muscle taut, the white ring flaring until it hurt to look at. "That's what I'm doing." Arthur's free hand stretched out, and a surge of power cascaded forth like a tidal wave, wrapping the torrent and forcing it deeper into the battery's heart. Ruler's authority ignited. Hal's light answered brighter, hotter until the two became one cataclysm of annihilation. The black central battery screamed. A deafening crack split the void. The structure shuddered once, twice, and then shattered. The explosion was apocalyptic. A shockwave of black shards and searing energy ripped outward, turning the surrounding terrain into powder. Shattered like glass, rings, black flickered and died under the force. Hal was thrown like a comet, white light trailing from his body as he crashed into the distant dark. Arthur was flung the opposite way, shadow constructs coiling to shield him. For a heartbeat, there was no sound but the dying of the black energy from the battery's remains, its pieces scattered like bones across a battlefield of nothingness. Arthur floated in the aftermath, shoulders rising with a ragged breath, his gaze cutting through the smoke to the void where the battery had stood. His lips twisted into a sharp, humorless smile. "About damn time." Hal staggered upright in the distance, shaking his head as his ring recalibrated, a ghost of disbelief tugging at his mouth. "You weren't kidding," he rasped. "About everything." Behind them, Necron's projection writhed in silence, its form momentarily flickering as if its tether had been cut. Black Hand lay twitching. The air still pulsed with the aftershock of the battery's destruction. Chunks of broken stone and shadow drifted through the dead skies of riot, glowing faintly with the residue of shadow and white light. Arthur drifted slowly, cloak billowing, his violet eyes narrowing at the sight before him. Scar's body lay still at last, collapsed into nothing more than a husk of rotting flesh. No regeneration. No ring seeking her corpse. Her existence had been severed clean. But Black Hand. Arthur hovered above him, frowning. William Hand was sprawled across the fractured ground, his flesh caved in where Ring had crushed him, his body twisted and broken. Yet his chest rose barely. His black ring still flickered, stuttering like a dying fire that refused to go out. Arthur's jaw tightened. How? His mind growled the question even before his lips gave it voice. How is he still alive? Hal Jordan floated beside him, the white aura flickering. He followed Arthur's stare, his own expression dark with mistrust. The battery's gone. Necron's projection is gone. This. He gestured to the wreckage of Black Hand's body with a bitter twist of his mouth. This should be it. We did what we came here for. We should get back to Earth. And make sure everything is fine. Arthur didn't move. His gaze was fixed entirely on Black Hand, his lips curling into something almost predatory. No. I can't take that risk. He isn't just another corpse wearing a ring. He's Necron's chosen, his herald. Battery or no battery, he is his tether after all. If he lives, Necron lives. His voice dropped lower, colder. And I don't intend to leave loose ends. Arthur descended, boots cracking the shattered ground, his hand raising as the Promethean blade appeared into his grip. His eyes locked on Black Hand's ruined body. It's just you now, William. Let me put you out of your misery. He lifted the blade, and then froze. A voice, deep and resonant, thundered not from the void around him, but from inside his skull. A tone he had not heard in a while, one that hummed with power so absolute it pressed against his bones. Wait. Arthur's body stiffened, eyes widening as the violet glow flared within them. His lips parted as the voice filled him again, colder yet strangely calm. Touch his ring. And I shall do the rest. Arthur blinked, his focus breaking for a moment. A slow, incredulous smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Been a while since you decided to speak. His tone was dry, almost amused. Hal shot him a sharp look. What? Who the hell are you talking to? Arthur exhaled through his nose, the faintest of sighs, then tilted his head toward Black Hand's trembling form. Very well, he murmured, more to the unseen voice than to Hal. His cloak shifted as he crouched, bringing himself eye level with the broken herald. Hal's brow furrowed, his instincts twitching uneasily. Arthur. Arthur ignored him. He reached forward, hand hovering for a beat over the flickering black ring on Black Hand's finger. Then, with calm slowness, he pressed his finger against it. The reaction was immediate. A surge of energy tore through Arthur like a wave, exploding outward in a silent quake that rippled across the dead ground. His eyes flared so bright they burned violet white, then snapped shut. His body jerked once, violently, before his entire form slumped. He remained kneeling, unmoving, his head bowed and hand still pressed to the ring. Hal's heart skipped. Arthur. He dropped beside him instantly, grabbing his shoulder. Arthur's body was warm, alive, too alive. The readings from his ring told him his vitals were steady, heart rate calm, breath slow and deep. But his mind, gone. Jordan's pulse quickened. He shook him once, harder. Hey, Arthur. Snap out of it. Can you hear me? Nothing. Arthur's expression was unnervingly calm, like a man lost in sleep. His chest rose and fell evenly, untroubled by the voices around him. It was as if the battlefield had ceased to exist for him. Hal cursed under his breath, fear edging into his voice though he tried to smother it with frustration. Damn it, he really passed out. This Arthur. He looked at the black ring beneath Arthur's finger, his teeth grinding. The thing pulsed faintly, its energy crawling like rot against the blinding white of Hal's aura. Every instinct screamed at him to destroy it, to pull Arthur away, but something warned him not to. Hal Jordan, who had faced parallax itself, found himself hesitating. Perfect, he muttered. We blow up a nightmare battery, took down a corpse of a guardian, and now you decide nap time is a good idea. He stood, giving Arthur's limp form one last glance. The men didn't so much as twitch. Hal exhaled sharply through his nose, shaking his head. You know what? His lips twisted into a wry smirk, though his eyes stayed sharp. I'll leave you to it. Whatever weird shadow ghost ring seance you're having, don't let me interrupt. He floated a few feet up, ring already flaring with white fire as he turned toward the dark horizon. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 233, Ashbourne and Necron. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The void within the black ring was endless, a silence that was not peace, but stagnation. A place where nothing lived, nothing grew, and nothing moved unless Necron willed it. And yet, something stirred there. Necron's empty sockets flickered. A presence had intruded. A shadow within his dominion that did not belong to him. His voice boomed. Who are you, and how did you manage to cross into this plane? The figure was formless at first, a silhouette in the distance. It walked with calm, unhurried steps, each one echoing across the void. Necron's side tightened in his grasp. He commanded the dark around him, but the void did not respond. Instead, it bent away from the intruder. The figure emerged into sight. Clad in jagged abyssal armor, black as night and cruelly edged with spikes, he was the monarch of shadows. His helm was crowned with violet fire, flaring upward in regal manner. In his gauntlet hands, he held a long, spectral shadow sword, pulsing with an energy both terrifying and eternal. Around him swirled an aura of violet flame and shadow. For the first time in an eternity, Necron's hollow sockets widened almost in fear. What are you? The figure's voice rolled out, calm yet resonant, like a king upon his throne. I am death, and I am here, for the hour of your end has come. Necron froze. Then, as if the very idea amused him, that previous sense of dread was gone, laughter erupted from his hollow maw, booming through the plain. You kill me. I am the end. I am the silence after all things. What nonsense, who dares stand in front of me like this? Ashbourne advanced, his steps unshaken by the echoing derision. The void seemed to warp, compelled to draw nearer to his presence rather than recoil. You prattle of dominion, Necron. Of ruling death. Yet you own nothing. You do not command the souls. You do not command the flesh you reanimate. You are no sovereign. You are a thief, a parasite of corpses. Necron snarled, raising his hand. Chains of black surged out of the void, writhing, meant to bind, to crush. They lashed at Ashbourne yet passed through him as though he were mist. The night never broke stride. Necron's sockets narrowed, unease filling his very existence. And what do you think you are, then? Some phantom construct of the shadow lantern. A trick, a reflection, nothing more. Ashbourne paused, the violet flames of his helm flickering higher, a faint smile almost visible beneath the black steel. No. I am what you are not. He raised his blade, its violet light igniting the void like a funeral pyre. I am death. I am eternal rest. I am terror. And I am your undoing. Necron bellowed, voice shaking the emptiness. Insolent. He lunged, his scythe tearing through the air, rending the void itself. The blade cleaved through Ashbourne's chest yet met no resistance. The monarch did not even flinch. He was untouchable, incorporeal where Necron's dominion should have ruled absolute. And then, in a single, regal motion, Ashbourne thrust his sword forward. The blade pierced through Necron's chest, sinking deep. For the first time since the dawn of his existence, Necron screamed in pain. His hollow sockets widened, disbelief overtaking him. How is this possible? His voice shook, fragmented, as the violet light devoured him from within. His knees buckled, his scythe faltering in his grasp. His form, once immutable, began to unravel. Ashbourne said nothing. He only watched. The silence of true death weighed heavier than words. Necron's form disintegrated, fading into nothing. His sockets dimmed as he fell forward, collapsing into ash and shadow. His last sight was Ashbourne's burning violet gaze, endless, sovereign, and absolute. And then Necron was gone, truly gone. The void itself trembled in his absence, as though recognizing a greater law had been enforced. Ashbourne stood alone, his sword still humming with the resonance of an eternal truth. Necron had been touched by a death far greater than his own. Arthur's eyes fluttered open, heavy as stone. For a moment, he didn't remember where he was, only the ringing silence that replaced the chaos. His body ached in ways he couldn't describe, exhaustion weighing on him like a mountain. He shifted, realizing he was still kneeling, his hand pressed against the ground. Every movement burned like lead in his veins. Slowly, stubbornly, he forced himself upright, swaying on unsteady legs. His vision blurred, but the memory was clear, too clear. Through another's eyes, he had seen it. What the hell was that? Arthur muttered, his voice hoarse, breath ragged. His hands trembled as he recalled the figure, Ashbourne, clad in abyssal armor, violet flames crowning his helm, a being regal and terrible in equal measure. He had seen what Ashbourne did, felt it. Such power. Arthur whispered under his breath, still staring at the empty void around him. He actually killed Necron. His gaze lowered, falling upon the withered husk of Blackhand. Once the shrieking herald of Necron, now nothing more than a corpse, his ring reduced to ash that drifted and vanished in riot's breeze. Arthur exhaled, a long, tired sigh, and simply let himself fall back. His body hit the stone with a dull thud, his arms sprawling out. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he closed his eyes and allowed himself a moment of peace. As long as it's over. He muttered, almost to himself, a hint of relief bleeding into his tone. But peace never lasted long. A presence stirred close. Arthur's eyes snapped open. He felt it before he saw it, that weightless aura, that strange warmth against the cold of the void. A presence that was neither oppressive nor hostile, but it was still absolute. Eternal. He turned his head to the right. A figure approached, step by quiet step, and though her shape was small, her aura filled the endless dark as though it had been waiting for her all along. Arthur's jaw tightened. He knew who she was the moment she stepped into view. Her presence was unmistakable. This better not be because of what Ashbourne just did. He thought grimly, his violet eyes narrowing. The figure knelt beside him, her dark hair spilling over her shoulders, her eyes black as the void but alive, endless, knowing. She smiled, softly, disarmingly, as if she had been meeting him here regularly all his life. Hi. Arthur let out a low, tired groan, his expression twisting into irritation. Dee Dee. His tone carried both annoyance and recognition. He turned his head away slightly, muttering, "You've been slacking off." Her laugh was light, amused at his tone rather than offended. "Have I?" she teased, tilting her head. Arthur cracked one eye open to glance at her again, his face still caught between annoyance and resignation. "Yeah. You have." Her smile softened, though her eyes, those endless black eyes remained the same, unblinking and calm. "I know what you're going to say, Arthur," she began, her voice calm and certain. "How could this happen while I exist in this universe?" Arthur remained silent, lips pressed in a thin line. She wasn't wrong, that was the question he was going to ask. She extended her hand to him, her pale fingers open, waiting. "I can explain it to you, if you want. While we head back to Earth." For a long moment, Arthur didn't move. He studied her, those eyes that held every beginning and every end. He saw no malice, no falsehood. Just inevitability. Finally, with a weary sigh, Arthur lifted his own hand and clasped hers. Her touch was cool, but not cold. Their eyes met. "All right." Her smile widened, gentle but knowing, as she helped him to his feet. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 234, The Brightest Day. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The world was bright with the white light of life. Where hours ago the skies had been blackened with the endless swarm of the dead, now they were clear. The suffocating presence of the black rings had vanished, as though Necron's shadow itself had been burned away. Corpses that had risen as soldiers of death collapsed, their borrowed existence severed. Some turned to nothing but ash, swept away on the wind. Others, impossibly breathed again, restored by the blinding white surge that had swept the world. Life after death. Superman hovered above Metropolis, his cape torn. Below him, the streets that had been war zones now filled with people weeping, clinging to one another, alive when they should not have been. He clenched his fists, not in anger, but in awe. It's over. He muttered, more to himself than anyone else, before his eyes turned skyward. That faint white glow still lingered far above, like a beacon. His lips curled into a faint smile. Arthur. I don't know what you did, but... He exhaled, voice soft, almost reverent. You pulled it off, and then he descended back to the ground. Not far from him, Kara descended, her body battered but her spirit bright as ever. The moment her boots touched the cracked pavement, survivors rushed toward her, some to thank her, others just to cling to the hope she represented. She smiled, weak but real, even as her arms trembled. She caught Superman's eye across the wreckage. He did it. Her voice carried both joy and disbelief, her bright eyes glowing. I knew he would. He is just like that. Clark only nodded, a small laugh escaping him as if a mountain had finally been lifted off his shoulders. Across the ocean, Wonder Woman stood among the ruins of a city, her sword planted into the earth. Her armor was marred, her breathing heavy, but her poise remained regal. Around her, Amazons and soldiers alike collapsed in relief as the corpses that had clawed at them turned lifeless once more. She lowered her blade, eyes on the lingering glow in the sky. Such resolve. She whispered, lips curving into something between admiration and pride. A mortal who fights with the strength of the gods. Arthur Blackwynd. Elsewhere, the Titans fought their own battle as well. Raven knelt amid a wreckage in Jump City, her cloak shredded, sweat dripping from her brow. Her chest heaved as if every breath were a battle. Though her shadow ring still blazed with power, she couldn't bear it a moment longer. With trembling hands, she pulled it free, staring at the violet gleam. How? She rasped, barely above a whisper, her voice trembling with awe and fatigue. How can Arthur handle this kind of power so casually? Doom stood over her, a hulking mass of jagged bone and shadow. His glowing violet eyes never left her, his massive form bent low, protective. He shifted uneasily, claws twitching as though every passing second without her strength terrified him. For a being built to crush, his nervousness was almost comical. Beast Boy, lying flat on the ground in the shape of a dog, forced a weak laugh through his exhaustion. Kinda hilarious, right? Big scary shadow monster, looking like a nervous puppy over Raven. Someone clearly doesn't want to disappoint his master. Even Starfire, panting heavily with burns across her arms, managed a soft chuckle at that. Cyborg groaned where he sat against a pile of rubble, shaking his head. Man, why can't we catch a break? Dealing with space zombies was not part of my plans this weekend. Raven gave them a side glance, too drained to scold, too grateful to speak. She let her eyes close for just a moment, Doom still watching over her. And for once, she didn't feel afraid of the silence. Far away, in the quiet halls of Arthur's family estate, shadows moved differently. Galatea, who was sent here by Arthur, stood tall by the window, her violet eyes gleaming as she turned toward Adam and Arthur's mother. Behind her, Kaisel and Blade lingered like statues, loyal guardians. Her tone was calm, certain. My king already dealt with the enemy. Adam stood at the window, arms folded, his jaw tight as he stared into the horizon. Outside, the sky shimmered with strange light, faint and holy, unlike anything he'd ever seen. Yeah. He muttered, his voice softer than usual. His reflection in the glass looked older somehow, worn from the weight of all that had happened. I think it's over. His eyes lifted to the strange white glow still lingering in the heavens, his throat tight as he whispered, almost to himself. Though there's a strange white light in the sky now. His mother came beside him, following his gaze with quiet wonder. She didn't say a word, but her hand found his, squeezing it gently. The world breathed again. The skies that had moments ago been choked with black rings and the endless shrieks of the dead were now strangely quiet, as if the universe itself had sighed in relief. The rings were gone, burned away by the white light that had poured through Hell Jordan and through the shadows that Arthur unleashed. Death had loosened its grip, completely. And in that silence came the sound that shook battlefields more than war drums ever could, weeping. On the ruined streets of Metropolis, a soldier stared down at his hands in disbelief. A moment ago, they had been rotting flesh, bound to Necron's will. Now his skin was whole again, warm with life. His comrades stared at him as if they'd seen a ghost. One dropped his weapon, backing away, whispering prayers to gods he didn't believe in. A woman fell to her knees as her husband stumbled into her arms, alive after being slain in the first wave of lanterns. She had witnessed him turning into one of them, and she clutched him like he might disappear again, sobbing into his chest, while he simply held her, stunned, as though he too didn't understand how breath filled his lungs once more. Children ran to parents who only hours ago had been lifeless on the ground. Some cried with joy. Others screamed in fear, unable to process how their dead mother, their dead father, could suddenly stand and smile again. Not all wounds could be healed by resurrection. In Gotham, a police officer stared at his fallen partner, revived by the white light. He dropped his cap, tears streaming. "I saw you die." His voice broke as he embraced him. "God help me, I saw you become one of them." But not everyone celebrated. A man sat shivering in the rubble of Coast City, his revived son clinging to him, alive, breathing. The man's eyes were wide, trembling. This isn't right. You were gone, you were gone." His words trembled between gratitude and fear. He didn't push the boy away, but his mind could not reconcile miracle from nightmare. Heroes bore witness to it all. Superman stood in the sunlight now, chest rising as if the burden of 1,000 deaths had been lifted. His cape, tattered and scorched, fluttered in the faint breeze. For all his strength, his eyes shimmered with unrestrained relief. In Gotham, the Batwing cut silently through the pale glow that washed over the city. It was unlike anything the city had ever seen. The skyline, jagged towers and Gothic spires, was bathed not in shadow, not in the cold orange of fire, but in a white brilliance that seemed to chase every corner of the dark away. For the first time in a long time, Gotham looked peaceful. Almost alive. Bruce's eyes narrowed behind the cowl. His instruments flickered, struggling to register the phenomenon, but he barely looked at them. His gaze stayed locked on the city below. He saw the streets, where people who had moments ago fought corpses were now reuniting with them, husbands and wives collapsing into each other's arms, children clutching parents they thought were gone. Some screamed, some laughed, some just fell to their knees and wept. The light wasn't just illumination. It was life itself, reclaiming ground it had lost. Bruce's breath was steady, but his thoughts weren't. He had studied the lanterns for years, enough to know their oaths, enough to know their weapons were more than mere rings. He had scoffed at their words once. To him, they were theater. Ritual. A soldier's creed wrapped in poetry. But now, flying through this impossible dawn, he understood. His voice, low and graveled, broke the silence of the cockpit. So this is it. The blackest night. His eyes tracked the horizon, where the last streaks of black burned away, giving way to a blinding radiance. Followed by the brightest day. The words were not mere words, it was never a random oath, and now Batman understood it fully. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 235, Death's Day Off. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Gotham. The streets of Gotham were no longer a battlefield. No black rings circling the skies, no hordes clawing their way out of the ground. Just the remnants. Rubble. Smoke curling from broken buildings. Corpses that had been corpses twice now, and others revived, stumbling in shock back into the arms of their families. Gotham had seen hell before, but this time it had spilled from the stars themselves. Arthur walked the street like someone half-dreaming, his boots crunching over glass. Beside him, her stride light and casual as if she were walking through a park, was Dee. Death herself. She strolled with her hands behind her back, humming to herself, as if she hadn't just watched billions across the cosmos dance on the edge of her domain. Arthur finally broke the silence. His voice low, sharp. So, wanna tell me now what this is all about? How can something like this happen while you exist? A lesser embodiment of death like Necron tries to put the universe to death. Dee smiled faintly, as if she'd expected that question since the first step they took together. She turned her black, endless eyes toward him. The answer, she said softly, is simple, and complicated at the same time. Arthur frowned. Try me. I was busy. Arthur stopped walking altogether. His boots scuffed against the cracked ground. He turned toward her with a look caught between disbelief and irritation. Busy. While someone like Necron openly defies death by pulling people back and... He stopped mid-sentence. The words cut themselves off in his throat. His expression changed, just slightly, a flicker of realization cutting through. Dee tilted her head, smiling wider now, the kind of smile that cut right through him. You realized it, didn't you? You're the same. You drag back what's mine, pull the dead into your shadow like they're toys. In fact. She leaned in close enough for him to feel the chill of her presence. You're far worse in that regard. Necron was merely using corpses with a bit of memories and some of their will. While you make their very souls yours completely, and yet. She gestured to the two of them, side by side on a ruined Gotham street. Here we are. Casually walking together. Arthur looked away, jaw tight. Tens of thousands died on Earth. That's just the number my shadows confirmed. Millions across the universe, probably billions. Dee Dee's voice was quiet, not cruel, but absolute. And I deal with trillions. Every second, every instant, across the multiverse. It isn't a big deal to me. All beings return to me eventually. Besides. She flicked her fingers lightly, as if brushing away a dust mote. The white entity restored those Necron claimed. This was nothing more than a ripple. Arthur let out a long breath through his nose, eyes half closed. Pointless to you, then. She stopped walking, and in a rare motion, raised her hand to his face, cool fingers brushing his cheek. Or you could see it differently. Necron isn't just defiance. He's a test. He forces people to confront what life means, why it matters, what they're willing to fight for. He's a reminder that death is inevitable. She stepped back, her hand lowering, her smile not fading. The blackest night was always going to come. But so was the brightest day. The universe will move on. Arthur closed his eyes, sighed, and muttered, "You are right. It doesn't matter. What's done is done." Exactly. She tilted her head, almost mischievous now. By the way, I need to ask you something. Arthur raised an eyebrow. That usually doesn't end well for me. Her grin widened. Would you like to go out on a date? Tomorrow. I have a day off. Arthur blinked, baffled. A day off. You. She nodded, matter of fact. He stared at her. You're telling me nobody is going to be claimed by you tomorrow? She laughed lightly, tapping his chest with a finger. Stop asking questions and just say yes. If anything, the one I'm going to claim tomorrow is you. Arthur felt heat crawl up his neck, and for once, words didn't come easily. He muttered, "Are you serious right now?" Her smile softened. Completely. Arthur glanced up, suddenly cautious. You do realize thousands of eyes are probably on Gotham right now. Is it fine for you to be here? Dee Dee chuckled. Not thousands. Just one that matters. She tilted her chin toward the sky. The Kryptonian. Arthur, subtle as he could manage, shifted his gaze upward. Sure enough, a figure hovered in the distant clouds, golden hair glinting in the light. Only he and Dee Dee could see. Damn. She can't hear us. I've muted this little stroll. Dee Dee gave him a knowing look. So. What do you say? Arthur rubbed his face, exhaling hard. Seems I don't really get a say in this anyway. Fine. Her eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she leaned in and hugged him. Just casually, warmly, like they were childhood friends meeting after years apart. Arthur stiffened immediately. Sweat prickled at the back of his neck. In his head, the words screamed, I can't believe the literal embodiment of death acting like this, and she's doing this on purpose while Kara is watching. He awkwardly cleared his throat, stepping back, coughing into his hand. Okay. Right. I gotta go check in with a friend back home. I'll come to your house tomorrow morning, she said cheerfully, like she was inviting herself over for breakfast. Arthur groaned. That's not a good thing to hear from someone like you. Her head tilted. What was that? Nothing, Arthur said quickly. He opened a portal with a flick of his ring, violet light cutting into the air. Yeah, sure. See you. And before she could say another word, he stepped through, vanishing in a flash. Dee Dee stood there in the street, smiling to herself. High above Gotham, the city's scarred skyline stretched beneath her. Kara hovered in the clouds, her cape drifting on the cool air, her sharp Kryptonian eyes locked onto the pair strolling casually through the ruined streets below. Arthur. And her. Dee Dee. Kara narrowed her eyes, squinting as if that would help her hear them, but the silence between them was unnatural. Not distance. Not noise. Magic. Her lips pressed thin. So. She did it again. The girl no, the woman walking next to Arthur smiled up at him, speaking in that same calm, effortless way Kara remembered from the island during their brief vacation. Kara clenched her fists slightly. What's the secret of their relationship, she muttered under her breath. I came here to check on George, and then I spotted this. Arthur, walking side by side with her like it's a date after an apocalyptic event. She frowned, frustrated. Raven did say Arthur doesn't use this kind of magic. Can't. Which means, it's her. She's the one blocking me from hearing them. Her gaze sharpened. Just like on that island. The entire time, I couldn't catch a single word between them. Not one. Kara's hand drifted up to her cheeks before she realized she was doing it, her face warming as a rush of bizarre thoughts flooded her head. Wait, is it possible? Is she his secret magic wife? She slapped both her cheeks at once, cheeks blazing red. What the hell am I even saying? She shook her head hard, blonde hair whipping across her shoulders. No, no, that's insane. Maybe, a secret girlfriend. That would explain why he's always so awkward around her. But then again. Kara tilted her head, studying Didi below, who looked far too young, far too casual. Could it be his mom? No. No, I've met his mother. But maybe a different kind of mother. Wait, what the hell am I even thinking? Kara slapped her forehead this time, groaning in frustration, the sound echoing against the clouds. Ugh. This is burning my head worse than fighting the damn black lanterns did. She folded her arms, hovering in place, scowling at the scene below where Arthur looked of all things embarrassed, while the mysterious woman hugged him, laughed like she owned the world. Before Arthur jumped into his own portal, leaving Didi behind. I need to ask him myself. No more guessing, no more running circles in my head. I'll just corner him at his estate and demand answers. With that declaration, she clenched her fists and rocketed off, streaking across the night sky toward Arthur's estate in Gotham. Down below, Didi slowed her pace. She closed her eyes, the faintest amused smile curling her lips. She didn't need Kryptonian senses to know what thoughts had been buzzing like hornets in Kara's mind. She's adorable, Didi whispered to herself, before continuing down the cracked street with a calmness that could only belong to death itself. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 236, The Shadow Phenomenon. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // OA. The skies above OA glowed brighter than they ever had before. Emerald light stretched across the horizon like a living aurora, thousands of green lanterns floating in precise formations around the central battery. The citadel loomed at the heart of it all, ancient and unyielding, pulsing with the steady beat of willpower. Hal Jordan hovered among them, his ring dimmer than usual but steady, his eyes scanning the crowd of comrades. Some lanterns still bore scars, armor fractured, flesh marked from the war that nearly ended them all. He saw Kilowog standing tall despite burns across his shoulder, Arisha holding herself together, Tomari with a tired look in his eyes. These were survivors. Every single one of them. Then the Guardians appeared. A ring of robed figures floating above the core, their cold blue eyes casting down judgment and ceremony. But it was not all of them who spoke. From the circle, Ganthet moved forward, his voice resonating across the endless gathering. Lanterns of the core. Today, you stand as proof that even in the deepest shadow, will endures. His tone was uncharacteristically warm, and it carried with it something almost foreign to the Guardians, gratitude. The blackest night fell upon us all, not just a single sector, not just OA, but the universe entire. Entire sectors burned. Countless lives were lost. Even here, the heart of the core was stained by betrayal. Whispers rippled across the formation, but no lantern dared speak aloud. Ganthet raised his hand, and his gaze hardened. The traitor known as Scar was the hand that turned against us. She who sat among us, cloaked in false wisdom, conspired with Necron himself. It was she who tore open the Scion cells and loosed horrors upon the stars. She who acted as the pawn to summon the blackest night. The silence deepened. Some Guardians stiffened at his words, their faces betraying disapproval. They had not wanted this spoken openly. But Ganthet pressed on. You deserve the truth. And the truth is this, though the blackest night was inevitable, it was through your will, through your unity, and through the courage of mortals, that it was broken. The core roared with light, rings sparking emerald fire into the skies. The sound of it was like a storm, alive with triumph. Ganthet waited for it to die down before his eyes moved directly toward Hal Jordan. And not to mention, he added, voice resonant, the efforts of our greatest lantern Hal Jordan, and the Shadow Lantern. One we were misled to hunt, when in truth, his role was never to be our enemy. The balance was bound to fracture, with or without him. The blackest night was bound to come. But through him as well, it was ended. Hal's jaw tightened. He hadn't expected the Guardians, any Guardian to admit that. To admit fault. His ring pulsed softly at his side. From beside him, John Stewart crossed his arms, his stern face cracking into the faintest smirk. I heard you turned white. Hal glanced at him, half smirk, half grimace. Yeah, about that. Hold on though, John, where the hell have you been? I didn't see you once on Earth during all of this. John exhaled through his nose, the kind of sigh only another soldier would understand. A distant sector. Couldn't leave them to die. Their worlds were burning, Hal, and Earth, he gave him a look, steady and confident, Earth was in safe hands. You had this. I trusted you and the League. I was facing wave after wave of Black Lanterns, and here's the crazy part, I wasn't fighting alone. Hal arched an eyebrow. Don't tell me. John's eyes hardened, his voice low. Reds. A full warband of them. Didn't expect it, didn't trust it, but they fought. Side by side. Rage against death itself. Hal shook his head with a small, incredulous laugh. Great. So the universe is upside down, cats and dogs are living together, and now Red Lanterns are pulling team-ups with us. What a time to be alive. I was aided by Razor as well. Though he is half Blue Lantern. John gave him a sidelong glance. You're deflecting. White Lantern, Hal. I need answers. Hal's expression sobered. He looked away for a moment, up toward the central battery's glow. It was only temporary. A spark. The moment I did what I had to, the entity, the white entity itself, separated from me. Gone. Just like that. John's eyes widened, his calm discipline cracking. White entity. Hal met his gaze, steady now. Yeah. The power of life itself. And the Guardians. He flicked his eyes back up toward the small robed figures in the sky, his voice edged with a bitter knowing. The way Ganthet's talking, it feels like they knew. Knew all along about everything. John was silent for a long moment, his gaze cutting between the Guardians and Hal. Then, finally, he muttered, figures. Hal's lips twisted into a half-smile, but his eyes were cold. Yeah. Figures. The core roared again around them, rings raised high. Emerald light covering the skies of OA. Gotham, Arthur's estate. The estate was quiet when Arthur stepped through the portal, the familiar scent of polished wood and old stone greeting him. For once, there was no echo of battle, no stench of ash or blood, just the calm of a home. George was waiting, as though he had anticipated Arthur's arrival down to the very heartbeat. He stood straight, immaculate as always, though the faintest weariness lingered behind his eyes. Master Arthur, George said, inclining his head with refined precision. Welcome back. There are plenty of matters to catch up on and much to discuss. Arthur allowed himself a faint smile. Glad you're safe, George. His tone softened, a rare thing after the battles he had endured. Is there something I should know? George adjusted his cufflinks, a habit Arthur knew meant the man was choosing his words carefully. Around the estate. Nothing terribly alarming, sir. Other than the tremors, of course. The earth beneath the manor has been restless. Your shadows are responsible. Arthur exhaled through his nose, a low chuckle escaping him. Yeah. They've been upgrading the base. I gave the orders. New expansions, fortifications. He tilted his head, mock thoughtful. I suppose they're not exactly gentle masons. Yes, George replied with that dry cadence Arthur often found comforting. Though what I was about to tell you extends beyond domestic inconveniences. It concerns the world at large. Your shadows, sir, have become something of a global phenomenon. Arthur's brow furrowed. A phenomenon. Without another word, George moved toward the sitting room and picked up the remote, flicking the television on. The screen lit with the crisp glow of a live broadcast. A news anchor's face filled the frame, but behind her was shaky footage, clearly taken from a war zone. Arthur and George both stood as the broadcast rolled. The footage showed a ruined city street, smoke curling upward. People screamed in the background until the camera jerked skyward, capturing a silhouette that made Arthur's eyes narrow. A dragon. His dragon. Came shadow, vast and terrible, gliding overhead. Its roar split the air as it dove, scattering black lanterns in its wake. The anchor's voice shook as she spoke. Reports are flooding in from across the globe tonight. These creatures, shadow creatures, for lack of a better term, have been seen intervening in battles where the Black Lanterns were overwhelming resistance. Witnesses describe titanic beasts made of darkness, dragon, giants, and armored soldiers. They are not aligned with the Black Lanterns, if anything, they appear to be fighting them, and brutally so. The scene cut to another clip, a titanic humanoid made of black and glowing violet eyes tearing through a swarm of Black Lanterns, its massive fist sending them scattering like paper. The bystander holding the camera shouted over the roar of destruction, "It's protecting us. Look, it's actually protecting us." Arthur said to himself, "Surtur." George's eyes flicked toward Arthur, studying him. Arthur simply folded his arms, and he just sighed. The news report shifted again, this time to a battlefield in Europe. The camera zoomed shakily on shadow demon knights descending from the sky, their cloaks fluttering. They landed between a fleeing crowd of civilians and a horde of Black Lanterns. One raised its sword, light reflecting off its blade, and a burst of energy rippled outward like a shockwave, scattering the dead. This is not an isolated event, the anchor continued. Reports from Africa, South America, and Asia describe similar interventions. Eyewitnesses claim some of these shadow warriors even wielded powers akin to Green Lantern constructs, light projections, and remarkably what appears to be a coordinated strategy to defend survivors. The screen cut again, this time to a war correspondent, his voice ragged as he crouched behind rubble. We thought it was over for us. The lanterns were too far away. And then he pointed the camera upward. A massive winged beast of shadow soared overhead, clutching a black lantern construct in its claws and tearing it apart midair. The correspondent's voice broke, mingling with fear. I don't know what they are, but they saved us. George muted the television with a deliberate press of the button. The silence filled the room like smoke. Arthur let out a breath and dropped into one of the leather chairs, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. So they're the topic of the world now. Well, I kind of saw this coming, but I had no choice but to deploy them all. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 237, Fear and Gratitude. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // George, standing straight as ever, clasped his hands behind his back. On the news, Master Arthur. They are on every channel. They are the subject of every broadcast, every headline. Some call them angels of shadow, others nightmares turned saviors. Governments are unsettled, to say the least. Ordinary people, however, speak of them with gratitude. Arthur smirked faintly, though his eyes remained cold. Gratitude mixed with fear, I bet. Precisely, George replied. You must understand, sir, most cannot reconcile such creatures with salvation. The imagery of a dragon made of darkness and giants forged from death itself is disquieting, to say the least. Arthur leaned back, staring at the ceiling. They were never meant to be pretty. They were meant to survive. To make others survive. George tilted his head, his tone softening. And yet, by their very existence, they have changed how the world sees such things. For better or worse, Master Arthur, you have stepped out of the shadows. The people now know of the hand behind these creatures. They have seen you before during the battle with Trigon in Metropolis. And whether they fear you, praise you, or curse your name, they will never forget it. Arthur chuckled low, almost bitter. It's not a big deal. He rubbed his temples. Tens of thousands died, George. Maybe millions across the stars. And people are worried about my shadows being scary. George's expression softened in rare sympathy. That is the paradox of mankind, sir. They will always fear the unknown more than the familiar. But take heart in this, they are alive to fear it all. Thanks, in no small part, to you. Arthur looked at him for a long moment, then finally let the smirk tug at his lips again. Sophisticated as ever, George. Merely truthful, Master Arthur, George replied, straightening his coat. Shall I prepare something to eat? You look as though you've not had a proper meal in days. Arthur leaned back into the chair, eyes closing. Yeah. That'd be nice. The muted television flickered silently in the background, still showing the image of a dragon of shadow silhouetted against firelight, an omen, a protector, a terror, all in one. Jump City. The Blackwynd family estate in Jump City was quiet that evening, but the atmosphere in the living room was anything but calm. The flicker of the television painted the room in pale light, voices of newscasters overlapping with the shaky, chaotic footage of blackened streets, burning wreckage, and monstrous silhouettes of shadow. Adam sat slouched on the couch, arms folded tight across his chest, his eyes narrowed at the screen. His mother, Eleanor Blackwynd, perched gracefully on the edge of her chair, back perfectly straight, hands folded in her lap in the way only years of noble discipline could teach. Even so, her knuckles whitened. The report was coming to an end. And while governments around the world are scrambling to address what some are calling the shadow crisis, eyewitnesses link these beings to the same figure who appeared in Metropolis months ago. The same one who fought the demonic entity in open battle. Analysts believe the two events are not isolated, but tied to the presence of this mysterious man. Some are calling him different sort of titles. Whoever he is, the world will not soon forget this intervention during this dark event. The screen shifted to archival footage, grainy images from Metropolis. A tall figure, wreathed in violet and darkness, standing against the backdrop of a ruined street. Shadows spilling from him like an endless tide. That same image now connected across the world to the Shadow Army. Adam pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling. Well. There it is. They've put 2 and 2 together. Eleanor let out a long, quiet sigh, her voice steady though the edge of worry was unmistakable. This is too much attention. Far too much. The world should be speaking of the end of the world that almost happened. They should be praising the heroes who stopped it. Instead, they fixate on the shadows of my son. Her gaze lingered on the screen as the footage looped again. On your brother. Adam frowned, jaw tightening. Because people always want something to point at. Something to fear. Shadows are easy. He leaned back, rubbing the side of his neck. And Arthur. Arthur doesn't exactly blend in when he shows up with a dragon made of darkness. Before Eleanor could respond, a low hum stirred at the corner of the room. A faint ripple in the air, Galatea stood by the window, her presence impossible to ignore. Her body, though humanoid, bled faint plumes of shadow, her violet eyes glowing faintly as she crossed her arms over her chest. It matters not, Lady Eleanor, she said, her voice calm, every word laced with unshakable loyalty. My king cares little for such things. Praise or fear, adoration or vilification, it is beneath his concern. He commands thousands because it is his right. The world's gaze changes nothing. Eleanor looked at her, steady but weary. Be that as it may, public attention is a dangerous thing. Empires have risen and fallen not because of what they did, but because of how the world perceived them. They might see him as a danger. She folded her hands tighter, the sharpness in her voice tempered by motherly worry. And my son has never sought such attention. Now it will find him whether he wills it or not. Adam tilted his head back with a humorless laugh. She's not wrong, Mom. This place, he gestured vaguely around the room, as though the estate itself could hear him, isn't exactly the fortress of solitude. Shadows, Kaisel who keep circling in the sky, glowing soldiers, people will start connecting dots faster than we can erase them. His voice dipped, half serious, half sarcastic. I'm starting to think we should probably change houses. Galatea's eyes narrowed at that, faint smoke curling tighter from her shoulders. No. This estate is under my protection, as are both of you. No shadow shall fail in its duty. Adam raised a brow at her, smirking faintly. You sound offended I even suggested it. I am. Galatea said without hesitation, her tone ironclad. Back in Gotham, the smell of roasted meat and fresh bread wafted through the dining hall of Arthur's estate, faint candles flickering against the polished wood. George, dignified as ever, set down a platter before Arthur. Master Arthur, he said with a faint smile, straightening his waistcoat, I took the liberty of preparing a proper meal. Your shadows, while formidable in battle, are quite dreadful in the kitchen. Arthur gave a tired chuckle and muttered, can't argue with that. I've tried letting one of my shadow demons cook once, it was a disaster. He wasted no time in pulling the plate closer, tearing into the food like a starving wolf. Meat, bread, vegetables, it didn't matter. He devoured it with single-minded hunger, every bite sharp and ravenous, as though he hadn't eaten in a month. George sat across from him with his own plate, watching at first with satisfaction. But as Arthur's jaw worked furiously and the sounds of cutlery clinking filled the room, his own appetite faded. He set down his fork gently, hands folding over one another. His gaze lingered on his young master, quiet concern flickering in his eyes. Arthur noticed. Mid-bite, he slowed, narrowing his blue eyes at George. He didn't say anything, but the way he studied him made his suspicion plain. George gave the faintest shake of his head, his lips tugging into a polite but tired smile, as if to say, do not worry for me, sir. Arthur looked away and kept eating, though slower now. The momentary quiet shattered. Crash. The grand double doors of the dining hall nearly flew off their hinges. Wood splintered, the sound echoing like thunder through the estate. George shot up instantly, his chair scraping against the floor as his hand went to his chest. Oh boy. He muttered under his breath, staring at the door in dismay. Arthur didn't even flinch. He set down his fork, sighed, and wiped his mouth slowly and in calm manner. Shit. Kara stormed into the room, golden hair practically crackling as her cape swayed behind her. Her boots clicked hard against the floor with each step, her eyes blazing like miniature suns. Her voice cut through the room. Arthur Blackwynd. George blinked at the way her voice rang with indignation, and then, almost helplessly, muttered towards Arthur, it's Miss Kara. Why does she sound pissed? Arthur leaned back in his chair, draping one arm lazily over the backrest, feigning innocence so shamelessly it was almost comical. He tilted his head, lips quirking faintly. I don't know. George turned his head slowly toward him, one brow raised so high it could have disappeared into his hairline. Oh, you do know, he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. Kara slammed her hand against the long dining table, making the plates rattle. Don't play dumb with me, Arthur. Arthur's expression remained cool, unbothered, though the corner of his mouth twitched like he was fighting back a smirk. Play dumb. Kara, I've barely finished my dinner. If this is about the doors, you could have just knocked. George let out the most theatrical sigh, covering his face with one gloved hand. And here we go. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 238, A Date with Death. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want, // The tension was in the air, though the faint smell of roasted food still lingered. Kara's hand still pressed against the table, her golden hair catching the candlelight, her eyes burning into Arthur's. George, standing just a few paces away, adjusted his cuffs. His eyes flicked between the 2 younger figures, the fire in Kara's eyes, the irritating calmness in Arthur's, and he sighed as though he'd just witnessed the opening act of a play he wanted no part in. Well. George cleared his throat delicately. It appears, Master Arthur, that this is not a discussion in which an aging person such as myself is required. I shall, take my leave now. Arthur's head tilted, amused. You just want to run away. George's brows arched as he gathered his composure, bowing slightly at the waist. Sir. I shall be in the West Wing, tending to something immensely important. He coughed lightly, already edging toward the exit. Do call for me when the shouting ceases. With that, George made a very dignified but very quick retreat, the echo of his shoes carrying down the hallway until the door shut behind him. Arthur leaned back in his chair with a faint smirk. Well, now it's just us. Kara straightened, her fists clenching at her sides. Don't play games with me, Arthur. I want to know about her. About Dee Dee. It's about time you spill the beans. You didn't last time in our vacation when she suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Arthur gave an exaggerated sigh, as though her suspicion was exhausting him. Then, instead of answering, he pushed away from the table, stood, and in one smooth motion slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. Aren't you going to ask how I'm doing instead? He said, voice dropping softer, almost teasing. The whole deal with the Blackest Night, it really drained me both physically and mentally. Kara's breath hitched at the sudden closeness, her cheeks flushing pink. She turned her face away, staring at the floor, but her voice tried to hold firm. Don't try to change the subject. Arthur tilted his head down, catching her eyes with his own, his smirk softening. I'm not trying to. But before he could finish, Kara lifted a finger and pressed it against his lips, silencing him. Her eyes, blue and fierce, locked on his. Just tell me this, she whispered, quieter now but more dangerous. Do I have to worry about her as well? Arthur studied her for a long moment, then smiled faintly, shaking his head. No. You don't need to worry about that person. Kara's shoulders relaxed a little, but she quickly stepped back, crossing her arms and turning her face away again. Then what kind of powers does she have? Arthur froze. His eyes flickered, caught off guard. She noticed something. He forced his expression to smooth, lifting a brow. What are you talking about? Dee Dee is just a normal. Arthur. Kara's voice cut sharp. You know I can tell when people lie. Arthur's jaw tightened, and for a moment he cursed silently in his head. Kryptonians. Always too perceptive. He sighed, dragging a hand through his hair. This is about the fact that you couldn't hear us, isn't it? Kara nodded once, her lips pressed in a thin line. Arthur's eyes glowed faintly violet. That was me. Her brow furrowed, suspicion still sharp. Arthur took a step forward, his tone shifting to something quieter, more honest. I can use that sort of magic. I have plenty of skills I never showed you. Or anyone else. Raven included. Kara held his gaze for a long moment, searching him. Then finally, with a small umph, she turned her head. Fine. Arthur exhaled, relief easing his chest. But his thoughts darkened immediately. Can't believe I have to control my heartbeat around her now. There's no way I can tell her the truth. How could I explain that Dee Dee is literal death itself? Or that I'm supposed to meet her tomorrow? He pushed the thought away and moved toward her, slipping his arms around her shoulders, pulling her into a hug. He let a soft laugh slip out. I can't believe you're jealous. Kara went stiff instantly, her face burning red. She shoved lightly against his chest, looking everywhere but at him. Jealous? Ha. I'm just curious about her, that's all. She still wouldn't meet his eyes, stammering as she added, considering she's mysterious and all. Arthur just looked at her, a quiet smile tugging at his lips. He said nothing, and the silence pressed harder than words. Kara's face burned deeper. Fine. Since everything's okay. I'll be leaving now. She spun on her heel, cape whipping dramatically as she stormed toward the balcony. Without so much as a backward glance, she leapt into the sky, a streak of blue and red disappearing into the clouds. The dining hall of his estate fell quiet again. Arthur sank back into his chair, rubbing his temples with both hands. Dear God. He muttered, staring at the half-finished plate of food. This is going to kill me faster than Necron or anyone else ever could. The night passed, and the sunlight creeping in through the half-drawn curtains painted pale lines across Arthur's face. He rolled over, his body still heavy. Just when he thought he could steal another hour, the familiar, measured voice of George broke his slumber. "Master Arthur," George said in that calm but pointed tone of his, "I'm afraid you've a visitor." Arthur cracked one eye open, the other buried under his pillow. His voice was hoarse with sleep. "A visitor, you say?" "Yes, sir." George adjusted his spectacles as if the morning light itself demanded formality. "A young lady. Dark-haired." Arthur's eyes snapped fully open. He sat upright in an instant, his ashen white hair a mess, the weight of realization slamming into him. "Shit. It's Dee Dee." George tilted his head, arching a brow with practiced elegance. "Ah. Might this be the same individual Miss Kara made such a spirited fuss over yesterday?" Arthur dragged a hand down his face. "Yes. Her." George hummed softly, almost to himself. "I must admit, sir, I understand her concerns." Arthur cut him a sharp look, his blue-tinged eyes narrowing. "Don't you start lecturing me as well." George raised both hands in mock surrender, his composure unbroken. "Perish the thought. I would never presume to dictate your personal affairs. You are, of course, free to indulge as you wish. However..." He paused delicately, voice lowering. "Keeping secrets from those closest to you rarely ends gracefully." Arthur exhaled sharply through his nose, standing, stretching his still sore muscles. "Enough, George. It's not like that." George's eyes lingered, patient as always. Arthur sighed again, more controlled this time. "I'll explain it to you later." "Only you." "I am planning to tell them, but not now." "I see." George clasped his hands behind his back, voice softening into understanding. "So it is a complicated matter. A professional arrangement, then." "Not exactly, a love situation." Arthur, already pulling a shirt over his head, shot him a grateful look. "Yes. Now you get it." George only smiled faintly, the kind of smile that said, "I hear your words, but I'll reserve my judgment for later." By the time Arthur stepped out of his room, pulling his jacket on, the aroma of coffee drifted through the hall. Downstairs, in the sitting room, Dee Dee was waiting. She sat with her legs crossed elegantly, a porcelain cup of dark liquid balanced in one hand. George, of course, had served her. The moment Arthur entered, her face lit with that small, enigmatic smile of hers. "Arthur. Can't believe you were sleeping, even after I told you I'd be here early for our date. I only have today as a day off, you know." George coughed into his fist, ever so quietly, then leaned toward Arthur with the air of a conspirator. "Professional relationship," he murmured under his breath, just loud enough for Arthur to hear. Arthur's jaw tightened, but he didn't rise to the bait. He only looked back at Dee Dee, shrugging with a faint smirk. "Yeah, well. Can't blame me, though. I had a pretty big fight just yesterday." "Oh, I know," she said, her tone half amused, half reproachful. She set the cup gently on the table, then rose to her feet with an almost unnatural grace. "You'll have plenty of time to rest when you're dead. For now." Her dark eyes glimmered with something deeper. "Shall we leave?" Arthur and George exchanged glances at her words, and then he met her gaze evenly, then nodded once. "Let's." As the two walked toward the door side by side, George remained standing near the table, arms folded behind his back. He gave a subtle bow and spoke in that quiet, sophisticated tone of his, mostly to himself. "A date, she says. Professional indeed." Arthur, without turning back, lifted a hand in a half-hearted wave, as though to shoo the men away. George only smiled thinly, watching them go. Young men and their secrets. He murmured, before gathering the barely touched teacups with flawless composure, // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 239, A Date with Death. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want, // The streets of Gotham were quieter than they had any right to be. Smoke still rose from the buildings, windows were shattered, and rubble remained piled in gutters. Yet, in the distance, life was crawling back, vendors cleaning their ruined shops, some sweeping broken glass off stoops, children darting between alleys. Gotham always rebuilt itself in strange ways. Arthur walked beside Dee Dee through the fractured cityscape, the sound of their steps crunching over shards of glass. She was dressed in black, as always, but there was something about her today, something subtle. The cut of her clothes, the way she carried herself, the faint aura that radiated from her. He studied her for a long moment before speaking. For some reason, you look different today. And I'm not talking about the clothes. Dee tilted her head, her smile soft but knowing, as if she'd been waiting for him to say it. I'll take that as a compliment from the mighty monarch of shadows. Arthur's lips curled into a half-frown. I'm not so sure if that's actually a compliment. Sounds more like mockery dressed in pretty words. Her laugh rang out, light and melodic, and it only deepened his scowl. Arthur gestured around them with a sweep of his hand, the cracked roads, the boarded windows, the blackened facades of half-collapsed buildings. And tell me this, do you really want to go on a date in this hellhole? Gotham's usually bad enough, but after what just happened, this place is practically begging for reconstruction. Dee looked around slowly, her eyes catching on the graffiti-stained walls and the bent streetlights, as though taking it all in for the first time. Then she smiled, faint and enigmatic. I like this city. It's interesting. Even in its ruin. Or. She turned her head back to him, eyes glimmering. Do you have a place in mind? Arthur smirked, a sly edge to his voice. Actually, I do. He raised his hand, and his violet ring glowed. The air rippled before them, folding and stretching until a portal tore itself open in the middle of the ruined street. Beyond it shimmered a different light, soft and foreign, promising anywhere but Gotham. Arthur stepped back, lowering his hand with mock formality. Ladies first. Dee's smile widened, and without hesitation she stepped through the swirling threshold, her form vanishing into the unknown. Arthur exhaled slowly, staring at the portal's undulating edges. His smirk faltered, replaced by something closer to unease. I kinda have the urge to close this damn thing and just head back home. And then, clear as a bell, playful, her voice rang inside his head. Are you coming? Arthur's eyes snapped wide, his breath caught in his chest. He clenched his jaw, glancing around instinctively even though he knew the voice hadn't come from outside. Yeah, he muttered under his breath. Inside, his thoughts twisted with disbelief. Unbelievable, she's on the other side already and still manages to slip into my head like that. He let the sigh escape through his nose, shoulders straightening, and then he stepped into the portal himself, Gotham fading behind him. The light was pale and golden when Arthur and Dee stepped out of the portal. Venice stretched before them, bathed in the quiet hush of early morning. The canals reflected the sky like polished glass, broken only by the occasional ripple from a drifting gull. Gondolas, unused and tied to their moorings, rocked gently in place. Narrow alleys carried the faint scent of saltwater and stone dust, remnants of collapsed plaster clinging to the edges of old buildings. Dee stopped for a moment, turning her face up to the cool light. She inhaled deeply, and her lips curved into something between a smile and a sigh. Ah. Venice. Beautiful, even when the world has just brushed the edge of oblivion. Nice choice, Arthur. Arthur glanced at her sidelong, half amused, half wary. You sound like someone on vacation. She looked back at him with a glint of humor. And what do you think this is, Arthur? I told you, I have the day off. Arthur said nothing, hands slipping into his pockets. They walked down a narrow stone lane, their footsteps echoing faintly against the walls. A swirl of dust swept by, carried on a stray gust from a broken shutter above. Dee sneezed. Arthur blinked, slowing in his step. His eyes narrowed for just a fraction of a second, something sharp stirring in his expression. But just as quickly, he smoothed it over, choosing not to say anything. He simply looked forward again. They reached the edge of a canal, where most gondolas sat unmoving and deserted. Only one man worked, a wiry gondolier in his mid-50s, dark-haired and dressed simply. He was wiping down his gondola with an old rag, humming faintly to himself. When he saw them, he straightened, surprised. Tourists, he said with a lilt of disbelief. At a time like this? Arthur smirked faintly. Is there a problem with that? The man chuckled and nodded toward his boat. No, it's not like that. I'm called Leo. If you want the canals, you've got the right man. Strange thing, though, you're the first I've seen this morning. Usually, this place is filled with chatter and laughter. Today, empty. Everyone's still shut away in their homes, afraid to come out after what happened all over the world. Arthur and Dee exchanged a brief glance but climbed into the gondola. The old wood creaked beneath their weight, and Leo pushed off gently, guiding them into the quiet waterway. Dee leaned over the edge, trailing her pale fingers along the surface. Ripples spiraled out, catching the light, and her expression softened as though she were simply another woman enjoying a morning ride. Arthur, however, never stopped watching her out of the corner of his eye. Her voice broke the quiet. You said everyone else is still hiding in their homes. She tilted her head toward Leo, eyes curious. What about you? Why are you the only one working here, when everyone else is afraid? Leo chuckled low in his chest, as though the question amused him. He shifted his weight, driving the oar against the water with practiced ease. Because, Signorina, for me, it doesn't matter if it was the end of the world yesterday. I have nothing to lose and work is work. If I can live one more day, that's enough for me. Arthur tilted his head, intrigued. You're not afraid of dying? The black lanterns could still be out there. Leo threw back his head and laughed, the sound echoing faintly between the walls of the canal. Afraid? No. When death comes, it comes. Why waste the day fearing it? Better to live it. Besides. He gave a little shrug, smiling. Every time I sail is another memory. If this was my last ride, it wouldn't be such a bad way to end. Arthur and Dee Dee exchanged looks, he studied him quietly. Then, with a faint smirk, he said, quite the fellow you are. Leo smiled back at him, eyes crinkling at the edges, before resuming his humming and steering them deeper into the canal. The city unfolded around them in shades of gold and shadow, the silence strangely beautiful. Dee Dee continued to let her hand drift in the water, her expression unusually peaceful. Arthur, unsettled, kept his thoughts to himself. After a few minutes, Leo squinted at Arthur, tilting his head. You know, you look very familiar. I think I've seen you. In the news yesterday. Arthur leaned back lazily in his seat, his smirk faint but sharp. I get that a lot. Leo chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Ah, well, my memory's terrible anyway. Faces blur together. Names too. But I'll tell you something. He grinned wide. You too, you make an impression. I didn't think I'd have any passengers today, much less, such an interesting-looking couple, sailing through the city after the sky nearly fell on us. Arthur raised an eyebrow but said nothing, his gaze flicking to Dee Dee. She only smiled, her eyes glittering faintly, and neither of them corrected him. The gondola glided forward, rippling silence in its wake. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 240, Masks and Mortality. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The gondola glided into a narrow dock beside a small cafe that overlooked the canal. Its doors were open, soft light spilling out onto the water, though the street beyond was still eerily quiet. No crowds, no chatter, just the faint clinking of porcelain cups inside. Leo steadied the boat, extending his hand politely as though this were any ordinary morning in Venice. This place is open, he said warmly. The owner's a stubborn man. He says people need coffee and company in life, and that's about it. Enjoy your time. Arthur stepped out first, then offered his hand to Dee Dee, who took it with a small smile before gracefully stepping onto the dock. Arthur reached into his coat and pressed a folded stack of bills into Leo's hand. Far more than the ride was worth. Way more. Leo blinked, startled. Signore, this is. Arthur cut him off with a level look. Call it payment for guts, you've earned it. For a moment, the gondolier was speechless. Then he closed his hand slowly around the money, bowing his head. Grazie, signore. You honor me. Dee Dee smiled at him softly before turning her gaze on Arthur as Leo rode away into the misty canal, his humming trailing after him. That was kind of you, she said, brushing a strand of black hair behind her ear, you know. I don't get to do this at all. Her voice was light, but there was an odd tone behind it, as if the words meant more than they seemed. Arthur gave her a sidelong look, narrowing his eyes slightly as if trying to read her. Then, with the faintest smirk, he gestured toward the cafe. Let's head inside. The cafe was small, intimate, with wooden tables polished by years of use and sunlight filtering softly through the open windows. The faint aroma of roasted coffee beans and fresh pastries filled the air, mingling with the slight dampness from the canal outside. Arthur and Dee Dee settled into a corner table, away from the empty streets, and Leo's words still lingered in their minds. Arthur leaned back, crossing his arms over his chest as he watched Dee Dee take a careful sip of her coffee. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the warmth of the cup settle in her hands. You know, she said slowly, that gondolier, he understands something very important. He lives for the moment he has. If today is the only day he's guaranteed, he will take it fully, regardless of what tomorrow might bring. Arthur tilted his head, listening, a slight frown on his face. Dee Dee's eyes met his, calm and piercing. You'd be surprised, Arthur, how many people cling to life out of fear, afraid of leaving, afraid of the end. And it's that very fear that sometimes steals the life from them. The moment passes while they clutch at what they cannot control. Arthur's hands tightened slightly around his own cup, a small, reflective silence stretching between them. Then, with a dry half-smile, he said, I get it, but can we talk about something else? Dee Dee laughed softly, the sound warm and melodious. You're right. This is supposed to be a fun time, not a lecture on existential philosophies, or my work. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Work. His voice was teasing. Dee Dee's eyes sparkled faintly, unbothered by his tone. She gestured at their drinks. She took a sip and said, "This is nice." Arthur picked up his cup and took a tentative sip. He frowned slightly. "It's just coffee. I don't taste anything different." Dee Dee tilted her head, smiling with a subtle warmth that made the edges of the cafe glow brighter. "Maybe, it's not the coffee that matters. Perhaps it's the company that makes it taste great." Arthur's eyes flicked to hers with his usual guarded expression. He didn't reply immediately, simply letting the words hang in the air as he took another sip, slightly more aware of what's going on with her, the unexpected comfort in her presence. Batcave. The Batcave screens glowed with feeds from across the world, rebuilding efforts, quiet streets, still smoking ruins from the blackest night. Superman stood beside Batman, his cape brushing the floor, arms folded as his gaze lingered on a looping feed of civilians embracing shadowy figures, Arthur's shadows before they dissolved into mist. Superman exhaled, his voice steady but heavy. "If it wasn't for him, this would have been far worse, Bruce. The Black Lantern's forces would have overwhelmed us on every front." Batman didn't look up from the terminal he was working on, his fingers moving across the keyboard. "You're not wrong. The Lantern Corps did their part, but Arthur was decisive. His shadows were everywhere. I don't like relying on unknown variables, but without him, we'd be counting losses, not victories." Superman's jaw tightened. Unknown or not, he saved lives. That matters. Before Batman could reply, a soft crackle sounded through their comms. Raven's voice cut through, calm but faintly strained. "You're talking about Arthur." Batman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes, that's why I called you. Now where is he?" There was a pause on the other end, the sound of the Titans chatting in the background. "I don't know. I asked, but even the one who usually knows his whereabouts doesn't." Batman's fingers paused on the keyboard. His voice dropped, analytical and sharp. "You mean his butler? George?" Raven hesitated. "Yeah." A flicker of surprise in her tone. "So you know about him?" Superman raised an eyebrow, glancing at Bruce. Batman's mouth curved faintly, not quite a smirk. "I make it my business to know." On the other end, Raven's voice grew firmer, correcting him. "He's not exactly a butler. He keeps the estate, yes, but there's more to it. Arthur doesn't treat him like a servant. It's different." Batman's eyes flicked up at Superman briefly, then back to the screen. "Though if you're worried about semantics, caretaker, steward, guardian of the estate, it doesn't change the function. That sounds like a butler to me. Regardless. If George is around, make sure to tell him something for me." "And what's that?" Raven replied. "That Arthur is needed. We're going to have a conversation, whether here in the Batcave, or somewhere more public. But he doesn't get to sit in the shadows anymore, not after this. He has to learn how to disguise himself. If he keeps walking around unmasked, unguarded, with that much attention on him, it won't be long before his enemies, or ours, decide to close the gap. If anything, this isn't for him, it's for his loved ones." Superman added, his tone softer, but equally firm, "He needs to be careful, Raven, now that a lot of people would recognize him. But if he wants to keep operating at this level, he'll need to start thinking like one of us. The world has seen his shadows now. He can't vanish back into obscurity, no matter how much he wants to." Raven was silent for a long moment. Then, with a trace of dry humor, she said, "I'll pass it on. Though convincing him to play by anyone else's rules, that's another story." Batman's eyes narrowed slightly at her tone. "Then make it clear. This isn't about rules. It's survival." The comms clicked softly as her sound faded, leaving the cave filled once more with the quiet hum of machines and the echo of water dripping from stalactites. Superman finally spoke, his voice quieter. "You really think Arthur will listen to you?" Batman's hands returned to the keys, the glow of the screens reflecting off his cowl. "No. But he'll understand. That's enough for now." Superman stood with his arms crossed, his expression tightening as another feed rolled across the massive monitors, Supergirl, fire in her eyes, tearing through a tide of black lanterns without pause or hesitation. His voice was low, almost reluctant. He had a great influence over Kara. When I saw her fighting the lanterns, there was no hesitation in her attacks. Every move she made was meant to kill. He let the words settle before clarifying. "I know they were corpses, puppets controlled by those rings, but still. I held back. Even when I knew I didn't have to." His eyes shifted toward Batman. But Kara didn't. Batman's hands stilled on the console. His voice, when it came, was cutting in its precision. Supergirl was already a bit troublesome to deal with. You two may be cousins, Clark, but you couldn't be more different. Superman frowned, his cape swaying as he turned fully toward him and then sighed. I know what you mean. Batman met his gaze evenly, unflinching. She's raw power without your restraint. And now, thanks to Arthur, she's seen what it looks like when someone uses power without hesitating or holding back. I'm afraid he normalized that for her. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 241, The Date Stalkers. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Gotham. A portal closed behind Arthur in Death of the Endless with a ripple of violet light, leaving Arthur and Dee Dee stepping into the familiar grid of Gotham streets. Night had fallen, but the city wasn't sleeping. Neon signs buzzed above crowded sidewalks, the smell of street food mixed with gasoline, and laughter and shouts rose from every corner. Gotham was ironically alive compared to everyone else at nighttime, bustling as if trying to remind itself it had survived the shadow of death, or that event was nothing but another Tuesday for them. Dee Dee walked beside him, her dark hair catching glimmers of passing headlights, her attire sharp and black, elegant yet understated. She glanced at him with that half-smile of hers, the kind that carried both playfulness and knowledge deeper than words. That was an enjoyable time spent, she said softly, her tone almost casual. Arthur didn't answer. His steps were steady, but there was something weighed down in the silence between them. Dee Dee tilted her head slightly, watching him, her smile curling wider as if she could see through his guarded shell. We did go to so many places I don't usually go to. Venice, Athens, the gardens, the sea. She trailed off, then added knowingly, but one thing caught my eyes. Or rather, it caught yours. And I noticed that. Arthur's gaze flicked toward her, wary, but he said nothing. The ruins on that mountainside in Greece, she continued, her voice low, deliberate. You were very intent on them. Are you perhaps interested in the Olympian gods? Arthur exhaled slowly, shaking his head just enough. Not really. It just caught my eyes, that's all. Nothing more. Her smile deepened, quiet and knowing, but she didn't press him. Instead, she let the silence linger, her steps light, as if she were content with what she had already pulled from him. They walked for a moment in the glow of Gotham's nightlife, and then Dee Dee said, almost absent-mindedly, I'm almost out of time. Arthur's brow furrowed at that. His voice sharpened slightly. Out of time. She looked at him, the corners of her lips curling as if she enjoyed the way his eyes narrowed. Mem, she hummed, as though the word itself wasn't heavy. So, before it runs out, let's go have dinner somewhere. Arthur studied her for a beat longer, his instincts prickling, but he let the edge drop with a sigh. I know a decent place. Let's go. Perfect, Dee Dee replied, her smile suddenly bright. Without hesitation, she reached for his hand, her fingers slipping into his. Arthur stiffened at first, his eyes flicking down to the contact. Her hand was warm, warm in a way that unsettled him more than any battle could. He didn't pull away, though. Instead, he thought to himself, I have a strange feeling about all of this, but I'll keep it to myself. As they walked hand in hand into Gotham's restless night, the monarch of shadows and the embodiment of death looked, to every passing stranger, like nothing more than a young couple out for dinner. And that was perhaps the strangest thing of all. High above Gotham's streets, 2 figures drifted in the night sky, their presence hidden by the shadows of looming towers. Kara's cape swayed behind her as she hovered, eyes locked on the street below where Arthur strolled side by side with Dee Dee. Raven floated beside her, her hood up, expression as dry and flat as ever, but her eyes betrayed curiosity. Raven finally broke the silence with a tone edged in irritation. Why didn't you tell me earlier about this? Kara blinked, taken aback. What? She whispered harshly. I didn't know they'd meet today. I only saw them yesterday talking. I thought it was just. I don't know, coincidence. Below, Arthur suddenly slowed his pace. His head turned, his glowing violet eyes flicking up toward the sky like a hunter who had caught the scent. Crap! Kara yelped. In a flustered panic, she shoved Raven sideways, both of them tumbling behind the ledge of a nearby building. Kara pressed her back against the wall, holding her breath. Raven, utterly unimpressed, raised an eyebrow. Subtle, she muttered flatly, brushing off her cloak. Kara peeked around the corner, whispering, that was close. I think he saw us, Raven replied, her voice low but certain. Kara shook her head quickly. No, I don't think so. He looked right past us. Totally fine. He didn't see a thing. Raven gave her a sidelong look that said otherwise, but she didn't argue. Instead, she craned her neck and peered down again. Arthur was casually walking, unbothered, hand in hand with Dee. Raven's eyes narrowed. What do you think this is all about? Do you think he's keeping some sort of relationship with her a secret? Kara's mouth opened, but no words came out. She sputtered, then pointed downward. Look, I can't really tell. But look. Arthur had just opened the door of a restaurant for Dee. It wasn't just any place either, its golden sign, velvet curtains, and elegant balcony screamed high-end dining. Kara jabbed her finger toward them entering. No matter how you look at this, it's a damn romantic date. Raven crossed her arms tightly, though her silence spoke volumes. She kept her gaze fixed on Arthur and Dee disappearing into the glow of the restaurant, her hood casting a deep shadow over her face. Kara groaned, gripping both sides of her head. Ugh, this is driving me insane, she whispered. Why her? Why does it always have to be someone mysterious and creepy? Couldn't it be, I don't know, a normal girl that I can easily track? Raven said nothing. She just stood there, arms folded, her lips pressed into a thin line. Her silence was almost worse than anything she could have said. Don't just stand there brooding. Kara whispered frantically. Say something. Raven finally tilted her head, her voice calm, low, almost too casual. I'm just wondering how long it will take you to admit you're jealous. Kara's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing crimson. What? I'm not jealous, she hissed, way too loud. Shoo. Raven's hand clamped over her mouth, eyes darting to the street below. Arthur paused mid-step inside the restaurant, as if he felt a disturbance in the air. He glanced over his shoulder. Both Kara and Raven froze like statues. Arthur's glowing violet eyes lingered on the street for a moment longer, then he turned back inside with Dee. The two stalkers let out a breath at the same time. See? Kara whispered, a little too defensively. He didn't see us. Totally fine. Raven, deadpan, murmured, you're terrible at lying. And you know Arthur, I'm positive he already saw you coming from a mile away. Kara paced a rooftop like an anxious cat, her boots clicking against the stone. We can't just stay out here all night. He's in there, with her, doing. She waved her arms dramatically, whatever mysterious dinner things people do on dates. Raven, arms still crossed, watched her without moving. Or, she said flatly, we could mind our own business and not make complete fools of ourselves. Kara stopped pacing, turned, are you kidding me? This is Arthur we're talking about. He doesn't just do things like this, we didn't even have time for something like this. Something's up, and I'm going to find out. Raven tilted her head. Going to? Kara's face lit up with determination. Yes. We're going inside. Raven blinked slowly, as though trying to process the sheer absurdity. Inside? You mean, like, through the door? And sit with the people there? Kara's grin widened. Exactly. We blend in, act normal. Just two girls grabbing dinner. Easy. Raven stared at her, deadpan. You do realize you're glowing like a neon sign in that outfit, right? Nothing about you screams blend in. Kara crossed her arms defiantly. Obviously we need to disguise ourselves. There was a long silence. Raven's eyes narrowed, her lips pressing thin. I hate everything about this idea. Come on, Kara pleaded, leaning closer with a bright, almost puppy-like smile. Please? It'll be fun. We just sneak in, find a table, keep an eye on them. No big deal. Raven let out a slow, suffering sigh. For a moment, Kara thought she'd outright refuse. But then Raven muttered, fine. Kara blinked. Fine. All right, fine. Raven repeated, her tone dripping with resignation. But if this goes horribly wrong, I'm teleporting you into the nearest dumpster. Kara beamed, clapping her hands once. Yes. Knew you'd come around. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 242, The Date Stalker. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The restaurant had the kind of hush that only the wealthiest places could afford, soft music lingering like a secret, chandeliers dripping light like molten gold, waiters moving without sound as though gliding rather than walking. Arthur leaned back slightly in his chair, fingers brushing the rim of his glass. This place, he said after a moment, tone casual, belongs to Bruce Wayne. Best in Gotham, apparently. His eyes flicked around the room, crystal glasses clinking, silk dresses, and sharp suits. As you can see, only the city's finest get through these doors. Dee tilted her head, her lips curling into a faint, knowing smile. Do you like these kinds of places? Arthur gave a small shake of his head, the faintest smirk tugging at his mouth. Not really. I don't usually have the time to go on dates. Her laughter was soft, the kind that was pleasant to hear. She raised her glass, catching the candlelight. Then I appreciate that you complied with my request today. Arthur sighed through his nose, a subtle exhale, before replying in that measured, weighty tone of his. That's all right, surprisingly I enjoyed my time. The moment hung, comfortable in its own way, until the polished chime of the front door announced new arrivals. 2 girls walked in, and the maitre d' approached with his usual polite distance. Good evening, do you have a reservation? No, one of them replied. Her voice calm, cool, with just the faintest edge of boredom. She flashed him something, a small gesture shielded from most eyes. Whatever it was, the man blanched, panicked, then adjusted his tie as if suddenly suffocating. Oh, right this way, madam, he stammered, nearly tripping over himself as he ushered them in. Arthur had caught the entire exchange from across the room. His jaw flexed, a weary sigh escaping before he lifted his glass to his lips. Didi, who had not missed the subtle shift in his posture, took a measured sip of wine. Her eyes flickered with quiet amusement. Quite the pair, aren't they? Arthur chuckled dryly, not even bothering to hide it. Of course you noticed them as well. He leaned slightly in, lowering his voice though his expression remained relaxed. Yeah. I'll just act like I didn't see them. Her smile widened, playful. It's nice that you have people who care so deeply about you. Arthur swirled his drink slowly, the crimson catching light like blood in crystal. He took a long swallow, then set the glass down with deliberate care. His gaze narrowed on her, a flash of steel in his eyes. Yeah, he said, his voice low, almost a growl. But that's a major weakness. Didi's smile didn't falter, if anything it softened, her eyes warm and eternal in their patience. She leaned forward slightly, resting her chin against her hand as though amused by the blunt cruelty of the truth. A harsh thing to say, she replied gently. Then, as though she were speaking not just to him but to something in the air itself, she added, but it is true. The candlelight flickered between them, shadows stretching long against the tablecloth, while at the far end of the restaurant, under a gilded chandelier, 2 ordinary citizens sat stiffly at a table that was far too elegant for their disguises. Kara tugged at the brim of her borrowed hat, oversized glasses slipping down her nose. Raven sat opposite, looking like she'd rather be swallowed by the floor than participate in whatever this was, her own hat casting a shadow over her face. Menus were handed to them, crystal glasses filled with water, the whole performance of fine dining. A waiter gave them a polite bow before retreating. Kara leaned forward, whispering excitedly, that was amazing. Seriously, what did you even show him to get us in like that? Raven flipped open her menu without looking at her. This place belongs to Bruce. I've been here before. All the Titans got a special badge, it lets us into any Wayne-owned establishment. No introductions. No questions. No fuss. Kara blinked, impressed, pushing her glasses up her nose with a grin. That's great. Raven finally set the menu down, her eyes darting just for a second toward Arthur and Didi's table across the room. She looked away quickly, but not before a faint, betraying flush touched her pale cheeks. I'm quite positive he knows it's us, she muttered, voice quieter than a sigh. Kara nearly snorted but caught herself, covering her mouth with her hand. Seriously? Then why, ugh. She shook her head, then leaned forward with a stubborn gleam in her eyes. You know what? I don't care. We came this far, so I'll just keep up the act and watch them carefully. Raven gave her a flat stare, the kind that could kill conversation instantly. But instead of lecturing her, she just muttered, of course you will. A waiter returned, pen ready, and asked smoothly, will you be dining this evening? Yes. Kara blurted before Raven could answer, smiling brightly, her disguise glasses slipping again. We'll take, 2 of your specials. The waiter blinked. Which special, miss? Kara froze, cheeks coloring. The best one. Raven lowered her menu with all the gravitas of a queen tired of mortals. We'll have the house risotto and the sea base, she said evenly, without missing a beat. The waiter scribbled and gave a curt nod before walking off. Kara leaned across the table, whispering like a child in class. That was smooth. Raven didn't look up from her water glass. This entire plan is idiotic. Kara smirked, glancing again toward Arthur and Didi, lowering her voice to a near growl. Romantic date or not, I'm going to find out what's going on. Raven just sighed, crossing her arms. Unbelievable. Laughter tinkled across the table soft, unforced, carrying a strange warmth. Didi leaned forward, resting her chin lightly on her hand as she laughed at something Arthur had said, her smile lighting up the dim, golden glow of the restaurant. Arthur, however, wasn't smiling. His posture was relaxed enough, but his eyes remained steady, his jaw set as though his thoughts were elsewhere. He let her laugh, his own lips curving only faintly, yet the seriousness in his expression never quite broke. Across the room, Raven noticed immediately. She said nothing, her eyes dropping back to her glass, but Kara didn't have the same restraint. She leaned forward, whispering under her breath with a note of irritation, "They look like they're having a good time." Her hand pressed against the table a little too hard. A sharp crack ran across the polished surface, subtle but unmistakable. Raven's eyes flicked down, then shot to Kara, her voice a low, warning hiss. "Control yourself, Kara. Unless you want to make a scene and announce to him, I'm right here watching you." Kara's cheeks burned, and she instantly drew her hand back, whispering quickly, "Sorry." She crossed her arms tightly, glaring at the table as though it had betrayed her. Back at Arthur's table, Didi was still smiling, but her tone shifted as she lowered her glass, her gaze sliding past Arthur's shoulder. "Can you see that man over there? The one seated with 3 others." Arthur turned his head just enough, scanning the room with a sharp eye. "The old bald man?" "Yes," Didi replied smoothly, her voice softened into a conspiratorial whisper, "I'll let you in on a secret, something I shouldn't be saying." She tilted her head, watching the men with a curious detachment. "It seems his time is running out as well." Arthur's expression tightened. His eyes narrowed. "You mean he's—" "Yes." The words slipped from her lips flatly, without hesitation, without sympathy. Just a truth casually delivered. Arthur exhaled slowly through his nose, studying her face, then the old man again. There was no ripple in her demeanor, no change in her smile. For her, death wasn't a tragedy, it was inevitability. Before he could speak again, the low growl of an engine drew his ear. Outside, just beyond the tall glass windows of the restaurant, a sleek car rolled to a stop. Its light spilled into the street, cutting against the flow of Gotham's neon night. Arthur's eyes flicked toward it immediately, sharpened with instinct. Something about it pulled his attention like a hook. Didi, however, didn't even turn around. She sipped from her glass, unfazed. Her eyes remained on him, her voice calm, amused even. "Always alert. Always looking for the storm. Aren't you, Arthur?" Arthur didn't answer, his gaze fixed firmly on the car outside. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 243, Subtlety Shattered. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The car rolled to a natural stop outside the restaurant, sleek black doors clicking open. 3 men stepped out, neat suits, though they still looked like criminal but not the casual Gotham's filth. One of them wore a mask, smooth, jet black, skull-like in its shape. Arthur didn't even need to squint. "Roman Siones," Arthur muttered to Didi, his tone matter of fact. "A well-known crime boss. Looks like he's out for dinner as well." Didi didn't even turn her head. She swirled the wine in her glass, watching the liquid catch her reflection. Not a flicker of interest crossed her face. That was all. Black Mask and his 2 men entered, their polished shoes striking against the floor. Heads turned. Conversations quieted. The maitre d' stammered, but Roman simply placed a gloved hand on his shoulder, and the men shrank back like a puppet with cut strings. Roman strolled across the room and slid into the booth beside the old bald man Arthur had noticed earlier. Arthur's eyes sharpened. "Seems like someone influential, that old man," he murmured. From across the room, Kara and Raven stiffened. Raven's voice was sharp but hushed. "What the hell is this guy doing here?" Kara kept her head down, lips barely moving. "I'm listening. We'll find out." The 2 of them remained in disguise, hats and glasses on, pretending to study their menus while their ears strained toward the scene. Arthur didn't have to strain. His senses tuned in with deadly precision, pulling Roman's words across the distance as if he were seated at the same table. Black Mask leaned forward, voice rich with venomous charm. "Judge Kincaid. Your Honor. I'm flattered you agreed to meet me tonight. Honestly, I half expected you'd already run to Bloodhaven by now. It's been a mess around here lately after all. Well, scratch that, it's been a mess everywhere." The judge's hands trembled as he adjusted his napkin, his smile brittle. "Still here, Roman. Still presiding. But I have limits. This arrangement, it has to stop." Roman repeated the word softly, letting it hang. "Limits." Kincaid swallowed hard, pressing on. "Gordon's men are circling. The bureau's breathing down my neck, and clearly someone else in the shadows is trying to reach me as well. I can't keep fixing trials. Can't keep signing warrants in your favor. If I keep covering for you, I'll be the one in prison. My career, my pension, my name, gone. Black Mask leaned back, the drumming of his fingers on the table like the ticking of a clock. Your name, Harold, is mine. I own every verdict you write. I own the criminals you let walk free. Every deal, every ruling, your gavel came down because I told you where to strike. Without me, you're nothing. Just another tired old man in a robe. Kincaid's pride flared, his jaw tightening. I've bent the law for you long enough. You think you're untouchable. You're a mask, Sionis. A mask and a gun. You're no better than Joker was. No better than the freaks that crawl out of Arkham every month. Remember that. The restaurant froze. Even the clinking of cutlery ceased. Arthur heard every heartbeat spike, every breath catch. Black Mask tilted his head slowly, the hollow sockets of the mask boring into the old man's soul. His voice came quiet, seething. Say that again. The judge's lips trembled, but the words still came. You're nothing. Just another freak. Arthur leaned back in his chair, a small, knowing smile tugging at his lips. You see, Bruce, this is why we can never be on the same page when it comes this. Dee smirked faintly, eyes never leaving Arthur. The pistol appeared in Roman's hand like sleight of hand, black steel glinting in the low light. The room inhaled as one. The crack of the gunshot shattered the silence, louder than thunder in the hush. But the bullet didn't strike its mark. It pinged off something, someone. Kara stood there, cape flowing, glasses and hat discarded. The slug clattered uselessly to the marble floor. For a moment, the entire restaurant gasped. Waiters dove for cover. Patrons screamed and scrambled, chairs screeching against the floor as the mass exodus began. Black Mask staggered back a half step, the gun still raised. What the? Judge Kincaid nearly toppled over the table in shock. Supergirl. From their corner, Raven sighed, dragging a hand across her face. So much for subtlety. Kara ignored her, glaring at Black Mask. Really? In public? You want to execute a judge in the middle of dinner service? Arthur, meanwhile, didn't even rise. He reached calmly for his glass, swirling the liquid once before taking a sip, his gaze unmoved from Dee across the table. Shouldn't you intervene? Dee asked lightly, arching a brow as the chaos swelled around them. Arthur exhaled slowly, setting his glass down. His tone was casual, almost weary. No. Let her handle it. She seems eager. Dee laughed softly, resting her chin on her hand again, perfectly unbothered while Gotham's elite scrambled around them. Let us see how it plays out. Arthur smirked faintly, watching Kara square her shoulders. Yeah. Roman's masked face tilted back, his voice cutting through the chaos with disbelief. I can't believe this. Supergirl here, of all places. How lucky can this fool be? He jerked his head toward Judge Kincaid, who was practically crawling under the table, sweat streaming down his temple. The sneer in Roman's voice turned sharp as a blade. Kill them both. At once, the two suited men moved like clockwork, slipping submachine guns from beneath their jackets. The restaurant erupted into screams as the muzzles flashed. A storm of bullets roared across the table, glass shattered, silverware flew, chandeliers trembled above. Kara stood her ground. The rounds tore into her, sparks bursting against her skin only to fall uselessly to the ground. She didn't move, didn't step back. With a look of annoyance, she reached toward the judge, covering him with her body as she let the rounds bounce away harmlessly. At the same time, Raven remained seated, her eyes glowing violet for a brief second. A dark shimmer wrapped around her body, a shield that absorbed the stray rounds. She exhaled, unimpressed. Typical Gotham evening. At their corner table, Arthur raised his glass and took a slow sip, calm despite everything around him. The air thundered with gunfire and panic, but his attention remained on the taste of the drink. Until... crack. A stray bullet whipped past the chaos, striking the back of his head. The glass slipped from his hand, wine spilling across the table. The bullet crumpled like cheap tin against his skull, clattering uselessly onto the floor. Arthur froze for a moment, blinking at the spilled drink on his sleeve. The restaurant might as well have gone silent again. Dee burst into laughter, pure, unrestrained, doubled-over laughter. Oh, Arthur, she gasped between fits, eyes bright with mischief. Did that really piss you off? Arthur stood up slowly, shoulders tense, his jaw tight with irritation. He brushed his sleeve, the red liquid dripping like blood though it was only wine. His voice came low, annoyed but sharp as a knife. All right, that's it. Kara had already moved, the speed of her hands can't even be followed. She seized the submachine guns, bending the steel around the gunman's wrists like twisted shackles. The men yelped, the weapons fused to their arms like bracelets, impossible to drop. They stumbled back, crying out in pain and shock. Roman's attention, however, snapped past Kara. His masked eyes locked onto Arthur as the man stepped forward from his table, his movements calm but with dangerous intent. He held his breath. Roman stiffened, his voice faltering for the first time. You're that. Arthur's gaze cut his very soul. No need for words yet. Just the steady advance with that look of irritation written all over his face, // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 244, Unseen Trigger. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The restaurant was a ruin now, shards of glass still tinkling down from a broken chandelier, guests scrambling to escape, the air filled with the tension that came only after violence. Arthur moved forward through the chaos, steps were calm, unhurried. His violet eyes glowed faintly, and the hush that seemed to follow him was more unnerving than the gunfire had been. Black Mask, Arthur said, voice carrying like a blade across the dining hall. Normally, I wouldn't give a damn about small fries like you. That's why I left Gotham in the hands of Shadow Joker. Well done to you, I suppose. You managed to keep your head above water. Raven, still seated at her table, her disguise barely hiding the way her eyes narrowed, muttered under her breath, almost involuntarily. Shadow Joker. Her tone carried both recognition and unease. Sionis, still masked and flanked by his terrified men, stiffened. His voice cracked with a mixture of fury and disbelief. That thing, that monster running around in my city, it's yours. Arthur only smiled. The glow in his eyes brightened, and he didn't bother to answer with words. Instead, he raised his hand lazily, as if brushing dust from a sleeve. Sionis' body jolted, an invisible grip locked around his throat and hauled him into the air. His legs kicked, his hands clawing desperately at something that wasn't there, muffled choking spilling from beneath the carved mask. Ruler's authority grabbed hold of him. Didi smiled softly into her glass, as though enjoying a private joke. Kara, tense from the moment the guns were drawn, stepped forward in alarm. Arthur, it's okay now, we will turn them in. Her voice cracked with urgency. But Arthur didn't need her intervention. He released the grip as suddenly as he had conjured it. Sionis collapsed onto the ground in a heap, coughing and wheezing, clawing at his throat as if to reassure himself air still belonged to him. You're that Shadow Man, Sionis rasped, voice torn raw. Arthur tilted his head, his smile sharp. More or less. He shifted his gaze to Kara, who still hovered between outrage and restraint, and said evenly, take them. Him, his dogs, and the good judge too. You heard it all, didn't you? Might as well make it worth something. Maybe we'll even be doing the system a favor. He chuckled under his breath, as if the whole mess was no more serious than a card game gone wrong. Sionis coughed again, dragging himself halfway upright. His voice came out ragged, soaked in venom and despair. No. What rotten luck is this, and you heard my conversation. Supergirl and this freak. Just kill me already. Arthur crouched slightly, enough to level his glowing eyes with the crime boss, his smile fading into something colder. As much as I'd love to grant that wish, you being alive is more useful. Not because I care about your pathetic empire or your dirty money. But this city might just breathe a little easier if you're properly caged for once. His words struck with finality. Kara stepped in, her jaw tight, and seized Sionis by the arm, locking his wrists in a makeshift restraint with metal from the wrecked table. She didn't look at Arthur, her eyes stayed fixed on the struggling Roman, as though not meeting Arthur's gaze would keep her focus from faltering. Arthur caught the gesture, and his smile returned, this one lighter, more amused. Don't be embarrassed, Supergirl. I knew all along you were here. Same for Raven over there. His voice lifted, without turning toward her. But don't look. Let her sit. After all, no ordinary diner would stay so calm in all this commotion. Not even pretending to panic, she isn't trying very hard. He laughed quietly, like a man indulging in his own private joke. Kara snapped, cheeks burning hotter than her eyes. All right. Just stop talking about it. She tightened her grip on Sionis, glaring at Arthur for even a heartbeat before looking away again. Roman groaned in pain from that god. Careful. Raven, for her part, sat perfectly still, a faint flush at her ears as she kept her head turned toward her untouched glass. Arthur's violet eyes dimming again as he said with mock innocence, as you wish, Supergirl. An echo of Didi's voice haunted his head. It's not over. Her tone was calm, almost casual, and that made his blood run colder than any laugh. Arthur's gaze slid toward the front windows, and sure enough, shadows moved against the light of the street lamps. Dozens of them. The glint of muzzles. Arthur's lips twisted into a grim smile. Figures, he muttered, lowering his body, ducking slightly just as the first volley screamed through the glass. Bullets again. Really? Shards exploded across the restaurant floor. Everyone escaped already except for them. Arthur, already crouched, narrowed his eyes at the flickering light from outside. His enhanced sight caught it, one weapon glowing an unnatural red. Wait, is that? He didn't finish. The storm came. Gunfire rattled like thunder, cutting into tables, chairs, walls, anything in its path. Kara let go of Roman, as he sprawled against the floor, began to laugh, a harsh rasp between coughs. You think I didn't prepare for something like this? Ha! You don't survive Gotham by luck, Shadow Man. I always bring insurance, in case I run into Batman, or even that blue Boy Scout. Arthur's jaw clenched. He whipped his head toward Kara, urgency spilling into his tone. Kara, dodge. But she didn't. One of the thugs outside steadied the strange rifle. A streak of crimson light cut through the restaurant and slammed straight into Kara's chest. Her sharp gasp echoed louder than the gunfire. The impact threw her back into a table, splintering it to pieces. Kara. Arthur's voice cracked. He blurred forward with speed step, instinct driving him, putting his body between her and the spray of bullets. Sparks hissed as slugs bounced off his back and shoulders, bending, clattering to the floor. Kara's hand pressed weakly against her chest, her breath shallow, her voice trembling. What just hit me? Arthur knelt, shielding her with his frame as more rounds ricocheted. His eyes glowed violet, rage simmering. That was a red sun radiation gun. You should have dodged. They're bullets, they would have torn you apart when normally they shouldn't even scratch you. Her lips curled into the faintest smile, even as her face stayed pale with strain. And you covered me, thanks. Don't thank me yet, Arthur muttered, easing her back against a wall, propping her up carefully. His tone softened a fraction. You'll recover soon enough. Your cells will soak the energy back up. Just stay put. His head snapped up at the sound of incantation. Raven, finally stepping from her shadowed corner, her hood falling back just enough to show her pale, determined face. She stretched out her hands, voice cutting sharp and commanding. Azarath. Metrian. Zinthos. Dark energy burst like a shockwave, crashing through the front of the restaurant. Gunmen screamed as their weapons were crushed like toys, shadows enveloping them before tossing their broken bodies into the street. Silence followed. Arthur exhaled and turned, scanning the place, the judge slumped over, riddled with holes. Blood pooling across the marble floor. No shield, no chance. Dead. Behind him, Roman was still alive, but his hollow-masked eyes were wide with something between fear and sick amusement. If I could have killed Supergirl right here, he wheezed out, laughing through his pain, I'd have been satisfied. Hey, what a prize that would have been. Arthur's expression hardened and smacked Roman with a punch to the face. His eyes glowed brighter, a dangerous violet storm beneath his brow. Too bad for you, he said flatly, his voice heavy with restrained anger. The air shifted. Raven, who usually cloaked herself in cold indifference, now looked stricken. Paler than her normal pale, her lips trembling slightly as she turned her face toward something or rather someone. Her voice was a whisper, but it carried enough weight to freeze even Arthur in place as well. Arthur, look. His gut twisted at her tone. Slowly, he turned. His eyes widened, the glow fading just a fraction. For once, even he didn't believe what he just saw. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 245, Her One Mortal Day. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur turned, his violet gaze hard, prepared for more, but what he saw froze him. Dee, she wasn't smiling or laughing anymore in her table. Her dress was streaked with red, small holes punched through her chest and stomach, blood staining her skin. She staggered once, almost gracefully, before her knees buckled. Arthur was there in an instant. His arm swept around her slender frame, pulling her against him, cradling her as if he could shield her now when it was already too late. Her head rested against his shoulder, her breath ragged. His eyes burned with disbelief. What the hell is this, Dee? His voice was sharp, almost demanding, but underneath it was almost fear, real, raw fear. How is it possible that you got hurt? By mere humans. Dee's lips curled weakly, the ghost of her usual mischievous smile, though blood slipped at the corner. Silly monarch. She whispered, her voice barely a thread. Arthur's grip tightened, confusion and anger twisting inside him. Don't, you better explain what is going on here, as. Her fingers twitched against his chest, trembling as she tried to lift her hand. I told you, that man didn't have enough time. Arthur blinked, words lodging in his throat until the realization dawned, bitter and heavy. He finished it for her, voice low, hollow, as well. Dee Dee's fading smile widened, like she was proud of him for catching on. You meant yourself by that, Arthur whispered. He shook his head, eyes narrowing, as though denying reality could will it away. But, how? The word tore out of him like something breaking. Then the truth struck him with the weight of a hammer, his eyes widening. Kara, still leaning against the wall, forced herself upright, her body trembling from the red sun wound. She saw them, Arthur holding the girl who always smiled, now pale and drenched in blood, and her heart clenched. She tried to step forward, but her knees buckled, dropping her back down. Damn it. Kara muttered to herself. Raven, who had been a silent witness through so much, moved closer. She could not hide the panic in her eyes. She crouched, staring at the wounds. Her voice cracked, uncharacteristically frantic. Arthur, these are fatal. She swallowed hard, eyes flicking to his face, shimmering with unshed tears. I'm sorry, we should have been more careful. Don't, Dee Dee interrupted softly, her words broken but deliberate, her gaze settling on Raven. Don't be. I had a wonderful day, after all. She coughed, a spatter of blood on her lips, then added with a faint laugh, I'm sorry, but just allow me this one thing. To finish this experience. Her trembling hand rose, surprisingly steady when it cupped Arthur's cheek. He froze, his breath catching as she leaned forward despite her weakening frame. And then, she kissed him. It wasn't playful, not like the way she teased him before. It was deep, passionate. A kiss heavy with meaning, with something Arthur hadn't expected to ever feel from a being like her. For a heartbeat, he allowed it, eyes closing against the warmth and the tragedy of it. When her lips fell away, Arthur's eyes snapped open, glowing violently violet, shocked and stricken. His voice broke as he looked at her. You are mortal. The realization sank into him. His voice grew hoarse, trembling despite the power radiating from his aura. No wonder. No wonder today you felt more human than humans themselves. The reactions, the little things you did, the way you laughed, it was strange to me. Off. But now I get it, his words spoken directly to her mind. Dee Dee smiled faintly, proud of his understanding, though her breath was shallow, almost gone. She tried to speak, but no words came. Only that smile remained, her eyes glimmering before they fluttered shut. Arthur held her closer, as though his strength could keep her here. His jaw clenched, his teeth grinding, yet his expression was torn, half fury, half understanding. Raven stood frozen and shaken by this, her voice stuck in her throat. She didn't understand who this girl truly was to Arthur, or what she represented. But seeing someone who mattered to him, someone who had so easily drawn out that rare, unguarded side of him, die in his arms, it gutted her. Kara lowered her head, her fists clenched so hard her knuckles cracked, though her body trembled from weakness. Even she couldn't find the words. And in the center of it all, Arthur sat, clutching Dee Dee's body, the laughter that once annoyed and charmed him now replaced with silence so loud it rattled his bones. Kara, trembling, forced herself upright again. Every muscle screamed, her body still weakened by the red sun weapon, but she wouldn't stay down. Not now. Her boots scraped softly against the floor as she crossed the distance between them. Her gaze softened as she looked at Arthur, the man who always seemed untouchable, unstoppable, now kneeling in what looked like grief with a corpse in his arms. She reached out, her hand hovering just above his shoulder. Arthur, I. Her voice trailed, the word caught like a knot in her throat. And then everything stopped. Raven's cloak was caught mid-sway as if the air itself had been pinned down. Even Kara's hand, trembling inches from Arthur's shoulder, became a statue. Time had stopped. Arthur's breath echoed unnaturally loud in the silence. He looked down at Dee Dee's corpse still in his arms, still bleeding, and then, a voice, warm and familiar, cut through the stillness. Hello again, Arthur. His head snapped up. Standing a few paces away, radiant in her pale skin and dark hair, was Dee Dee, as well, not broken, not bloody, but whole. Ageless and eternal. Arthur's jaw tightened. Slowly, he laid the lifeless mortal body onto the floor with uncharacteristic gentleness. He rose to his full height, his violet eyes glowing brighter, fixed on her with both fury and understanding. I was waiting for you. Dee Dee tilted her head, that same mischievous smile he'd grown used to, but this time it carried a different meaning. I'm impressed, really. You figured it out, didn't you? Maybe not right away, but halfway through today you started to suspect all of this. Her eyes gleamed with quiet pride. How could I take a day off, after all? The answer is, sometimes, I do. Arthur's gaze flicked briefly to the mortal shell lying still at his feet, then back to her. His tone was sharp, but not unkind. This was a mortal body. one you created. Her smile softened as she stepped closer, her bare feet making no sound on the frozen floor. Once every 100 years, she said, her voice carrying the weight of eternity, I create a mortal incarnation of myself to live as a human. To experience what it is like to be alive, to stumble, to laugh, to eat, to cry, to bleed. To interact with mortals not as their end, but as their equal. My avatars live for a single day. And when they die, they come back to me. Her gaze drifted to the corpse, tender. I reabsorb them, and with it, all their memories, the taste of bread, the sting of tears, the warmth of a kiss. All of it. Arthur narrowed his eyes. His voice was low, carrying both judgment and curiosity. That seems a bit harsh, she finished for him, arching a brow. He shook his head slightly. Not necessary. Dee smiled faintly. They are still me, she said, stepping closer until the glow of his eyes reflected in hers. Her voice dropped to something softer, intimate, like she was letting him in on a truth no one else was meant to hear. Because, silly monarch, she murmured, if I forget what it feels like to live, then I'll forget why life matters. I take everyone in the end, the cruel and the kind, the newborn and the ancient, heroes and monsters alike. If I saw them only as names to cross off, I'd grow cold. Detached. I'd stop seeing them at all. Her eyes glistened, ancient but kind. And that is not who I am. Arthur's jaw clenched. His aura rippled faintly, violet light bleeding into the frozen air. He studied her, silent, and she continued. So once in a while, she said gently, I give myself limits. I hunger, I bleed, I fear. I stumble. I laugh. I love. She lingered on the last word, her gaze steady on his. Just like them. Just like you, even though you wield power beyond most of them. Her hand rose, brushing lightly over the edge of his sleeve as if testing whether he'd recoil. He didn't. When I stand at the end of someone's life, she said, her tone like a vow, I want to look them in the eye and understand. Not as a stranger cloaked in shadows, but as someone who's walked where they've walked. That's the promise I made. To them. To myself. Arthur's glow dimmed slightly, not out of weakness, but out of listening. His chest rose and fell, heavier now, conflicted. Besides, she added, a small laugh slipping through, not mocking but tender, mortality makes eternity a little less lonely. For the first time since the night began, Arthur's expression shifted, not the cold, unshakable monarch, but something more fragile beneath. He stared at her, silent, caught between fury at her deception and awe at the weight of her truth. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 246, The Vanished Corpse. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur's grip tightened on his knee as he let out a low sigh, the sound echoing strangely in the frozen time. His glowing violet eyes fixed on her, unblinking. I still don't like the way you did this, he said flatly. His tone wasn't raised, but disappointed, almost bitter. Dee, Death smiled faintly. She moved closer, soft footsteps echoing against the silence of frozen time, and knelt beside him. Hey, she said, voice gentle, that's still me, not a separate entity. Her hand reached out toward the lifeless body on the floor, her mortal shell. Her fingers lingered over the cooling skin before brushing it tenderly, almost reverently. Like I mentioned earlier, she continued, her gaze on the body, not on him. Once I absorb her memories and experiences, they'll be part of me forever. Maybe I'll learn something new. Maybe not. But nothing is wasted. The moment her palm pressed flat to the chest of her mortal self, a strange light unfurled. It wasn't harsh, but soft. The glow spread from her hand, enveloping the corpse until the fragile human body simply unraveled, disappearing in a radiance, leaving not even the outline of blood behind. Arthur didn't move. He only watched, eyes narrowed, as if trying to pierce through the mystery with sheer will. When the last of the light faded, the mortal shell was gone. And so was the Dee who had laughed, eaten, and kissed him just moments before. Only death stood there now. She rose to her feet, her gaze lingering on the empty space, silent for a long breath before turning her head toward him. A faint, almost playful smile curved her lips. Are you perhaps sad about this? She asked softly, but her tone probed him, searching. Arthur's expression remained calm and serious. He leaned back slightly, his hands sliding into his coat pockets. No. Just carefully thinking about something. Her brows lifted. Oh. What is it? Arthur's gaze met hers, unwavering, the glow in his eyes dimming slightly as if narrowing to focus. Every time we meet, it seems like you're trying to teach me something. What is your goal with me, really? For a moment, she only looked at him. Then she stepped closer, closing the space between them. Her hand rose, cool fingers brushing against his cheek, a deliberate, lingering touch. Her smile softened, though her eyes still glittered with that ageless mischief. "I wonder," she teased, her voice almost a whisper. He didn't flinch from her touch, but his jaw tightened. Her tone shifted, quieter now, more honest. Today was different. What I felt, what I experienced, it was strange, even for me. It's not something I can explain just yet. She paused, her hand lowering from his face as she stepped back. I need time to think about it carefully. Arthur's eyes narrowed, reading what she wasn't saying. His voice cut through the quiet. So you'll be leaving now? Yes. She gave a small nod, her hair shifting like a shadow over her shoulder. Till we meet again. Probably soon, you never know when I come knocking. Arthur sighed through his nose, the sound low, heavy, but not surprised. Sure. She smiled at that, her face a mix of warmth and enigma. And then, with no fanfare, she simply vanished. Time resumed. The hum of electricity returned, candles flickered again, the clink of glass scattered across the floor. Kara stumbled forward slightly, Raven's cloak shifted, patrons outside who had been frozen mid-scream mid-run continued their panic. But to Kara's and Raven's surprise, the bloody corpse that had lain in Arthur's arms moments ago was gone. No body. No blood. Nothing but Arthur, standing alone in the center of the ruined restaurant, violet eyes half-dimmed, his coat brushing the air like a shadow. Kara blinked, confusion etched across her face. Raven's lips parted slightly, her gaze darting from Arthur to the empty space where Didi had been. Neither spoke. And Arthur only exhaled slowly, his hand brushing his face where hers had touched, the faintest ghost of warmth still lingering. The world had resumed its rhythm as if nothing had happened. The corpse that had lain in Arthur's arms was gone, no trace of Didi, no stain, no wound in the fabric of reality that explained her vanishing. Kara staggered forward, where is she? Her hands balled into fists at her sides, her eyes wide. She was just right there in your arms, Arthur. Where is she? Raven's voice came quieter, steadier, but her gaze was sharp, calculating. Did you teleport her somewhere else? Her tone careful. She had seen things flicker in Arthur's expression that even her senses struggled to read. Arthur didn't answer. He didn't even look at them. He simply started moving forward, steps slow but inexorable, toward the crumpled figure on the floor. Black Mask was crawling backward across the floor, his mask cracked, suit torn and smeared with blood. He saw Arthur approach and panic lit his eyes. Wait, wait. Don't come any closer, listen, I can fix this. I can. His voice cracked into desperation. I can make you rich. Beyond measure. You want influence, power. I've got connections, all the right ones, I can. Arthur kept walking. His shadow seemed to stretch across the ground before him like a living thing. Roman's pleas grew more frantic, more ugly. It wasn't my intention. I didn't mean to kill that stupid. The rest of the word never left his mouth. As he felt something crush him. Bloodlust. Arthur's hand clenched into a fist, and with an unseen force of ruler's authority, Black Mask's jaw snapped sideways with a sickening crunch. His ornate mask shattered across the floor, fragments scattering like teeth. Roman screamed through the mangled ruin of his mouth, but the sound was cut short as Arthur closed the space between them and drove his fist into him again. And again. Each blow landed like thunder, bones cracking under the force, ribs collapsing, the tiled floor beneath them cracking with the violence of the assault. Arthur didn't yell. He didn't roar. His silence was far worse. His glowing violet eyes were fixed, unblinking, his expression carved from restrained fury, his knuckles slick with blood that wasn't his own. Roman Sione sagged at last, unconscious or perhaps just too broken to move. His body lay twisted and unmoving, his breath shallow and wheezing, his face a grotesque ruin of bone and skin. Arthur finally stopped. He stood over the broken man, chest rising and falling once, steady, before he turned his head slightly toward the two girls who had watched everything. His voice, when it came, was calm. Controlled. Well, he won't be any trouble moving forward. He brushed his bloodied hand against his coat, almost mechanically. He'll probably need life support. And a serious number of operations just to sit upright in a wheelchair again. Neither Kara nor Raven moved. Arthur turned his back on them and walked toward the restaurant's front doors. His steps were calm, almost casual, like nothing happened. Arthur, wait. Kara moved instinctively, her hand rising, her voice breaking with demand and confusion. But Raven's hand caught her wrist. She shook her head, her face pale but resolute. Leave him be. Kara turned to her, incredulous. We saw that girl die, Raven. We can't just. Her voice faltered under the weight of Raven's eyes. Raven's gaze drifted past her, to the empty spot on the floor where Dee Dee had been only moments before. Her lips pressed together tightly, a shadow flickering in her expression that was neither anger nor sadness, it was suspicion. Softly, almost like a whisper not meant to be heard, she said to herself. What is really going on? The restaurant doors closed behind Arthur, his figure swallowed by the night beyond, leaving only silence and questions that neither Kara nor Raven could answer. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 247, The Company of Death. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Batcave. The glow of the Bat computer bathed Bruce Wayne's face in pale blue light, the data streams flickering across his lenses as his eyes scanned every detail of the footage. On screen, chaos unfolded in sharp clarity, the restaurant in ruins, Black Mask broken and crumpled, Arthur standing amidst shattered glass. Bruce leaned back slightly in his chair, steepling his fingers as the scene replayed again. I've been following the case of that judge for some time now, he murmured, his voice a low gravel that carried evenly in the cavernous space. That judge was clearly corrupt, but I needed solid evidence. Gotham's been releasing too many criminals lately. Black Mask had a hand in that, naturally. He paused, narrowing his eyes. But I don't think he'll be a problem now. How nice of Arthur not to kill him. Behind him, Alfred stood with his usual unshakable composure, one hand lightly clasping the other at his back. His expression, however, was tinged with a sardonic kind of pity as he regarded Black Mask's broken form frozen on the monitor. Killing that poor fellow now seems like mercy at this point, Alfred observed dryly. Bruce's eyes flicked briefly to him. Alfred pressed on, tone deepening with honesty. Though I must say, Master Bruce, anyone would kill him if he harmed their loved ones. I'm afraid even you might be able to take that path. There was no rebuke in the words. Bruce's gaze returned to the screen, his lips thinning. No, I would never, or perhaps you're right, Alfred. But his hand moved, rewinding the footage, his posture leaning in closer as his eyes sharpened. That woman didn't die. On the screen, the footage played frame by frame. The girl, Dee Dee, lay lifeless in Arthur's arms one moment. In the next, she was simply gone. Vanished. And Arthur was no longer kneeling but standing in another position entirely, his hands empty. Alfred raised a brow, his head tilting. Well. That is strange, isn't it? Bruce rewound again, slower this time. He focused on her face, on every flicker of expression. I could see this as Arthur having a wide range of powers. He's shown us speed, strength, telekinetic force. Time manipulation isn't impossible. Neither is teleportation. His voice was steady, but there was a weight beneath the calmness, one that suggested his mind was already chasing down every possible explanation. But he rewinded the footage further when Arthur and Dee Dee were having a casual conversation on their table, before the chaos happened, and froze on a single frame. Dee Dee's body shifted slightly, her head turning just enough. And then she smiled. Directly at the camera. Bruce's eyes narrowed into slits. Alfred stepped closer, peering at the screen. What is this supposed to mean, Master Bruce? Isn't that just normal? His tone carried a note of skeptical levity, though even he seemed unsettled. Bruce shook his head slowly. The camera is hidden well. Arthur didn't notice it, or he didn't care. But she did. And she acknowledged it. That is clear indication that she isn't a normal human. His voice was flat, certain. He began pulling up additional files, cross-referencing them with stored Titans logs, his fingers moving with practiced precision across the keys. There are other things. Earlier things. She appeared during their vacation, spoke with the Titans, with Arthur. Robin sent me data, his own attempt to identify her. Nothing came up. No records. No trace. The Bat computer beeped softly, search after search turning up empty. Bruce stood then, rising with the quiet weight of someone who had drawn his conclusion. His cape shifted as he straightened to his full height. Whoever she isn't simple. And Arthur knows it. Otherwise. He let the sentence hang for a moment, eyes still fixed on the frozen frame of her smile towards the camera. With his moral code and temper, he would have killed Black Mask right there. Maybe half of Gotham with him. If someone he truly cared for had died in front of him like that. Alfred's brows rose slightly, his voice mild but edged with reproach. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration, sir? Bruce finally turned his head toward him, the faintest shadow of grim irony touching his expression. I don't exaggerate. Alfred regarded him for a long moment, then exhaled softly through his nose, his tone returning to its usual dry calm. No, of course you don't. Silly of me to think otherwise. But his eyes, sharp and watchful, lingered on the screen just a fraction longer on that smile frozen in the frame. And though he said nothing, the unease that settled between them was mutual. Then, out of nowhere, he muttered, "Besides, Raven lied to me." Alfred blinked once, his composure unshaken. "I beg your pardon, sir." "Lied, about what exactly?" Bruce didn't even look away from the screen. "She said she would tell Arthur about my message." He scrolled through the footage again, his voice lowering a notch. "But clearly, she didn't." Alfred tilted his head, lips twitching in the faintest hint of amusement. "I see. And what, pray tell, was this message? Was it one of your warm and heartfelt invitations for tea?" Bruce's glare flicked toward him, sharp but not quite dangerous. Alfred only raised a brow in return. "She didn't deliver it," Bruce said flatly. "Well," Alfred replied smoothly, in her defense, "Master Bruce, I imagine she has a great deal on her plate. Demons. Shadows. I should think your memo service might not rank high on her priorities." Bruce turned back to the computer, unimpressed. "It's important." Alfred exhaled quietly, the corners of his mouth betraying a smirk. "Heaven forbid a sorceress from another dimension fails to become your personal postman." Bruce's silence was answer enough. Arthur's estate was rather quiet and gloomy during midnight, earned after a day of chaos. The faint glow of lamps catching on polished wood and glass. Arthur slumped into the long sofa, exhaling as if his lungs had been carrying the city itself. His head leaned back, eyes closed, one arm draped over the edge. George appeared, as he always did, with impeccable timing, poised, calm, yet clearly curious. He adjusted the cuffs of his sleeves, his voice carrying that smooth, calm cadence of an educated man. "Eventful day, I presume," he remarked lightly, almost like a question. Arthur's answer was a single, tired word. "Yeah." George stepped closer, clasping his hands behind his back as though inspecting the posture of his young master. "And are you finally going to tell me about that young lady? I must confess, I am positively eager to know. Your mood shifted when she was here, and I find myself quite intrigued." Arthur opened his eyes slowly, sighed again, and sat forward, dragging his hands over his face as if bracing himself. He stood, moving toward the decanter of wine on the nearby cabinet. He poured himself a glass, crimson liquid swirling into crystal. He held it up to the light for a moment before taking a slow sip, the silence stretching between them until George almost thought Arthur would refuse him again. But then Arthur lowered the glass, violet eyes fixed sharply on George. "Well, here it is." His voice was steady, almost unnervingly so. He took another drink, then said, almost casually, "She is death." George blinked, then tilted his head, lips twitching into the ghost of a smile. His voice remained as smooth as ever, laced with that polished sarcasm. "Ah. Is that meant as a reflection of her temperament? Or perhaps the general air one feels in her company? Or—" He let the sentence hang, savoring his own rhetorical flourish. Arthur didn't smile. His eyes glowed faintly violet as he corrected him. "No, George. She is literally death. The one you'll see when your life ends. The one you saw the very moment you were born into this world." George's composure faltered just slightly, an arch of the brow, a tiny pause where words usually flowed with ease. He recovered quickly, adopting a dry tone. "I don't recall her." Arthur, for the first time since entering the room, let out something close to a smile, tired, almost amused by that answer. "Of course you don't. Because the moment you see her, George, nobody will be there to share that memory with you. That is the end." The weight of his words lingered like smoke. George looked at him quietly. At last, he exhaled, shaking his head softly. "That is rather a great deal to take in. And yet—" He allowed himself a small, almost resigned chuckle. "She seemed, to me at least, a very pleasant young lady." Arthur raised his glass again, the faintest flicker of amusement reaching his tired face. "She is." George poured his own glass then, though he almost never did when Arthur brooded this way, and lifted it slightly toward his master. "Then I suppose one could do far worse than keeping Death herself for company." Arthur smiled at that and clinked his glass against George's without a word, his mind still elsewhere, haunted and thoughtful all at once. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 248, The Endless Unveiled. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The morning light crept through the tall windows of Arthur's chamber. He was already there, standing by the window, arms folded behind his back, his violet eyes fixed on the sight below. In the estate gardens, shadow demons, ghastly, horned silhouettes of living darkness pushed lawnmowers and tended hedges in silence, their motions unnaturally precise. Among them, Raven sat there in the garden calmly reading a book. George entered quietly, the door giving a polite creak before he stepped inside. His intent was clear, rousing Arthur from sleep, but he froze when he found him already upright. George cleared his throat. "I had come to wake you, Master Arthur, but it seems that won't be necessary. Though I must say it's rather strange for you to be awake at this hour." Arthur didn't turn. His gaze remained on the garden below, voice low and steady. "Didn't even sleep, couldn't." George arched a brow, stepping closer. "Still thinking about what happened, and Lady Death?" Arthur finally glanced over his shoulder, a smile tugging at his mouth. "Not really. Just, didn't feel tired." George studied him for a moment, then clasped his hands neatly behind his back. "An unnatural constitution has its conveniences, I suppose. Though I can't say I recommend staring at shadows cutting grass as a substitute for rest." Arthur smirked faintly at that but said nothing. His attention drifted again to the window. George broke the silence with measured calm. "Well, sleepless or not, you have a visitor." Arthur gave a short chuckle, almost dismissive. "I know. I sensed her the moment she set foot here." He finally turned away from the window, his cloak shifting in the morning light. "I saw her too, out in the garden there." George inclined his head slightly, a flicker of wry respect in his eyes. "Of course you did." Arthur was already striding for the door. The garden carried the scent of dew and soil. Shadows moved like servants, their forms tending to tasks no human hand can match. In the middle of it stood Raven, her dark cloak blending almost seamlessly with the tall hedges, her pale face calm. Her hands were folded neatly in front of her, but there was tension in her stance. Arthur greeted her first. "Raven." He leaned down slightly, brushing her cheek with a kiss, his violet eyes flickering. "I sense that you're still worried about what happened." Her reply was quiet, controlled, though her voice wavered at the edges. "Of course I am. But I'm not stupid, or a muscle brain like Kara." She looked away briefly, almost embarrassed at her bluntness, then returned her gaze to him. "I spent the entire night connecting the dots, trying to understand Didi, and what really happened." Arthur's face softened into a calm seriousness, his attention fixed wholly on her, listening. Raven hesitated before speaking again, her voice dropping. "I always suspected from the first time I saw her that she was someone powerful. Maybe even dangerous. One thing is certain, she's not human. And she's not dead." Arthur exhaled through his nose, then smiled faintly. "Smart as ever." His voice hardened, low but precise. "Yes, she is not dead. As for what she really is, Didi is, part of the Endless." Raven's brows knitted. "The Endless?" Arthur nodded. His tone serious. "They are powerful beings, or rather, representations of the forces they embody. They call themselves a family, siblings. They are the children of night and time, born before gods were ever dreamt of. Didi embodies death. She is death. Not a concept. Not a metaphor. The embodiment. She has existed since the first breath of the universe." His eyes locked into Raven's, violet flames burning faintly within. His words hit her like a stone. Raven blinked, taken back, her own voice escaping in a quiet, disbelieving breath. "Whoa, of all things, I didn't think she was all that." She fell silent, chewing on the revelation. Then, as if dragging herself back, she said, "I never heard of the Endless. Not once. And I thought Necron was the embodiment of death." Arthur smiled, but there was no warmth in it, just a quiet certainty. "Necron is nothing compared to me. Or her." Raven's lips parted slightly, then closed. A small, reluctant smile touched her features. "I understand why you kept her identity a secret all this time," was the other reason. "Fear." Arthur shook his head. "No. Not fear. Didi is good company actually. She is simple, and at the same time not simple at all. She's the only person I can't quite read." Raven's eyes softened at that, her guarded composure slipping for just a moment. She said nothing more, only studied him with something like curiosity. Behind them, George, who had been politely silent up until now, finally spoke in his cultivated tone. "If I may interject," he said smoothly, "the revelation that your young lady friend is the personification of death itself is, how shall I put it? Surprising. Though I must say, she had an undeniable charm." Arthur chuckled under his breath, while Raven gave George a look of disbelief. George continued, utterly unfazed. "I dare say, Master Arthur, only you would find comfort in the company of death herself, and only she would find intrigue in yours. Considering your powers." Arthur leaned back against the carved wooden frame of the garden bench, arms folded across his chest. His shadow demons moved silently across the grass, shearing it with perfect precision. Raven crossed her arms too, though for an entirely different reason. Her violet eyes narrowed slightly, studying him the way one studies a puzzle. George is right. She said at last, the fact that she shows up to you, even during our vacation, was it because of your powers? Arthur tilted his head, his lips curving into the faintest smirk. He didn't answer immediately, letting the silence stretch just long enough for her to think he might evade the question. Then he said, matter-of-factly, yeah. It is because of my powers. But. He let his gaze wander toward the sky before settling back on her. At this point, I just think she's interested in me. Raven blinked. Once. Twice. That explains everything then, you do keep attracting strange beings because of your... She stopped mid-sentence, realization dawning as her expression hardened. Wait. What do you mean interested in you? Arthur's smirk deepened. He was teasing her, and he knew she knew it. Her cheeks warmed, though she tried to hide it under the usual veil of composure. Her voice came sharper now, full of jealousy that was clear on her face more than she'd ever admit. Interested how exactly? Arthur let the silence linger again, then broke into a soft chuckle. He unfolded his arms and leaned forward slightly, reassuring her. Relax. She's death, Raven. She's got plenty on her plate, and I mean plenty. Death herself doesn't bother with things like love and intimacy. Her concerns lie far beyond this. He gave her a steady look, the teasing softened into something warmer. So, no, you don't have to worry. Raven exhaled slowly, as if catching herself. Her tone cooled back into its usual thoughtful cadence. That also makes sense. There was a pause, her eyes flicking away toward the horizon. I'll make sure to explain this to Kara in my way. I know she can be a blockhead at times. She probably still thinks Dee Dee is dead, blaming herself for not being able to protect everyone. Arthur sighed, oh yeah, the embodiment of hope. That would be helpful, so do that. Honestly, Kara needs to be careful out there after what happened yesterday. If someone like Black Mask had his hands on a weapon that fired red sun radiation, it means both she and Superman aren't exactly safe. Not just from supervillains. He gave her a sharp glance, but from anyone. Even some random thug with the right trigger finger. Raven's face tightened at that, her usual stoicism shading into something more protective, more human. Carelessness is a luxury we can't afford anyway. Arthur nodded once, exactly, he then added. As for me, I'll head to your room. I need to enter the dungeon once more. Raven's head snapped up at that, her face flushing instantly though she tried to mask it behind her usual calm. Then, go alone, she muttered, her voice quiet but shy. Irritation was written all over her face. Because I'm not enjoying what the Titans have been saying about us recently. Arthur tilted his head, studying her. For a moment, he almost looked amused. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he stepped closer. But you are my girl, he said softly, the conviction in his tone leaving no room for doubt. It doesn't matter what they say. He leaned down slightly, letting his words linger between them, then added with a low chuckle, but fine. Whatever makes you feel comfortable, I'll go alone. Raven's face grew even redder at his words, her eyes darting away as if the floor had suddenly become the safest place in existence. Arthur leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss against her cheek, the gesture carrying both reassurance and mischief. Exchange, he whispered. And in the blink of an eye, he was gone, replaced by one of his bewildered shadow demons, who blinked around the garden in pure confusion. Raven groaned, covering her face with her hands. Great, now I'm blushing in front of his shadows. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 249, Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon, Level. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The air was damp, the kind of wet chill that seeped into bone and skin. Arthur stepped forward slowly, his boots crunching on uneven stone. The cave stretched endlessly before him, its jagged ceilings dripping with mineral growths that sparkled faintly in the dark. A faint greenish mist hovered close to the ground, glowing faintly with bioluminescence, and the echoes of chittering screeches ricocheted from wall to wall like whispers of restless creatures. The system's text flickered faintly in his vision. Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon, Level 8. Arthur exhaled through his nose, the sound sharp in the cavern's silence. I knew it would be something like this. His voice carried, bouncing back to him, a reminder of how empty and how not empty this place was. Then it came. The unmistakable sound. Fast skitters, claws scraping against rock, hundreds of legs moving in unison just out of sight. Arthur narrowed his violet gaze. "Ants," he muttered, his tone almost disdainful. His eyes swept the cavern walls. Dozens, no, hundreds of holes riddled the stone like a massive weird-looking honeycomb. Without delay, Kamish's twin blade appeared in his grasp, its red edges glowing with power. He didn't grip it to strike. Instead, he raised his hand slightly, and the weapon began to float, spinning faster and faster, its razor edges catching the faint cave light until it became a rotating disk of death. Arthur tilted his chin, expression calm. "Go." With a single push of ruler's authority, the twin blade shot forward like a blazing comet of steel. It tore into one of the larger tunnels, carving through stone as if the rock itself offered no resistance. The cave screamed. Shrieks burst out from within, shrill and piercing, the sound of dozens of chitinous bodies being split apart. The weapon kept going, cutting through passage after passage, slicing into anything that dared move in its path. The screeches became a chorus, then a frenzied panic, pain, death. Arthur waited, one hand still raised, his expression impassive. A few moments later, the twin blade returned, spinning slower until it landed neatly in his grip. The edges dripped with foul, green ichor that hissed faintly as it touched the stone. He turned the weapon, examining it with a slight wrinkle of his nose. Ugh. With a simple move of his wrist, he made a small cutting gesture in the air, and the blood vanished, burned away in a violet glow. The cave quieted, but not for long. The tunnels still writhed with motion. His senses picked up more vibrations beneath his feet, deeper tremors coming from somewhere far below. They were watching. Waiting. Endless in numbers. Arthur's lips pressed into a thin line as he started forward, the faint crunch of stone under his boots returning. "For some reason," he muttered under his breath, "I don't even want them as part of my shadow soldiers." His voice was flat, tinged with distaste. Too repulsive. He paused only long enough to rest the twin blade against his shoulder, eyes narrowing as more screeches echoed ahead. The cavern air grew heavier. Arthur rolled his shoulders once, calm, prepared. "Fine," he said quietly, his tone almost casual. "Crawl out of your holes." Arthur took 3 more steps into the cavern before it started. It came from the walls, the ceiling, the floor itself like the stone was alive. And then the first crack split the silence. A fissure tore open on his left, and from it spilled the monsters. Ants. Not the kind he remembered from Earth, but ugly giant, 6-legged monstrosities with mandibles like steel guillotines, eyes glimmering in clusters of sickly green, chitin so thick it scraped stone as they poured out. First dozens. Then hundreds. Then thousands. The entire cave became a living tide of ants. Arthur exhaled slowly through his nose, unfazed. His violet eyes glowed brighter, the cavern shadows stretching unnaturally at his feet as if bowing to their king. A corner of his mouth curved upward. "And of course," he said lightly, shifting his grip on the twin blade, "it seems they got pissed." His tone was calm, almost amused. He twirled the weapon once, its edge slicing the air. "Good. This will be a nice warm-up, before I face off with your king." The swarm shrieked as one and charged. Arthur moved. The first line of ants never even reached him. His blade spun outward in a perfect arc, a crescent of red steel that cleaved through carapace, severing limbs and heads in a single motion. He stepped into the gap their bodies left, pivoted on his heel, and brought the blade crashing upward, bisecting 3 more in a single, fluid strike. A mandible snapped at his throat. He ducked under it, fist shooting forward like a cannonball. Chitin cracked, green ichor sprayed, the ant's skull imploded. Another lunged from the side. Arthur kicked sideways without even looking, his boot crashing into its head so hard it was hurled into the cavern wall, exploding into shards of chitin. The swarm didn't stop. They were relentless, clawing over their own dead, screeching with animal fury. Arthur's eyes burned violet, his movements growing sharper, faster. Kamish's twin blade became an extension of him spinning, cleaving, carving through monsters like wheat under a scythe. Each strike flowed into the next, a sweep to clear the ground, another arc to bisect an ant mid-leap, a thrust through another's gaping mouth followed by a brutal kick that hurled the corpse into the oncoming horde. They never touched him. Not once. One ant leapt high, dropping from above. Arthur simply raised his hand. Ruler's authority seized it midair, froze it, and then crushed it with invisible force until its body collapsed inward with a sickening crunch. He flung the remains into the swarm, knocking others off their charge. "Bugs will be bugs," Arthur muttered, voice even, his gaze unblinking. He moved forward like a predator, every step another corpse. The cave floor ran slick with green ichor. Severed legs and shattered mandibles littered the ground, crunching under his boots as he walked. His blade dripped constantly, but never dulled. He fought barehanded when he wanted to, snapping necks, punching through chitin, kicking bodies into others to topple them like dominoes. One lunged low, snapping at his legs. Arthur slammed his gauntlet fist downward, shattering its skull into the stone floor. Another charged from behind. He pivoted, elbow crashing backward into its head, then spun the blade in a single clean circle, slicing through half a dozen more. The swarm screamed louder, more frantic. The cavern shook under their sheer numbers. Arthur only smiled faintly. "You'll have to do better than that." And he vanished. One heartbeat he was standing amidst the horde, the next he blurred forward in a violet streak, speed step carrying him like lightning through their ranks. He reappeared at the far side of the cavern, the twin blades stretched wide. For a moment nothing happened. Then the swarm behind him erupted, bodies cleaved apart in perfect lines, collapsing in heaps, their screeches cut off all at once. Silence fell. Arthur stood tall, twin blade dripping, his chest rising and falling slowly, unhurried. Around him stretched a massacre, the cavern piled high with broken insect corpses, ichor flowing in streams. Not one had touched him or managed to scratch him. His violet gaze lifted toward the deepest tunnel, where a heavier vibration pulsed from it. Something vast, something older than these ants, angrier. Arthur rested the twin blade against his shoulder, eyes narrowing, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "Well," he said quietly, "looks like your king finally woke up." The calm didn't last. The stone shook. Dust rained down from the jagged ceiling as the very earth trembled under a force unlike the swarm before. And then a sound came. A screech. It wasn't just sound. It was a blade of pressure, a wall of oppressive force that slammed through the cavern. The vibration rattled stone, shattered smaller stalactites, and echoed so violently through the tunnels that even the corpses littering the ground seemed to shudder in its wake. Arthur froze mid-step. His eyes widened, not in fear, but in recognition. His violet aura flickered like fire in the wind, as though the sound itself had reached inside and pushed against him. Then his lips curled upward. "That's what I'm talking about," he murmured. His grip on Kamish's twin blade tightened until the veins on his forearm pulsed, a decent challenge. Another screech boomed through the cavern, closer this time, so loud it made the very air quiver. Lesser creatures would have cowered, collapsed, begged for mercy. Arthur only laughed under his breath, eyes burning brighter. "Do not disappoint me, Ant King. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 250, The Apex Duel. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The cavern shook as if something beneath the earth itself was clawing to get out. The walls quivered, stones rained down, and the swarm corpses scattered about twitched like puppets pulled by invisible strings. And in that chaos, Arthur sat. Legs crossed on the cold stone floor like a monk, hands resting calmly on his knees, Kamish's twin blade lying across his lap. His eyes were closed, his breathing calm as ever, unbothered by the tremors that made the cave seem ready to collapse on him. The sound came first, a grinding crackle of chitin scraping against rock. The ground split, and from the abyss crawled a being that filled the cavern's vast expanse. The Ant King emerged. He was monstrous, a behemoth wrapped in black armor like chitin, spiked ridges jutted from his back, jagged shoulders, and his claws, long, serrated, looked as if they could tear through steel or cleave mountains without effort. Each step thundered, the ground groaning beneath his massive oppressive aura. His head rose, mandibles twitching, and then 2 glowing red eyes pierced the darkness, burning like twin furnaces of hatred. His presence alone was suffocating, oppressive, as if the whole cave bowed beneath the weight of his existence. Arthur didn't move. He sat there, calm, casual, like a man who had been waiting on a late guest. Slowly, his eyes opened, violet light flaring faintly. "Oh, there you are," Arthur said, his voice smooth, almost bored. He brushed some dust off his shoulder as if to punctuate the point. "For someone who's supposed to be fast, you sure took your time." The Ant King froze mid-step, towering above him, its claws poised to strike. Its mandibles clicked together with a metallic screech before a guttural voice, rough and alien. "Arrogant, human." Arthur's lips curved into a grin. With measured calm, he rose to his feet, twin blade in hand, his violet gaze locked on those burning red eyes without any sort of hesitation. "Did I offend you somehow, bug?" The Ant King was silent. He lunged. The air cracked from the force of his movement, an enormous clawed fist crashing down with the weight of a mountain. Arthur's fist met it head-on. The collision was catastrophic. Shockwaves burst outward in every direction, sending dead swarm bodies flying like leaves in air. The cavern itself trembled, the echo of impact rolling like thunder through its depths. The Ant King didn't slow. His second claw slashed in from the side, the serrated edges shrieking through the air, fast enough to split stone. Arthur vanished, speed step carrying him clear just as the claw carved through solid rock, leaving a canyon-like gash in the cavern wall. He reappeared several paces away, sliding lazily to a halt, spinning his blade once in his hand like a man warming up rather than one fighting for his life. "Whoa," Arthur said with a laugh, tapping the flat of the twin blade against his shoulder. "No restraint whatsoever. Both of your attacks were meant to kill." The Ant King screeched a sound that would make normal men give up, the echo grinding against Arthur's ears like blades. He sighed, rolling his shoulders. "I shouldn't expect grace or noble traits from you like Igris anyway. After all." His glowing eyes narrowed, his smile sharpening. "You're just a bug, Burrow." The moment the name left his lips, the Ant King lunged again, faster, more savage, red eyes blazing with fury. Arthur's grin widened. "That's it. Show me what you've got." Burrow blurred into motion, his towering frame moving with a speed unnatural for his monstrous size. The black chitin shimmered under the dim light as claws like scythes tore through the air, each swing fast enough to slice stone as if it were paper. The oppressive aura rolling off him was suffocating, predatory. Arthur met him head-on. Kamish's twin blade flashed a streak of crimson steel weaving in impossible arcs as it clashed against Burrow's claws in a storm of sparks. Each impact echoed like thunder, shockwaves shattering the cavern floor, scattering debris everywhere. Steel and claws shrieked against each other in a relentless rhythm. Strike, parry, counter. Burrow's claws blurred into a whirlwind, each slash fueled by savage intent, while Arthur's blade flowed with precise elegance. He fought with unnatural calm, his breath measured, movements smooth. Where Burrow was all rage and monstrous violence, Arthur was calm, precise in his attacks, his violet eyes sharp and unblinking even as claws passed inches from his throat. Burrow attacked with a double strike, claws crossing like guillotines meant to bisect him. Arthur ducked low, sliding beneath, twin blade carving upward in a flash that grazed across Burrow's armored chest. Sparks flew, the sound a shriek of metal on stone, but the exoskeleton held. Burrow snarled, mandibles clicking furiously, red eyes blazing like twin furnaces. He spun, his leg a massive pillar of black armored chitin whipped around with terrifying speed. Arthur brought up his blade to block, but the force was overwhelming. The kick slammed into him like a battering ram. The cavern wall cracked and cratered as Arthur's body smashed into it, rubble collapsing around him in a storm of dust and stone. The ground trembled beneath the impact, and for a moment, silence fell. Burrow straightened, towering in the haze of smoke. His claws flexed, dripping dust and sparks from the clash. His voice rumbled low. "Is that all, human? You're..." He stopped. From within the smoke, a faint violet glow flickered. Not fading. Growing. Then the world blurred. Arthur erupted from the haze at superhuman speed, the twin blade glowing with lethal shadow energy. In the space between one moment and the next, he was upon Burrow. A single stroke. Clean. Ruthless. The cavern echoed with a wet, sickening crack as one of Burrow's massive arms was severed at the joint, green acid spraying across the ground. The limb fell with a thud. Arthur stood there, blade extended, his violet eyes burning. He smiled not wide, but sharp, predatory. "Don't let your guard down," he said, his voice calm, steady as if lecturing a student. "You see. I need strong, aware soldiers after all." Burrow staggered, red eyes blazing hotter, his body trembling between fury and pain. His mandibles snapped, and a screech tore out of his throat, shaking the cavern like the roar of some eldritch god. Arthur only rolled his shoulders, lowering the twin blade slightly, violet light still glowing from his gaze. Calm. Relaxed. Almost amused. "Good," he murmured, as Burrow's murderous aura surged. "You're finally starting to take me seriously." The cavern quaked as Burrow's screech built into something deeper, darker, an ear-deafening roar that reverberated through every stone and vein of earth. The swarm in the distance that didn't want to involve themselves here answered in kind, their cries echoing like a chorus of doom, but even they fell silent when their king began to change. Arthur tilted his head, twin blade balanced loosely in his hand. His violet eyes narrowing. Burrow's massive frame trembled, his black chitin cracked, not breaking, but reshaping each fissure glowing faintly. Plates shifted and layered, growing heavier, sharper, until his body resembled armor forged from the abyss itself. His exoskeleton became even tougher, but each line pulsed with faint crimson veins, a living armor plate that looked both indestructible and alive. His claws elongated, both monstrous and elegant, their edges glowing faintly red as though they were heated to a killing point. They dragged against the stone as he lifted them, carving grooves. Then his wings spread. Now expanded into monstrous, armored spans, 4 wings stretched long, their edges razor-thin, shimmering with an oily, dark iridescence. They beat once, and the gust hurled dust and rock across the cavern like a storm, the wind laced with a suffocating killing intent. With another beat, Burrow lifted from the ground, hovering, the air screaming under the power of those wings. The glow in his red eyes intensified, burning with intelligence now, not just instinct. He was no longer merely a beast, he was an apex predator ascending into something more, something closer to nightmare incarnate. Arthur, still standing calmly amidst the chaos, gave a small, crooked smile. He twirled the twin blade lazily in his hand before resting it back against his shoulder. Ah, he said dryly, voice cutting through the oppressive aura. The classic second phase. Baru's wings thundered again, shaking the cavern as if the earth itself feared him. Arthur raised a hand in mock patience, his eyes half-lidded, a smirk tugging at his lips. Don't worry, I'll wait. Wouldn't want to interrupt your big dramatic transformation. His tone was perfectly even, mocking yet calm, as if they were two actors rehearsing rather than locked in a battle to the death. After all. He gestured faintly with the blade, his amusement showing in the faintest lift of his brow. It's a rule that shouldn't be broken. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 251, The Phantom Supplier. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Gotham. The hospital was quiet. Too quiet. Gotham's skyline loomed outside the window, pale moonlight spilling through the blinds. Inside a room, the steady beep of machines kept time with the labored breath of a man who should have been dead. Roman Sionis, black mask, lay in the bed like a shattered marionette. His body was a lattice of casts, splints, and steel rods. Tubes ran into his nose and chest, wires attached to machines that kept him alive and in one piece. Every inch of him screamed frailty, and yet, against all odds, his eyes were open. Awake. Trapped in his own wreck of a body. The shadow came first. A ripple across the curtains as the window clicked open without a sound. The room cooled instantly, as if the very night had slipped inside. Then he was their Batman, emerging from the darkness like a phantom, cape folding around him, the cowl's white lenses glowing faintly in the sterile light. Roman's eyes widened. Panic flared. His lips twitched against the mask of oxygen, but his body refused him, every bone too broken to respond. His voice came cracked. You, bastard. His teeth clenched, pain flaring with every word. Screw you, Batman. What the hell do you want? Batman's shadow loomed over the bed, calm, implacable. That's a sorry state you're in. Roman gave a rasping laugh that turned into a cough, bitterness flooding his voice. Enjoying the view, huh? I know you don't kill, but your shadow friend shows no mercy. Batman didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his back for something wrapped in black cloth. He unrolled it slowly, deliberately. A weapon. The same one that one of Sionis' men used on Kara. He held it low, so Roman couldn't miss the sight of it gleaming in the light. Where did you get this? Roman's eyes narrowed. He forced a crooked grin despite the pain. Go to hell. I'm not telling you shit. The cowl tilted slightly. Silence. Then Batman's gauntlet hand clenched into a fist, the leather groaning under the strain. His voice dropped into something colder. Are you sure that's your answer? Roman spat weakly, the motion barely enough to shift the blood in his mouth. His voice dripped contempt. You won't touch me. You don't kill. That's your whole shtick. And me. He gave a wheezing chuckle. I'm a hospital case. What are you gonna do? Threaten to pull the plug. Your threats are meaningless, Bat. The fist landed. Roman's head snapped sideways, teeth rattling against the oxygen mask. Pain shot through his ruined body, a scream caught in his throat. Batman loomed closer, voice low, dangerous. I won't kill you. He raised his fist again, slow enough for Roman to see it. But I can still extend your stay here, and by the looks of it I don't think you need an extra year. Another strike crashed across his jaw. This time Roman groaned, choking back panic. His arrogance faltered. He saw it now, the eyes behind the cowl weren't bluffing. Okay, he gasped, blood flecking his lips. No more. Just don't hit me again. Batman's silence pressed on him heavier than the pain. Roman swallowed hard, fear sweating out of him. His voice dropped to a rasp. I got it from a supplier. Some freak. Never seen him before. He walked into my compound like it was nothing, armor, yeah, like a damn spacesuit. Didn't even ask for payment. Just gave me the weapon. Batman's eyes narrowed, lenses glowing sharper. And Roman coughed, his body trembling. And he left. After killing half my men. Just dropped the thing in my lap and said. He spat, anger flashing. Said, kill Superman. Like it was that easy. His voice broke into bitter laughter. The idiot. I can't even get rid of you. And now. His voice grew harsher, more desperate. Now there is that shadow cunt. The fist silenced him. One sharp blow. Roman's head slumped against the pillow, consciousness fleeing. The machines kept beeping, the only sound in the room once more. Batman straightened, sliding the weapon back into his back. He looked down at Roman's unconscious body, eyes narrowed in thought. No words. No parting threats. Just silence. The window clicked open again. A rush of cold night air swept into the room. When the curtain stilled, the bed was once more alone, Roman broken in his spiderweb of casts, and the shadows empty. The Gotham night was the usual. Sirens howled in the distance, faint against the rhythmic slap of boots on concrete. Batman moved across the rooftops like a phantom, cape snapping behind him. Every leap was precise. But his mind was racing faster than his body could move. This is bad, he muttered under his breath, voice gravel carried away by the night. His eyes flicked to the weapon strapped to his utility belt, its alien edges glinting under the city lights. This kind of tech, it's not human. It's clearly alien. He vaulted over a water tower, landed silently on the edge of a crumbling rooftop, and kept moving, his voice low but sharp with thought. What Roman Sione said confirms it. Whoever's supplying these weapons isn't doing it for profit or a bounty. They're targeting Clark, and possibly Kara too. The city rushed beneath him, neon and shadows. Batman's mind cut through the pieces of the puzzle. No one gives out power like this for free unless it's personal. This isn't about control. And this isn't about money. So it's about them being Kryptonians. He stopped suddenly, boots skidding to a halt on the wet stone edge of a rooftop. His eyes narrowed beneath the cowl, the thought hitting him like lightning. Wait. Kryptonian. Slowly, he reached into his belt and pulled out the weapon again. He studied it under the pale glow of a rooftop floodlight, every curve and alloy foreign. His breath caught as the pieces aligned in his head. I get it now, he whispered. The realization sat heavy in his chest, colder than the Gotham wind. He tapped the communicator at his cowl. Alfred. The old butler's voice came instantly, calm, sophisticated as ever, though touched with concern. Yes, Master Bruce. Batman's voice sharpened, urgency bleeding through. Contact the League. Get Clark to the watchtower. Now. This is important. There was no hesitation from Alfred, though he had questions. At once, sir. I presume this involves the gift Mr. Siones received. Batman's jaw tightened. He didn't answer the question directly. Just move quickly, Alfred, I think there is more to this. He vanished again, swallowed by Gotham's night. Far away so far the earth was nothing more than a blue glimmer behind him. Superman floated in silence. Space stretched infinite, but here, in the warmth of the burning star before him, there was peace. He hung there with his arms crossed, cape frozen in a drift like a scarlet banner in the solar gravity. His eyes were closed, his face calm, the sunlight pouring into him, feeding him, bathing him in power. It was like standing beneath a waterfall of energy. Then, suddenly, his brow furrowed. His eyes snapped open, glowing faintly gold from the solar energy coursing through him. He tilted his head, as if listening to a voice no one else could hear. A distress signal. His voice was quiet, thoughtful. He turned, gazing back at the distant speck of Earth, the faint echo of the watchtower's frequency tugging at the edge of his perception. From the watchtower. His expression hardened. Something's wrong. Without another word, he pivoted in the void. His body tensed, then launched forward, streaking past the light of the sun like a crimson comet. Space warped around him as he accelerated, faster, faster, the stars blurring in his wake. Back toward Earth. Back toward the call. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 252, Ant King's Fall. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The cavern was a chaos. It was a battlefield carved by 2 titans. Stone cracked and splintered under every collision, the walls groaned with the force of their strikes. The air itself seemed to warp around their speed, blurs of violet and black slashing, clashing, weaving like a deadly dance too fast for mortal eyes. Arthur's Kamish twin blade hissed through the dark, slicing sparks into the cavern stone as it met Burr's monstrous claws. The Ant King's exoskeleton gleamed with its strange black sheen, wings thrashing as he pressed forward. Each impact rattled the chamber. Slash for slash. Fist for fist. The cave trembled with their fury. Arthur ducked beneath a sweep of claws, pivoted, and with a precise strike severed one of Burr's legs clean. Acidic blood splattered across the ground, sizzling where it landed. The Ant King howled a shriek that made the cave quake. Arthur stepped back calmly, planting his boots on the stone with weight, his twin blade resting at his side, streaked in green acid-like blood. His eyes glowed faintly violet, his smile sharp and unbothered. "You are quite strong," he admitted, voice calm in contrast to the chaos around him. "Especially with this little cheat of yours. No matter how much I cut." He lazily twirled the blade, flicking off drops of blood that hissed when they hit the ground. "You just can keep regenerating." His smile widened, daring. "But there's a limit, isn't there, Ant King? You'll run out of mana. Out of stamina. And when you do..." He tilted his head, amusement flickering in his eyes. "You'll be mine." Baru's breathing was heavy now, even his monstrous form showing cracks of strain. His leg reformed, black chitin knitting itself back into place with a crunch, but he panted through the effort. His mandibles clicked furiously as his wings spread wide, his glowing eyes locked on Arthur with hatred that burned like fire. "Foolish, human," he screeched, voice distorted, guttural. "I will consume you, and ascend. Stronger. Greater. Beyond your understanding." Arthur chuckled softly, mockery laced in every note. "Of course you will." He gave the Ant King a mock bow of his head. "You will ascend, but only under my command." The word struck like a spark. Baru screeched, his voice filled with rage, wings hammering the air as he launched forward at super speed. The cavern shook from the force of his acceleration, his claws a blur, aimed to shred Arthur. Arthur's eyes narrowed, violet light pulsing from them as he braced. Kamish's twin blade rose in time, steel meeting claws in a collision that echoed like thunder. The force shoved him back a step, stone cracking beneath his boots. Baru did not relent. His attacks came wild, frenzied, like a storm without rhythm. Slashes from every angle, strikes that didn't follow logic or pattern, just sheer animalistic ferocity. Baru was no longer fighting with usual style, now he was just an animal, his one goal is to kill his target no matter what. Arthur gritted his teeth, his calm composure tested. He could usually read his opponent patterns, intent, strategy. But this was chaos embodied. A beast lashing out simply to kill. His blade sang as it deflected blow after blow, sparks scattering in the dark. His arms strained under the barrage, each strike heavier, more reckless. And then something slipped through. Arthur hissed as pain lanced through his right hand, a wound raking across his flesh. Venom burned into his veins instantly, his hand seizing as if gripped in ice. His fingers stiffened, nerves screaming. Kamish's twin blade slipped from his grip, clattering against the stone floor with a shrill ring. Arthur staggered back a step, staring down at his hand as it trembled, dark veins spreading like cracks through glass beneath his skin. His jaw tightened, his breathing steady despite the poison gnawing at him. Baru reared back, his laughter a screech of triumph. His claws twitched with hunger, wings spreading. Arthur flexed his left hand slowly, his eyes still glowing violet. Despite the poison, despite the loss of his weapon, he smiled. "Well." His voice was low, steady, calm as a blade unsheathed. "That's inconvenient." Baru loomed over him, mandibles clacking, wings trembling with barely contained bloodlust. His tongue dripped venom, and his glowing eyes fixed on Arthur's stiffened arm like a predator savoring its prey. The Ant King's laugh was guttural, broken, a rasping screech that echoed through the cavern. "This is it for you, human," Baru hissed, his voice shaking with triumph. "Your flesh will be torn, your bones ground beneath me. You will be nothing." Arthur lifted his head slowly. For a moment his expression was calm. Then he laughed, mocking. "Not really." The veins in his poisoned arm pulsed once with unnatural light. His violet eyes flared, and then harmful substance cleared. The poison vanished like smoke in a gale. His fingers flexed, strength rushing back as though he had never been touched. Baru froze, claws hovering mid-strike. What? Arthur tilted his head, amusement curling his lips. Without moving a step, he reached out with ruler's authority. The Kamish twin blade flew from the ground into his waiting hand. "Now," Arthur said softly, "where were we?" He blurred forward. Mutilation. The twin blade carved through the Ant King in a storm of silver light and violet trails, each slash precise, brutal, merciless. Baru's shrieks filled the cavern as limbs were severed, an arm, a wing, a leg, chunks of chitin torn apart in sprays of acid blood. His body scattered, his form crumbling beneath the sheer ferocity of the attack. Arthur stopped, exhaling once as the echoes of steel faded. Baru collapsed in a heap, a ruin of mangled limbs twitching as regeneration fought desperately to restore him. His claws scraped weakly at the ground, dragging him back up inch by inch. His mind swirled with disbelief. Why is it that I can't do anything against this human? Arthur approached slowly, his steps slow, boots splashing through sizzling pools of green blood. His blade rested against his shoulder, but his glowing eyes never left the broken creature before him. "I know what you're thinking," Arthur said, his voice calm, unshaken. He stopped only a breath away, staring down into Baru's wide, glowing eyes. "But this is it, Ant." It was a decent fight. Baru's survival instincts screamed. His wings beat frantically, and from the depths of the tunnels came the answer, the rumbling skitter of countless legs, the roar of a hive awakened. The ground trembled as his kin rushed to their king's call. But then Arthur's bloodlust unfurled. It was not a shout, not even a surge. It was an abyss opening, an ocean of killing intent so vast it drowned everything. The cavern froze. The very air thickened, heavy with the energy of death. The ants skittering toward them stopped at once, trembling, collapsing into stillness, their instincts shackled by primal terror. Even Baru's wings locked mid-beat. His body shuddered, eyes wide, mandibles quivering. "No, it can't be," he whispered, paralyzed in the grip of something greater than fear. Arthur's expression was unreadable now, calm as a man delivering sentence. He didn't need to speak. His silence was more dangerous than any threat. In the blink of an eye, he moved. Sword rush. He became a blur with speed step, a streak of violet and steel. The twin blade split the air with divine precision, striking once, twice, thrice an executioner's rhythm. The final blow cleaved through Baru's core, snapping his body in two with a burst of light and blood. The Ant King's voice faltered into nothing. His eyes dimmed, there was no struggle. No counter. Only the silence of a beast who had lost the will to fight. Arthur stood over the corpse, his blade dripping acid blood, his breath steady as if nothing had happened. His violet eyes glowed faintly in the dark, watching as the last flickers of life left the once proud Ant King. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 253, Arise Baru. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want, // Arthur stood over Baru's mangled corpse, Kamish twin blade lowering slowly to his side. The cavern was silent save for the faint hiss of acid blood searing into the stone. The Ant King, a creature whose presence alone had made the earth quake, now lay dead at his feet. Arthur exhaled, almost disappointed, then raised his voice. Arise. The word was a command from something beyond mortal understanding. Shadows erupted instantly, spilling out of Baru's carcass in violent waves. They gushed across the walls and ceiling, filling the vast chamber with choking pressure so suffocating that every ant in the hive dropped flat, paralyzed in dread. The corpse twitched. Blackness wrapped around the chitin, pulling flesh and bone into something darker, grander. Then, with a tearing scream of shadow, a figure emerged, Baru reborn. His new form was a nightmare of living darkness, wings unfurled wide, claws gleaming violet at their edges, eyes blazing violet like twin fires in the abyss. And then he knelt. Head bowed low, his monstrous body folding to the ground, Baru's voice thundered but carried reverence. My liege. Arthur's lips curved into a smile, calm but sharp, violet glow flickering in his gaze. With you, Baru, now part of my shadow army, there is only one more left. A system chime flickered in his eyes. Shadow extraction successful. Baru. Rank, Marshal. The words made his smile widen. A marshal. Not just another soldier, but a commander in his ranks. Arthur turned his gaze over the cavern, endless tunnels and dead creatures lurking beyond them, the one he killed earlier. The remaining ants had frozen when Baru fell, but their presence pressed against his senses. He sighed, expression souring as if the thought alone weighed on him. Ugh. I can't deny it, the others could be useful too. His grip tightened faintly on his blade before lowering it. So I should take them as well. He closed his eyes, annoyance plain on his face, and he said once more. Arise. The command dropped. Shadows swept out again, this time flooding through every tunnel. The ants' bodies writhing as their shadows were ripped from the husks and reforged in darkness. One after another, their forms began to emerge until the cavern was filled with only shadow, an army birthed from Arthur's will alone. And then he blinked. The air shifted, pulling violently at his body. A sudden force wrenched him backward, like invisible hooks dragging him through space itself. The cavern vanished. Arthur staggered once and found himself standing in dim lamplight. The scent of lavender, faint parchment, and Raven's quiet essence filled the air. He was in her room, seated upon her bed, Kamish twin blade resting across his knees as if he had never left. He ran a hand back through his ashen white hair, exhaling through his nose. That was level 8. His voice was calm but thoughtful, eyes glowing faintly violet in the dark. If Baru was among the soldiers I was meant to gain, and the only one left is Bellion, the lieutenant of Ashbourne, and the one who carries the Black Heart, then. His brow furrowed. What's in level 10? His tone carried a rare note of genuine curiosity, almost unease. Or is level 9 something else entirely? It isn't Bellion. For a moment he just sat there, silent, lost in his own puzzle. Then he stood, sliding the twin blade back into system inventory. His violet gaze turned toward the window, the faint glow of Jump Cityscape glittering beyond the tower. I'll need to wait until the dungeon becomes accessible again, he murmured, his voice calm but resolved. Only then will I know. The words hung in Raven's room for a moment before he lifted his hand, summoning the translucent interface only he could see. Lines of glowing text and numbers streamed before his eyes, each value pulsing faintly with power. Status bar. Name Arthur Blackwynd. Job Shadow Monarch. Title Architect of Fear, plus 40 int plus 30 cents plus 30 agi plus 30 str. Passive, Dread Architect. Level 125. Fatigue. HP 12. MP 13. Strength 226 300, plus 80. Health 205. Agility 215 300, plus 80. Intelligence 223 279, plus 90. Sense 200 300, plus 80. Available ability points 135. Passive skills. Tenacity, level 1. Insanity's Gambit, immunity to mind control, fear, and sanity-based debuffs. Job-specific skills. Shadow Extraction. Shadow Exchange. Monarch's Domain. Skills. Bloodlust, level 2. Ruler's Authority. Mutilation. Sword Rush. Speed Step. Kryptonian Flight. Dragon's Fear. Equipment. Omega Hardened Hide. Abyss Forged Necklace. Cape of Silent Descent. Ring of the Monarch of Beginning, plus 50 all stats. Kamish Twin Blade. Inventory. Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets. Abyss Forged Necklace. Azarath Knight Armor Set. Prometheum Sword. Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial, Epic. Shattered Bolt. Kryptonite Sword. Solar Gauntlets. Ring of the Shadow Core. Lasso of Submission. Venom Sac Flask Times. Tower of Fate Key. Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Key. Arthur exhaled slowly, letting the numbers sink in. His reflection glimmered faintly in the status window, violet eyes staring back at him with quiet fire. Well, he said, flexing his fingers as a pulse of raw strength coursed through his veins, the numbers aren't for show. I do feel stronger than ever. He closed the interface with a flick of his hand, shadows rippling at the edges of his presence as though the world itself acknowledged the surge in his power. The silence in Raven's room didn't last long. The air warped, dark ripples folding into one another until a portal opened in the corner. Out of it stepped Raven, her cloak brushing against her ankles as the glow faded behind her. Arms crossed tightly against her chest, she regarded him with her usual deadpan look. The usual intruder still lurking in my room, she muttered, voice flat but her eyes betraying just the faintest twitch. Arthur was still standing by her bed, violet eyes meeting hers with calm amusement. A small smile tugged at his lips. Stop acting like you dislike me being here. Her brows arched ever so slightly, though she didn't uncross her arms. I don't. I just never understood why something like this exists in my room. Arthur chuckled low, shaking his head. It's fate making a joke on me. His smile thinned as he thought privately, more like the system does. Then out loud he added, honestly, I would have preferred if the entrance to that dimension was somewhere else. It just happens to be here. Her head tilted, and her lips curved into a faint pout. Are you saying you hate coming here? The question was almost too casual, but the flicker of pink on her pale cheeks betrayed her. Arthur's smirk deepened. No. Not what I said. He stepped closer, until he was right in front of her. His hand slid around her waist, pulling her closer in one smooth motion. Raven stiffened, her arms pressing slightly against his chest as her face flushed deeper. Their lips were so close now that even the slightest movement could close the gap. She turned her head quickly, eyes averted, as if she was trying to hide her embarrassed face. You, she cleared her throat softly, her voice suddenly smaller. Did you at least obtain what you wanted? Arthur studied her with a soft glow in his eyes. A step closer, yeah. He lifted his other hand, brushing it along her jawline until she was forced to look back at him. Their eyes locked, her violet to his. His voice dropped lower, smoother. You know. I have some time off now. We can. He didn't even get to finish. Raven surged forward, her lips crashing into his with unexpected force. The kiss was passionate, raw, the kind of kiss she'd never let anyone else see her give. Arthur blinked once at the suddenness of it, then closed his eyes and kissed her back with equal fervor, pulling her body flush against his, one hand still on her waist, the other on the back of her neck. Her hands, once stiff against him, curled into his back, gripping tightly as if she couldn't let go. Her cloak brushed against both of them, wrapping them in her scent of incense and night air. When she finally pulled back for breath, her face was bright red, her chest rising and falling quickly. She didn't look him in the eye, though her hands refused to let go. Arthur tilted his head, a rare softness mixing with his teasing smirk. "That was interesting from you." "Shut up," she muttered, eyes darting away again. But there was the faintest curve of a smile tugging at her lips. Arthur leaning his forehead against hers. "Fine. I'll shut up. For now. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 254, Kryptonian Threat. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The kiss had turned hungry, almost desperate, the quickened rhythm of breath, and the rustle of clothes tugged aside. Raven's cloak had long fallen forgotten to the floor. She tugged Arthur's shirt up in one smooth motion, her hands brushing the hard lines of his chest before tossing it aside. Arthur wasted no time in returning the favor. His hands slid along her sides, finding the edge of her top and peeling it away until pale skin and the black lace beneath were revealed. Raven's cheeks flushed deep crimson, but she didn't hesitate. She pushed him back onto the bed and followed him down, their mouths crashing together again. The mattress groaned beneath them as they tumbled onto it. She straddled him, hair falling like a dark curtain around their faces as her fingers dug into his shoulders. Arthur's hands roamed down her back, holding her close, his own lips pulling a soft, startled sound from hers before the kiss deepened once more. It was wild and hungry, leaving only this raw burning need between them. Arthur's hands slid to her neck, pulling her tightly against him. She gasped softly against his lips but didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned closer, so close that the violet glow of her eyes seemed to merge with his own. His voice was low, rough with heat. "Raven, it seems we are about to be interred." She silenced him with another kiss, her fingers tugging through his hair, her body pressing harder into his. The world beyond this room might as well not have existed. Until the door creaked open. "Yo, Raven, you need to come immediately, Robin is." Beast Boy froze mid-sentence. The sight before him would haunt him forever, Raven, in her bra and panties, straddling a shirtless Arthur on her bed. Arthur lay beneath her with an expression that was equal parts annoyed and murderous, while Raven's face was flushed scarlet, lips swollen, and eyes glowing violet. Both of them turned in eerie unison, violet light burning in the gloom, staring at him like he had just signed his own death warrant. Beast Boy's face went pale. He didn't speak, didn't move for several moments. Then, very carefully, he turned on his heel, closed the door with painful slowness, and vanished down the hall without another word. For a moment, there was silence. Then a muffled scream echoed through the tower. Arthur's laugh rumbled low in his chest, warm and unbothered, as if Beast Boy's horrified face had been nothing more than a passing joke. Raven, on the other hand, was crimson from ear to ear. She collapsed onto him with a huff, pressing her forehead against his bare chest, too embarrassed to look him in the eye. Arthur said first, shaking his chest as he fell back against the pillows. "Oh boy, you just attacked him, didn't you?" Raven groaned, burying her burning face in his chest. "That idiot," she muttered, mortified, her voice muffled against his skin. "I don't think I can go out there and face them now." Arthur's chuckle softened into something warmer. He brushed a hand through her hair, the fondness in the gesture cutting through the heat of moments before. "Well, I tried to warn you," he said, amused but gentle. "It seems privacy doesn't exist here." She didn't answer, only clung to him tighter, her heartbeat still racing against his chest. Arthur smirked faintly, but his tone softened. "There's a solution to that, you know." Raven shifted slightly, curious, though she didn't lift her head just yet. "You could always move to my estate for good," he continued, calm and serious. "You can teleport, it won't get in the way of your duties as part of their team. And you won't have to worry about green intruders barging in." That earned the smallest laugh from her, though she quickly stifled it. She was quiet for a long moment, the only sound in the room their mingled breaths. Then, slowly, she lifted her head. Her violet eyes met his, searching him for any hint of teasing. "Wait, you really meant it?" she asked, voice low and uncertain, as if she didn't quite believe he meant it. Arthur didn't hesitate. "You already know it's just me, George, and a swarm of shadow demons tending to the place." His lips quirked into a wry grin. "Not exactly crowded." Her eyes softened, but before she could say anything, he added with a chuckle, "Besides, Kara basically treats it like a hotel anyway. She invites herself in, crashes whenever she wants, raids the kitchen. So why not make it permanent and stay there to keep her in check? For a second, Raven blinked at him. Then, to his surprise, her eyes lit up not with embarrassment, but with a warmer look, something hopeful she rarely let anyone see. I kind of wanted that. She admitted quietly, almost shyly, though her gaze never wavered. Arthur's smile widened, and he lifted a hand to brush his knuckles across her cheek. Then it settled. Raven let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She nestled against him again, the tension in her shoulders finally loosening. For once, she didn't feel the need to guard her words, her thoughts, or her heart. With Arthur, it was safe. Arthur simply held her close, one hand absently tracing along the curve of her back. The warmth of Raven pressed against him, her heartbeat steady, almost hypnotic. For a moment, he allowed himself the fantasy. Wouldn't it be nice to just continue life like this, even though I'm not entirely human no more? But his chest rose with a deep sigh, eyes fluttering open. The violet glow beneath them ignited faintly, an edge of reality piercing the quiet dream. Not in this kind of universe. Watchtower, 1 day ago. The void of space stretched endless around the station, stars scattered like shards of broken glass. A streak of red and blue broke through the black. Superman, his cape trailing behind him, moved faster than sound should allow. His jaw was set tight, brows knitted. A distress signal this severe couldn't be ignored. He landed in the main hall with a thundering boom, the deck plates rattling beneath the sudden force. "John," he said sharply, scanning the empty corridors, "what's going on?" The signal. Martian Manhunter appeared from the shadows of the chamber, calm as ever, though there was something guarded in his posture. "There is no signal," John said plainly. "It was fabricated." Clark's eyes narrowed. "Fabricated? By who?" "By me," came the even-toned reply. Before Clark could speak, the large central screen behind John flickered to life. The darkness of the Batcave filled the display, the only illumination the blue-white glow of monitors and the faint flicker of machinery. And there, sitting rigid in his chair, cowl pulled low, was Batman. "Hello, Clark." His voice was steady, cold, and precise. "Sorry for the theatrics, but this was necessary." Clark's fists unclenched slightly, though the irritation was still in his tone. "You pulled me across half the system for a false distress call, Bruce. Do you have any idea how?" "I know how you feel, but it's important," Batman cut him off, his tone firm enough to halt Superman mid-sentence. "So listen carefully." Clark folded his arms, jaw still tight. His patience was thin, but he knew Bruce, if he went through this much trouble, it wasn't without reason. "I'm listening," he said at last. Batman leaned forward, shadows clinging to his face, but his eyes glinted like steel behind the mask. "This isn't about an external threat. It's about one that already managed to slip to Earth. One that might be tied to your origins." John's gaze flicked briefly toward Superman, then back to the screen, saying nothing. Clark's brows furrowed. "Spit it out, Bruce." Batman didn't flinch. "Kryptonians." The name echoed in the chamber. Clark's expression hardened, but he didn't speak right away. His silence was its own answer. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 255, Phantoms of Krypton. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The monitors in the Watchtower central chamber sounded with faint static, Batman's cowl-lit face staring through the screen. His voice was even, sharp. "Yes," he began, his eyes narrowing beneath the shadows of his mask. "Just like you've heard. Kryptonians. And this isn't a wild guess, Clark, unless..." His gloved hand moved out of frame, then returned holding something sleek, metallic, and alien in design. A weapon, angular, its core marked with a sinister glow. Superman's expression shifted immediately, brows tightening, his eyes narrowing. Batman raised it slightly toward the camera. "This is no ordinary weapon. It projects a concentrated pulse of solar radiation, not from our sun, but tuned to mimic the exact frequency of a red sun emitter. In other words..." His voice dipped lower, steady as stone, "it strips you of everything that makes you Superman. No strength. No flight. No invulnerability. No heat vision. You're reduced to flesh and bone. Weaker, even, because your body has become dependent on yellow sun radiation." Clark's eyes widened, a flicker of alarm breaking through the calm. His jaw set tight. "Red sun radiation." His voice was quieter now, almost grave. "You know exactly what that does to you." Batman didn't blink. "Your homeworld sun was red, Rao, wasn't it?" The planet Krypton itself kept your people grounded. No gods. No titans. Just mortals with advanced science. Clark exhaled slowly, his cape shifting in the artificial breeze of the watchtower vents. Yes. That's right. Batman leaned back in his chair, letting the silence linger for a moment before cutting it with another blow. This weapon was used on Kara. Clark's head snapped up instantly, eyes glowing faintly as his voice rose. Kara. The urgency in his tone was sharp, raw. Where is she? Is she all right? Batman raised a gloved hand, steady, calming but firm. She's fine. This only depowers you for a small period of time, she is alive. Arthur was there, he kept it from turning into something worse. His voice sharpened on the next part. Other than that poor judge. He didn't make it. But that man was already under my radar. His corruption wasn't subtle. Clark's shoulders eased slightly at Kara's mention of safety, but his jaw was still tight. And this weapon, it ended up in the hands of... Batman's cowl dipped in a slow nod. Black Mask, but not by chance. I did some digging. Someone, an unknown supplier, placed it in the hands of Gotham's trash. Men like Roman Siones. Thugs who couldn't have dreamed of building this tech. They were given one directive: kill you. Maybe your cousin, too. Superman's fists clenched at his sides. Bruce, that isn't exactly new. Many have tried to kill us. Every week another alien warlord, another weapon syndicate. Why is this so different? Batman's eyes narrowed like a blade unsheathing. Haven't you noticed already? Superman's silence was answer enough. Look closer, Batman pressed, his voice cutting through the static of the transmission. I know I'm just a face on a monitor, but you can see it, Clark. The alloys. The circuitry. The design. This isn't human craftsmanship. His hand tilted the weapon under the cave's dim light, exposing ridged etchings in its plating. This is Kryptonian technology. Without a doubt. The words hit like stone against steel. Clark's lips parted slightly, his chest tightening as his mind spun through recognition, denial, and the weight of possibility. No. That's... Yes. Batman's interruption was immediate, like a hammer to his doubt. Don't tell yourself otherwise. It matches too closely with what you keep hidden in that fortress of yours. For the first time in the exchange, Batman's tone softened not out of kindness. He leaned forward into the glow of the monitor. And there's something else. Something I remembered. Something you told me yourself a long time ago. His gaze was unblinking, piercing. About the prisoners your people couldn't contain. Criminals too dangerous to execute, too corrupt to release. The ones banished into the place you called. Batman paused just enough to let the weight settle. The Phantom Zone. Clark's expression hardened, his throat tightening, as if the very name awoke a shadow of memory buried deep. His voice came low but with hint of disbelief. You're implying. He turned, his blue eyes narrowing. That those prisoners, banished to the Phantom Zone, somehow escaped. And that they're managed to get here, right under our noses on Earth, with a mission to destroy me and Kara. Batman's answer was immediate and flat. Yes. Clark's jaw tensed, his shoulders squaring. For all his strength, all his certainty, he wanted Bruce to be wrong. He wanted him to be exaggerating. But Batman's tone left no room for that. Bruce continued, his gloved hand flicked across the surface of his computer, shifting images of Kryptonian glyphs, interdimensional readings, and faint energy signatures. His voice was even, detached, as though he were delivering a report instead of speaking about Clark's life. The Phantom Zone can be opened and closed. It's not a prison forged by the gods, it's a dimension. Complicated, hostile, unstable, but still just a dimension. And dimensions can be breached with the right tools. Someone gave them that opportunity. Someone set them free. Superman's brows furrowed, his hands curling into fists. He had no answer. And Batman could see it in his silence. His voice cut in, quiet but sharp. The question isn't only why they want you dead. That much is obvious. The question is what comes after. What their true endgame is. And more importantly, who had the means, and the motive, to let them out. Clark exhaled slowly, the weight of Krypton pressing against his chest all over again. He stared at the floor, the crest on his chest catching the dim light of the watchtower. For the first time in a long while, the Man of Steel had no words. Batman's gaze lingered on him, cold and calculating. This might get ugly, Clark. And make no mistake, you are one of us. We won't allow that to happen to you or Kara. For a heartbeat, the grim atmosphere cracked. Clark blinked at him, and then, surprisingly, a warm laugh rolled from his chest. It wasn't dismissive, it was genuine. Glad to hear you say that, Bruce, he said with a faint smile. His voice softened, a note of gratitude threading through it. I'll tell you everything I know about those prisoners, their names, their crimes, other than that I can't provide any more help, for that is all I know. Come to my base. And bring that weapon. At that, Johns finally stirred from his silence. His calm voice filled the chamber. I will remain here in the watchtower. If there is an anomaly, if anything stirs on Earth or above it, I will find it. Too many slip through our radars of late. That cannot continue. Clark inclined his head to the Martian, his tone warm. I appreciate that, John. More than you know. He turned, taking a step toward the exit. His cape swayed with his stride, but before he left, he stopped. His hand lingered on the doorframe, and he glanced back. His voice was softer now, but it carried something deeper, a quiet plea. And Bruce, don't tell Kara about this. Batman's eyes narrowed slightly. Clark continued. She saw Krypton die. She lived its fall in a way I didn't. She remembers those prisoners, not as rumors or faces in history books, she knows them by face. If she knew they were free, she wouldn't sleep. She wouldn't smile. She'd shoulder the same burden I've carried since the day I put on this symbol. His gaze turned back toward the Earth below, its oceans shimmering like fragments of home. His voice grew firmer, steadier, the voice of hope itself. I don't want that for her. Not now. She deserves to live, to laugh, to feel like this world is more than just another battlefield but as a home. Lately, she's been smiling a lot again. That smile is worth protecting as much as this planet, as much as every soul on it. If I can shield her from this shadow, even for a little while, I will. The silence that followed was heavy, but it wasn't empty. Batman studied him, and finally, he spoke. Understood. Superman gave a small, grateful nod. Then, without another word, he stepped forward. A moment later, the watchtower shuddered with the crack of a sonic boom, and the Man of Steel was gone, leaving only the faint echo of his promise in the silence. John's gaze lingered on the window, Earth turning slowly beneath them. His voice was quiet, contemplative. He carries more than he lets on. Batman said nothing, and simply ended the call. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 256, Echoes of Krypton. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur's Estate. The arena deep beneath Arthur's estate echoed with the sounds of clashing power-fortified walls trembling under the weight of titans that should not exist. From above, behind a pane of enchanted glass in the observation chamber, Arthur sat with Raven at his side. His violet eyes glowed faintly, fixed on the scene below. Galatea, sleek in her violet shadow form, had Sinestro pinned to the ground, her hand pressed firmly against his throat, her other arm raised in victory. Sinestro, prideful even in defeat, grimaced before finally letting the tension bleed from his body. Both shadows turned their heads upward toward where their king sat. Arthur rose slightly from his chair, his voice carrying through the chamber like a calm command. Good fight. The words rippled with power. Both Galatea and Sinestro dropped to one knee in perfect synchronicity, heads bowed, shadows of obedience and pride mingling in the gesture. The arena fell silent other than ripples of shadow energy radiating from them. Raven, standing with her arms crossed, let her eyes linger on the spectacle. There was no mockery in her tone when she finally spoke, only a quiet awe. Your shadows are really something. I'm always in awe at the way they fight. Arthur's mouth curved faintly, a smile that never quite reached arrogance but hinted at it. They can grow even stronger, he said, his gaze never leaving the kneeling generals. Too bad Earth doesn't have many worthy opponents left. At least, not the kind they need to sharpen their blades against. Raven's lips twitched, with a faint smirk. Wow. You're looking down on Earth's thugs now. Arthur finally turned his eyes toward her, the violet glow dimming as his expression softened. I do. That quiet confidence was almost infuriating, and Raven felt the heat in her cheeks, so she turned away, focusing back on the arena to hide it. Before the moment could stretch further, a shadow peeled itself from the far side of the chamber, footsteps echoing. Shadow Lex approached, his violet eyes gleamed with intelligence not dulled at all even by death. My king, he said, voice steady, with just the faintest echo of pride. Forgive the interruption. He bowed deeply, one hand across his chest. But Owl and I have completed the device you commanded us to construct. We've managed to replicate it in sufficient numbers. Now, every low-ranked shadow soldier may be granted the privilege of speech with their monarch. Arthur leaned forward slightly, interest sparking in his eyes. That's good news. They've always understood me, my intent, my orders, but seeing them mute, unable to speak back. It was a pain. His tone was calm. Arthur was pleased. Lex inclined his head, the faintest ghost of a smirk forming. His pride was not for himself, but for delivering results. There is one more matter, my king. His tone sharpened. We followed your orders. Traced disturbances across Gotham. Both beneath the streets and above the skies. Something unusual has surfaced. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly, the glow intensifying. Raven turned her head toward him immediately, her curiosity piqued. She caught the flicker of seriousness in his expression before he masked it again. And then his voice cut through. Show me. Lex bowed again, but his words carried something almost ominous in their precision. As you wish. The control chamber deep beneath Arthur's estate thrummed with a low, constant vibration, as though the stone itself resonated with the power of the colossal machine at its heart. Towering monitors stretched across the wall, awash in a cold blue glow that painted shadows across the polished floor. Arthur stood before it, his violet eyes focused on the feed as the data shifted, scrolling, reforming. Beside him, Raven lingered with her arms folded, her sharp eyes taking in every detail. Shadow Lex stood next to his monarch. At the controls, seated with a posture too calm for the tension he revealed, was Shadow Owl. The alternate reflection of Batman's mind and malice tapped at the panels with precision, fingers flowing across the console like a pianist on his instrument. His violet eyes flickered once as he leaned back, his voice cold and measured. My king, Altman said, not lifting his gaze from the endless streams of data. You need to see this. Arthur moved closer, the glow from the largest monitor washing over his face. The feed stabilized, satellite images of Gotham sprawled across the screen, its arteries of streets and alleys lit in white outlines. Yet over that map, dozens of streaks of jagged light were drawn in chaotic patterns, crisscrossing like cracks across glass. Raven tilted her head, her brows knitting in suspicion. What are those? Ullman's fingers drummed once against the console before freezing over a key. His tone was detached, clinical. Supersonic disturbances. Trails left by objects moving faster than sound. Many are easily explained, military aircraft, but... Raven's eyes narrowed, her voice sharper now. But why are so many of them clustered near here? Her gaze darted to Arthur, realization flashing across her face. Wait. That's right on top of your estate. I see now that's... Arthur let out a long, quiet breath through his nose. The faintest sigh, but one with recognition. His voice carried no surprise. Kara. Raven smirked, the corner of her lip twitching. Yep. Lex finally stepped forward, hands clasped neatly behind his back, his tone precise as if delivering a lecture. Correct, my king. The majority of those trails belong to Lady Kara Zor-El. Since she frequently visits, and often patrols Gotham's perimeter, which explains her proximity to your estate. But... His head inclined slightly, a thin edge of something sharper entering his words. Not all of them belong to her. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He said nothing, only letting Lex continue. The shadow of Luthor tapped a command into the console. The screen shifted, isolating several of the glowing lines. These ones did not scatter like Kara's casual patrols. They were sharp, calculated, cutting paths directly into Gotham's heart. We filtered the anomalies, Lex said evenly. And found something unsettling. These flights mirror Kara's velocity, atmospheric re-entry patterns, acceleration curves. But their destinations are too precise. They do not hover. They do not wander. They have always certain specific destinations. Crime lords. Shady thugs. His gaze flicked to Arthur, unreadable but sharp. Not only in Gotham. Other cities as well. Same pattern. The silence that followed was heavy. Arthur's eyes lingered on the lines, unblinking, the glow within them sharpening, burning like molten violet. When he finally spoke, it was low and calm. Same characteristics as Kara's flight. His fingers curled slightly at his side, knuckles tightening. His voice sharpened as he turned his head. Are you saying this is? Lex finished without hesitation, his voice clipped, surgical. Yes, my king. The one who supplied that weapon to Roman Siones is not human. They are Kryptonian. The words struck the chamber like thunder. Raven's lips parted, her usually sharp composure slipping. That's impossible. The only Kryptonians left are Kara and Clark. And there's no way they would. She stopped herself, her voice lowering, almost defensive. They wouldn't. Arthur's eyes did not leave the glowing monitor. His jaw tightened, his glow intensifying until his irises were molten violet. His tone was quiet. They are not the only ones. Raven's head snapped toward him, eyes widening. The way he said it, it wasn't speculation. It was knowledge. Something he was certain about. Arthur's gaze remained locked on the satellite trails, as though staring through them, past them, to the truth behind them. His voice was sharp. I know who they are. And it's painfully obvious what they want. Raven's tone wavered, filled with disbelief. You're implying. She swallowed hard, that they want Kara and Clark dead. Arthur's lips pressed into a thin line, his expression a mix of recognition and quiet rage. Yes. The single word echoed in the chamber, Raven's fingers clenched at her arms beneath the folds of her cloak. Lex only bowed his head slightly, the faintest acknowledgement of truth revealed. Ullman said nothing at all, his hands still over the console. And if they think they'll succeed, Arthur murmured, his eyes narrowing with lethal intent, they'll soon learn what it means to target the people I care about. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 257, Surveillance and Shadows. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur stood at the center of the chamber, his eyes tracing the trails of light still dancing across Gotham's map. His voice broke the silence, low and commanding. Owl, Arthur said, his tone sharper than usual. Can you track them? Their last location, the most recent point they touched. Can you isolate it? From his seat at the control panel, Owl's fingers glided over the keys in quick strokes. His eyes glowed faintly as he processed streams of encrypted data. After a moment, he leaned back, voice flat, as though delivering a verdict. Yes. Earth's orbit. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He let out a quiet breath through his nose, the faintest flicker of annoyance passing over his features. Not very helpful. Raven shifted beside him, her face turning in his direction. There was a sharpness in her gaze, but also suspicion, like she was reading more than his words. Wait. Her arms uncrossed, her hand brushing against her chin. I know you said they're Kryptonians, but the way you spoke earlier, you seemed like you already knew them. That wasn't just a guess. Arthur didn't answer immediately. Instead, he began to pace across the floor, his cloak brushing silently behind him. I don't know them personally, he said finally, voice low, thoughtful. But I've read enough, studied enough, to recognize these things. And what we're seeing here, it doesn't match Clark or Kara. Not exactly. He stopped pacing, turned slightly toward her, his expression grave. If this isn't an alternate version of them, then there's only one answer. Phantom Zone prisoners. Kryptonians exiled and locked away for crimes against their own people. His eyes burned brighter now, his tone hardening. General Zod, and those loyal to him. The chamber seemed to grow colder at the name. Raven's eyes widened, her lips parting before she caught herself. She'd read enough, glimpsed enough knowledge in hidden corners, to know of what Arthur had just spoken. I've heard of the Phantom Zone, Raven said slowly, her voice edged with disbelief. A dimensional prison sealed away, beyond even time. If that's what you're suggesting, how could they possibly escape? That place is supposed to be impenetrable. Arthur's jaw tightened. He shook his head once, sharp, dismissive. I don't know how. Not yet. But since they're here. On Earth. Moving in shadows, spreading weapons they are not openly wielding themselves. And their intent is clear. His voice dropped, lethal in its certainty. They want Clark. They want Kara. Dead or captured. Raven's gaze lingered on him, searching his face for something: doubt, hesitation, anything. But there was none. Only the steady burn of violet certainty in his eyes. She finally exhaled. Arthur turned back toward the monitors, his tone shifting into calculation. I'll dispatch my shadow lanterns into orbit. If they've made it here, they'll need vessels to navigate space. That leaves a trail, no matter how carefully they move. And while they're still fresh from the zone, they'll be weakened. They haven't had the time Clark and Kara have under the yellow sun. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing on the streams of light across the map. The faster we cut them down, the better. Before they become something harder to contain. Raven's brows furrowed, her lips curving into the faintest grimace as she considered his logic. You're right. If they were already at full strength, they wouldn't be handing out scraps to Earth's crime lords. They'd do the killing themselves. She folded her arms again, her voice soft but edged with steel. That kind of desperation, it's a weakness. And if you're right, we need to strike while they're still vulnerable. I need to let the others know about this. Arthur allowed himself the faintest hint of a smile, cold, resolute. Exactly. They've already sealed their fate. Arthur's shadow stretched, and the air in the chamber thickened with a violent hum. The shadows around him stirred like restless beasts. From the shadowy floor, violet light flared, and figures began to rise, clad in shadow lantern uniform and glowing with that same spectral fire. Atrocitus emerged first, his jagged teeth gleaming through the veil of shadow, rage eternal even in death. Sinestro followed, tall and austere, his presence radiating pride as if kneeling were a choice he deigned to give. Then Greed, his form flickering like a flame that could never be quenched. More shadows followed, soldiers of every lantern shade Arthur had claimed, their violet eyes unified, bound only to his command. The weight of their presence pressed down on the underground base. They dropped to one knee in unison, heads bowed before their monarch. Arthur's voice cut through them. I should get going. His violet gaze swept over the gathered phantoms. He raised a finger, pointing toward above. Spread out. Space is vast, but I want every corner near the system covered. Find the Kryptonians. Any unusual vessel, anything lurking too close to the sun. Engage immediately if you find them. His tone dipped, a low growl at the end. And I will come to finish what you start. The shadows slammed fists to their chests in acknowledgement. Then, with a sound like rushing air being torn apart, they vanished, rising upward, dissolving into streams of violet light that cut through the ceiling holes that was specially made by Lex-like comets. The chamber fell quiet once more, their absence leaving only the sound of machinery. Raven tilted her head, her arms folded tightly across her chest. She watched the violet streaks fade from sight, and when she spoke, her voice carried a dry bite. A one-man lantern corps. Her lips twitched as if to suppress a smirk. I still can't get used to it. Arthur glanced sideways at her, his expression softening into a faint smile that didn't last long, but long enough. You are part of that corps. He turned back to the monitors, then pivoted toward the two shadows who remained in the chamber. His voice firmed again. Keep watch. Any trace of movement, I want to know. Lex bowed, precise as always. It will be done, my king. Ullman gave only a curt nod, but something about the tilt of his head suggested he had anticipated Arthur's words long before he spoke them. Arthur was about to move, but then he paused. A crease formed between his brows, the thought striking him out of nowhere. He slowly rubbed the back of his neck, muttering aloud, hold on a second. I don't have a satellite, do I? Raven turned her head sharply, her eyes narrowing. Seriously, Arthur? Then. There was disbelief in her tone, but also that faint, reluctant amusement she tried hard to hide. Arthur glanced at her, then at Owl. Well. Do I? Ullman didn't blink. His voice came out flat. No, my king. Arthur's eyes narrowed further. He stepped closer to the console, his tone sharpening. Then how did you pull that feed? All of this, he gestured toward the sprawling satellite maps, the shifting displays, where did it come from? Ullman's fingers tapped lazily on the console, almost disdainful of the question. I hacked into Batman's satellite. I've been doing so for some time now. His violet eyes flicked toward Arthur. Do you require me to stop? There was no shame, no hesitation in his tone. Just calm inevitability. Arthur's hand dragged through his hair, a sigh escaping him. He muttered, half to himself, half to the chamber, of course. Bruce probably already noticed. He shook his head, resigned. Doesn't matter. Carry on. Raven couldn't help it, she laughed. Not loud, but genuine, enough to make Arthur's eyes flick toward her in mock irritation. Her smirk curved as she looked back at the screen. No wonder you two don't get along. Arthur stared at her for a beat, then let the corner of his mouth curve upward despite himself. He exhaled, shaking his head. He doesn't get along with anyone. Lex, ever silent but listening, allowed himself the faintest ghost of a smirk, quickly hidden behind his bowed head. All said nothing, his attention back on the console. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 258, Beneath the Yellow Sun. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Space, the sun. The void beyond the ship's reinforced windows burned with brilliance. The yellow sun, massive and celestial in their view, its radiance spilling across the Kryptonian vessel's hull. The interior of the warship was cavernous, lined with cold steel and etched with Kryptonian design, angular, both beautiful and severe. General Zod stood at the helm, his hands clasped behind his back. The harsh glow of the sun lit the ridges of his face. Behind him, rows of soldiers moved with disciplined silence, their armor sealed, visors down to shield them from the very star that promised their strength. His voice, when it came, was steady, commanding, yet filled with disdain, almost disgust. Kal-El, Kara Zor-El. He didn't need to raise his tone, even speaking their names was enough to command the chamber. His eyes never left the sun. They have walked that world far longer than we. Kal-El most of all. Born under circumstances not meant to be, raised beneath the endless feast of this star. Decades to accustom his flesh, his cells, to its gifts. He is not only stronger than us, he is entrenched. Hardened. He tilted his head, a faint sneer tugging at his lips. To strike at them now would be foolish. Let the insects of this planet gnaw at him instead. A swarm of insects may not kill a beast, but they may wound it. And wounds fester, even in gods. A murmur of approval stirred through the soldiers, a ripple quickly silenced when Zod's gaze shifted back toward them. His hands unclasped for a moment before folding once more behind his back. Continue supplying the Earthlings with weapons, he commanded, his tone measured but absolute. In secret. Let their hunger for power serve our purpose. They are eager pawns, and Kal is a fool, all that power, and he made countless enemies that he didn't crush. And while they bloody themselves against the House of El, we grow stronger. His gaze turned back toward the sun, its brilliance blazing across the black of his pupils. Yes, stronger. Though we arrived late to this feast, we are not without means. Zod gestured subtly, and one of his lieutenants, clad in armor, stepped forward. A display shimmered into view, streams of Kryptonian glyphs forming patterns in the air. Radiation intake models. Absorption rates. Our suits protect us from the sun's immediate onslaught, Zod continued, his voice now edged with cold certainty. Without them, the radiation would tear our bodies apart before they could adapt. But with time, with precision, our cells will drink this light faster than theirs ever could. We were forged in chains, shaped by suffering the House of El has never known. And so, our ascension will be swift. His jaw tightened, his voice lowering to a dangerous growl. In little time, we will eclipse them. He turned at last, his cape brushing against the polished steel as his eyes fell upon the woman at his right Pharaoh. She stood rigid, her face cold, her every movement that of a soldier bred for perfection. Pharaoh, Zod said, the name sharp as a command. Have you discovered who tore open the Phantom Zone for us? Who pulled us from that exile? Pharaoh's lips pressed into a thin line. She shook her head once, sharply. No. Zod studied her for a moment, the muscles in his jaw working. Then he turned back toward the sun, his voice a low rumble. It matters not. We will settle accounts with the House of El first. Then Earth. Afterward, we will turn our eyes upon our benefactor. Whoever they are. Pharaoh's expression did not soften. Her voice was level, yet it carried a strange conviction. It is fate, General. That we are here. That we are freed. That the House of El stands before us now. Zod froze. Slowly, he turned his head toward her. The glow of the sun carved deep shadows across his face, his eyes burning with contempt. Fate, he repeated, the word bitten out like venom. His voice rose, sharp, commanding, his fury barely caged. Fate is the creed of cowards. The Council of Krypton believed in fate. They sat in their marble halls, blind, deaf, while our world trembled. They believed destiny would save us. And in their faith, Krypton burned. His fist slammed against the steel railing, the impact resonating through the chamber like thunder. Soldiers stiffened, their helmets turning toward him. I offered salvation, Zod continued, his voice carrying across the hall, now alive with rage. I offered strength. A new order. And they called me extreme. They spat on my vision, clinging to weak ideals, to tradition, to inferiors. His breathing quickened, his glare shifting from the sun to the memory of a man long dead. And none more than Jor-El, foolish. Arrogant. He chose the Council's cowardice over my truth. He doomed Krypton, and then he sent his spawn to thrive in the very light he denied us. For a long moment, the chamber was silent save for the hum of the ship's engines. Zod stood rigid, the fury still etched in his face, but his voice lowered again, cold and serious. No. I do not believe in fate. His eyes narrowed into slits. I believe in conquest. Pharaoh bowed her head, accepting his fury without flinching. Around them, the soldiers remained in disciplined silence, the weight of Zod's wrath pressing into their bones. Metropolis. The skies above Metropolis were calm, painted in late afternoon light. Kara soared effortlessly through the open blue, her cape fluttering behind her in ribbons of red. For once there wasn't a crisis, no alarm screaming from the city below, no shadow of violence lurking in the corners. Just her, the air, and her thoughts. And her thoughts, as usual lately, wandered where she didn't expect them to. Arthur. She murmured under her breath, almost pouting as she drifted along. The name tasted unfamiliar when spoken aloud in such a soft tone. What Raven said, about Dee Dee. I still can't believe it. Her brow furrowed, lips pressing into a line. The truth Raven had confided had been heavy, startling. Yet instead of the jealousy or fear she might have expected, Kara had felt something stranger. Something lighter. Relief. But why am I relieved, she muttered to herself, hands tightening as she flew faster, like movement might shake the thought free. Ugh, this is so stupid. She slowed again, cheeks warming with heat she blamed on the wind. Maybe I should force him on a date again. I mean, we have time now, right? No world-ending apocalypse breathing down our necks every 5 seconds. Her voice trailed off, wistful, before doubt crept back in. Or, maybe I should apologize to him. For pushing too much before and asking too many questions. She said, voice lowering into a sigh. But then her eyes widened and she shook her head violently, hair flying in the slipstream. Wait, no. Why would I apologize? It was his fault for not saying anything. Not mine. Her little burst of defiance made her spin slightly off balance in the air. She actually grabbed her head with both hands mid-flight, groaning like a frustrated child. The sky seemed to tilt as she tumbled clumsily through it. Why is this so complicated, she whined, eyes squeezing shut. And then wham. Kara jolted to a stop as if the very air had turned solid. She blinked, dazed, rubbing her forehead as the world steadied. Slowly, she lifted her head, only to freeze. Floating in front of her, arms crossed with that infuriatingly calm smile on his face, was Arthur. Arthur, she yelped, her voice cracking as heat rushed to her cheeks. Hey, beautiful, he said casually, like bumping into him midair was the most normal thing in the world. His tone carried the teasing undercurrent, smooth and warm. Where are you heading? Kara opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Her heart was beating like a drumline in her chest, and all the words she'd just been mumbling about him came rushing back like a cruel joke. She blushed furiously, whipping her head to the side. And none of your business, she snapped, her voice higher than she wanted it to be, folded arms hugging her chest. She tried for stern, but it came out like a flustered child. Arthur's smile only deepened. Relax, I just wanted to check on you. Her head jerked toward him, eyes narrowing. Check on me? Did you hit your head or something? You've never sought me out like this before. He chuckled softly, turning his gaze away toward the distant horizon, his tone light but edged with mischief. Well, since you don't want me here, and you're fine, I guess I can leave. Wait. Kara shot forward instinctively, grabbing his arm before he could drift away. The contact alone sent another wave of red to her cheeks. Her voice dropped, suddenly uncertain. No. Don't. I didn't say that. Arthur turned back to her, his eyes glinting with amusement as he let her hold on. His lips curved into a smile that was gentler this time, almost disarming. I was just kidding. There's a reason I'm here. Kara's grip on his arm loosened, though she didn't let go. She looked away again, her cape flicking in the breeze, trying to hide the small, shy smile tugging at her lips. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 259, What We Protect. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The mountain sat like a slice of silence above the world, wind combing thin grass, a rim of stone sharp against the sky, and nothing but the slow breath of clouds rolling under their feet. Far below them, a city felt irrelevant up here. It was a place made for private things, confessions, promises, the kind of conversation that needed room to breathe. Kara had replaced her uniform for plain jeans and a soft sweater, her hair was loose, catching the late sun. She perched on a jagged outcrop, one knee drawn up, looking impossibly small and impossibly fierce in the wide quiet. Arthur sat beside her, cloak folded around his legs. The violet in his eyes was a slow-burning ember. Now that we're away from people, Kara said, folding her hands in her lap and turning toward him, what did you want to talk about? Arthur's gaze flicked to the horizon, then back to her. He spoke with the same calm that had been a presence in every crisis, steady and calm. Remember that weapon used on you in Gotham? How could I forget, she replied, half a smile, half an edge. He leaned forward, the violet light in his irises sharpening as he chose his words. I followed a trail. Traced the signatures. I think I've found the source. Kara's smile dropped. Her brows pulled together as the mountain wind took her hair and stitched it across her cheek. And it's Kryptonian, Arthur said. There's a strong possibility it originates from those who were banished to the Phantom Zone long ago. Kara's body moved before she gave voice. She stood so quickly the rock scraped beneath her. General Zod, she said, the name like an exhalation charged with history and hatred. Arthur rose too, the space between them closing. Yes. She turned to face him fully, fists unclenching and then balling again. If that's true, this isn't a small threat. Zod is the kind of man who believes in purging weakness. He is very extreme, and his methods were the reason why he was sent to the Phantom Zone. He'll take whatever means necessary to remake worlds into what he thinks they should be. That was the case with Krypton. I know who he is, Arthur said quietly. And I know what he is, and I know how far he'll go. That's why. He let the sentence hang, then finished it simply. You and Clark are targets. Kara's jaw tightened, a flare of white at the set of her knuckles. Let him come, she said, breath short but fierce. There will be no Phantom Zone to send him to this time. I'll end him. Arthur watched her for a long moment. Whatever fury she wore looked good on her, noble, righteous, and it made him ache with something like respect and alarm braided together. He stepped forward and, before either of them could think too much, gathered her into a grip that was firm and immediate. His hands weren't rough, but the hold carried the authority of a commander and the tenderness of someone who did not intend to let her go. I've already sent my shadows into space, he said, low. They're searching. But they're unpredictable. They might have tricks, or vessels that mask themselves. My lanterns will probably find them. Zod is smart so he can get the best of Clark and you. Earth itself could be at risk. I'm here to prevent that. I can't let you be harmed. Kara's eyes softened for a fraction of a breath, the blaze in them bending toward something warmer. I don't need you to protect me, Arthur, she said fiercely, but the edge in her voice had thinned. I'm strong enough. I can. She broke off, the claim faltering into an honest laugh. I can wipe their fleet from the sky if I want to. Arthur didn't smile to contradict her strength. He let his features relax into a kinder expression. I don't doubt that. You could. But arrogance is a weapon as dangerous as their tech. Overconfidence gets you separated, exposed. That's what I worry about. Kara cocked her head, that small, infuriatingly amused curve at the corner of her mouth returning. She stepped closer until their knees nearly touched and looked into his violet eyes like she was trying to memorize them. I'm just taking after you, she said, quieter now. Someone who doesn't back down. Fair enough. He let the ghost of a smile cross his mouth, that rare thing that made his whole face less like a sovereign and more like a man who had learned to let a small warmth in. She got even closer and kissed him, brief and not at all tentative, then pulled back and hugged him, her face pressed into the crook of his neck. I appreciate you worrying about me, she said against his shoulder. It's nice, having someone who worries about you even when you can shake mountains. Arthur said nothing at first. He absorbed the statement as if cataloging a precious thing. His hands tightened once around her, not possessive, but protective. She laughed softly and tipped her head up to look at him, eyes bright and almost mischievous. And don't you dare try to stick one of your shadows into me as a parasite. The corner of Arthur's mouth tweaked into a half-smile, the sound of a small surrender. He inhaled, and when he exhaled it carried the faintest of amusement. You know me too well. Kara walked to the edge of the cliff, her boots perched on the rough stone. Her eyes traced the sky, though her mind was clearly elsewhere. Does Cal know about this? She asked finally, her voice steady, but her brow creased in that subtle way it always did when worry tried to creep through her composure. Arthur's gaze remained fixed somewhere in the horizon. I'm not sure, he said after a pause. But since that little incident with Black Mask happened in Gotham. His tone dropped a shade lower, as if the name alone brought irritation. Batman knows. Kara sighed, almost on reflex, like she could already see the chain of events unraveling. Right, she muttered, running a hand through her hair. If Bruce knows, then Cal definitely knows by now. He probably already investigated everything the moment we left that place. A faint smirk tugged at Arthur's lips. Wouldn't surprise me, he said. Though I'd argue his methods are far less efficient than mine. Kara shot him a look that was half amusement, half admonishment. You two really are alike sometimes, she said, shaking her head. Except you use shadows, and he uses paranoia. That earned her an actual smile, faint but real. Doesn't matter the method, what matters is results. She said with mocking smile, crossing her arms. Sure. For a moment, they just stood there. Then Kara exhaled softly, her voice gentler. I should head back now, Arthur. Arthur nodded once, slowly. All right. I'll trust you to keep yourself away from trouble. That earned him a sideways grin. She floated a few inches off the ground. Fear not, she said teasingly. If anything goes wrong, I still have you. Arthur looked up at her, that same quiet power behind his eyes. Of course. Kara hovered for a heartbeat longer, long enough for something unspoken to pass between them. Then she turned her gaze toward the open sky. With a sharp intake of breath, she shot upward. The air cracked like a thunderclap as she broke the sound barrier, a trail of white mist behind her. From where Arthur stood, she looked like a comet, bright and beautiful. Yet even as she ascended, the smile she'd worn began to fade. Her brows furrowed slightly, her thoughts turned heavy. Zod. She thought, the name burning in her chest like an old scar reopening. Arthur stayed where he was at the mountain's peak, arms crossed, dark cloak billowing faintly in the wind. He watched her vanish into the air until she became no more than a shimmer in the distance. The faint violet glow returned to his eyes. Why did I agree to her request? He muttered under his breath, voice low, almost to himself. His expression hardened as the wind whispered around him. I have a bad feeling, he murmured. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 260, Fortress of Solitude. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Fortress of Solitude. The Fortress of Solitude, the isolated sanctuary of Superman from the world, a place where he can recharge and connect with his Kryptonian heritage. Superman and Batman walked together, the sound of their boots echoing faintly through crystalline corridors. The air glowed faintly with frost, each breath forming a faint mist. The light within wasn't artificial, it came from the refracted glow of the Arctic sun breaking through the walls of Kryptonian architecture. Batman's cape trailed slightly behind as he walked alongside Superman, his eyes scanning the endless designs and hovering Kryptonian symbols. Every wall, every glowing construct seemed to hum with intelligence. Been a while since I've been here, Batman said finally, his voice low, the tone neutral, almost nostalgic. Superman gave a quiet chuckle, a sound that seemed to warm the air. You never leave that cave of yours unless there's trouble. You could visit here, you know. Batman's reply came sharp, almost mechanical. No time. Clark shook his head, smirking faintly. Right. Of course not. They continued walking. The fortress stretched before them like a frozen cathedral, massive halls lined with technology from a dead world. A flicker of light to their left caught Batman's attention. He stopped, turning slightly to look through a translucent wall into one of the smaller chambers. Inside, the room was modest, softer than the rest of the fortress. A few small mementos rested near a bed, a holographic image of Krypton's red sun, a small emblem of the House of El, and what looked like a folded cape. Superman followed his gaze. For a moment, his smile dimmed. Well, he said softly, as you can see, that one is Kara's. Or was, I guess. He sighed, folding his arms. She doesn't come here anymore. Some time ago, she wouldn't stop talking about Arthur, Arthur this, Arthur that. His lips twitched upward briefly, half amusement, half exasperation. Now, she stopped coming altogether. Batman's gaze lingered on the room for a moment longer. You seem delighted about it. Clark exhaled, his breath a faint cloud. I am. That caught Batman off guard, his eyes narrowed slightly beneath the cowl. Kara was lost and confused when I found her, Superman continued, his tone quieter now, voice thick with memory. Unlike me, she saw it. Krypton. Our home, she saw it break apart. Her pod was thrown off course, straight into the Phantom Zone. She slept in stasis for years before her engines reignited. By the time she reached Earth. He paused, looking toward the icy floor, as though the memories themselves chilled him. By the time I found her, everything she loved was already gone, and it was like moments ago for her. He took a step forward, then stopped again, his shoulders tense. She spent some time here and then she somehow got kidnapped by Lex. You know how that went. Batman stayed silent. His gloved hands tightened briefly behind his back. Superman turned slightly, watching him from the corner of his eye. I'm glad she's even willing to smile again. I don't know what kind of magic Arthur used on her, but it worked. You don't like him and that's fine. But he's the reason she's still herself. Batman's expression was unreadable beneath the cowl, but there was a flicker of thought in his eyes. I understand why you're keeping Zod a secret from her, he said at last. But do you really think she won't find out? Superman frowned. What do you mean? Bruce's hand lifted, the compartments on his gauntlet sliding open with a faint metallic click. Holographic light flared to life above his forearm, lines of encrypted code, surveillance feeds, and the faint outline of a familiar estate rendered in cold blue light. My satellite was hacked some time ago. This hacker used it for surveillance and information from time to time. Batman said flatly. It took some digging, but I found the source. Arthur's estate in Gotham. He turned his head slightly toward Clark, his voice calm. He already knows, Clark. About Zod. Superman's jaw tightened. And since he cares about Kara, Batman went on, he'll bring the fight to Zod himself. And given his record with alien beings. Clark groaned softly, dragging a hand down his face. He must have told her then. The hologram flickered out, plunging them back into the icy glow of the fortress. Silence hung between them for a few heartbeats. Then Superman exhaled slowly, looking toward the ceiling as though searching for patience among the stars. Sometimes, he said finally, I forget how dangerous he can be, but I don't think he'll be reckless about this. If anything, he'll protect Kara if necessary and he'll take the fight away from Earth. Batman's eyes narrowed faintly. You mean how dangerous he already is? You have too much faith in him. Superman didn't argue. The deeper they went into the Fortress of Solitude, the quieter the world became. The air grew colder, denser, as the glowing corridors of crystalline structure gave way to an inner sanctum. Full of Kryptonian machinery. Clark's cape brushed against the icy floor as he glanced toward the detective beside him. Batman's eyes scanned everything, from the floating drones to the crystalline pillars humming faintly with energy. Superman spoke first. Let me show you what I know about Zod, and the others who were sent to the Phantom Zone. Batman's tone didn't change, but there was an edge of intent in his words. That's the reason I'm here. They turned a final corner and entered a vast chamber of light. It was circular, vast, and alive with energy. In the center stood a supercomputer unlike anything on Earth, pulsing faintly with blue and white radiance. Around it, a few humanoid figures turned, sleek, silver-skinned automatons with the House of El crest on their chests. Their eyes glowed a soft cerulean. Kal-El, one of the robotic sentinels, spoke, its voice warm but metallic. Welcome home. Another inclined its head toward Bruce. Designated guest, Batman of Earth. Identity confirmed. Welcome. Batman's gaze flicked to Superman. You've taught them manners. Superman smiled faintly. They were already like this. He walked to the center console and gestured toward the main crystalline spire. Access Historical Archives subject, General Druzad and the Council's ruling on his exile. The crystal pulsed once. Light gathered at the room's center. Then, a familiar figure emerged, tall, noble, dressed in Kryptonian robes that glimmered faintly with starlight. Jor-El's holographic image turned toward them, his expression calm, authoritative. My son, the hologram began in Kryptonian language before automatically shifting into English, you seek knowledge of General Zod. Superman's eyes softened a little as he heard his father's voice again. He didn't interrupt. The projection continued, tone patient, almost weary. General Druzad was once among Krypton's most respected military leaders. A man of conviction, courage, and a vision that, in his mind, was born of patriotism. He believed Krypton's destiny could not end with its destruction. He sought to preserve it by any means necessary. The hologram shifted, displaying images of Krypton. Zod stood at their center, regal and fierce, his armor reflecting the light of the red sun. When the Council denied his request to prepare off-world colonization, he turned to rebellion. His plan was simple yet catastrophic: seize command of Krypton's defense fleets and find a habitable world to rebuild upon. He chose a system with a yellow star, your star, Kal-El, Earth. Batman's expression hardened. So he wanted to turn Earth into a new Krypton. The hologram nodded. He intended to annihilate the native population, believing them primitive and unworthy of coexistence. He called it purification, and promised that in 1,000 years, under a yellow sun, Krypton would rise again stronger, wiser, guided by those who had survived its end. Bruce's jaw tightened. His gaze flicked to Clark. Glad your father and the Council were moral enough to stop him. The image of Jor-El's face dimmed slightly, his tone shifting to one of regret. Zod was my friend once. I fought beside him, trusted him with our world's safety. But the moment he raised his hand against Krypton itself, he became something else. For his crimes and for those who followed him, his rebellion failed, and the Council banished him to the Phantom Zone, a timeless prison beyond light and death. The hologram faded, the room's glow settling into its usual icy calm. Superman stood silent for a moment, eyes still fixed on where his father's image had been. Then he spoke, quietly. He wasn't wrong about Krypton's mistakes. But his way would have made us worse than the world that destroyed itself. Batman's eyes studied him from beneath the cowl. You think his motives changed? Clark exhaled slowly. No, he will desire Earth even more now. He then glanced at him, a faint, tired smile breaking through. But hey, as you can see, we're not all that bad, right? Bruce didn't return the smile, but his voice softened, almost imperceptibly. No, you're not. But we are unlucky enough to live on the same planet Zod wanted. Superman chuckled faintly, though the sound carried a tension neither of them could ignore. You know I can't let that happen. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 261, Phantom Zone Conspiracy. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Superman and Batman turned away, leaving. Batman, however, remained puzzled about something. His gaze never left the floor, his mind already dissecting the implications. It was Bruce who spoke first. The council banished Zod to the Phantom Zone, he began quietly, his voice filled with that familiar suspicion. That's supposed to be a prison outside of time, a place no one comes back from. So tell me, any idea how they escaped? Superman exhaled through his nose, his blue eyes narrowing slightly, not in irritation, but in understanding. He'd expected the question the moment Bruce became silent. Before Batman could press further, Clark spoke. Before you say anything, Bruce. I have an armory here. Everything you can imagine. Even Kryptonian weapons and technology. Including something called the Phantom Zone projector. Batman's head tilted slightly, the name alone triggering 100 silent theories behind his cowl. Projector. It's a device, Superman explained, gesturing toward the far wall where a tall, crystalline vault glowed faintly behind an energy field. It can transport prisoners or objects in and out of the Phantom Zone. It was created as a way to contain criminals safely, permanently. It was never meant to be used lightly. I've never used it. Batman's eyes, hidden beneath the cowl, sharpened. He didn't move closer, but the tone in his voice changed quieter. You're saying it's been locked away here all this time? Clark nodded, his voice steady. Yes. I haven't touched it since the day I found it. You can scan the fortress yourself if you want, I know that look, Bruce. Batman's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, the faintest ghost of a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm asking if you're sure no one else has used it. Superman frowned. No one else has access to the fortress. That's what I thought about the Batcave once upon a time. Bruce countered dryly. Security means nothing to people who can move faster than a bullet or think faster than a computer. Clark's gaze hardened. Bruce. But Batman wasn't accusing, he was analyzing. Every word, every pause in Clark's tone. His voice came out colder, more focused. If Zod and his soldiers escaped the Phantom Zone, someone helped them. And if it wasn't you, and if your projector hasn't been touched, then someone else had the means. Superman's eyes softened slightly, knowing where Bruce's mind was heading even before he said it. You're thinking of Luthor. Batman was silent. Clark turned, walking a few paces away before speaking. His voice was calm, but it carried an undertone of grief. Lex is gone, Bruce. We don't even know what became of him. He took himself and Arthur down with him during the Katniss incident. I scanned the area personally. There was nothing left, no life, no signal. I mean, we thought Arthur was gone as well till he appeared again. Bruce's eyes flicked toward him, his tone unchanging. That's what concerns me. Superman's brow furrowed. You are thinking of someone else. I think someone always does, Batman replied simply. Luthor's shadow stretches further than his lifetime. Someone had to know about his tech, about its access to alien technology. If they got their hands on anything from his vaults, Kryptonian data, blueprints, maybe even fragments of your father's tech, they could have built something capable of breaching the Phantom Zone. Or it could have been someone else entirely, one we have no clue about. A new threat. Superman didn't argue. He only stared at the wall of ice crystal ahead, jaw tight. I also think Zod's release wasn't random. I think it's orchestrated, Bruce said quietly. And that's what's been on my mind. Not Zod himself, people like him are predictable. Soldiers, zealots, conquerors. But whoever opened that door. He looked up, eyes narrowing beneath the cowl. That's the real threat. Clark turned to face him fully, his cape shifting slightly in the cold air. You think someone wanted them here? Why? Batman's voice dropped lower, his mind already 10 steps ahead. Distraction. Or leverage. You, Kara, maybe even Arthur. Someone benefits from chaos, and they just unleashed Krypton's worst nightmare to get it. Superman's eyes flashed faintly, the familiar glow of his heat vision fading just as quickly as it came. If you're right. I usually am, Batman interrupted flatly. Clark gave him a sidelong look, half amused. You really are impossible to talk to sometimes. Which is why you asked me here, Bruce said evenly, his tone betraying no emotion but the corners of his mouth almost lifted. To see the angles you'd rather not. Superman sighed, finally letting a small laugh slip. I guess I did. The cold void of space was vast and indifferent, yet in that black clam, one figure hovered motionless above the curve of Earth. Arthur floated in the darkness, the faint light of the sun glinting across the black armor of his Shadow Lantern uniform. The violet crest on his chest pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat forged from darkness and starlight. Around his right hand, the shadow ring glowed with a ghostly violet glow, thin wisps of shadow curling lazily from its edges. Below him, the earth looked peaceful, an illusion he knew better than to trust. Above, the watchtower was like a silent guardian in orbit, glinting faintly against the backdrop of the stars. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Even they didn't detect a thing, he muttered, in irritation. He floated there, arms crossed. The tech of the Kryptonians is something else, he said to himself, scanning the blackness ahead. I'm sure they can make even their ships invisible to every scanner known to men. But he frowned, closing his eyes. With my senses, I should still be able to pick them up. The ring on his finger pulsed. Then, one by one, dozens of faint violet lights flickered into existence across the solar system, his shadow lanterns, connected through the web of his will. Their voices came in unison, deep, reverent. My king. Arthur's tone softened, though it still carried weight. Report. Anything unusual? Silence. Then a faint ripple of psychic feedback, the synchronized thoughts of his shadow soldiers. Nothing yet, my king. Our rings are scanning every quadrant, but there is nothing. Arthur exhaled slowly, his breath fogging inside his visor. You know you can use your rings to scan more efficiently, right? One of the voices, Sinestro, the wisest of his shadow corps, answered calmly. We are already doing that, my king. Arthur's lips pressed into a thin line. His hand clenched, faint sparks of violet energy pulsing around his fist. Ugh, I know. He muttered. I'm just. He stopped himself mid-sentence. I'm just frustrated that I can't find them like this. I'd rather not wait for them to strike first. For a moment, only the silence of space answered him. He could feel the tension gnawing at him, not fear, but impatience. A general waiting for an unseen enemy. Damn it, he hissed under his breath, violet light flickering brighter. I'll find another way. Arthur tilted slightly forward, and moved. The darkness around him exploded into motion. His body streaked through the void like a comet of violet fire, his passage bending light and leaving trails of burning shadows in his wake. In seconds, he pierced the thin edge of the atmosphere, the friction igniting a blazing light around him as he descended. To the naked eye from below, it would have looked like a falling star. From a distance, hidden among space debris, Kara floated silently. Her golden hair swayed weightlessly in the vacuum, her cape behind her as if it was frozen in space. She had followed him not out of distrust, but something far more complicated. She'd watched the way he lingered in orbit, restless, vigilant, consumed by the weight of responsibility he never asked for. The faint violet flare of his power still glowed across her eyes. When he vanished toward Earth, the silence of space returned, and only then did she speak, her voice soft, trembling with conviction. I know what you're thinking, Arthur. She whispered to herself, eyes narrowing toward the blue planet below. You'll find them, and when you do, you'll face them alone, just like always. Her expression hardened, but pain flickered behind her eyes. Not this time. This is personal. Her hand curled into a fist, the faint red glow in her eyes appeared. I will not let that madman destroy what I've come to love, not again. The stars reflected against her determined gaze. For a heartbeat, she looked toward where Arthur had vanished, and then she turned away. I'll find Zod before you do, she murmured. And I'll end him myself. Without another word, she angled herself toward the edge of the solar system, and the vacuum exploded with a sonic crack that shouldn't have existed in space, her body vanishing into a streak of gold and blue light that tore through the void. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 262, The Shadow and the Night. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Gotham, Batcave. The Batcave breathed in shadows, water dripped in the distance, echoing. Alfred stood behind Bruce, who didn't turn when he heard the butler approach. His gloved hands moved over the holographic keys, lines of data streaming across a dozen suspended screen schematics, chemical compounds, orbital readings, encrypted Wayne-Tech blueprints. Alfred's eyes narrowed slightly as one particular formula took shape on the display, an unmistakable emerald hue pulsing faintly at its center. Kryptonite. He murmured, his tone balanced between concern and curiosity. Then, after a measured pause, are you perhaps planning to host a rather unpleasant tea party, sir? Bruce's voice came low, even. I'm preparing for the worst. He didn't stop typing. If we're facing an army of Kryptonians, and possibly a very hostile ones, then we'll need more than clever words and hope. We'll need this shiny green rock. He pressed a key. The cave trembled faintly as metal groaned and rose from the floor, a cylindrical platform unlocking from beneath the surface. Steam hissed out as panels slid aside, revealing a new batsuit within a containment shell. Its armor was sleek and brutal, segmented with obsidian plating and veined subtly with glowing veins of green. Alfred's brows lifted slightly, the light of the suit reflecting in his eyes. "If I may, sir," he began, folding his hands neatly before him, "you made that suit a long time ago, did you not?" Bruce finally turned. "Yes," he said, his gaze fixed on the armor as if weighing its morality. "Fortunately, I had time to refine it. Never had to use it, until now." Alfred's lips thinned. "Well," he said softly, "you did design it for Superman, if memory serves." Bruce shot him a brief look, the corner of his mouth twitching just enough to register. "I know that tone, Alfred. And yes, it was necessary then, and it still is. The time's come where I might actually need it." Alfred's voice lowered, rich with quiet reproach. "Seems to me, sir, like a rather creative breach of trust. And forgive my bluntness, but won't that suit be, shall we say, inhospitable, if you find yourself fighting beside him?" Bruce's eyes hardened, that unyielding steel settling back into his posture. "Trust won't keep this planet safe," he said, stepping toward the suit. "And that won't happen." The silence between them deepened. The faint rumble of the Batmobile's idle systems filled the gap. Alfred studied Bruce, the tension in his jaw, the sleepless weariness buried under precision and control. After a moment, Bruce spoke again, quieter this time. "Back in the Fortress of Solitude," he said, his gaze distant, as if remembering something that still unsettled him. "I saw things. The tech there, his father's work, what little he managed to send before Krypton fell, it's centuries beyond ours. Whole civilizations worth of science in a single shard of crystal." He exhaled, voice rougher now. "If that was just his father's legacy, then I should expect a general from that world to have far worse real weapons, real armies. I'm not taking chances here, Alfred. Not with them. Not with anyone." Alfred's expression softened, but only slightly. "No, of course not," he murmured. "Heaven forbid you start doing that now." Bruce allowed himself the faintest flicker of a smirk before it vanished again. He looked up at the kryptonite suit, its green glow reflecting in his eyes like a ghost. Alfred turned away at last, the faint rustle of his steps fading toward the stairway. "I'll prepare some coffee then," he said quietly. "Seems you'll need it more than sleep." Bruce replied, "Don't drug it." He stood before the suit in silence, the green light tracing the lines of his face. For a long moment, it was impossible to tell if the look in his eyes was resolve or guilt. Then he reached out and pressed his palm against the armor. "Let's hope," he muttered under his breath, "I never have to wear it." The cave swallowed his words whole. The Batcave got too quiet. The only sound was the rhythmic clatter of keys beneath Bruce's gauntlets and the low sound of machinery breathing in the dark. Alfred returned and stood a few feet behind him, reading off a diagnostic on the secondary monitor when something subtle, something wrong caught his eye. The light shifted. Not much, just enough for the veteran butler's instincts to stir. Alfred straightened, his voice carefully composed but edged with caution. "Sir." Bruce froze. His hand hovered above the keyboard, eyes flicking to the floor where the impossible thing was unfolding. A shape detached itself from his own shadow, splitting apart. Without hesitation, Bruce reached for his belt. "Alfred." "I see it," the butler said calmly, though his pulse quickened. The shadow rose upright, thick as smoke, tendrils coiling upward until they formed the rough outline of a man. Two violet eyes burned open in the dark fog, bright and sharp. Bruce's stance shifted, defensive but not panicked. "Arthur." The smoke coalesced, pulling together like night condensed into muscle and form. From the darkness stepped Arthur Blackwynd, clad in his black and violet uniform, the crest of the shadow lantern glowing faintly on his chest. The air rippled faintly as his feet touched the ground. He smirked. "Sorry for showing up like this," he said, voice deep, confident. "Bruce." Alfred, who had taken one step back for good measure, adjusted his cuffs and eyed the fading smoke. "A bit theatrical, Master Blackwynd. You might consider using the door next time, it does wonders for one's blood pressure." Bruce exhaled slowly through his nose. Rude as ever. Arthur's laughter broke the tension, rich and unforced. He lifted both hands in mock surrender. "My apologies," he said with a grin. "But you're not the only one who gets to monitor people." He strolled past Bruce without waiting for an invitation, the faint shimmer of shadow still trailing behind his boots as he approached the back computer. His eyes scanned the array of data for a moment before lifting a finger toward the screen. "Besides," he said, smirking again, "you already knew I had a shadow watching you. You've gotten rather familiar with some of my powers, haven't you?" Alfred and Bruce exchanged a wordless glance, one of those subtle, silent conversations they perfected over years. Bruce didn't confirm it, but he didn't deny it either. Arthur turned then, his gaze landing on the suit still displayed in its containment pod. The kryptonite veins shimmered faintly in the cave light. "Nice suit," Arthur said. "But I'm sure you won't have to use it." Bruce folded his arms, eyes narrowing slightly. You sound very sure of that. Arthur's expression hardened, the humor slipping away. Because I'll take care of Zod and his band of Kryptonians. Bruce studied him carefully. You mean you intend to kill them? Arthur didn't flinch. Yes, he said simply. If necessary. Zod clearly wants Clark. And Kara. And after that, Earth. It's the perfect foundation for his idea of a reborn Krypton. He paused, his tone cooling to something dark. Except his version of Krypton would be built on the ashes of every human life here. With a thought, a blade of translucent green light solidified in Arthur's hand, the kryptonite sword. The eerie glow washed over his features as he turned it slightly, the reflection sliding across Batman's armor. Bruce's brow furrowed. Interesting sword. Arthur looked at it for a moment, then let the blade dissolve into vapor. I will not allow that to happen while my loved ones live on this planet. Bruce's tone was unreadable. Is that your only motivation? Arthur glanced back at him with a small, sharp grin. Oh, come on, Bruce. I'm not a demon. I may care most about the people close to me, but I don't see humans as bugs to crush under my boot. He tilted his head slightly, voice lowering. I will protect what I need to protect, no matter what. For once, Batman didn't reply. His silence wasn't distrust. Arthur looked down for a moment, as though deciding something, then raised his eyes again. I'm here, he said finally, tone steady, because I need your help with something. Bruce arched a brow beneath the cowl. You of all people need my help. Arthur smirked faintly. Yes. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 263, Blood of Krypton. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Space, unknown planet. The void stretched endlessly, stars smeared into faint silver scars against the black canvas of space. Kara Zor-El soared faster than light could blink. Her eyes glowed faintly blue, scanning, tracing the invisible residue of an energy signal only Kryptonian senses could detect. That signal definitely came from them, she muttered under her breath, her voice tight with purpose and unease. I'm not losing it. Her flight slowed as a planet came into view, a dead one. The closer she got, the worse it looked. The crust was cracked, cities long turned to dust, what looked like oceans now dried to gray scars. Ash floated in the thin atmosphere like ghosts of what once was. No signs of life, just rubble, silence, and the echo of extinction. Kara descended through the clouds of ruin, scanning the surface. That's when she saw it. A ship sleek, angular, unmistakably Kryptonian, half buried in the gray dust. And outside it, 4 figures stood waiting. Their armor was dark silver, gleaming faintly even in the dark, marked with the sigils of the old Kryptonian military, power radiated from their suits. And among them, one stood taller, prouder, and infinitely more dangerous. Kara's jaw clenched. General Druzod, she whispered, landing softly upon the dead rock. The 4 turned as one, and Zod stepped forward. His eyes, cold, met hers with the weight of a man who had commanded one of the mightiest armies in the universe and crushed planets beneath his boots. Kara Zor-El, he said, his voice deep, smooth, almost regal. Welcome. It seems our signal was not in vain. Kara hovered just off the ground, her tone sharp as she replied, General Zod. Her eyes narrowed, the faintest shimmer of heat vision burning in them. How did you escape the Phantom Zone? And what are you after? Zod smiled faintly, a patient, calculating expression that didn't belong on any sane man. He began to walk slowly, hands clasped behind his back as if lecturing a student. Don't be like this, Kara. Both you and Kal-El should be grateful. His voice softened, mockingly warm. You still have people to call your own. Kara landed fully, the dust swirling around her boots. Don't bullshit me, Zod. He chuckled, the sound echoing eerily in the stillness. Ah, the tongue of Earth, so crass, so simple. But I suppose it suits you now. He turned away, pacing a few steps, his cape brushing against the ruins. Look around you, Kara. This world is dead, yes. But it endured. Its people vanished, its civilization erased, but the planet still remains. Solid. Waiting. Ready to be repopulate. He turned back, his eyes glinting with a dark fire. Krypton was the opposite. Our people vanished, our world shattered. There was no recovery. No home to return to. Only fragments scattered through the void. And now only a handful of us remain. You, your cousin, and us. He paused, voice tightening. Alongside one Jor-El kept hidden. Someone I've been searching for. Kara frowned. Someone else. What are you talking about, Zod? Zod's mouth curved slightly, though his eyes held no amusement. Yes. But that someone isn't important. Just a little mistake Jor-El made, a complication. Her fists clenched at that word. What are you trying to say? He stepped closer, his expression shifting into something almost pleading, almost. I'm saying I don't want you as an enemy, Kara. I don't want you dead. I want you to stand beside me. Stand with Krypton. Together, we can restore what was lost. A world greater than this broken, primitive rock your cousin has chosen to protect. We can bring our people back. Make Krypton rise again. Kara stared at him in disbelief, her voice shaking, not with fear, but fury. You're trying to use my home world as a tool to make me betray Kal. To betray Earth. Zod's smile returned, faint and knowing. I'm asking you to choose family over strangers. To reclaim your birthright. Kal has forgotten what we are, what we were meant to be. He gestured at the world beneath them, the ruins stretching endlessly. Do you really think that fragile planet deserves to shape us? To limit us? Kara's eyes flashed red for a moment, her voice low and trembling with emotion. You don't understand Earth. You never will unless you give it a chance. Krypton may be gone, Zod, but the people on that planet, they live. They love. They fight for each other. You destroy that for your pride and your dead duty. For a moment, the silence between them was suffocating. Zod's soldiers shifted slightly, armor hissing. Zod looked at her long and hard, his tone grave now. You speak like Jor-El, noble. Naive. I had hoped you would see beyond that. But perhaps, you still might. Kara lifted herself slightly off the ground again, her expression hardening. If you think I'll ever stand by you, you'll find out just how wrong you are. Zod didn't flinch at her words. Instead he stepped closer, the faint hiss of his armor the only sound in that ruined plain. Up close, the lines of his face were severe, worn by exile and hardened by command. He looked at Kara not with hatred but with the cold affection of a teacher addressing a promising pupil gone astray. Kara, he said, each syllable measured, as if lecturing a student. You speak like one who grew among strangers, tossing away heritage for sentiment. Do you not feel the weight of our blood? The legacy of Krypton demands more than small mercies. It demands sacrifice. Duty. She stayed still, fists unclenched at her sides. His voice tried to fold around her like a velvet glove, but there was steel beneath it. He walked in a slow, deliberate circle, cataloging the ruin with an almost tender contempt. I sought you, he began, and his gaze locked onto her, instead of Kal-El because you, unlike him, saw our world. You remember its laws. You know our rights. You are Kryptonian in your bones. Kal-El was taken as an infant. Nothing ties him to Krypton save the blood in his veins. He stopped directly in front of her and placed a hand on her shoulder, the gesture meant to be intimate, paternal. You left young as well, yes. You barely aged just like us, the Phantom Zone can twist time. But age does not equal wisdom. He is older in years, perhaps, but not in understanding. There was tenderness in his cadence, a venomous appeal dressed as kinship. He wanted her to feel owed, to feel lonely enough to reach for the hand he offered. Kara listened with a face like a shutter closing. For a moment she said nothing, letting the words fall over her like dust. Her jaw tightened, the blood at her temples rose. He expected meekness. He expected waver. He expected gratitude. Then she moved. It was not a grand arc of fury. It was a clean motion, the kind born of someone who could end a war with a casual gesture but chose instead this rebellion. She stepped in. Her fist drove forward before his thought could finish the sentence. Leather met metal with a sound like a bell struck hard. The impact thudded through the ruined air, a dull boom that scattered ash. Zod's helmet took the hit squarely. For a blink, his expression registered surprised, then incredulous. The blow caught him beneath the visor, his head snapped back. Sparks flared where the blow had met reinforced alloy. He was not unhurt. He flew. The general's body spun, armor clattering as it caught the wind, and he slammed into a cluster of shattered pillars a dozen meters away. The impact shattered stone and sent up a spray of dust and debris. His soldiers snapped to attention, reflexive shields flaring, weapons humming to life. Kara hovered in the thin air, chest heaving the tiniest fraction, the blonde of her hair a halo in the gray light. Dust drifted around her like a halo. She smiled, not cruel, not triumphant in the way of a bully, but quiet and certain. She answered in the only language Zod understood. I'm afraid I can't do that, General, she said, the words soft and lethal both. I won't be yours. Since I'm already tied to someone else. Silence held for a breath. Zod pushed himself upright, rolling from the shattered pillar with a soldier's grace even while the dented armor complained. His visor glowed faintly as systems reconnected. For a heartbeat his expression was inscrutable hurt, maybe, and then something colder. You will think twice, Kara Zor-El, he said, voice low, a warning. You will remember what it means to be Kryptonian. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 264, Zod's Lesson. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Heat was radiating from Kara's glare. Zod and his soldiers hovered, Faura at his side, 2 armored Kryptonians behind. Their black capes flicked faintly in the wind. Kara floated higher, blue and red catching the light of the shattered moon above. Her hair drifted, her jaw set. Oh, Zod, she said, her voice sharp and unyielding across the ruined plain. Just for your info, I know that you didn't seek me out because of whatever garbage you just said. Her fists clenched, twin pinpoints of crimson flared in her eyes. You sought me instead of Cal because you think I'm weaker. Because he grew up bathing under a yellow sun and I didn't. Because I'm the easier target. The red light burst from her gaze like a god's wrath. The ship behind Zod ignited in an instant, its hull melting into slag, erupting into a shockwave of molten metal and flame. Kara didn't flinch as the blast wave washed over her, she stood amidst it, eyes cooling to blue again. You made a terrible mistake, she said flatly. Zod's expression didn't waver. If anything, he looked pleased. We'll see about that, Kara Zor-El. Faura stepped forward, her gaze cold and clinical. General. Zod lifted a hand, unclasping the front of his battle armor. The plates hissed and fell away, crashing into the dirt with a heavy clang. No armor, no restraint, he said. We fight as Kryptonians. Faura followed, her armor peeling away, revealing the black undersuit beneath. The 2 soldiers did the same, their eyes glinting faintly red. Zod rose from the ground, dust curling around his boots as he hovered to meet Kara's gaze. I see, Kara said, her eyes narrowing. You spent some time near a yellow sun. Zod smirked. Your son, to be specific. The tools on our mothership accelerated the process. Painful and unbearable, yes. But when the purpose is great, power is worth suffering for. Kara rolled her shoulders, cracks of sound breaking from her joints as energy rippled off her skin. Doesn't matter, she said. I'll crush all 4 of you myself. Zod tilted his head, smiling faintly. You are no warrior, Kara Zor-El. The words had barely left his mouth before they moved. They came like lightning, 4 streaks cutting through the sky, the sound barrier cracking 4 times over. Kara blocked Zod's first strike with her forearm, the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ruins below. She spun with the momentum, catching Faura's leg mid-kick and hurling her across the plain like a missile. One of the soldiers crashed into her from behind, locking her arms, but she slammed her head backward right into his face. She grabbed him by the throat, hurled him skyward, and met him halfway with a punch that sent him tumbling into orbit. Zod's fist caught her jaw, her head snapped sideways, blood spraying in a bright arc. He followed with a sharp elbow to her ribs, then drove his knee into her abdomen. Kara grimaced but twisted, catching his arm mid-strike. She flipped him, slamming him into the ground hard enough to crater the earth. Faura was there before Kara could breathe 2 strikes, a blur of motion. Kara blocked the first with her forearm, the second caught her across the face. She went spinning through a ruined spire, dust exploding around her. Kara emerged from the debris, her cape torn, a smile cutting through the blood on her lip. You are surprisingly stronger than I thought. Faura's expression didn't change. You're just a weak, inexperienced child. Try me. They clashed midair, 2 blurs colliding over a dead city. Faura fought with the precision of a blade, every move was meant to kill. Kara fought instinctive, powerful, driven by fury and heart. Faura drove her knee into Kara's chest, Kara answered by slamming her fist into Faura's midsection, sending her hurtling into the ground. The second soldier struck from behind. Kara spun, caught his wrist, twisted, and broke it with a sound like cracking steel. She grabbed his shoulder and slammed him headfirst into the planet's crust. Zod appeared again, eyes blazing red. His heat vision tore through the air. Kara crossed her arms and absorbed it, her boots digging trenches in the dirt as she pushed forward through the beam. Her own eyes flared, and for a moment the world was bathed in red, their heat visions clashing midair, colliding, sending sparks everywhere. The ground split open beneath them. Then Kara broke through his beam, appearing in front of him in a blink, and drove her fist squarely into his chest. The impact rippled through the air, sending Zod flying back hundreds of meters, smashing through jagged ruins until he finally crashed into a half-buried mountain. Faura lunged again. Kara spun, caught her arm, and threw her into one of the soldiers mid-flight. The two collided and spiraled into the sand. Breathing heavily, Kara hovered over the cratered landscape. The air shimmered with heat, dust swirling around her in slow, molten spirals. Her eyes locked onto Zod as he rose from the rubble, wiping the blood from his mouth, smiling still. "Not bad," he said, his voice calm, amused even. "Not bad at all, I want you as my soldier even more now." Kara's glare sharpened. "You will die by my hands." Zod chuckled, floating upward once more. "You don't have the ability to do that." Kara's eyes flared again, no hesitation, no words this time. The sky lit up red as they launched at each other, two comets colliding in the dusk of a dead world. The planet screamed beneath them. Craters glowed molten red from the heat of their clash, dust storms whipped into hurricanes with every impact. Kara's fists blurred through the air, her golden hair streaking, eyes blazing with rage and pain. Zod blocked a strike, his gauntlet sparking against her knuckles, but she followed with a vicious knee to his ribs that sent him hurtling backward to the ground. The explosion sent up a shockwave. Farah came from behind. Her speed was surprising, small blade drawn, but Kara turned just in time, catching her wrist mid-swing. The sound of bones shattering echoed. Farah screamed, her arm twisting at an unnatural angle before Kara hurled her across the battlefield like a broken spear. The two remaining soldiers darted in, moving in perfect tandem, disciplined, cold, trained by Zod himself. Kara remained focused. She spun, her foot cutting through one soldier's chest like a hammer, sending him crashing into a pile of rubble. The second came low, aiming for her throat, but she caught him by the neck and drove him straight through the cracked ground, the impact carving a new crater. The soldier didn't rise again. Her chest heaved, eyes glowing crimson as she turned back toward Zod, who now floated above the ruin, eyes narrowed. His jaw was bloodied by her doing, and that made her smirk. "You trained them well," Kara said, her voice steady, low, dangerous. "But as you can see, it didn't help." Zod's gaze flicked briefly to the fallen soldiers. His voice was calm, too calm. "You are stronger than I expected, Kara Zor-El. Perhaps too strong for now." She shot forward before he could move, slamming into him midair, fists a blur of fury. Each punch sent shockwaves through the sky, the air rippling under their power. She drove him upward, then downward again, smashing him into the earth hard enough to fracture the crust beneath them. Zod gritted his teeth, catching her next punch. Their forearms locked, the ground beneath them fracturing in concentric circles. "You fight well," he said, his voice strained but proud, like a general admiring a soldier. "But strength without control is chaos." Kara's teeth clenched, her voice raw with defiance. "Then maybe chaos is exactly what you deserve." Her heat vision ignited point blank, searing against Zod's chest. He screamed, his chest started to burn, smoke curling from it. But his free hand slipped behind his back. Kara saw it too late. A sharp whine cut through, followed by a flare of unnatural light. Zod raised a compact weapon, small, ancient Kryptonian make, its barrel humming with red light. She barely had time to whisper that before he fired. The beam hit her square in the chest. Her scream tore through the empty sky, her skin burning, the red sun energy flooding her cells like poison. She fell from the air, crashing through layers of debris, rolling to a stop amid ash and shattered stone. The world went still. Smoke drifted from her. Blood trickled from her nose and mouth, crimson against her pale skin. She tried to rise, her hands trembling, but the strength bled out of her muscles faster than she could summon it. The warmth of the yellow sun's power was gone, replaced by a sickly weakness that coiled through her veins. Zod landed beside her, his boots crunching against the soil. He still held the gun, its glow dying out slowly. He looked down at her, his expression was calm, part triumph, part disappointment. "A single blast did this. It seems like getting used to the yellow sun made you very vulnerable to the red sun radiation, to the point that it doesn't just make you a regular Kryptonian, it makes you even weaker than that." "The House of El," he said softly, his tone dripping with disdain. "Always naive. Always foolish." Kara forced her head up, glaring through the blood in her eyes. You are weak, a cheat," she rasped, voice weak, but burning with hate. Zod crouched slightly, bringing himself closer to her level. "No, Kara. I adapted. That's what survivors do. That's what leaders do." He reached out, brushing his fingers against her chin, lifting her face. "You have much to learn about that, Zor-El //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 265, A War of Gods. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want, //. Zod stood over Kara's fallen body, her cape rippling in the silent, ashen wind. The other Kryptonians descended beside him, their boots pressing into the cracked earth. The sky above shimmered faintly from the energy residue of their battle-burnt smell and ruin. "You are what Krypton could have used," Zod said quietly, his tone laced with regret and superiority all at once. "It's a shame you chose the wrong side, but that is something that runs in your family's blood." He didn't look at her again when he said, "Take her." Farah bowed her head slightly, her face still twisted with pain from her broken arm. She motioned to the surviving soldier, who retrieved a compact device from his belt, a dull, black cube etched with shifting Kryptonian symbols that pulsed faintly red. He threw it and the device expanded, unfolding like a mechanical flower. The ground beneath Kara trembled, thin rings of energy forming around her body. She tried to move, to lift herself, but her limbs betrayed her weak, heavy, poisoned by red sunlight. The rings closed, sealing her within a containment field that lifted her gently into the air. Her blue eyes fluttered open one last time, seeing Zod's silhouette. "You think this will hold me?" she whispered hoarsely. Zod didn't answer. The device pulsed once, and the light folded inward Kara's body encased in a transparent stasis pod. Frost bloomed across the glass, spreading in delicate veins until her features disappeared beneath a thin layer of ice. Her heart rate slowed, her body suspended between life and death. Above them, the clouds parted not from nature, but from the gravitational distortion of something massive descending through the atmosphere. The sound was deep, thrumming, almost alive. A colossal shadow fell over the wasteland as a Kryptonian warship, black, shaped like a blade, emerged from the void. Its surface rippled with energy as it hovered silently above the dead planet. Zod and the others rose into the sky, the captured pod levitating between them. The ship's hull opened like an iris, swallowing them into its core. Kryptonian mothership, command deck. The interior was a cathedral of steel and light. Kryptonian glyphs glowed across the walls, shifting and reforming like living code. Zod stood at the center, hands clasped behind his back, his reflection gleaming off the floor. Before him, Kara's containment pod floated upright within a magnetic field, streams of light scanning across her frozen form. Farah stood nearby, her right arm in a regenerative brace, her jaw set. The surviving soldier took position behind her, silent, disciplined. Zod's gaze lingered on Kara. "We remain away from Earth until we reach our maximum potential," he said, his voice low, commanding. Kara proved stronger still, far stronger than expected. Kal-El is on another league. He turned slightly, his expression unreadable. "She bested you, Farah." Farah lowered her eyes, her voice subdued but sharp with self-reproach. "I underestimated her, General. It will not happen again. Especially against Kal-El." Zod studied her a moment longer, then nodded once. "See that it doesn't." From the shadows of the deck, a figure emerged, a tall man in Kryptonian robes of black and silver, his face angular and eyes sharp with intellect. It was Jax-Uar, the ship's chief scientist, his curiosity as dangerous as any weapon. "So this is Kara Zor-El," he said, his tone analytical as he circled the pod. His reflection moved across the frost, studying her frozen expression. "Daughter of Alara and Zor-El. Jor-El's niece. Remarkable, so she also survived." Zod glanced toward him. "Keep her in that state," he ordered. "She is not our priority. The ones we need are Kal-El. And the abomination Jor-El made." Jax-Uar's brows twitched faintly. "Ah yes," he murmured. "The experiment Jor-El hid even from the Council. I've read the fragments of his research that survived the destruction. What he created should not exist. Another taboo he broke. Yet it does exist," Zod said sharply. "And it's somewhere out there." He took a step closer, his reflection aligning with Kara's pod for a brief, haunting instant. "Did you locate him yet?" Jax-Uar hesitated, glancing toward a holographic display of the stars. "A distant world, General. The readings are faint, erratic. We are not certain it is the one, but it fits Jor-El's encryption pattern." Zod's eyes narrowed. "Then set course for that world." "At once, General," Jax-Uar replied, his fingers tracing alien symbols across the console. The entire ship shifted with a low, resonant groan as the engines came alive. Outside, the stars bent as the massive vessel aligned with its new trajectory. Zod stared into the void beyond the viewport, his reflection hovering like a ghost against the stars. "Jor-El made sure this one wouldn't be found easily," Jax-Uar said, almost with admiration. Zod's jaw tightened. His voice was low, almost a growl. "I wonder why." The ship's thrusters ignited, brilliant white flares cutting through the darkness of space as the warship vanished into its depths, leaving behind the silent, dead world. Batcave, night. Bruce Wayne stood near his aircraft, the Batwing, adjusting his utility belt in silence. Each click of a buckle, each inspection of a gadget was ritualistic for him at this point. He was focused, but his expression carried the familiar tension Alfred had come to recognize over the years, the one that appeared when Bruce was about to do something he himself questioned. Alfred approached, his steps quiet but his voice carrying his usual concern disguised as wit. "Sir, this is rather unorthodox." "Even by your standards," Alfred began, eyes narrowing slightly as he adjusted the cuff of his sleeve. "A strange request from Master Arthur, though perhaps the stranger thing is that you actually agreed to it." Bruce didn't look up. He was checking a small canister from his belt, watching the soft green light within flicker, kryptonite gas. "Yeah," he muttered, closing the compartment with a click. "I wonder why myself." He finally turned, his face shadowed under the faint light. "But our interests align. And this," he gestured vaguely to the Batwing, "is something only I can do without causing problems. If his shadows appear anywhere near the fortress, Clark's sensors will flag it as an invasion. He'd get the wrong idea." Alfred raised an eyebrow. "And you sneaking into Superman's home isn't an invasion?" Bruce gave him a flat look, the kind that said you're not wrong, but I'm still doing it. "Arthur needs the Phantom Zone projector," he explained, his tone even. "I don't know his actual plan, but he said he might be able to survive in that dimension and that he wants to use it on the Kryptonians if things go horribly wrong, and if Clark learns what he's planning, he might want to do it himself. This way, no questions, no confrontation." Alfred folded his hands behind his back, clearly unconvinced. Couldn't he simply ask Superman for it? Must every solution involve breaking into someone's sanctum? Bruce gave a faint huff, half amusement, half frustration, and checked the wing's status console. No. Clark would ask too many questions. And I'm not just retrieving the projector. I'm verifying something else while I'm there. That caught Alfred's attention. "Ah. So there's the real reason, asterisk," he said, his voice dry as dust. Bruce didn't answer, which was answer enough. The engines of the Batwing began to power up, the low were filling the cavern. The rush of air stirred Alfred's coat slightly. Alfred watched him walk toward the cockpit, that familiar pang of concern tightening behind his composed exterior. "Well," he said finally, "I suppose it would be redundant of me to remind you that this entire idea sounds like the preface to another one of your trust issues lectures with Master Kent." Bruce paused at the ramp, one foot on the platform. "He won't find out," he said quietly. "Probably." Alfred tilted his head, lips curving in that knowing, weary smile. "Of course not. Because you're the very image of subtlety, sir. Flying a black stealth jet into the Arctic in the middle of the night is perfectly inconspicuous." Bruce actually smirked at that just slightly. "You worry too much." "And yet," Alfred replied softly, "I've never once been proven wrong for doing so." Bruce didn't argue. He climbed into the cockpit, the glass canopy sealing over him with a pneumatic hiss. The Batwing's engines roared, bathing the cavern in cold blue light. Alfred stepped back, shielding his eyes as the craft began to rise off the platform. "Good luck, Master Bruce," Alfred said over the rising sound, his voice calm but threaded with genuine concern. "Try not to start a war between gods." Bruce's voice came through the comms, resolute. "It's already happening, Alfred." Then, with a thunderous burst of power, the Batwing shot out of the cave, streaking into the storm-laden night. The echo of its engines faded into silence, leaving Alfred alone once more, shaking his head softly. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 266, Unsteady Beat. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur's base, training arena. The sound of fists colliding echoed like thunder. The reinforced floor rippled under the weight of 2 blurs, Arthur and Beru locked in a furious dance of speed and precision. Beru's form was monstrous and relentless, a shadow of midnight with 4 wings and 2 glowing violet eyes, claws that could tear steel. But Arthur was much faster. His movements were sharp, precise, pure human perfection enhanced by a power, experience, and mastery over his Shadow Monarch abilities. A feint, then a straight punch cracked against Beru's chest. The shadow staggered back, cracking his exoskeleton before reforming into armor once more. Arthur's violet eyes flared. He dashed forward, 2 steps, a pivot, an elbow straight into Beru's jaw. The impact rippled through the arena, followed by a roundhouse that sent Beru crashing into the arena wall. Arthur didn't stop. He closed the distance in a blur, his doomsday bone gauntlets retracting, fighting barehanded now. His strikes were clean, no wasted motion. A jab, knee, sweep. Beru hit the ground again, skidding before stabilizing himself with his claws. "Too slow, Beru," Arthur muttered. Beru growled, wings spreading wide, shadows pulsing as he lunged forward with renewed fury. His claws slashed in a storm, but Arthur slipped between them like smoke. He caught one arm, twisted, stepped inside Beru's guard, and landed a heavy strike to the abdomen, sending a wave of violet energy bursting through the shadow's form. Baru fell to one knee, trembling, the darkness around him flickering. For a moment he tried to rise, but Arthur's hand was already at his neck, glowing faintly. The monarch's power pressed down, commanding silence. Baru froze, then lowered his head. My liege. I am not good enough. Arthur exhaled softly, the light fading from his eyes. His voice, calm but firm, carried through the arena. You can still do better than what you've displayed today. If you pull your punches again just because I'm your monarch. He leaned slightly closer, tone darkening, I'll send you to nothingness. Baru immediately slammed his forehead against the ground, hard. Forgive me, my king. His voice trembled, wings awkwardly twitching as he stayed prostrate. Arthur sighed, rubbing his temple. Enough, Baru. Get up before you break the floor again. The monarch walked past him, shadows that rippled faintly with each step. The massive doors of the training hall hissed open, revealing the main chamber, his base. A vast console of dark alloy and blue light stood at the center, where all sat, silent as stone, his cowl reflecting the glow of countless monitors. Arthur dropped into a seat beside the console, expression serious. A soft meow followed immediately after he sat. Dexter, the small blue feline, jumped gracefully onto his lap. Arthur blinked once, then gave a faint smirk. You're getting a bit too comfortable now, aren't you, Dexter? The cat purred, curling against his hand. For a rare moment, Arthur allowed himself to breathe, stroking the creature's fur absently. George's refined voice came from behind. He's behaving now, sir. Arthur chuckled lowly, not looking up. Not long ago, he was an intergalactic force of wrath. George adjusted his gloves, lips twitching in faint amusement. Indeed. I almost forgot about that particular episode of his life. Arthur glanced down at the cat again, the faintest glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Maybe I should bestow upon him a shadow ring. George stiffened immediately. I don't think that's a wise idea, sir. Arthur only smirked, letting the thought hang. Without lifting his gaze, he asked, anything worth knowing, owl? The shadowed figure at the console didn't turn. Nothing, my king. The coast is clear. Too clear. No unusual activity on Earth or beyond. Arthur's fingers stopped petting the cat. His gaze hardened, the faint hum of power rising in the air around him. I really don't like when it's too calm like this. George's brow furrowed. Indeed, sir. History has shown that silence tends to precede storms. Arthur leaned back slightly, violet eyes glowing faintly against the blue light of the screens. That's what I'm worried about. Dexter purred once more, tail flicking, as the screens around them reflected the calm before something coming. Titan's Tower, main conference room. The meeting room at the top of Titan's Tower was rather tense today. A dozen faces glowed under the blue light of the holo display, where the image of John shimmered into focus. His tone was calm, but his words were not. Titans, his voice echoed, low and steady, I need you to stay alert. There have been multiple disturbances across the eastern seaboard, gangs, smugglers, and mercenary groups using technology that should not exist on this planet. Alien in design, some even Kryptonian in signature. We don't know who's supplying them yet, but we have some suspects. Robin leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Are they testing these weapons? Yes. John said, his Martian eyes glowing faintly. In Gotham and Metropolis. I'm not ruling anything out. Keep to the shadows. Watch the streets. If you find anyone armed with strange weaponry, do not engage recklessly. Report, contain, and observe. Cyborg frowned, arms crossed. Sounds like someone's gearing up for something big. John nodded once. We know one thing for sure, Superman is a target. The hologram flickered briefly, static crawling across his form before stabilizing. Remain vigilant, Titans. The situation is dangerous, and it may worsen before we understand it. Then, as suddenly as he'd appeared, Martian Manhunter's image dissolved, leaving the room in uneasy silence. Starfire's eyes dimmed slightly. Weapons from other worlds, this does not bode well. Robin's voice broke the stillness. Superman being a target is nothing new, but since he mentioned Kryptonian weapons, that changes everything. We'll divide into teams. Patrol, analyze data, and... But Raven wasn't listening. She stood near the far window, her arms folded, her expression totally unreadable. But something had shifted, the faint energy around her darkened, pulsing like a heartbeat. She frowned, eyes narrowing, her mind sinking into an unseen current. Something tugged at her. A whisper of her own magic. Her voice slipped out softly, almost to herself. Is this the spell I cast on Kara? Her eyes flared violet for a second, her soul self flickering faintly around her like smoke. She concentrated, stretching her awareness across space, searching for the magical tether she had placed days ago on Kara. What she felt made her blood run cold. Her heartbeat is. Raven's words faltered. Abnormal. She could feel it, a wild rhythm, unstable. Her mind, against her will, connected the dots. Arthur and Kara perhaps were. No. She shook her head hard, as if to dispel the thought. What am I thinking? But instinct pressed harder than reason. Just to make sure. She whispered, and turned sharply. Her cloak rippled as she strode to the door. The others looked up, surprised. Raven. Starfire asked, brow furrowing. Where are you? But Raven didn't answer. The door hissed open, and she disappeared down the hall in a swirl of violet light. By the time she reached the outer deck, the wind was sharp, carrying the smell of rain. Her eyes glowed again, and she reached outward not through her voice, but her mind. Arthur. I know you can hear me. A beat. Then his voice, smooth, teasing, edged with amusement, filled her thoughts. Hey, you don't have to infiltrate my mind like this. But since it's you, I'll allow it. His tone shifted serious, restrained. Unfortunately, it's outside of my control for now. You won't be able to keep this link for long. Her heart quickened. Arthur, just listen. And then nothing. The link severed like a snapped thread. The wind howled. Raven's hands clenched at her sides, magic rippling faintly around her. Damn it, did he do it on purpose or? Her breath was sharp, frustrated. Does his power have a counter to everything? She exhaled slowly, forcing herself to calm. Her pulse steadied, and her voice softened to a whisper. I'll go visit him then. I don't have much of a choice. Footsteps sounded behind her. She didn't need to turn to know who it was. Raven, came Robin's voice low, steady, but filled with concern. He stood in the doorway, arms crossed. Why did you leave like that? Is there something wrong? Raven's hood was still drawn low, her expression half hidden. It's nothing. I just have something to do. Something, he repeated, eyebrow raising. She turned slightly, finally meeting his eyes. You guys can handle what Martian Manhunter said, right? Robin studied her for a moment, then sighed. Of course. Just be careful, all right? It seems like we're dealing with a potential invasion. That earned him a faint smirk. So another Tuesday. Robin let out a small laugh despite himself, then straightened again, serious once more. Still. Be careful. Raven nodded, her cloak already rising around her. Always. And with that, she vanished into shadow, leaving Robin standing alone, watching the last flicker of her energy disappear. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 267, The Silent Intruder. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The Fortress of Solitude, Night. The wind outside howled with the fury of a world untouched by warmth. Ice shards glimmered like daggers beneath the aurora, and within that cathedral of ice and silence, the crystalline sanctuary of the Fortress of Solitude, a man moved with impossible precision and stealth. Batman inside, almost silent. His suit adapted to the temperature, the matte black fabric absorbing light instead of reflecting it. He wasn't just moving unseen, he was moving unnoticed, bypassing Kryptonian sensors that were designed to detect everything unusual. Rows of suspended crystal matrices glowed faintly along the corridor walls, pulsing with data and light. A normal intruder wouldn't have made it past the entrance. But Batman wasn't a normal intruder. He had mapped the fortress for a long time, from orbit, from League files, from the time he spent here and from countless hours of watching Kryptonian energy signatures. Every camera, every defense crystal, every reactive sentinel drone, all accounted for. And tonight, every single one was blind. He stopped before a towering crystalline console. Holograms shimmered faintly in the air, Kryptonian text scrolling across them like streams of silver light. His gauntlet extended, and a small black device unfolded from his wrist, a needle of code and subspace encryption designed to talk to alien systems without ever announcing itself. A soft hum. A flicker of resistance. Then access granted. The world's greatest detective was finally found the data he was looking for. Alongside the tool Arthur wanted him to take, the Phantom Zone projector, nestled in its containment mount. It looked almost ceremonial, a device built to command dimensions. Batman's eyes narrowed. So this is it. He disengaged it with care, no sound, no alert, sliding it into a matte black lead case designed by him specifically for this purpose. His reflection glimmered faintly on the crystal floor as he worked. Then, out of the corner of his eye, something pulsed. The holograms shifted, energy surging like blood through veins. A warning blinked red across the alien console. Batman's eyes darted to the device in his gauntlet. TCH. He'd gone one query too deep. He had the data and the device. But the fortress knew. The crystals around him began to glow brighter, humming, as if the fortress itself was waking up. Security countermeasure triggered, he muttered under his breath, yanking the hacking device free and tucking it into another lead line container. Got what I needed. Not bad for a minute and 42 seconds. He turned, cloak sweeping like a shadow through the cold light. And then he heard it distant, low, like thunder rolling through the void. He's coming. Moments later, the Batwing's engines roared against the Arctic night. The ice cracked beneath it, the craft cutting through the storm with silent precision. Batman sat in the cockpit, unbothered, fingers flying across holographic controls. He secured both the Phantom Zone projector and the encrypted data drive inside a black, reinforced case layers of lead shielding lined with experimental polymers. Superman couldn't see through it. He sealed it shut with a soft hiss, watching as frost from the air condensed on the case's surface. Projector secured, he murmured, more to himself than to anyone. Information extracted. Countermeasure activated. Time window, minimal. And right on cue, a shadow fell over the cockpit. He didn't need to look up to know who it was. Bruce. That voice, deep, steady, and disappointed in equal measure, came from just outside his canopy. Batman's gaze flicked upward. Superman hovered beside the Batwing, cloak flowing like living fire in the wind, his face unreadable but his eyes knew everything. Clark, Batman said evenly. Superman floated closer, the icy gusts whipping around him without moving a hair. He looked down through the transparent cockpit glass. His eyes narrowed slightly, he couldn't see through the case sitting beside Batman. That, more than anything, told him enough. Did you take something? Superman's tone wasn't angry, just cautious. Batman met his gaze, unflinching. No time to explain, and I couldn't send a request for permission. I took what I think is necessary. For what's coming? Superman's expression tightened, a quiet conflict crossing his features. There was trust there but also that familiar irritation. You know, he said slowly, I don't appreciate you doing things like this. His voice carried. Batman said nothing for a moment. He simply adjusted the controls, eyes forward, the flicker of data reflecting on his cowl. Superman sighed, a low breath that frosted the air. Then, after a beat, his tone softened. But I'll allow it. This one time. Their eyes met through the glass, the cockpit sealed shut with a mechanical hiss. Batman just powered the Batwing's thrusters. And in a burst of light and sound, the jet tore through the frozen night, vanishing into the aurora, leaving Superman alone, staring into the distance, his cape rippling in the icy wind. For a long time, Clark hovered there, his jaw tight. Then, quietly to himself, he muttered, You never make it easy, do you, Bruce? Arthur's base, training arena. The sound of impact echoed through the arena like thunder. Each blow carried enough force to shatter reinforced steel fists meeting flesh that no longer belonged to mortals. Arthur moved like a storm, bare-chested, muscles taut and glistening with sweat beneath the dim violet light that bathed the arena. His eyes blazed, twin amethysts burning with raw focus. Across from him, Doom, the shadow of Doomsday himself, swung a monstrous arm, jagged bone protrusions slicing through the air. Arthur ducked beneath it, countered with a brutal uppercut that sent the hulking figure sliding back across the floor. The shadows around them stirred like a crowd at war, shifting, alive. Each strike radiated the faint pulse of his power, the same hue that glowed behind his eyes. From a safe distance, George stood alongside a figure cloaked in violet raven. Her expression, calm at first, faltered the longer she watched. The clash below wasn't just training. Arthur was relentless, his body moving in perfect rhythm with violence. The shadow creature swung again, Arthur caught its arm, twisted, and slammed it down hard enough that the sound reverberated across the hall. Remarkable, isn't it? George murmured, clasping his hands behind his back. The way Master Arthur fights. He turned to Raven, who hadn't said a word. Her hood still shadowed part of her face, but her eyes betrayed her a flicker of red across her pale cheeks, her lips parting in a small, startled breath. She hadn't expected this. Sweat rolled down Arthur's chest, tracing the lines of his defined form as he stepped forward again, knuckles tightening. The room was charged with his energy, the hum of shadows obeying their monarch. George cleared his throat gently. Master Arthur, he called out, his tone refined yet firm. You have visitors. One of them quite important, I believe. Arthur didn't look up. He pivoted, blocking another strike from Doom with his forearm, the sound echoing. He pressed forward, forcing the shadow back, ignoring George completely. Raven blinked, her blush deepening. He's ignoring us. She felt something hot twist in her chest, irritation, or maybe something she didn't want to name. With a small sigh, she raised a hand, violet energy spiraling from her fingertips. A dark rune shimmered midair and suddenly, a barrier erupted between Arthur and Doom. The shockwave from their interrupted momentum rippled through the air. Doom froze mid-swing, his massive hand stopping just inches from the barrier. Then he slowly stepped back, obedient. Arthur's head turned, eyes narrowing slightly as the barrier dissolved into smoke. He saw her standing there beside George, Raven, arms crossed, trying to maintain her usual calm but visibly flushed. He exhaled once, running a hand through his damp ashen white hair, and reached for a towel resting nearby. As he walked toward them, he wiped his face, the towel hanging loosely around his neck. Raven looked away quickly, pretending to study one of the screens on the wall, trying not to reveal more of her reddened face. Arthur stopped right in front of her close enough that she could feel the faint aura radiating from him. "I was waiting for you," he said, voice low, calm but carrying the quiet weight of command. "You wanted to tell me something, right?" For a moment, she couldn't form words. Her usual sharp retort faltered somewhere between her throat and her mind. She began, blinking, forcing her tone back into something even. "Yeah. I did." George, ever the gentleman, discreetly stepped a few paces back, hands folded behind him with a faint smirk. "I shall give you both a moment. It seems my presence is rather unnecessary here." Arthur's lips curved in a slight grin. "You tried to get into my head again." She frowned. "I wasn't spying. I was concerned about something." Arthur chuckled softly, his tone lighter now. "You really came all the way here just to tell me that? What is really going on?" She glanced back, her expression caught between annoyance and something softer. "No," she said, voice quieter. "I thought I would find Kara with you. I admit, I casted a spell on her, a certain kind of spell." Arthur dropped the towel onto a chair nearby and leaned slightly closer, his violet eyes glinting faintly. "I'm listening." // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 268, The Old Kryptonian Outpost. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Raven looked at Arthur and crossed her arms, trying to hide her flustered expression with fake confidence. "Look. Arthur tilted his head slightly. Raven's lips pressed together. "I honestly thought I'd find you here with Kara doing." She stopped herself, her words trailing off into the air. Arthur raised an eyebrow, utterly composed. "Doing what?" Raven groaned softly, looking away. "You know what. Don't make me say it." Arthur smirked faintly. "Oh, you thought that I was?" "Yes." Raven interrupted, glaring, her face still flushed. "Now don't make me say it." Arthur couldn't help but chuckle. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Raven exhaled, finally turning her gaze back to him. "Kara's heartbeat was abnormal. So I thought." Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly, the humor fading. "I see, you did just mention that you put some kind of spell on her. What kind of spell, exactly?" Raven straightened her posture, defensive but honest. "I cast a spell that monitors her well-being, her heartbeat, her emotions, her energy flow. It's not invasive, that's a bit." She agreed to it. Raven cut him off sharply. Arthur raised a brow again, amused at her quickness to defend herself. "Though that's a bit concerning." Raven sighed. "Yes. That's what I'm trying to tell you now." Arthur after taking a long drink from a bottle of water. "Then she's clearly in some sort of trouble," he said, almost casually. Raven frowned, crossing her arms. "Aren't you worried? Shouldn't we do something?" Arthur looked up at her, calm as ever. "Nah. She'll be fine." Raven blinked in disbelief. "Do you even know her current whereabouts?" "No," Arthur replied simply, placing the bottle down. "She was stubborn about it. I agreed not to monitor her through a shadow. But..." His tone darkened slightly. "I did order my shadow lanterns in space to keep watch from afar. If anything happens, they'll report back." Raven's shoulders relaxed, a trace of relief softening her expression. "All right. Fair enough." The air suddenly shifted, a faint ripple of darkness expanding beside them. A portal of black and violet energy opened, its edges sparking like dying stars. Arthur's gaze sharpened. "Speak of the devil." From the swirling void stepped Shadow Sinestro, bowing his head. "My king," he said, his voice deep and composed. "One of my lanterns, assigned to watch over Supergirl, has just reported a battle. Something happened." Arthur's demeanor shifted instantly from relaxed to commanding. "Location?" Sinestro extended a hand, opening another portal, this one showing a flicker of a desolate planet. A distant dead world. Arthur's eyes glowed with fierce violet light. He turned to Raven. Let's go. Raven nodded once, the hesitation gone, her aura flared around her. Right behind you. Together, they stepped through the portal, the shadows swallowing them whole. The ruined plane groaned under their boots, if boots could be said to make any sound at all on a world that had already died. Ash drifted in slow eddies, catching in the folds of Arthur's black cloak. Craters cratered into craters. Every surface told a story of violence, gouged metal, melted stone, swirls of blackened dust where fire had licked for minutes that felt like hours. Arthur moved through it with the calm patience of a man reading evidence. He crouched by a scorched stone and ran a finger through it, following the smear. His violet eyes narrowed. She fought them here, he said, voice low and certain. Look at the burn patterns. That's heat vision. Not to mention everything else around us. Raven hovered a beat behind him, wings of shadow folding tight to keep the ash from settling on her cloak. Her stare was hard, almost angry, and she hissed through her teeth. You say it like you're reading a recipe. Why are you so calm? We need to get to her. Now. Arthur straightened slowly, brushing ash from his knuckles. He gave a breath that wasn't quite a laugh, more an acceptance. Because Zod is not stupid, Raven. If he'd wanted to kill her outright, he'd have done it. He's not interested in suicide by provocation because they are not strong enough, they can't be. Clark's anger is a tool he knows how to use. He'll hold her as leverage perhaps, not as a corpse. That's the pattern of tactical conquest. Raven's eyes snapped to his. So we let him hold her. You sound like you're letting your own gur. No. Arthur's voice grew harder at the edge. We take her back. But we do it without playing into his theater. If he wants a war staged in public, we'll give him a closed-room fight he can't possibly win. He might know how to deal with Clark, but he didn't count for me. He let the last words hang. A ripple of darkness opened beside them like a curtain parting. Shadow Sinestro stepped through with that measured glide of his kind, cloak trailing violet smoke. His face was as unreadable as ever, but his posture bore news. My king, Sinestro said, voice low and steady. The shadow lanterns are on their trail. They followed the signatures until the pattern broke, then picked it up again. We have direction, and a last known heading. Arthur's eyes flicked toward the bruised sky. For a second the monarch's mask slipped. Good. Pinpoint. Sinestro's fingers tapped a space in the air and a ghost map bloomed, a lattice of orbital waypoints and star coordinates, the trail highlighted in violet like spilled ink. Here it is, my king. Arthur's shadow lanterns had been dispersed to the edges of the universe on his order, but he hadn't expected them to be this efficient like a true core. Then we don't waste breath. Raven's jaw set. The old edge in her voice softened only slightly as she asked, do you want backup? The Titans. Anyone else? He looked at her. Not yet. Zod will expect Superman to come charging in. He'll expect big firepower. That's how he draws the net. We go small, we hit them fast, recover Kara, and get rid of them before they become a bigger problem. Raven's fingers tightened until her knuckles whitened. You make it sound simple. Arthur's smile was quick, almost apologetic. I make it sound possible because it is. He turned, and for a heartbeat the shadow at his heel straightened like a salute. Prepare the lanterns for a strike team, he ordered. Sinestro, you are to command everyone including Atrocitus, Greed, and Ring. We hit the Kryptonians the moment we find them. Sinestro inclined his head, solemn and efficient. It will be as you command, my king. A wind of dust lifted, and the ruined ground seemed to answer. Raven stepped closer, shadow curling to meet his. All right, she said. Let's go get her. Sinestro bolted towards the sky back into space to rally the lanterns. Raven's cloak snapped as she moved. They left the battered plane with the single, precise aim of ripping Kara back from the hands that would display her as a bait. Planet Arena, Sector. The ship cut through the void of space, a sliver of steel and Kryptonian fine design, precise, silent, and terrifying in its simplicity. The stars stretched into white veins around it as it slowed from its faster-than-light burst. Before them loomed an old world, its atmosphere faintly tinted green and gold, lightning crawled across the upper clouds. General Zod stood at the observation deck, hands clasped behind his back. The armor he wore reflected faint light from the planet's sun. His eyes sharp, swept over the world in silence, studying its contours as if it were prey. Behind him, Jaxuar's voice broke the hum of the ship's core. Readings are stable now, General. The planet's magnetic field is weak, but not dead. According to the old Kryptonian archives, this was once a scientific outpost. Zod turned slightly, one eyebrow raised. An outpost? Yes, Jaxuar replied, tapping his control panel. The holographic projection flickered. A rotation of the planet appeared before them, annotated with ancient Kryptonian glyphs. Designation: Planet Arena. It was one of the first terraforming experiments before the world engines were perfected. The records mention several constructs, laboratories, containment domes, and at least one early model world engine buried near the equator. Zod's eyes gleamed faintly with interest. He stepped closer to the projection, folding his hands behind his back again. A relic of our true era, he said softly, almost reverently. When Krypton still reached for the stars, not shackled itself in arrogance and bureaucracy. Faura stood near the viewport, her hands resting on her hips, gaze fixed on the swirling clouds below. If the world engine is intact, she said, it could be repaired. Reawakened. Her tone was cool, calculated, her warrior's mind already running through possibilities. Zod nodded. Good. We'll need it. There was a pause, then he turned fully toward the crew pit. His voice sharpened, commanding and absolute. Prepare for landing. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 269, Hell. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. A small Kryptonian craft detached from the massive mothership with a low, metallic growl. Flames rippled across its sleek hull as it cut through the atmosphere of the planet below. The surface rose like a scarred titan, jagged cliffs, blackened canyons, and plains of ice stretching to the horizon. A storm brewed in the distance, violet lightning clawing at the sky. Inside the ship, General Zod stood at the command console, silent and statuesque. His cape swayed slightly. Around him stood Faura, and 4 Kryptonian soldiers in armor, and the Evercom scientist Jaxuar, whose eyes were glued to the scanning device flickering with alien data. The ship trembled as they entered the lower atmosphere. Zod's gaze was fixed forward, his tone low and edged. Report. Jaxuar's fingers danced across the panel, glyphs reflecting in his spectacles. Strange. The planet's core is active, but its star, the yellow sun that once sustained it, has vanished some time ago. By all rights, this world should be frozen solid. Faura frowned slightly. Yet it isn't. Precisely, Jaxuar replied. Something, or someone is sustaining it artificially. Energy traces indicate recent activity. Zod's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing at the stormy horizon. Are you certain this is the world? Jaxuar's lips curled in faint irritation. Of course, General. The coordinates match the encrypted files from the old database. Jor-El's hidden project, his abomination, was sent here. Zod turned toward him, his voice cold and measured. Then we are not dealing with a mere rumor. The ship descended lower, engines hissing as the ground came into view, a barren plateau. Lightning split the sky, revealing something in the distance, a crystalline structure rising from the rock like a dagger of light. It wasn't natural. It was Kryptonian. The architecture was familiar yet different, not the shining perfection of the Fortress of Solitude, but something older, rawer. The crystal spires pulsed faintly with inner energy. It looked less like a sanctuary and more like a throne hall in the middle of this planet. Faura leaned closer to the viewport. That looks like one of ours. Zod's eyes narrowed. He's here. With a sharp gesture, he commanded, take us down. The ship descended in a slow arc, the engines roaring against the air. Dust spiraled in waves as it touched down, landing struts cracking the ground. The ramp hissed open, releasing the Kryptonians into the harsh wind. Zod walked ahead, regal. In his black armor, and his soldiers flanked him in perfect formation. The fortress stood there imposing. Then, without a warning, the air trembled. A hum of power rippled across the plateau. Something moved above them. A figure emerged from the sky, descending through the dust, hovering effortlessly, his cape torn and weathered, his long dark hair whipping around a face carved in fury and pain. His skin was pale gray, marred by faint scars running across his face. His presence alone made them nervous, and when his crimson glowing eyes opened, the soldiers instinctively reached for their weapons. He spoke, his voice deep, resonant, and full of memory. General Zod. The moment the name left his lips, Zod's soldiers froze. The tone wasn't one of fear. Zod himself tilted his head slightly, assessing the figure. His gaze was sharp. So, you know who I am. Then identify yourself. The figure descended slowly until his boots touched the cracked ground. He stood tall, not deferential, not hostile yet. Of course, I know of you, he said, his voice cold and deliberate. The great General Zod, the one who dreamed of saving Krypton through rebellion. His crimson eyes glowed brighter. I see that you and your loyalists managed to crawl out of the Phantom Zone. Zod's expression didn't waver. That did not answer my question. The stranger smiled faintly, though it was not kindness. I am Hel, he said at last. Son of Jor-El. A ripple of shock passed through the soldiers. Even Faura's usual composure faltered for a heartbeat. Zod's eyes narrowed, his voice low and sharp. Jor-El had no son beyond Kal-El. But I am, Hel said, his gaze hardening. I was away from Krypton most of the time. He stepped forward, his tone darkening. He saved me and sent me away, moments before our home was about to be destroyed. Lightning tore across the sky as the wind howled between them. Zod and Hel stood mere paces apart. Power was radiating from Hel. I see, so this is Jor-El's creation. Zod's chin lifted, his cape whipping behind him. Then tell me, Jor-El's son, why do you linger here on this dead world? What is your purpose? Hel's eyes burned brighter. That's my question for you, General. Why are you here? The soldiers tensed. The air grew hotter, oppressive. Hel's fists clenched, the ground beneath him cracking. I know your crimes, Hel said, his voice vibrating with restrained wrath. And I sense something from you, that same pride that destroyed Krypton once before. His tone dropped lower, colder. And I'll decide what to do with all of you based on your answer. Faura took a step forward, hand twitching toward her weapon, but Zod lifted a hand stopping her without looking away from Hel. For the first time, a thin smile crossed the general's lips, calm and dangerous. Well then, Zod said softly. Let us hope, son of Jor-El, that you like my answer. The Batcave. Batman stood before the Batcomputer, cape draped, cowl removed, eyes sharp with focus. His gloves moved swiftly over the console, decrypting lines of Kryptonian script that would have taken anyone else a lifetime to comprehend. He'd been at it for hours. The data he retrieved from the Fortress of Solitude, stolen right beneath Superman's nose, was finally giving up its secrets. Come on. Bruce muttered, as his fingers danced across holographic panels. There has to be something deeper than the surface logs. A faint chime rang through the cave. The computer's monotone voice announced. Encryption sequence complete. Access granted. Thousands of data began flooding the central screen. Schematics. Coordinates. Star charts. Bruce's eyes narrowed. The symbols represented locations across the known galaxies, old Kryptonian outposts, stretching back millennia. Outposts that predated even the fall of Krypton itself. He exhaled through his nose. You really built an empire, didn't you, Krypton? Then, something strange flickered in the corner of the screen, an unfamiliar sigil pulsing faintly, buried beneath layers of encryption. The file was labeled only in one word. Legacy. Bruce hesitated, his instinct whispering trap. But curiosity, his most dangerous habit, won. He opened it. The cave lights dimmed instantly. The Batcomputer's glow turned blue, then white. Static shimmered across the screen before a figure appeared, Jor-El. His image was translucent, yet regal. The Kryptonian's eyes were kind but weighed by knowledge, his voice deep and filled with that strange mixture of intellect and warmth. Kal-El. My son, Jor-El's voice began, echoing softly through the cave. If you are seeing this message, then you have gone beyond what I intended for you. You have not only survived, you have thrived. I am proud of you. Batman didn't move. He just watched, silent, analyzing. Jor-El continued, his tone shifting heavier, more solemn. But pride, my son, does not erase the burdens of our past. There are truths I could not leave you within the crystals of the fortress. Truths that would have endangered you, until now. He stepped closer to the holographic projection, as though speaking directly to Kal-El. Long before Krypton's fall, I made choices, desperate ones. Our world was dying, and I sought every path to save it. Among those paths was a project I abandoned, or so I thought. His name is Hel, one of my greatest creations, a clone. Bruce's eyes widened slightly. Jor-El's expression darkened. He was meant to be the perfect vessel of Krypton's future, my creation, born not of nature but of will and science. I used my own genetic code, and many more. Hel was sent away before Krypton's destruction to test the stars, to seek worlds that could sustain us and to uphold Krypton's legacy. His mind, his purpose, may have fractured with time. The hologram flickered again, the voice breaking through distortion. If you find him, Kal, you must not face him as an enemy. He is as much a part of Krypton as you are. Yet, if he turns against you, remember his strength will not lie in power alone, but in conviction twisted by loss. He believes himself to be just like any other Kryptonian, and he will defend Kryptonian rules and laws, even if it means ending everything else. The hologram softened, Jor-El's final words echoing through the stone chamber like a ghostly whisper. My son, the future of Krypton does not rest in rebuilding the ashes of the past. It rests in what you choose to protect now. Be wiser than us, and forgive what you must destroy. The message faded. Silence fell again. Batman stood there, eyes fixed on the empty screen. His jaw tightened. Hell, he said quietly, testing the name. So there's another one out there. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 270, Jor-El's Greatest Sin. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The holographic recording of Jor-El had faded minutes ago, but its echo still hung in the air, lingering in Bruce's mind like a whisper that refused to die. He turned toward the cave's shadowed depths, where the giant penny and dinosaur loomed there. Clark's not going to like this. Bruce reached for the console again, typing swiftly, cataloging, mapping, tracing. The coordinates Jor-El had left were already being cross-referenced. Kryptonian code, dense and layered. To anyone else, incomprehensible. But to Batman it was a challenge. A few seconds later, the computer spoke again. Signal pattern detected. Planetary readings, unknown solar source. Possible Kryptonian activity. Bruce stared at the display. He narrowed his eyes. There he is. It seems he was sent on another pod, he said under his breath. Same design as Cal's, but older. He enlarged a projection of 2 blueprints side by side. Both were unmistakably Kryptonian. One bore Kal-El's signature crystal lattice, the other, more angular, armored, forged for endurance rather than comfort. It was meant to survive a harsher journey far, far longer. He isolated the timestamp embedded in the Kryptonian calendar system and translated it. His jaw tightened when he saw the result. Launched before Krypton's fall, sent first before Clark. The data streamed faster now, as though it could sense his urgency. He found the trajectory logs, the interstellar drift patterns, even the radiation signatures of the ship's propulsion. A crimson line traced itself across the star map from Krypton's system to a remote, nearly forgotten sector of the galaxy. A planet blinked into view, surrounded by strange gravitational fields, used to orbit a small yellow sun. The Batcomputer's AI chimed softly. Destination confirmed. Planetary classification, unregistered. Atmospheric readings compatible with Kryptonian physiology. Bruce leaned closer, the reflection of alien stars shimmering across his face. He zoomed in on the planet, cold, distant, scarred by what looked like massive tectonic fractures. And there, hidden within a canyon's shadow, was a faint Kryptonian energy signature. Of course. His voice was quiet, but there was weight in it, the realization that he was staring at something Clark had no idea existed. He sat back, eyes locked on the glowing red dot pulsing in the dark. Jor-El didn't just send a son away from Krypton, he murmured. He sent a weapon first. For a moment, he said nothing more. Just stood there, the enormity of it all settling over him. A secret predating Superman. A ghost from a dead world still echoing across the stars. The detective in him wanted to keep it. Study it. Understand it before anyone else did, especially before Superman did. But the man, the one who had fought beside Clark, bled beside him, trusted him, knew better. He stared at the blinking red light for a long time. Then exhaled through his nose. As much as I want to keep this for myself, he said quietly, almost regretfully, Clark needs to know about this. And quickly. He tapped a key, and the Batcomputer began compiling a secure data package encrypted with layers that only Superman's fortress systems could decode. As the file transferred, Bruce turned away from the computer, cape sweeping behind him. Jor-El, he muttered. What a mess we have to clean up now. The Batcomputer beeped once, message ready for transmission. Kryptonian mothership, deep space. The vastness of space stretched endlessly beyond the glass of the command chamber. Within the heart of the ship, its interior a cathedral of Kryptonian steel and technology, 2 figures stood side by side before a massive containment field. Inside, Kara Zor-El, frozen in stasis. Her body was motionless, her golden hair drifting in zero gravity. The pale blue light bathing her form flickered faintly against the cold faces of General Zod and Hel. Hel's red cloak swayed softly behind him as he studied her. His eyes, crystalline, cold and burning with memory, narrowed. So, she was also a traitor, he said at last, his voice deep and calm, every word carrying both disdain and curiosity. The House of El has always been a loyal one. And you're telling me my little brother, Kal. He paused, almost tasting the name, lives on that small blue planet, blissfully ignorant of who he is. Of what we are. Zod's expression was unreadable, but there was a faint bitterness in the curl of his mouth. Yes, Zod said. Kal-El lives as an Earthling. He carries the crest of your house, yet he honors it with none of Krypton's pride. He hides behind human sentiment and calls it morality. Hel glanced at him from the corner of his eye. You sound disappointed, General. Zod's jaw tightened. Disappointed, he echoed, stepping closer to the frozen Kara. No. I am insulted. Jor-El died a hero. I fought for Krypton's survival, as he did. And we were both cast as villains for it. We both paid the price for a dying world's arrogance. His reflection glinted off the stasis glass. But Krypton is gone, he said finally, voice lowering into something that resembled resolve or madness. We are all that remains. There was silence between them for a time. The sound of the engines filled the void, vibrating through the deck. Hel clasped his hands behind his back and turned to face Zod fully. His gaze was sharp and regal. I agreed to your proposal, General Zod, he said, his tone even, but carrying a warning. But understand this, I do not serve you. I serve Krypton and the House of El, I will not march beneath your command or chant your cause. He began to pace slowly, his eyes flicking to the stars beyond the viewport. Before Krypton's end, our father gave me a purpose, to safeguard its knowledge, its history, and its legacy. All of it. Kara and Kal-El, he said with a faint smirk, is part of that legacy, whether I like it or not. I will speak to him myself first. He turned suddenly, eyes glowing faintly red. And if what you've told me is false, if Kal-El is not the naive, broken son you claim him to be, then I will see you as an enemy once more, General. Zod did not flinch beneath the weight of his words. He met Hel's stare like a man staring into a storm he refused to fear. That will not happen, Zod said coldly. Because I do not lie. My only deception is survival. He looked again toward Kara, still encased in light. My goal is simple, to restore Krypton. To rebuild what was stolen from us. And she, he said, gesturing toward her frozen form, stood in the way of that. Kal will do the same. Hel's expression was unreadable, but his silence was enough. Zod took a measured step toward him. You were preserving that world, an old outpost, Zod said. The old machine, the world terraforming engine. You've been keeping it safe there, haven't you? For a long moment, Hel said nothing. But his silence was an answer of its own. Zod smirked slightly, satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Then we will put it to use, he said. And you, Hel, will help us do it. Not as my subordinate, but as one who understands the burden of being a survivor from Krypton. Without waiting for a response, Zod turned sharply. The great steel doors of the chamber hissed open, the red light spilling into the corridor beyond. Prepare a new destination, Zod ordered. Earth. He stepped out. The door sealed shut behind him with a mechanical growl. Jax Uar, who was watching from a distance, the godlike silhouette of Hel, who still stood before Kara's containment cell, unmoving, left the room alongside his general. Jax swallowed, glancing nervously toward the sealed door before speaking in a hushed voice. General, is this truly wise? He asked. If he learns the truth, if he ever realizes that he's just a CLO. Zod's voice, sharp and commanding, cut him off mid-word even as he walked. Careful, Jax Uar. The older scientist flinched. He might not hear us through the hull, Zod continued, but do not tempt fate. Say nothing more. He turned his head slightly, his tone lowering. Hel is powerful beyond comprehension. Jor-El's greatest creation. And his greatest sin. We will use that power while we can, until the day we no longer need it. Jax Uar lowered his gaze in submission. Hel, motionless, eyes fixed on Kara Zor-El's sleeping form. His gaze softened for only a moment. Brother, he murmured to himself, almost inaudible. I can't wait to see what kind of man you've become. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 271, Beneath the Ice. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Planet Arena, Deep Space. The portal tore open above a silent ice wasteland. A swirl of violet and black light split the clouds like a wound, and from it descended Arthur Blackwynd and Raven. The instant their boots touched the surface, the ice beneath them shifted. Arthur's eyes glowed faintly violet as he raised his hand, shadows flickering from his ring and spreading like veins through the air, his shadow ring pulsing with light. The shadows expanded, slithering across the terrain, reading the ground, scanning the distant horizon. Be careful, Arthur said without turning. His voice was calm, but there was an undercurrent of tension beneath it. Raven folded her arms and exhaled softly, dark energy coiling faintly around her fingertips. When am I not careful, she murmured, eyes already half glowing with an amethyst hue. Her aura spread outward, invisible at first, then faint ripples of energy as she tried to sense any form of life. The wind howled. Nothing. Arthur's shadow constructs dissipated one by one, merging back into his ring. He frowned, scanning the readings. Nothing here, he said quietly. Raven shook her head. Same on my end. No trace of life, not even faint echoes. Arthur lowered his hand and looked out into the endless horizon. His jaw tightened slightly. My shadow lanterns weren't mistaken, he muttered. This place might be empty now, but someone was here. Recently. His tone was certain, the kind that came from instinct more than evidence. He rose off the ground effortlessly, floating into the thin atmosphere. Raven followed silently, her cloak rippling in the cold wind. For a moment, the two flew side by side, a streak of violet and black cutting through the gray clouds. The planet stretched endlessly beneath them. Then Arthur suddenly stopped midair. His eyes glowed brighter, narrowing as he looked down. There, he said. Raven halted just behind him and followed his gaze. Below them a crater. Massive, circular, and deep enough to look like a wound in the planet's crust. The rim was scorched, blackened as though something immense had once been buried there and violently unearthed. They descended together. Arthur landed first, his boots crushing shards of rock. He crouched, running his hand through the dust. The texture told him everything. It seems like whatever happened here, happened recently, Arthur said, eyes flicking across the crater walls. Raven looked around, her expression tightening. What could have been down there? Arthur straightened, his shadow ring glowing faintly as it picked up traces of lingering energy. I don't know, he admitted. But this doesn't look like the aftermath of a battle. He pointed toward the center of the crater, where the rock had melted. This was an extraction, something was taken from here. Some sort of a ship, or a machine. Raven looked up at the dim sky. This planet looks dead, Arthur. Are you sure there's anything left here? Arthur's gaze was steady, but his tone sharpened slightly. Positive, he said. Though compared to the last one we visited, this one's less of a corpse and more of a patient on life support. That earned a small, quiet smirk from Raven. She watched him as he turned away, lifting his hand once again. A swirl of violet energy gathered before him, forming a portal that shimmered like liquid darkness. We're heading back to Earth, Arthur said firmly. Raven took a step closer. What about Kara and... Arthur cut her off, his tone calm but absolute. My senses told me Kara would get herself into trouble, he said, glancing toward the sky as if he could see beyond the stars. And I still allowed it because I trusted her. He exhaled slowly, the violet glow in his eyes dimming. This time, whatever they extracted from here, I'm certain it's heading toward Earth. And I will not allow it. He looked back at Raven, expression resolute. At least this way, we can prepare before they arrive. The wind picked up as Raven gave a small nod. She didn't argue further, she could feel his certainty, the quiet storm brewing beneath that composed exterior. Arthur stepped through the portal first, swallowing his form entirely. Raven followed a heartbeat later, her cloak billowing as the portal sealed shut behind her. The crater remained silent once more. Only the echoes of their presence lingered, faint traces of violet energy fading into the air. Justice League Watchtower, conference room. At the center of the room stood Superman, fists clenched at his sides. Batman faced him across the long metallic table, cowl shadowing his eyes, voice as calm as ever. Around them sat the League, Wonder Woman, Flash, Hal Jordan, and John Johns, alongside the other present members, all watching as the air between the two titans thickened. Superman broke the silence first, his tone sharp but restrained. Bruce, are you really positive about this? Batman didn't flinch. His hands folded over the console, the blue glow of holographic Kryptonian glyphs reflecting off his gauntlet. I double-checked every piece of data. You can verify it yourself if you want, but it won't change the outcome. His voice was calm. You, Kara, and the Phantom Zone remnants aren't the only Kryptonians left. There's another one out there. And this time, he's not hiding. Clark's brows furrowed, the anger fading into wary disbelief. He stepped closer to the hologram, where ancient Kryptonian symbols flickered in and out of coherence. You're saying someone else survived Krypton's destruction? Batman's reply was cold, direct. No. I'm saying someone was never there when it happened. Jor-El's message wasn't just random. It was a breadcrumb. Meant for you, Kal-El. Clark's eyes narrowed at the mention of his father and his real name. He looked at the hologram again, watching Jor-El's spectral form flicker for a heartbeat before vanishing. His voice softened, uncertain. I'm not saying you made it up, Bruce. It's just... Bruce's gaze lifted, cutting through the hesitation. Just hard to believe, he finished. Understandable. But I've seen enough evidence to know that your father Jor-El didn't send random signals into the void. He was hiding a lot of things, one he didn't trust the council to approve. One of them happens to be you. He tapped a control on his gauntlet. A new projection appeared, coordinates, astral charts, encrypted fragments of a transmission. What you need to do, Batman continued, is find this Kryptonian before Zod does. His name is Hell. And from what your father's data implies. His tone lowered and steady, he's the kind of person who could be manipulated or become something worse. The room stayed silent for a moment. Then Hal Jordan leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, trying to lighten the gravity. So let me get this straight, we've got a new Kryptonian on the board, a guy named Hell, and Zod's on a cosmic scavenger hunt. Fantastic. Sounds like Tuesday, Flash muttered, drumming his fingers against the table. Except this Tuesday involves potential planet breaking. Wonder Woman's expression was calm. If this Hell is as powerful as Kal, then Zod finding him first would be disastrous. We don't want to see what happens when Kryptonian strength serves a corrupted purpose. Her eyes flicked to Clark, filled with concern. Superman exhaled slowly, frustration dimming into reflection. I can't just fly blind into space. If he's been out there this long, he's not going to be easy to find. Batman's voice cut in, quiet but absolute. You won't have to search. I've already found his location. And I'll continue decoding what's left of Jor-El's encryption. There might be more to his message than we've uncovered. Clark turned to him, the edge in his tone softened now. You went through my Kryptonian archives, again. Bruce's mouth twitched a hint of that dry, near-invisible smirk. Let's just say I'm good at finding things I'm not supposed to. Flash leaned toward Hal and muttered under his breath, translation, Batman broke into the Kryptonian equivalent of God's Dropbox. Hal groaned. And we're still trusting him with space tech. Clark ignored the jokes, eyes still on Bruce. If Hell's really out there, then we're running out of time, I should go. Batman nodded once. You should. His gaze flicked to the screen, this won't just be another invasion. It'll be a war of ideologies. The room went still again. The earth turned silently below. Finally, Wonder Woman stood. Then we prepare while Clark goes to look for him, she said firmly. If Zod intends to invade, we will meet him with everything we have. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 272, The Sun Eater. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Watchtower. The air in the watchtower shifted. One moment, the League stood gathered around the circular table, light from the Earth's curve washing through the glass above them, and the next, reality rippled. A tear of violet shadow carved itself into existence beside the holographic console. The temperature dipped. From that portal stepped Arthur Blackwynd, dark-cloaked, shadows clinging to his form. Behind him, Raven emerged in silence, her hood raised. Every League member stiffened, even Superman. Hal's ring hummed instinctively, Wonder Woman's hand went to her sword, and Flash's eyes flicked between them and the nearest exit. Batman was calm as if he was expecting this sudden visit. The portal sealed behind them with a low, haunting echo. Arthur's gaze lifted toward the gathered heroes, his expression calm. Batman was the first to speak, his tone level and deep. I was waiting for you to show up. Arthur smirked faintly, his voice carrying that cool, quiet confidence that always unsettled people who didn't know him. Yeah. Took my time, but I figured out some important things. Superman stepped forward, the light from the stars catching on the blue of his suit. His expression was stern, but not hostile. Arthur, he said evenly, you're looking for Zod as well. Arthur's reply was slow. Not just looking for him. His violet eyes flickered. I found him. The room seemed to hold its breath. John's voice echoed softly, calm but sharp in meaning. And is he? Arthur turned toward him, with a faint smile. He's alive, he said simply. In fact, he's more than alive. I found a world that used to be an old Kryptonian outpost, I assume, an ice wasteland now. But there was something massive. Some sort of machine, if I had to guess. And Zod, he's already extracted it. That made the entire room tense. Superman's eyes widened, the weight of those words hitting harder than a punch. Wonder Woman's grip on her lasso tightened, and even Batman's jaw clenched slightly, a rare show of emotion. Arthur continued, voice low, precise. They're coming to Earth. That's not a theory, that's a guarantee. It's just a matter of time. I got here first because I can teleport. Silence. The only sound was the sound of the Watchtower's systems. Then Clark looked at him again, his gaze flicking briefly toward Raven, the faintest hint of concern softening his anger. She stood behind Arthur, hood shadowing her face, but her fingers were curled. Nervous. Clark's tone dropped. Where is Kara? Arthur's eyes narrowed, glowing faintly violet. His voice was calm. She got captured by Zod. Superman froze. His breath hitched. Then he moved. In a blink, he was in front of Arthur, faster than thought, his hand gripping Arthur's collar and lifting him slightly off balance. The table rattled under the shockwave of his movement. His eyes glowed bright red. How did you let that happen? He thundered. I thought she was with you. That she was safe. Raven's entire aura flared black and indigo, her power instinctively coiling around her like a storm. She didn't even think shadows formed at her fingertips, eyes flashing beneath her hood. The League reacted too, Hell's ring flared, Diana moved one step forward, but before anyone could act, Arthur raised a single hand. Don't, he said quietly to Raven. And then, he didn't even blink. His violet eyes locked with Clark's crimson ones, unflinching. I told her about Zod, Arthur said, calm as if they weren't a breath away from fighting. And I'm also the one who let her go. I respected her wish not to have a parasite in her shadow. But I'm not stupid. His voice deepened slightly, power humming beneath the surface. I knew her temper. So I made sure my shadows were watching her, from a distance, unaware. Then, with one smooth motion, Arthur's own hand came up and gripped Clark's wrist. Not in violence, just enough strength to make the Men of Steel realize he wasn't powerless. Would you want me to force her to do something she doesn't want to? That hit harder than any strike could have. Superman's expression faltered, the anger melting into regret, then self-awareness. He released Arthur immediately, stepping back a pace, his chest rising and falling as he tried to collect himself. No, he muttered, looking down, voice rough. I wouldn't. He ran a hand through his hair, frustrated with himself. What am I doing? This isn't the time for us to be like this. The League relaxed slightly. Raven lowered her hands, her magic fading, though her eyes still lingered warily on Clark. Arthur straightened and gave a small nod, no malice in his tone. You're worried about your family, he said simply. I understand. Then his attention shifted to Batman. His eyes softened a little, business mode again. Do you have the thing I asked for? Bruce exhaled slowly through his nose, the faintest glint of annoyance in his tone. You're not so polite, Shadow, and picked it up from the Batcave. Damaged a few $1 million worth of equipment in the process of leaving. Arthur gave a brief, unapologetic smirk. Sorry about that. Of course you are, Bruce muttered dryly. Then he turned serious, glancing at the holographic console. In any case, there's something else you need to know, since you're preparing to fight Zod and whatever army he is going to throw at us. Arthur folded his arms, posture straight. Go on. Batman's tone dropped lower, heavy with meaning. There's a variable among them. A Kryptonian clone. We don't know where he came from or how Zod found him, but he's different and potentially unstable. Arthur's expression sharpened, his eyes narrowing. A clone, he echoed. Of who? Batman looked at Clark. The silence said enough. Arthur stood with his arms folded. Batman continued, this clone, voice low, wasn't created by Zod. Superman frowned slightly. Bruce hesitated only long enough to choose his words carefully. It was made on Krypton. By none other than Clark's biological father, Jor-El. Batman added, the records I decrypted from the fortress confirm it. His designation is Hell. The data suggests he was an advanced genetic construct, a composite made from the genetic code of multiple Kryptonians. Think of him as the culmination of Krypton's scientific ambition. Arthur tilted his head slightly, studying the faint tremor that crossed Clark's expression. Bruce continued, if anything, given Jor-El's role in his creation, he can be considered Clark's older brother, in a sense. Superman exhaled slowly, his eyes distant now. Arthur broke the silence, his voice even but curious. So you're saying this Hell can be reasoned with? I can't see someone like that being used by Zod. Batman's response was immediate, but not dismissive, analytical, wary. We can't be sure of that. Zod is a general. He commands loyalty through conviction and fear. And Hell. He paused, pulling up a holographic projection of a planet Arthur instantly recognized. Arena. You said you visited a distant world, didn't you? Found remnants of Kryptonian machinery. Arthur nodded slowly, eyes narrowing. That's right. There were no traces of life, but I didn't believe it, and something massive was taken. Bruce gave a brief, grim nod. Then we're looking at the same planet. Arena was one of Krypton's oldest outposts. From what I recovered, Hell was stationed there preserving data, technology, maybe even fragments of Krypton's culture. But according to the readings. His hand hovered over the hologram, the sun next to the planet dimmed, flickered out. That system used to have a yellow sun. Arthur blinked once. Then twice. He stepped forward, his tone halfway between disbelief and dry amusement. Are you telling me he absorbed a sun? Batman didn't respond immediately. His silence was the answer. Arthur stared for a moment, then scoffed softly under his breath and rubbed his temple. You're kidding. That shouldn't even be possible. Hal Jordan muttered from the corner, neither is having a green ring that creates constructs. Arthur shot him a faint glare, but Batman's quiet voice drew him back. You command shadows and lead an army of the dead, Arthur, Bruce said flatly, crossing his arms. You should know by now. The word impossible doesn't hold much weight anymore. Arthur's violet eyes flickered once, then dimmed slightly as he sighed. Fair enough, he admitted, the corner of his mouth lifting wryly. I understand your point. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 273, The Arrival of Hell. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The watchtower trembled faintly as energy pulses rippled through its outer hull, early warning systems flickering alive one by one. Every major console on the command deck was active, the blue glow from the holographic table painting the Justice League in stark light. Batman stood at the center, cape drawn tight, his voice the anchor of the chaos. Most of us can't fight them here, he said, calm but absolute. If Zod's fleet engages us in orbit, they'll use their Kryptonian firepower advantage. Half the team won't even survive exposure to vacuum. Hal crossed his arms, grimacing. So what, we just leave the station? Bruce didn't even look at him. Flash, Arrow, and the others. Go to Earth. Establish our protection protocols. If they breach orbit, we'll need defenses ready. Flash zipped to one side of the room and stopped in a blur. Wait, you're saying you'll also stay up here? Batman didn't respond to that. Arthur stood silently near the viewport, eyes glowing faintly violet as he looked out toward the infinite stretch of stars. Not for me, he said simply, his tone cold and certain. Superman, arms crossed, gave a faint nod. I'll stay as well, he said, voice steady. Anyone who can survive in space, stay. Everyone else, follow Bruce's order. John Johns turned at his console suddenly, his tone sharp. Batman. An object is approaching. Fast. Instantly, everyone froze. The massive holographic display shimmered, focusing on the incoming object, a streak of light, red and silver, burning through the blackness toward them. Arthur's eyes narrowed, his voice calm yet heavy with certainty. It's them. Batman's jaw tightened. All right. Everyone who's supposed to leave, go now. Without hesitation, portals, light trails, and teleports filled the room as most of the League's members departed. Within seconds, only the core remained: Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Hal, John. Arthur turned to Superman, his voice low and resolute. Don't worry. I'll take Kara back from Zod even if it means dooming myself. Superman looked at him, eyes softening but with that quiet, indomitable will still burning behind them. That's not a very good thing to say, he said, managing a faint smile. We need everyone alive. You included. Arthur gave a slow nod, saying nothing, the faintest trace of a smirk tugging at his lips. Then he turned to Raven, who stood behind him, her cloak shifting restlessly with the artificial gravity field. Go back to Earth, he ordered. What? No. I'm not leaving you here, she protested, voice firm, eyes fierce. No buts, Arthur interrupted, his tone soft but commanding. You're strong, that's exactly why you need to keep that stupid team of yours together in case Zod actually manages to land on Earth. Raven's eyes flickered with hesitation, then softened. Fine, but don't do anything too crazy, you are reckless after all. Arthur exhaled, faint amusement in his tone. I can't promise that. She sighed, murmured, stay safe, and vanished into a portal, gone. Batman walked closer, pulling something from his utility belt, his mind already strategizing. We need to. And then, suddenly, the air shifted. To Arthur, time itself seemed to fracture. His vision sharpened, every particle in the air slowed, every hum of the watchtower's systems dragged into stillness. His eyes widened, glowing violently violet as his instincts screamed. Something was here. Already here. A ripple like space itself tearing open and a figure appeared in the middle of the room, moving faster than thought. A fist, cutting through the slowed time, straight toward Batman's face. Arthur moved before anyone else could even blink. With speed step, his body blurred with shadows, he seized Batman's armor and shoved him aside just as the blow connected with a thunderous shockwave, splintering the deck's reinforced plating. The world snapped back to normal speed. Sirens blared. Superman shot forward in a blur. He too was about to save Batman, only stopping short as he saw him. The stranger hovered above the ground, calm. His build was powerful, rivaling Clark's. His skin had a faint, grayish tone, his hair, long and black, framed a face marked with faint scars. His eyes burned red not like rage, but like the calm, focused heat of a controlled inferno. Arthur straightened, his expression hardening as he faced him. The stranger's gaze passed over Arthur, over Diana, Hal, and John, and then settled on Superman. The silence stretched, until Arthur spoke, his voice cold and sharp as steel. "Hell, I assume." The men smiled faintly, not with warmth, but recognition. "Strange you don't seem like a Kryptonian." "But," he said, his Kryptonian accent heavy, eyes flickering towards Superman next. "And you must be Kal." Clark's jaw tightened, his eyes glowing faintly red. "You attacked one of us." Hal tilted his head slightly. "One of us?" "That's a strange thing to say, Kal," he said, nodding toward Batman. "I came here to see you and talk to you. These people are not needed." Arthur stepped forward, shadows coiling faintly at his feet. "Bats might be a pain in the ass, but I can't agree to that," he said coolly. "And if you're here, then that means Zod isn't far behind." Hal's eyes glimmered faintly, not denying it, not confirming it. "You're right," he said softly. "He's coming. But whether I stand beside him or against him depends on what I decide in the next few minutes." Arthur's gaze hardened, a flicker of violet light passing across his eyes as he took a step closer. "Then I suggest you make that decision carefully." Superman's cape fluttered behind him as he floated upward, his presence filling the room. "We don't have to fight," he said, voice steady, commanding. Hal smirked, his tone mocking yet oddly weary. "You sound just like him." The lights of the watchtower flickered faintly as the air itself seemed to warp around Hal. Batman's hand hovered near his utility belt, but his eyes sharp, calculating remained fixed on the figure that had just materialized before them. The others tensed, their instincts screaming danger, but Bruce's mind was already dissecting every detail. Tall. Lean, but not frail. There was power in the way he appears, unnatural, like gravity obeyed him only out of respect. His skin bore a strange grayish tint, as though sunlight had once touched him but had long since retreated. His long dark hair, drifting as if moved by unseen currents. His face sharp, regal, scarred. Batman had seen gods, monsters, and men twisted by both, but this one was almost unique to him. His presence was pressure. Hal's eyes swept across the room, ignoring them all. Wonder Woman shifted her stance slightly, Hal's ring glowed brighter, Martian Manhunter stood ready. Even Superman seemed to brace himself. Then the stranger's gaze settled on Clark. "Little brother," he said softly, his voice both haunting and powerful. Superman's eyes narrowed, his tone calm but wary. "Hal." Hal raised his hand, his emerald aura expanding defensively. "Clark, be careful. My ring's screaming all over the place just from him being here." Hal turned his head toward Hal, studying him like one might a child interrupting an adult conversation. He tilted his head, eyes narrowing faintly. "Clark," he repeated, his tone laced with faint curiosity. Then he looked back at Superman. "Is this your Earth name?" "Kal." Superman straightened slightly, the S-shield on his chest gleaming under the watchtower lights. "What are you doing here, and where is Zod?" For a moment, Hal said nothing. Then his expression shifted, disdain. Amusement. It was hard to tell. "I don't care about General Zod, so stop asking me about him," he said finally, his voice smooth but carrying a gravity that filled the room. "I came for the sole purpose of seeing you." The tension in the room thickened. Batman's gloved hand flexed near his side, Diana subtly adjusted her grip on her sword. Then Hal's gaze dropped to the symbol on Superman's chest. The crest of the House of El. His expression softened, almost painfully, like an echo of something long buried. "Our crest," he murmured, stepping forward. The motion was fluid, deliberate. Each step he took made the air vibrate faintly, and the reinforced metal beneath his boots creaked as if it, too, acknowledged his strength. No one moved. Not even Superman. Arthur watched him closely, his eyes faintly glowing violet, the shadows at his feet stirring like restless beasts. He didn't move, didn't speak, but his presence grew darker and predatory. He whispered something under his breath, the others didn't recognize, and his very shadow twitched, pulsing faintly with light. Batman's jaw tightened as he watched. His mind raced with analysis. This man carried himself like a Kryptonian, but the aura around him was far beyond anything Bruce had ever felt from Clark or Kara. This isn't a soldier, he thought grimly. This is a relic of Krypton's arrogance. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 274, Arthur vs. Hell. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Hell's eyes slowly traveled across each face gathered, gods, warriors, legends of Earth. His expression twisted into somewhere between pity and disgust. You seem attached to the Earthlings, little brother, he said, voice low and edged. His gaze drifted back to Clark, studying every flicker of hesitation, every trace of conflict. But what do you consider yourself? Before Superman could respond, Wonder Woman stepped forward, chin raised in unyielding defiance. Kal-El is the best of both worlds, she said, conviction burning in every syllable. He carries Krypton's spirit and Earth's compassion. Hell didn't even bother to face her. I did not ask you, Earthling woman, he said, sharp as a blade. I asked you, Kal. Superman's jaw tightened, but he remained silent, watching Hell looking for the possible brother in this fellow called Hell, and finding a stranger. Hell drew a slow breath, eyes shadowed by a lifetime of duty. I was tasked by our father to preserve our legacy, our history. To protect everything Krypton ever was. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking like ice fracturing. That meant preserving you as well, and Kara. For a moment, just a moment, pain revealed itself behind his eyes. But Krypton is gone, he said, voice cracking with a restrained fury. Our people are dust. The stars we called home are cold and dead. His voice shook, his purpose unraveling in his hands like broken crystals. So what am I really protecting? And for what? This guy is mental, Arthur thought to himself. He stepped closer slow, and extended a hand toward Superman. Join me, brother. His tone softened, almost pleading. It is time we rebuild our home. Zod and his traitors can operate the world engine, we need them for now. But once New Krypton stands, we will judge them for their crimes, our father would have done the same. He looked directly into Clark's eyes. Together. Superman stared at the offered hand. No, he said finally, voice steady. Are you insane? I will never allow that. Silence. Then. Hell's expression broke. His hand lowered. His shoulders stiffened. Disappointment turned cold. Unfortunate. He whispered. His eyes dimmed with a chilling conclusion. I do not see a Kryptonian here. It seems Zod was right. He took a step forward. But he didn't finish the sentence. Shadows exploded. A tidal wave of darkness hammered into Hell's side like a meteor strike, shadow lanterns, spectral beasts, and leading the charge, doom roaring. The watchtower floor cracked from the impact as Hell was blasted through a reinforced wall. And then launched into the endless vacuum beyond, swallowed by the void. Every hero snapped toward the source and found Arthur Blackwynd standing relaxed, palms still faintly glowing with violet power. His shadows writhed around him. He slowly raised both hands in mock surrender, expression flat but eyes burning. What? It's no use talking, Arthur said with a shrug. I don't know what you guys were waiting for. The silence that followed was stunned and heavy. Superman's cape fluttered in the sudden rush of escaping air. Batman's glare sharpened, analytical gears already turning. Wonder Woman exhaled. Arthur stood at the edge of the breach, his dark cloak whipping in the sucking wind. The other Superman, Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Batman took position beside him. It's not over. Arthur's voice was low, violet eyes igniting. A ripple. A tremor of space folding. And then he was there. Hell drifted back through the breach, long dark hair flowing weightless, his eyes burned with an intelligence colder than death. He landed without a sound. He didn't look at the League. He looked at Arthur. And the Shadow Monarch simply raised his hand. Middle finger. Batman actually blinked. Hal Jordan let out a, I don't think we need to anger him, under his breath. Arthur's expression said everything, too late. Hell did. The Kryptonian's body blurred, a shockwave shattered the deck as he vanished. Arthur felt something crash into his ribs like a collapsing star. He flew back, blasted through a reinforced wall, came out the other side coughing. Superman was already charging in, fist held tight, eyes glowing crimson. Hell. Stop. Hell turned his head, barely a motion, and Superman's punch caught only the blur of an afterimage. Hell's counter struck Clark in the chest like a hammer of suns. The Man of Steel's breath exploded out of him as he ricocheted off a support beam hard enough to bend steel. Diana was next, shield raised, sword already in motion. Face me. He did. Her blade rang loud against his forearm, sparks flared, but before she could recover, Hell's hand closed around her throat. He lifted her effortlessly, boots kicking for leverage. A gravel-deep voice, calm and full of disdain. You are no warrior. You carry little strength. He hurled her. The floor cratered where she landed. Green Lantern's ring flared, a giant mechanical vice snapping shut around Hell from all sides. Hal shouted. Big scary alien guy, not exactly something new. The construct shattered like cheap glass. Hell flicked a finger. Hal hit the ceiling so hard the plating dented inward. Martian Manhunter phased through the floor, emerging behind Hell, a telepathic strike aimed straight into his mind. He lasted half a second. John screamed, not physically, a psychic shockwave ripping through his skull as he stumbled backward, green hands clutching his head. Batman fired a grapnel electric charge, primed, desperate to pull the fight away from his teammates. Hell caught the line. A heartbeat. Then the Dark Knight was yanked, slammed, and pinned against a wall, his gauntlets cracking. You fight with simple intellect and tools, Hell murmured, eyes narrowing. But what are tools against our might? Batman's only response was to spit blood on the floor. Then shadows surged. Arthur returned, violet flames dancing through the cracks in reality itself. His voice thundered. You would make a fine shadow. Dozens of spectral shadow chains launched upward like harpoons, constructs from his shadow ring. Hell looked mildly entertained. A flick of his wrist, gravity-inverted shadows splintered into screaming wisps. Arthur simply smiled and said, impressive. Clark then slammed into Hell, sending him alongside himself outside of the watchtower into the black of space. The vacuum of space burned with streaks of red as Superman and Hell collided again, a clash of heat vision that turned the void into a furnace. Arthur sliced through the air like a meteor, shadows dragging him forward. He crashed into Hell's ribs with bone-shattering force, a doomsday gauntlet punch with shadow power that could crater mountains. Hell barely moved. His head simply turned, slowly, back toward Arthur. That was Arthur's only warning. A fist punched into his side, it felt like a black hole collapsing against his ribs. Arthur groaned, body folding involuntarily before he twisted into a counter, a spinning back fist that cracked across Hell's jaw. Superman blinked, Arthur had actually staggered him. Arthur pressed the advantage. Speed step, vanished and then reappeared. A knee shattered Hell's sternum. Elbow to the face. A palm strike, knuckle jab, jaw hook. Every move was calculated, every strike was a masterclass in brutality. Hell's body rocked with each attack, yet his expression never changed. He absorbed everything. Took every hit. And then he caught Arthur's fist. His grip tightened, iron crushing bone. You are skilled, Hell murmured, voice cold enough to freeze worlds. You are a danger to us. He yanked Arthur in and slammed his forehead into him, an impact that sent Arthur's thoughts scattering into static. And then appeared next to Arthur and then grabbed him by the throat, shot himself along Arthur forward and slammed him back into the watchtower. Arthur flipped backward, boots kicking off Hell's chest to create space. He landed with a trail of drifting debris. Hell didn't pursue, he just stood there. A mortal pretending to be something else, Father warned us of beings like this. Arthur wiped blood from his lip, eyes glowing with menacingly. Last thing I remember, Kryptonians are mortals too. Shadow thorns erupted around his arms, a brutal uppercut sent Hell spinning upward. Superman was suddenly behind Hell, fists raised, trying to pin him with raw force. Hell snapped his head back, the blow shattered Clark's nose and Superman drifted away stunned. Arthur came again, fast, a hook aimed at the throat. Hell caught it, once more. But this time. Arthur smiled. His free hand already moved, a brutal punch hammered into Hell's kidney. Hell finally grunted. Better, he whispered. Then he hit Arthur once straight in the chest. Arthur flew back tumbling, spinning, gravity losing meaning as he tried to breathe, shadows flickering erratic. He steadied himself several meters away, chest heaving. Hell drifted closer, power curling around his hands like solar wind. This is inevitable, Hell declared. Stand aside, Shadow Bearer. I do not want to break you. Arthur spat blood. You're already too late for that. Then his fingers curled. Reality hummed. A blade of glowing green bled into existence from the darkness, crystalline and lethal. Kryptonite, forged into a sword no Kryptonian could ignore. Green light washed over Hell's face. Superman flinched, instinctively pulling back. HNN. Arthur. Arthur didn't take his eyes off Hell. His tone was low, a warning sharpened by resolve. Sorry, Clark. He raised the sword, the aura cutting into the void like poison fire. You might want to stay away. Hell paused. He noticed the weapon. His expression shifted, a crack in his perfect confidence. And Arthur Blackwynd stepped forward again, no fear, no hesitation. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 275, Arrival of the Warship. If you like this story, Check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Arthur moved first, closing the distance between himself and Hel in a blur. The kryptonite sword flashed downward in a precise strike. But Hel caught the blade in one hand. No recoil. No pain. His fingers tightened around the deadly crystal as though it were mere steel. The green glow washed over his scarred features as he examined the weapon with that same unsettling calm. Kryptonite, he said, voice low and strangely fascinated. Such a rare thing to behold. Arthur clicked his tongue. No, not really. It's not that rare. His free fist cracked across Hel's jaw, a blow strong enough to shatter reinforced steel. Hel shot back, Arthur lowered into stance again, violet light pulsing from his eyes with sharpened focus. Hel surprised more than hurt. He raised his hand casually, and the sword in Arthur's grip suddenly trembled, twisting against his fingers. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Oh, now that's surprising. The sword ripped from his grasp and sailed obediently into Hel's open palm. Telekinesis, Arthur muttered, jaw tightening. You are full of surprises. From near a shattered console, Batman steadied himself. He spoke under his breath, but not enough to hide the concern in his voice. That means kryptonite isn't going to help us. He's immune. Hel crushed the sword as though it were glass. Sharp green pieces fell to the ground. Arthur exhaled slowly. Shadows gathered along his arm, materializing into the Kamish twin blade, the metal gleaming like fangs ready to bite. He spun it once, grounding himself. You didn't need to break it, Arthur said, voice quieter. That sword was a gift from my brother, you know. He fell back into stance. But it's fine. Let's try again. Hel stared for a heartbeat, then scoffed. Tisk. He turned away entirely. Arthur blinked. Wait. In a blink, Hel vanished. He appeared beside Hel first. The Green Lantern's ring screamed warnings, emerald constructs snapping into place in desperation, shields, barriers, anything his will could manifest to fight back. Hel's punch shattered all of it. Hal's breath left him in a choking gasp as he was hurled backward through a console. John phased, trying to disorient from within again. Hel's strike still connected, somehow predicting his phase shift, slamming the Martian into twisted metal. John's form flickered violently, force tangible by the sheer force. Diana charged with a battle cry, lasso circling in a golden arc. She swung. Hel caught the rope with 2 fingers. He yanked, flipping her off her feet and driving her into the floor hard enough to crack the plating beneath. Superman blurred into the fray again, heat vision blazing. Hel was already behind him, hand closing on the back of Clark's skull. A brutal downward slam rattled the entire watchtower structure. Arthur watched every move. He felt the power behind each strike, animalistic, instinctive and overwhelming. This bastard. He breathed, eyes glowing brighter with each passing second. I can tell he is still holding back some of his powers, but he's fighting on pure instinct. Arthur stepped forward, twin blade lifted. The air cracked. Arthur blitzed forward first, a black-violet streak, and Hel's eyes barely tracked him before the Kamish twin blade arced toward his ribs. Hel blocked, but the force sent him skidding backward, boots tearing into the watchtower floor. Arthur was already there again. A spinning slash, sparks all over them, then a ruthless knee to the jaw, flipping Hel midair. Before the watchtower gravity knew what to do, Arthur twisted and brought the blade down like a guillotine. Hel caught it. Fingers closing around the blade's edge. The metal screamed. Arthur's smirk sharpened and his left foot shot up, heel slamming into Hel's sternum with a crunch. Hel flew, only to whip around and fire heat vision in a twin beam that streaked past Arthur's cheek, slicing into the ceiling. Arthur vanished into shadow. Reappearing behind him, blade aimed to sever a spine. Hel spun, parrying with his forearm, then ramming his elbow into Arthur's ribs, enough force to shatter everything around them. Arthur gritted his teeth through the pain and drove forward anyway, raking the flat of the blade across Hel's neck. A mark, not a cut. But enough to make Hel blink in surprise. Arthur didn't give him time. Ruler's authority surged, turning him into a ballistic missile. He shoulder-checked Hel with such force the Kryptonian slammed through a console, electricity bursting like fireworks. Arthur followed, flip-kicked Hel into the air, then jumped after him, stabbing the twin blade down. Hel caught Arthur's wrist mid-plunge. A short, brutal headbutt. Stars exploded behind Arthur's vision. Hel's fist hammered into Arthur's gut, the blow so strong his body bent around it and the twin blade tore free, soaring into open space through a shattered viewport. Arthur straightened slowly. Then smiled. His shadows flared, tethering the blade, snapping it around in a whiplash arc. It shot back into Hel, slicing the air like a rocket. Hel leaned just barely aside. Too late. The blade grazed his cheek, carving open flesh. Blood drifted free. Hell touched his cheek. Looked at the blood. Arthur shrugged. Hope you enjoy the new one. Hell's expression cracked. Rage. A flash of feral instinct. He blurred a meteor punch lined up to remove Arthur's head from his body. A hand caught the punch. Red cape billowing in the vacuum wind. Superman's glare was glacial. That's enough. Then punches. Clark unleashed hell. Shotgun blasts of fists hammered hell from every direction, thunderous strikes enough to bend steel, distort space. Hell staggered, skin denting under the barrage. For a second, Superman held the upper hand. Blow after blow, thunderous strikes rattling the watchtower itself. Hell was forced back under the storm, taking each hit with barely a chance to recover. Steel and heat vision flashed as his control frayed. And then a shadow swallowed the stars. A massive Kryptonian mothership cruised past the watchtower windows, engines rumbling like a waking titan. Hell looked up, a dark grin spreading. It seems Zod has arrived at last. Batman's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and urgent. Target locked. Defense cannons deployed from the hull and fired, a colossal beam lancing toward the ship. Only for a glowing energy field to flare and absorb it entirely. Damn it, Bruce hissed under his breath. Superman pushed Hell back with one final strike before turning to Arthur, eyes firm, pleading for trust. Arthur. We'll handle him. Zod's forces can't set foot on Earth. Stop that ship, and find Kara, save her. A beat. Go. I'll join you as soon as I can. Hell wiped the blood from his new scar, chuckling low. You seem so sure about that, little brother. Arthur rose slowly off the floor, shadows swirling like a vortex beneath him. The glow of his ring intensified, black and violet wrapping around him like armor forged from night. He nodded once to Clark. I was heading to that ship anyway. He turned his gaze on Hell, unwavering. Don't underestimate the Boy Scout. Superman exhaled through the pain and allowed himself the faintest smile. Because Arthur was right. The Boy Scout was far from done. One final pulse of violet-black power erupted from his ring and his entire body became a comet of shadow streaking away from the watchtower, chasing Zod's warship as it descended toward Earth. The stars warped into lines around him. Wind didn't exist out here, but the speed still roared in his bones. Behind him, the watchtower remained a flickering dot. The reanimating Justice League members regrouped inside, battered but alive. But Batman. Darkness swallowed him. A circular field of black-violet light snapped into existence around him. Batman's eyes narrowed. A figure emerged from the swirling dark, sigil burning bright violet, of the Shadow Core. His voice carried the venomous pride of the usual Sinestro. My king commands your return to Earth. Batman's stare sharpened, annoyed, but not surprised. I was about to return, we need to stop what Zod is about to do. A faint scoff escaped Sinestro. Were you? Violet eyes flicked toward the absent void where Arthur had vanished. You humans cling to planning. But plans fail when strength doesn't measure up. Batman stepped forward, meeting the hollow gaze head-on. No fear. Only resolve. I work with what I have, he said. He paused. A subtle challenge. Sinestro tilted his head, amusement cracking through his features. Umph. The protective field constricted, locking Batman in place as it accelerated downward, dragging him toward the blue planet far below. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 276, Shadow Pursuit. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Space burned around Arthur Blackwynd. He streaked after the Kryptonian mothership like a violet comet tearing across the heavens, shadows trailing behind him in a long, swirling tail. His shadow ring pulsed, alive with hunger and command. Ahead, the steel titan of a ship plunged toward Earth's atmosphere, Zod's promise descending upon a world unprepared. Inside the command deck, alarms chimed. Kryptonian soldiers rushed to their stations, hands gliding over holographic controls. General Zod remained seated upon his throne-like chair, back straight, cape draped around him. One soldier swallowed nervously. General, something is pursuing us. A life form, no propulsion system. Zod turned his head only slightly. Show me. The screen expanded, revealing a blazing streak of violet and black closing rapidly. Zod's eyes narrowed, unamused. Shoot him down. There was no panic in his voice. No urgency. Just command. The ship's hull lit up with cannons igniting in synchronized bursts. Streams of bright energy rained toward Arthur, crackling through space like lightning spears. Arthur's eyes glowed brighter, he twisted through the storm, every blast missing him by inches as he cut sharp arcs, leaving smoke trails of shadow behind. Not enough to stop me, he muttered, a thin, eager grin forming. The ship plunged into Earth's upper atmosphere, heat blooming around its hull. Arthur accelerated, slamming through the burning air layer like a meteor falling. Shadows responded to his will. Around him dozens, then hundreds, the air rippled with portals of living darkness. Shadow lanterns poured out in swarms, violet flames flickering inside their armored chests. They streaked past him like a nightmarish army of meteors, surrounding the Kryptonian vessel in a tightening net. Weapons fired wildly now, desperate. Explosions lit the sky. Arthur raised his hand. Shadows twisted, merging and shaping. A colossal form coalesced above him. A scythe of pure void. Massive, heavy, and terrifying. Its blade extended longer and longer, until it rivaled the ship in scale, a weapon carved from the darkness. Winds shrieked as Arthur swung his arm downward with a roar. Fall. The blade of shadow fell like judgment. It crashed against the invisible barrier surrounding the ship, a crack of thunder shaking the sky. Energy sizzled, the barrier glowing white as it strained, then split. The scythe carved a screaming wound across the mothership's armor, sparks erupting in a fountain of metal and flame. Systems ruptured. Alarms howled. The entire vessel lurched sideways, losing control, its descent no longer guided, but catastrophic. It plummeted through the clouds, smoke and debris trailing, before smashing against the distant horizon in a flaming slide that scarred the earth. But Zod's invasion did not fall alone. As the ship buckled, smaller Kryptonian crafts broke free, streaking into the sky like angry hornets, dozens of them. Arthur hovered in midair above the ruin he'd just inflicted, shadows spiraling tightly around him, dark cloak billowing in the wind. His breathing was steady. And his eyes remained merciless. This was only the beginning. And Kara was somewhere among the small enemy vessels. He raised his chin toward the smoldering sky where Zod's forces scattered like embers of war. Come then, he whispered to the coming storm. My shadows and I will bury every last one of you. The smaller attack craft shuddered as it rode the turbulent wake of the mothership's ruin. Inside the cramped command bay, the three figures, Zod, Faurol, and Jaxuar, were carved from different kinds of cold. Zod sat like a stone king, shoulders broad, cape pinned against the bulkhead. Who is this man? Zod asked without turning. The question was flat, he wanted a name he could punish. Jaxuar's eyes glittered as he routed the ship's sensors and tapped into long-range data caches. The scientist's face, usually composed in detached curiosity, took on the quick, hungry excitement of discovery. Let me see. He swiped through a constellation of records, and Earth's data. It appears, Jaxuar said, voice brittle with both interest and unease, that he is a lantern. Not green. Not the corporate discipline of the rings I studied. His signature aligns with legends recorded in fringe transmissions, black constructs. Accounts say he recently engaged an army of. He frowned, searching for a sensible term, black lanterns, using his own black lantern constructs to rip them apart. Zod's eyes narrowed and he turned his face upward, toward the black veil beyond the viewing port. The horizon was still a smear of smoke and falling debris where the mothership had buckled, and beyond, the sky was moving with the silent, terrible geometry of Arthur's Shadow Lantern army. Hundreds of violet beacons orbited and dove like a legion of predators. The black lanterns, Zod repeated slowly. His lip curled as if tasting a word he had thought obsolete. Fairy tales. Fables used to frighten children of Krypton. And yet here they are, trailing our forces like vultures. Faura's hand tightened on the rail. It does not matter the name of a weapon. Kill it. Kill them. Kill the one who summons them. Zod's reply was a smile without warmth. We will take him down. Whoever he is, he will die for daring to meet a Kryptonian army in open space. The universe really needs a reminder, we were conquerors once upon a time. Outside, a spray of smaller fighters peeled off from the wreckage and raced for the dark flanks of Earth. The sky erupted in fire and shadow as Arthur's lanterns swarmed to meet them. Arthur cut through it all with effortless purpose. He flew like a spear of night, flanked by two of his most brutal marshals, Ultra and Barreau. Ultra was compact and calm, his silhouette carved in obsidian and violet, Barreau, larger, the sort of brute force that enjoyed the crack and chaos of battle. They moved like extensions of Arthur's will. Barreau jabbered at him with the eagerness of a hound. My liege, let me loose upon them. I will rip their hearts out in your glory. He threw a boastful look over his shoulder. I shall annihilate every last one of those tins. Arthur did not look at him immediately. He was watching the escaping ships. Wait, Barreau, he said, flat and calm. There was nothing to placate in his tone, only command. We need to find Kara first. The name tightened his voice the way a cord might snap. He pivoted his head to Ultra. Use your sight. Scan their crafts. Ultra flicked a glance, a tilt of shadowed intelligence, and swept his gaze across the air. His eye sliced through hull plating and armor like X-rays. He narrowed in on clusters of energy signatures, power cores in odd rhythms, suspension fields, refrigeration, and stasis signatures. There, Ultra said. His voice was cold. A craft with an unconventional compartment, located on the flank of a heavier carrier. The ship Zod is using. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He didn't need more words. Make sure every one of those smaller vessels is destroyed alongside the Kryptonians inside. Arthur ordered, voice low and absolute. He turned then, not even to look at Barreau, eyes fixed on Zod's ship. I will take care of this ship. The three of them, Monarch and Marshals, tightened into formation. Arthur's ring pulsed, and the shadow lanterns responded with a sound like 1,000 wings. They split as ordered, some streaking ahead to break the incoming fighters against themselves. Arthur rocketed toward Zod's flank. The metal of the smaller vessel trembled under the pressure of shadow constructs slamming into its hull, tearing gashes where once there had been only a skin of armor. Inside, alarms screamed. Jaxuar cursed softly, out of fear as he threw the ship into evasive vectors, his fingers dancing to keep systems running while Farah barked orders to ready weapons. Arthur struck. With a massive fist constructs of shadow he'd shaped, with that same hunger made manifest with the ring's authority. He carved through the outer hull with contempt. Muttering to himself, hold on a minute, Kara. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 277, A General Reforged. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The torn hull of the Kryptonian vessel screamed as Arthur punched through it like a meteor of night. Metal warped and peeled away from his passage, sparks spitting across the narrow corridor he landed in. 3 armored Kryptonian soldiers were already waiting for him, rifles drawn and humming with lethal energy. They didn't shout warnings. They didn't even waste time. They fired. Arthur didn't bother raising a hand. The violet glow behind his eyes sharpened and their shots curved with ruler's authority. Bolts of plasma bent in mid-flight, rerouted by sheer force of will. The redirected blast screamed past Arthur and slammed back into the walls behind the soldiers, turning pristine metal into molten craters. For a fraction of a heartbeat the Kryptonians froze confused, their training failing to account for this kind of magic. Arthur moved. A burst of shadow and muscle, his elbow smashed into the visor of the first soldier. Armor dented inward with a sickening crunch. The second swung a fist, but Arthur caught his wrist and twisted shadows coiling around bone, then slammed him through the ceiling panel above, leaving the body hanging lifelessly. The third soldier tried to back away, hands shaking, but Arthur didn't give him the chance. He delivered a single kick to the chest, armor caved like wet cardboard and the Kryptonian crumpled, breathless, unmoving. Bodies hit the floor in a stuttering chorus of metal on metal. Arthur exhaled once, controlled and focused. They've clearly spent some time under our sun, he murmured to himself, stepping over the broken forms. A little stronger than they're supposed to be, otherwise these hits would have been even more brutal. He continued deeper, the ship groaning around him as emergency systems failed one by one. Flashing lights strobed against his cloak. This ship won't stay airborne much longer, he muttered, pace quickening into a silent blur. I need to find her now. He slipped through the corridors like a shadow, then stopped. There. A containment vault, its door warped from the earlier impact. Inside, a pod stood anchored at the center, frost gathering across the surface. Within it a girl suspended in stasis, golden hair like silk. Arthur's breath left him in relief he barely allowed himself to feel. There you are, Kara. His hand pressed against the pod, shadows curling protectively around the surface when a pulse of killing light flashed behind him. He moved an instant before a hit should have struck. The blast scraped the wall ahead, sizzling on impact. Arthur turned slowly. Farrell stood at the far end of the chamber, rifle still faintly smoking, gaze sharp. You are strong, she admitted, voice a cool blade. Her stance shifted, a warrior who found joy in worthy prey. Arthur didn't dignify it with a reply. He launched. Farah discarded her gun and met him with bare fists, a punch like lightning, a kick like a cannon. Their blows collided, the shockwave rippling. Arthur's brow lifted, surprised despite himself she earned that moment by refusing to fold under his strength. Her expression remained unreadable, but her eyes shone with challenge. Are you here for Zor-El? She asked through the clash of fists. A probe. A test. Arthur's expression flattened, no patience for games. He drove a brutal kick into her midsection, the sound echoed down the entire ship. Farah flew back, armor denting as she crashed through a reinforced wall. She staggered upright, clutching her abdomen and smirked. I got my answer. 2 more Kryptonian soldiers dropped from above, boots hitting the deck hard, ready and eager. Arthur clicked his tongue. Tisk. He raised his hand. From the tear in reality behind him, Doom emerged. The Doomsday Shadow, his martial towered with monstrous presence, violet eyes burning. Arthur jerked his chin toward the pod. Take her away. Now. Doom didn't hesitate. The giant seized Kara's containment pod with both hands and leapt through the torn hull. The sky outside swallowed them as the behemoth plunged into open air, free-falling toward the ground like a meteor. The Kryptonians watched, stunned. Faura's eyes widened, voice hushed with disbelief. You wield abominations. You are no lantern. No human. Arthur's gaze cut through her, sharpened by certainty. No more distractions, he said, stepping forward as the deck trembled. Now I can bring this ship down without worry. All 3 Kryptonians rushed him at once. Arthur welcomed it. In the command deck of the ship, on the largest display, Arthur, a silhouette of shadow and motion, tearing through everything. Zod watched without rising from his chair. He watched the feed like a man who measures worlds and men the same way, for utility. Jaxuar paced at a console, fingers flicking over glyphs with the nervous energy of a scientist calculating probabilities that kept going wrong. He will best Faura and the others at this rate, Zod said flatly, eyes locked on the image, the tone not a question but an observation that tasted like annoyance. Jaxuar looked up. We can still take him, the scientist said, then hesitated. But he. Then what are you waiting for? Zod's voice sharpened like steel. What can be done? Jaxuar's hand hovered above his console. His face went pale as he toggled through schematics of the ship, motion vectors of Arthur's lanterns. He swallowed. There aren't that many things we can do right now. Zod's lips parted. Where is Hell? He asked, voice suddenly brisk. Jaxuar checked another feed, watching the watchtowers feed and the clash outside. He is engaged, the scientist said. Cal and his allies press him. Hell is occupied but not done. He will join us soon enough. Not soon enough, Zod answered. He rose slowly. Launch the world engine now. Accelerate my suit's yellow sun absorption. I will outpace whatever feeble defenses they can muster. Jaxuar's fingers stilled entirely. The color drained from his face. General. He began, voice a tremor. If I increase the absorption rate beyond nominal parameters, the suit systems and your metabolism will face catastrophic thermal loads. The suit's shielding can be reinforced, but your cells. The rate of solar uptake it will destabilize homeostasis. You will risk cellular degradation, radiation sickness, organ overload, your life is in serious danger. Zod stepped forward, closing the distance to the scientist until the heat of his presence became physical. He grabbed Jaxuar by the collar with an authority that made the console lights jitter. Do it, he said, low and without mercy. There is no time. Fear flickered in Jaxuar's eyes, not the fear of death for himself but the calculus of losing a man to power. He trembled for a moment, then nodded because he knew what would happen if Zod's hand was left idle. He typed as if his fingers were obeying another will, ancient codes and emergency protocols. The world engine, integrated beneath the mothership's core after Zod had looted the outpost. Launching now, Jaxuar said, voice thin. Accelerating absorption, Jaxuar announced. He initiated the protocol that would force Zod's suit matrices into a state of hyperconductivity. The field around Zod's armor shimmered as if newly forged, lines of yellow sun feed began to stream into the suit. For a breath the deck hummed in that terrible music of power rising. Then a scream tore from Zod unlike anything he had uttered before. It was not a plea, it was the sound of a living thing ripped open and sown with light. His hands clenched so hard, the inside of the suit roared like a sun furnace brought to bear on a single point of flesh. Zod's great chest heaved and he let the scream become a roar, a sovereign howl as radiance seared through his being and restructured him. His eyes, already hard as flint, ignited into an emberous red, veins of light running up his neck. This is mine. Zod rasped, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and with a small, terrible smile he added, cost is irrelevant. Jaxuar's hands trembled as the last of the sequences locked home. He whispered, low and defeated, it is not merely heat, General. The Force is rewriting your cellular uptake. It won't be long before you. He stopped himself. Any more words would be meaningless to Zod now. Zod closed his fist. He had gambled, forced a scientist's hand, and paid his blood for power. The world engine also launched. This world will burn, and reborn anew. Zod announced. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 278, Arise, Kryptonians. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The Kryptonian warship screamed across the sky like a falling star, ripping apart clouds as metal shrieked under stress. Buildings trembled. Car alarms wailed. People ran, some screaming, some frozen in horrified awe as the vessel carved deep into the city and finally collapsed among shattered concrete and burning steel. Inside, smoke curled through corridors broken and sparking. Armor and bodies lay where they fell. Footsteps echoed, slow and steady. Arthur Blackwynd emerged from the fading flames, one hand closed around a throat clad in Kryptonian plating. Farrell dangled from his grasp, her boots barely scraping the floor. Her face was bloodied. A smile tugged at her lips anyway, wild and completely fearless. "You fight like a demon," she whispered, each word a rasping laugh. "Quite the warrior." Arthur's expression did not change. No gloating. No pity. Only cold resolve as violet light pulsed beneath his irises. Twin blade materialized in his free hand, sleek, deadly, glowing with an eerie shadowed edge. Farah's smile widened. "A glorious death is not a bad thing at all," she breathed. Arthur drove the blade through her heart. Her breath hitched once, then stilled. He let her body fall, lifeless metal clanging against the floor. Without turning, without looking at the blood pooling at his feet, he spoke, voice low, resonant with ancient command. "Arise." His surroundings darkened. Shadows peeled themselves from the corpses, violet fire ignited, hollow eyes opening, devoid of life yet brimming with power. Shadow Farah rose first, armor cracked, posture perfect, kneeling before her new king. "Await my order," Arthur said, the ground vibrating beneath his voice. The warship had crashed down into Jump City with a quake that nearly split roads apart, debris rolling like waves, dust engulfing everything. Civilians stumbled, crying out, some filming in disbelief even through tears of fear. "Somebody call the Titans. What is that thing? God, help us." Their terror washed against the presence emerging from the smoke. Arthur stepped away from the wreckage, cloak whipping in the heat and wind, shadows coiling around him like living serpents. His gaze swept the scene. Wrecked streets. Fires burning. Civilians fleeing. The cost of war. Then a streak of blurred motion burst upward, blasting into the sky, the escape of one of the surviving Kryptonians, General Zod. Arthur's eyes narrowed, burning a fierce violet. From the darkness at his heel, a knight of living shadow rose, Ygrice's armor dripping wisps of violet fire, Demon King longsword in hand. "I am here," he said, kneeling. "Your command, my liege." Another shadow surged up beside him, colossal wings unfurling, scales gleaming violet-black with infernal majesty. Kamish, the dragon marshal, his roar shaking shattered windows. Arthur pointed to the fleeing Kryptonian. "Go with Kamish," he ordered. "Bring me that one's head." Ygrice bowed once, sharp and proud. At once. He leapt, landing upon Kamish's back, and the two launched into the heavens, leaving a roaring sonic boom through the air. Arthur watched them go. For a heartbeat, the world felt still around him. He exhaled, rubbing his jaw lightly. "Hopefully I'm not gonna get slapped by her now," he muttered, remembering that he has to free Kara himself. Then he clicked his tongue. Exchange. The shadows swallowed him whole and he vanished from the crater, leaving only violet embers drifting in the air. They came fast, too fast to pretend it was an accident. Sirens still screamed through the choking smoke as the Titans and Raven pushed toward the crater where the Kryptonian wreckage had punched the city into chaos. The street was a ruin of twisted metal, scorched concrete. Little fires licked at broken signs. Pieces of alien armor jutted from the ground. Robin moved with the speed of someone who had learned to take in a scene in a breath. Cyborg's scanner spat data as he swept the area, his optics painting everything in cold, useful numbers. Beast Boy stuck close to the edge, bouncing on the heels of his boots like he wanted to laugh and cry in the same minute. Starfire's hands hovered at her sides, palms glowing faintly as she took in the wounded civilians, her mouth kept shaping words she didn't quite say. Raven drifted a yard above the chaos, hood down but eyes shadowed in concentration. They found bodies, first fallen Kryptonians, armor torn and human red blood mingling under the alien plates. One of them moved, barely, a single gasping breath, a hand twitching through the dust. Robin was already there, slipping under a half-collapsed hull, prying a crushed visor open. The soldier's face gaunt, ash-flecked with frozen blood, turned toward him. Beast Boy's voice was sharp and small. "Why should we help this guy?" he said. Robin didn't answer. He could read the decision on the line of his jaw. "You save who you can." He rolled the Kryptonian onto his shoulder, cradled like something both precious and dangerous, and half-carried, half-dragged him to where Cyborg was waiting. "Vitals," Cyborg said, voice flat with focus. His arm whirred, scanners ran over the alien physiology in a flurry of data that would have made most minds reel. He's hemorrhaging internally. Shock. If we don't stabilize. He stopped, the words trailing. He doesn't have much time. Robin's hands moved with calm, practiced motions, compression, and improvised tourniquet, but he could feel how thin the thread was. Starfire hovered closer, eyes wide, fingers trembling. We must help him, she said, voice fragile in a way that made Robin's shoulders square. She moved to offer warmth, offer healing, but there was only so much a princess from another star could do in a torn body and alien physiology. The Kryptonian's voice rasped, a word cut into air like a coin on stone. I'm Jax. Jax you are, he managed. The name came out like a confession and an apology wrapped together. Cyborg's tone turned clinical again. He's not going to make it if the hemorrhage continues. Robin looked down at the men whose life was slipping away and, with a decision that had nothing to do with diplomacy or politics, eased his hold. He let Jaxuar go. What did you guys just launch? Robin demanded, voice rough with the shock of too much. What is that big black machine charging up over Metropolis? Jaxuar's lips moved. He tried, and tried again. Then he managed, slowly, it doesn't matter. Our general. His eyes turned away as if trying to find another world in the rubble. Our general got blinded by duty and revenge. This is not how we should be operating. The breath left his body with a small, watery sound. He died, the last of the light in his eyes giving way to nothing. The Mediskin line that Cyborg watched flatlined. Robin snapped, hey. You didn't answer my question. His hand struck at nothing but air, a useless, angry motion. Raven didn't look at him. She floated a little higher, tone flat and final. He is dead, she said. So don't bother. Starfire put a trembling hand over her mouth. Her whole body shuddered. Beast Boy finally swallowed and went quiet. The joke died on his lips because the rawness of the moment had none of the edges he usually played with. Cyborg's eyes flicked across the wreckage, reading the remains of the others, not just bodies but the way they look, the direction of their wounds. Someone fought these people, they didn't die from the impact, he said, the line of his voice like a verdict. Someone hunted them. Robin's jaw set. He watched Cyborg's feet and then the sky. He knew. The name arrived without being spoken, it was certain. Arthur, he said, low and steady. Beast Boy's face contorted with the bemused disbelief of a kid who'd watched his favorite chaos maker show up and then leave yet another chaos. Of course it's Arthur. Raven turned, eyes darker than the smoke. We need to regroup with Flash and the others in Metropolis, she said. Her voice carried command, not request. That machine is charging. We don't know what it will do if it activates. Her eyes narrowed. We have to take it down. And fast, Cyborg added, fingers already rerouting. I'm pinging Flash and the League. Robin, put out a perimeter and keep civilians clear. Robin nodded, Beast Boy smiled, tired and rueful. Okay, he said. We go smash the big scary machine. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 279, Kara Zor-El. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur found himself in a remote island after the exchange. It was a small jag of rock and black sand marooned in a smoldering sea. The sky above it had that eerie, wrong light that followed an alien invasion. Arthur stood at the lip of a crater made by none other than Doom, cloak whipping, shadows pulling at his boots. Beside him, Doom knelt, mute, a silhouette of bone and jagged shadow, his head bowed, molten violet eyes dim but watchful. Cradled across Doom's broad forearms, wrapped in protective coils of shadow energy, was a containment pod. Frost veined the clear casing. Inside, curled and fragile as a sleeping thing, floated Kara Zor-El. Arthur bent, the violet glow of his ring stroking the pod. For a long second he just looked at the hair, the face made still by Kryptonian science, the faint rise of breath. Let's get you out of here, he said softly. The ring answered, a slow pulse, and shadows answered back. They dragged themselves from the ground as if pulled by strings of night tendrils, then muscle, then a magnificent claw the size of a small house. It scraped along the pod's seam, talons clicking on frost. For a heartbeat the pod resisted, Arthur's jaw set. The shadow hand flexed, talons grinding through composite with malice until, with a sound like an animal tearing paper, the casing split down the side. The girl inside slid, freed from ice, and the world tilted for a second. Doom's great hands closed like a cradle, catching her before she could fall to the scorched earth. The pod's lid fell away in a sheet, frost powdered to the wind. Kara's lashes fluttered. Her lips parted. For a breath she hung between sleep and waking, pale and very small against Doom's armored forearm. Then her eyes opened slow, exhausted, blue like a glacier. They found Arthur's face and widened. Arthur. Her voice was a fragile thing. He stepped closer, his fingers brushed ice from her cheek. You look terrible, he said, the teasing tone rougher than a smile. They really did a number on you. Kara's lips quirked despite the shards of pain. Shut up, she whispered, and the world shrank to that small, furious, stubborn sound. Her hands, cool and uncertain at first, found his neck as if surprised they could still move. Then, because she was Kara and because this moment had a rightness to it, she leaned up and kissed him. It was clumsy, soft, utterly human, a thanks and an apology in one. Her hands threaded behind his head. He let it hold him a single beat longer than he should have and then pulled back, gently. When he looked at her, his eyes were bright violet, and there was something like awe. At least you're awake, he said. She hugged him, whole and sudden. I'm sorry, she said into his chest, muffled, contrite. For being stupid. For going alone. Arthur laughed, a short, astonished sound, searching her face with a careful tenderness that made her blush. You do that, he teased. You go off alone and nearly become an exhibit in a Kryptonian museum. I have to rescue you, and then deal with the paperwork. Her cheeks pinked, she managed a half grin. You don't have to joke. I have an idea, he said. He set her carefully on her feet. Stay still. She blinked but obeyed, trusting him with that small, stubborn faith. All right, she said, voice faint. Arthur's palms opened and gauntlets assembled across his hands, interlocking plates etched with sigils the color of fire. They pulsed to life, raw and hungry for radiance. Solar gauntlets, he murmured. He turned them slowly in the light, watching the runes flare. Last time I used these, it was on Ultraman. Different boy, different weaknesses. He's sunsoft. But for you. He let the mischief in his mouth show. This will give you wings. Kara's eyes widened. What are you? He stepped in close, the gauntlets sang with promise. The yellow white of stored sunlight crept up the seams until the metal looked like bottled noon. Arthur lifted his hands and used the gauntlet's skill, solar flare. Kara covered her face to shield it from the incoming flare. For an instant, she flinched and then the light poured out, a clean, bright heat that washed over skin and sinew and whatever alien prison had dulled her. It touched bone and blood and sleep until a tired, feral strength settled back into her veins. Her lashes trembled, and then she inhaled, deep and fast, like a diver returning to air. Kara's hands curled into fists. She pushed off the ground as if testing gravity, testing herself, and her posture snapped solid. The color returned to her cheeks, the cloud in her eyes cleared. She looked down at Arthur with a stunned, grateful grin. Better, he asked. She dropped the tiny smile and leapt forward, hugging him again so hard his ribs complained. Yes, she breathed against his chest. Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry. I wanted to protect everyone, finish Zod, finish what Krypton started, close that chapter once and for all. He held her, strong and unshaking. I know why you went, he said, sincere, voice rough with something close to admiration. I understand your motive. I don't fault you for that. I just don't like you getting kidnapped while you do it. Her eyes, suddenly very clear blue, searched his face, an unguarded fierceness there. Now that we're together, she said, and the resolve was back, this time steadied, what do we do about them? What am I asking? Of course we kick his ass, together. She said, small voice suddenly enormous with purpose. Arthur let out a short laugh, proud. That's my girl, he said. Let's go, he said. They took off. The sky above was wide and endless, burning gold at the edges where the sun dipped, and deep violet where space began. The wind roared across the open stretch of air as both Arthur and Kara cut across the heavens like twin comets, one wrapped in shadows and violet light, the other blazing in the color of dawn. They flew so fast the clouds tore apart in their wake, spiraling into white ribbons behind them. Kara's laughter rang through the air, pure, bright. She shot ahead of Arthur, spinning backward mid-flight, golden hair catching the sunlight and scattering it in 1,000 directions. Her cape danced like fire behind her, and she called out, grinning wide. You're too slow, Blackwynd. Arthur didn't bother racing her. He just smiled, that rare kind of smile that made the corner of his mouth twitch and his usually cold eyes soften. The shadowy aura that trailed him flickered once, dimming as if to let the light around her shine brighter. You realize, he said, voice carried by the wind, calm and teasing, we're supposed to be heading into a battle. Kara twirled again, completely upside down now, her laughter echoing through the vast sky. I know, she called, spinning upright and flying closer to him. That's why I'm doing this. Because once we're down there, there won't be time for this. Arthur turned his head just enough to meet her gaze. The sunlight painted her face gold. Despite everything, they both looked almost at peace. He slowed a little, letting her glide around him in lazy circles. Every time she looped past, she would stretch her hand out, brushing her fingers through the faint trail of violet energy that followed him. It shimmered briefly, like night meeting dawn. You know, Kara said softly after a moment, falling into formation beside him, it's strange. Flying like this with you. It feels right. Arthur's brow lifted slightly, though his tone stayed light. You mean despite me being a walking bad omen and all? Kara snorted and bumped his shoulder mid-flight, playful. You're not a bad omen. You're just dark and mysterious. Her grin widened. Like a space bat. Arthur gave a small laugh, low and quiet. A space bat. That's a new one. See? Kara said, spinning past him again, flying backward so she could watch his face. You're laughing. That's already an improvement. He looked at her, really looked at the spark in her eyes, and something in him relaxed. Maybe your sunshine is rubbing off on me. Maybe, she said, almost shyly, before shooting ahead once more, streaking toward the sun like she was racing it. Try to keep up. Arthur sighed, shaking his head, though the faintest hint of amusement tugged at him. He surged forward, violet light erupting behind him, shadows spiraling into wings that tore through the clouds. Kara laughed and darted higher, weaving through the air, spiraling around him again in a graceful blur of red and blue. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 280, World Engine. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The sky above Metropolis trembled. It began with a deep, mechanical groan that rolled through the clouds like thunder. Then, the light dimmed. A shadow fell across the city as something enormous broke through the haze above the skyline. The World Engine. A massive, black construct descended slowly, its surface rippling with energy. Its spires twisted like jagged thorns, and its core pulsed with a sickly, white light that seemed to drink in the very color of the world around it. The ground shook when it finally settled, the force rippling through glass, steel alike. Cars screeched to a halt. Windows shattered. Then came the panic. People screamed, rushing in every direction, their voices blending into a rising wave of fear. Strangers grabbed the wounded from the sidewalks. Someone shouted, "Not again. Not another invasion." Another man, sweating, dragging his daughter by the hand, yelled over the chaos, "Can't we get one normal week in this damn city?" A woman clutching a phone to her chest cried, "Where's Superman? He's supposed to be here." The massive black machine loomed above them all, its energy growing louder, an unbearable sound that made the air vibrate. Lightning-like arcs of white energy burst from its sides, striking nearby buildings. The smell of burning metal filled the streets. And then on the rooftops and in the alleys, the heroes were there. The Flash stood on the cracked asphalt, yellow lightning flickering across his suit as he scanned the chaos. Beside him, Shazam landed with a shockwave that cracked the pavement, his cape fluttering in the hot wind. From a distance, Green Arrow stood on top of a parking structure, arrow notched, eyes fixed on the machine, while Black Canary helped direct people away from the collapsing street. "What the hell is that thing?" Shazam muttered, staring up at the World Engine as it began to split open at its center, releasing vapor into the sky. "No idea," Flash said, tapping his earpiece. "But it's definitely not from Home Depot." A burst of static came through the comm, then a voice, Batman's, calm and clipped. "Flash." Barry looked up immediately. "Yeah, Bats, I'm here. You seeing this?" "I'm seeing it," Batman's voice replied, steady even over the distant rumble of the machine. "Your priority is evacuation. Get every civilian out of that area. Now." Flash blinked, pacing as he talked. "Wait, what about Clark and the others? I thought you were still on the watchtower. What happened to that hell guy? Is he handled?" Batman cut in. "Not yet. Clark and the others are occupied. That machine is Kryptonian tech, Flash. You don't want to be anywhere near it when it activates." Barry grimaced, glancing at the machine again. The core was starting to spin, rings of black matter rotating like the iris of some colossal eye. "Yeah, well, too late for that. It's already starting." "Then move faster," Batman said flatly. "I'll join you soon." The comm cut. Flash sighed, "Man, the one time I don't want to hear that Batgravel voice." He looked up, lightning crackling around him. "All right, people, you heard them, and let's make this city a ghost town. In a flash of light, he vanished, streaking through the panicked streets, pulling people out of cars, ferrying them to safety in a blur. Shazam floated higher, electricity rippling across his gauntlets. "This doesn't feel right," he muttered. "It's like it's draining the atmosphere." On the building above him, Green Arrow squinted through his scope. "If I shoot an arrow at it, you think it'll notice?" "Probably," Canary said beside him, her tone dry as she scanned the ground below. "And then it'll vaporize you for annoying it." Oliver grinned faintly. "I'll take that as a maybe." Below, the tremors grew worse. The world engine's pulse deepened, a bass rumble that could be felt more than heard. White energy spilled upward, staining the clouds. Barry reappeared for a moment beside Shazam, panting slightly from the speed. "I've cleared 5 blocks, but there's too many people." Then he looked up again, his voice dropping to a whisper. "That's one mean-looking machine." Shazam followed his gaze, the glow of the world engine reflected in his eyes. "Let's just hope the others get here before it does whatever the hell it's built to do." "I'll try to attack it now," Billy said before he could talk himself out of it. His voice had the reckless, desperate certainty of someone who believed a single true strike could change everything. Barry's hand shot up. "Don't," he snapped. Shazam gave Barry a crooked grin that was all heroism and impatience. "Relax, Flash. I got this." He drew in a great breath and lightning danced up the seams of his cloak. A halo of power crowned him, he looked like a living thunderbolt. Barry's jaw tightened. He tried one last appeal, wait for a plan. Billy didn't wait. He slammed a hand into open air and called down the heavens. Lightning answered, a white-hot spear of electric fury slammed into the world engine's flank. The blast painted the surrounding air in searing blue and gold. For a heartbeat, the beam struck true and the whole structure shuddered. Then nothing. The lightning fizzled against the alien plates. The energy didn't bite, it slid. The world engine absorbed the strike with indifference, the impact bloomed outwards but did not destabilize the core. Instead, the ship's outer surface seemed to drink the lightning, the lines of light throbbing in response. Billy frowned, then made the decision. "Fine," he said aloud, "then I'll try this." He gathered a column of raw thunder in both fists and charged forward. He struck the surface with both arms, a fistful of lightning driving into alien metal, an upraised, powered punch meant to shatter a mountain. It hit. For an instant there was the roar of impact and then there was resistance. A translucent membrane bloomed outward from the world engine, invisible pressure met Billy's shoulder and drove him back. His body spun like a rag doll and he slammed into the side of a 10-story building with a sound like thunder. Dust and shards rained down. Glass spidered out in 100 directions. Barry skidded to a stop a safe distance away, hands on his knees as he panted, jaw tight. He looked up at Billy and muttered to himself, "Idiot." On the rooftop above, Black Canary's voice rang out with worry. "Billy," she screamed, already leaping toward a safer descent. Green Arrow aimed an explosive-tipped arrow, then reconsidered when the machine's field shivered like an enraged animal. "We need a plan," Oliver said, voice urgent. "That thing is tough." Shazam pushed himself up, chest heaving. He banged a fist against the cracked concrete and grimaced in a mix of pain and stubborn pride. "I'm fine," he growled. "That thing absorbed my lightning," he added. Barry crouched beside him, his crimson suit streaked with dust. "Yeah," Barry muttered. "Hey." The voice was casual. "Calm." Too calm for the chaos around them. Both men spun instinctively, Barry's lightning crackling around him, Shazam's fist already glowing with power. Arthur stood a few feet away, his cloak of shadow fluttering in the rising wind, violet eyes faintly burning. Beside him, Kara hovered. Shazam nearly jumped out of his boots. "Sweet holy thunderballs, warn a guy next time," he shouted, clutching his chest. Arthur's lips curved into a faint grin. "Didn't mean to startle you, Captain Lightning Bolt." Barry, still catching his breath, let the tension roll off his shoulders. "Arthur. Kara. You two picked a hell of a time to show up, I mean look at that thing." Kara didn't respond immediately. Her gaze was locked on the world engine, eyes narrowing as the black structure pulsed again. For a heartbeat, her expression was a mix of rage and sorrow. "That bastard." She muttered under her breath. "He's actually using a world engine." The name alone carried weight. Barry frowned. "You've seen one before." She nodded grimly, her voice low. "Back on Krypton. It was meant to shape barren planets into habitable ones, something we didn't do for a long time. But here? He's trying to terraform Earth, to make it another Krypton." Her fists tightened, knuckles whitening. "He'll kill everyone just to rebuild what's gone." Arthur stepped closer, his expression darkened, trying to terraform the Earth. He said softly, his voice filled with that authority that made everyone else fall silent. "I'll take that thing down." Barry asked, his brain moving a mile a sec. "Any chance you've got a plan that doesn't end with all of us turning into ash?" Arthur's faint smirk returned. Working on it. His eyes flicked toward the massive machine again, their violet glow reflecting off the burning horizon. But first, it's strange that nobody is protecting that thing and Zod is getting chased by my soldiers, so he isn't here. Kara hovered beside Arthur now, the light of the world engine painting her face. She looked at him just for a second and there was that unspoken exchange between them, determination and trust. Arthur looked back at the two heroes. Evacuate the rest of the area. Once the civilians are out, get as far back as you can as well. Barry frowned. And you too. Arthur smirked faintly towards Kara, shadow energy rippling around his hands. We'll handle the big guy. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 281, The Red Knight's Pursuit. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The world engine pulling debris into a spiraling vortex as it charged its metallic heart glowing with the power to remake the earth. Through the boiling clouds above it, 2 streaks of light cut across the sky, one golden and one violet. Arthur and Kara. They broke through the smog like twin comets. The machine loomed before them, a monstrous construct. Every few seconds, it released a low, resonant thrum, a scary sound. Arthur slowed his flight, shadow energy coursing around him in thin ribbons as he circled the structure. Kara followed his lead, moving in wide, graceful loops, her blonde hair flickering with sunlight as she studied the machine with narrowed eyes. So, she called out over the roaring wind, lips curling in a wry half-smile, brute force. Arthur smirked, his voice carrying effortlessly through the air between them. Yes. The moment it activates, we blast straight through it. The weak spots at the core where that white beam starts forming. Time it right, and we can destroy it quickly. Kara's eyes widened slightly. You seem to know an awful lot about our tech. Arthur's violet gaze flicked toward her, amused. I did my research. A beat of silence. Then, deadpan, he added, my girlfriend happens to be Kryptonian. Kara laughed, an honest, light-hearted sound that momentarily cut through the chaos. That's a lie, she said, still smiling. Arthur only smiled back, but then his eyes shifted, glowing brighter. His mind reached outward, beyond the horizon, linking through his shadow soldiers. Ygritte, he called telepathically. Where is Zod heading? The response came almost instantly, a deep, echoing voice that reverberated through the shadows like thunder. My liege, Ygritte said, his tone calm but edged with battle thirst. From atop Kamish's massive form, the dragon marshal's wings tore through the clouds, leaving lightning trails in their wake. My target is flying toward a crystal structure in the snow. He won't escape my blade. Arthur's brow furrowed. A crystal structure in the snow. His eyes narrowed as realization hit. Is he heading to the Fortress of Solitude? He said out loud. At that, Kara stopped midair, her heartbeat quickening. The fortress? Why would he be going there? Arthur turned toward her, his tone low and probing. Is there something he might want from that place? Kara shook her head quickly, visibly unsettled. I don't know. It's Cal's sanctuary, his base. Whatever Zod's after, it's not something ordinary. But, how would he even know about it? Arthur gave a short, grim nod. Kryptonian readings, maybe. Or, he glanced at her briefly, through you. You were captured for some time. They might have extracted something. Her lips parted slightly in guilt. Right. She murmured, voice small. I didn't even think of that. Arthur didn't press further. His eyes glowed again, brighter this time, casting faint light on his sharp features as he reached back out to Ygritte. Do not let him live. There was a pause. Then Ygritte's voice came again, steady and cold. I will present you his head, my liege. That much I promise. Arthur's mouth curved faintly into a dark smile. That's what I like to hear. Kara looked at him, then to the horizon where faint streaks of light and energy battles flashed far in the distance. The sky above Metropolis still churned, and the ground trembled beneath the rising pulse of the world engine. Arthur's expression hardened as he gazed upward. I just hope Clark manages to defeat Hell. His tone dipped, quiet but weighted. But I doubt it. I'm not even sure that thing even realizes what he is capable of. Kara's head turned sharply at that, eyes full of worry. She looked from Arthur to the sky, searching for any trace of her cousin's symbol amidst the chaos above. Her hand tightened into a fist, her heart pounding as she whispered under her breath, Come on, Cal. Arthur glanced at her from the corner of his eye, seeing that flicker of fear and determination, and for just a moment, he softened. Hey, he said quietly. Kara looked back at him. We'll destroy this, Arthur said simply, with that unshakable certainty of his. And will help out Cal if hell proves to be too much to handle. The world engine roared, then its light surging to life, a beam of blinding white gathering at its heart. Arthur's violet aura flared like a star. Kara's eyes blazed blue. Now. They shared one last nod, then dove straight toward the heart of the machine. The Arctic sky. The world below was nothing but endless white, the auroras above shimmered faintly, their green light reflecting off jagged peaks of ice. Through that howling blizzard, a streak of black and violet tore across the heavens like a comet. General Zod flew faster than the storm, but even the air itself seemed to resist him, dragging at his battered body. His armor hung in tatters, scorched and half-melted into the flesh beneath. Forcefully absorbing the yellow sun's radiation at high levels had done what no weapon could, it had changed him. His veins bulged with unnatural light, skin cracked like stone, and every breath sounded like a furnace struggling for air. Still, he pushed on. Behind him, the roar of something deadly and monstrous echoed through the night, a sound that made even the northern wind falter. Zod risked a glance back. His vision swam, but even through the haze of pain and frost, he saw it, a shadow vast enough to swallow the sky. The beast's wings blotted out the stars, wings and eyes glinting faintly with violet energy. And upon its back, a knight of black armor rode, his long sword crackling with blue lightning, eyes burning the same dreadful hue. The dragon's chest swelled. Zod twisted violently aside just as a blast of fire thundered past him, hot and melting through air and ice alike. The flames painted the horizon in red and violet before exploding against a glacier below, turning solid ice into a boiling sea. Zod grit his teeth, pain lancing through his limbs. Damn it all. He rasped, voice shredded. I must reach Jor-El's outpost before I die to these stupid insects. The words came out dry and brittle. His lungs burned from the heat still trapped within him, the unnatural surge of solar energy searing him from the inside out. He could feel his cells screaming, mutating, trying to adapt and failing all at once. Another roar split the night. Zod looked back just in time to see the knight's sword slash downward. Lightning cascaded from the sky, twisting into a crackling arc of pure destruction. The blast missed him by inches, he almost felt it, as sparks crawled over his back. He snarled, veins glowing brighter. The next second, he shot forward, breaking through the sound barrier. The dragon roared again, a terrible, echoing bellow that rippled across the Arctic like thunder over the sea. Its eyes, glowing pools of violet, locked onto him with predatory precision. Zod cursed under his breath, forcing his damaged body to move faster still. Blood trickled from his mouth, freezing against his chin before the wind tore it away. They won't stop, he hissed. These damned shadows, they're not after capture, they're going for the kill. The fortress of solitude shimmered faintly ahead, its crystalline spires rising like frozen lightning bolts. For the first time in his life, General Zod felt something unfamiliar gnawing at his chest. Not rage. Not pride. Fear. He pushed harder, pain forgotten, his deformed body blazing like a dark star across the Arctic sky. But the dragon was gaining, and the knight atop it raised his sword once more, lightning gathering at its edge, and Zod knew the next strike wouldn't miss. Still, he didn't slow. He couldn't. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 282, Jor-El and Druzad. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Zod smashed through the fortress like a vengeful meteor, armor shredded, skin seamed with glowing veins. He struck the glacier with the force of an earthquake, the impact cracked the ice around the approach and sent a wave of blown snow and glassy fragments scattering into the sky. Alarms flared inside the fortress even as Zod's silhouette tore through the outer atrium. An old defense orchestra awakened, turrets folding, servo guards reassembling, icicle lattice shutters clamping into place. For a moment it was all system protocols and Kryptonian codes, identification, friend or foe, contain and neutralize. Zod spat blood into the frozen air and snarled. Through lips white with cold and fevered heat he barked orders as if the fortress were a soldier who owed him obedience. The console displays flickered beneath the pressure of his will, his hands worked through the residual pain. He smashed security overlays, rerouted authority, rewrote clearance levels. The fortress language was logic and code, Zod's was force and command, and for a sliver of time his will steamrolled the old machine. Open, he rasped, voice raw. Let me in. Let it serve me. But the fortress was more than hardware. Its locks were woven with the ghost memories of Jor-El. As Zod's hands tore at the fortress control matrices, the place recoiled and shuddered, not in blind compliance but in judgment. It scanned, recognized, and the next pulse of its defense protocol decided. Outside, Igris and Kamish bore down on the ruined approach, wings and swords and shadow armor ripping through the snowfall. The fortress, having identified them as armed, unknown aggressors at the perimeter, opened firing lines, crystalline drones lifting, automated glaives launching like bladed hail. For a tense second the air filled with the glitter of defensive ordnance. Igris didn't care. The first volley splintered against his shadow plates as he carved through the sky, a figure of living shadow perfectly timed. Kamish's wingbeat was a gale, his roar split the light as he looped, talons slicing drones into falling shards. The automated defense had been built to preserve Kryptonian sanctity, it had not expected shadow marshals, and it did not last long against them. Igris and Kamish made brutal, elegant work of the robots, shields punched open, servos ripped free, crystal cores cored out with brutality. Metal and light fell in showers, the fortress recoiled and rebalanced, wounded but not dead. Zod used their engagement as the opening he needed. He shoved through the main atrium. He fed commands into the heart of the place: overwrite, prioritize, dominate the place. Heat and cold warred across his skin, strengthening reactions, sharpening reflexes. At the same time the process ripped at him, tearing microtissue into furious regeneration and burning the edges of who he was. He felt both stronger, limbs like pistons, senses like drawn steel, and weaker, because the price of power was a body unmade and remade in pain in such a short amount of time. Unlike Cal and Kara, who had plenty of time to adapt here on Earth, he did not have that luxury. Zod worked the codes, the very air in the command hall breathed, and a shape unstitched itself from the glimmering walls. It was not the crude, angry apparition of legend. This was Jor-El, but not the men in the recordings. He came as the fortress remembered him, measured, severe, the soft light of 1,000 calculations in his eyes. The projection did not flicker, it filled the room with an actual presence. Zod, the voice said, not a warning, it was calm and collected. Zod's head jerked up at the sound. Blood crusted one lip, his posture sagged under the twin weights of fury and energy. Jor-El, he returned, the answer a stone thrown into a still pool. It carried all the contempt he had ever stored for the Council and their laws. Jor-El's ghost regarded him with an engineer's sorrow. This place is not meant to be a crown for the violent, he said. It is a sanctuary. You cannot bend it and claim to save what you destroy. Zod laughed, he still bled. Leave, he spat. You are a memory. A ghost cannot stop me now. I am what Krypton should have been. I found your little project, by the way. He waved a hand as if dismissing the men entirely, then sneered with a fresh venom. That clone you made. Hell. I will use him to rebuild what the Council failed to start, and then I will destroy him when he is no longer useful. You disgusted us with Cal, letting a natural birth through, bending tradition. And you still dared to make this abomination. Jor-El's face tightened. Hell, he said quietly, as if the name deserved reverence and regret. He was an experiment in possibility. Not abomination. You frame what you cannot control as sin. Zod's eyes flashed. You always spoke of choice as if it were a virtue. You taught Cal choice, and look where it led, a man who chooses the weak and the comforting over the strength of a people. Cal's freedom is a contagion. I will not abide it. Jor-El's projection moved closer, and the light around him seemed to cool the air. You cannot rebuild a world on the bones of what you condemn, he said. You are blinded by vengeance. Hell, if you let him be what I designed him to be, if he can be guided by someone like Cal, he might carry the best of us forward. A child who can choose justice rather than repeat the Council's crimes. And as for Cal himself, he already made me proud. Zod's laugh was a low slash. You cannot understand. You preserved a philosophy of mercy and softness. I have learned what we must do. Feed the new Krypton with the sun. Purge weakness. The world engine is a forge which I will use here on Earth. I'll use the resources you have here to make more in case they manage to destroy the one we have. Now tell me, where is the Phantom Zone projector? Jor-El's voice turned hard, and for the first time behind the soft scientist's facade there was steel. Destroying worlds is not building a legacy, Druzod. You call it purification, it is only slaughter. You will not make Krypton greater this way. As for that device, it doesn't exist anymore. Pain knifed across Zod's face. He staggered forward, swearing, one hand clenching the console. You've never been a good liar, and you will not stop me, he said, gargled with fever. No spirit, no machine, no god shall stop me from making what must be. Jor-El's spectral eyes were sorrowful, unyielding. Then you will be remembered as the men who burned a world trying to resurrect another. He stretched a hand, not in plea, but in the gentle finality of a teacher. You could still turn back from this. Let the fortress stand as it was meant. Let hell become what he was intended. Leave Earth to its inhabitants. Zod's face twisted into something like pity for Jor-El's helplessness. Your words are useless. He banged on the console with a fist that shook the frozen hall. Do what you will, fight the tide of my will if you must. But I am not a man to be argued into inactivity. Jor-El's image started to fade. He left Zod with words that were less prophecy than invitation. Power without restraint is ruin. You can still choose beyond vengeance, drew Zod. Zod's hand closed into a fist so tight his knuckles popped. He stared at the place where the projection had stood. For the briefest beat, there was an echo of something like doubt, and then he slammed the fist into a wall. And then a sound. Soft at first. Almost insignificant. The crunch of heavy metal boots against frost. Step. 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 Slow and unhurried. Zod's head lifted sharply, his eyes narrowing toward the corridor beyond. The sound grew louder, echoing against crystal walls. And then he emerged. A knight, wreathed in violet flame and shadow. His armor was a living darkness, its edges glowing faintly violet, as though reality itself recoiled from touching it. Frost hissed and retreated where he walked. In his hand, a great long sword crackled with arcs of blue lightning, its blade pulsing like a vein of fury drawn from the storm. Igris. The shadow marshal of the monarch. One of the king's hands. Zod's jaw clenched, and for a moment, the world stood still between them, two soldiers. This damn wraith. Zod rasped, his voice half-growl, half-breath. His body shifted instinctively into stance, though his muscles twitched with exhaustion. That human's lapdog. Igris didn't stop walking. His helm tilted slightly as if regarding Zod with faint curiosity or pity. When he finally spoke, his voice came through the helmet like the toll of a bell, deep, metallic, and commanding. I am no dog, Igris said, each word deliberate, echoing through the crystal chamber. I am the shadow of his will. And you. His blade lifted, crackling, you are the stain that dares linger on his light. Zod smirked weakly through blood. You think you can kill me, creature? I'm a general, I have fought against worse odds. His eyes burned. Igris' steps halted, sword held loosely at his side. A current of violet wind whispered through the chamber. And yet, Igris said, voice steady as a blade unsheathing, you crawl here broken. Hunted. Dying. A general without an army, a god reduced to a fugitive. Zod's teeth bared. Careful, wraith. The knight tilted his head again, faint blue lightning arcing down his armor. You misunderstand. I take no joy in killing you. His sword rose, one hand gripping the hilt with solemn strength. But my king has decreed your end. And I have sworn my blade will deliver it. Zod growled, stepping forward, his body trembling with fury and pain. You'll find that Kryptonian blood doesn't spill easily. Good, Igris replied, lowering his stance, his voice calm, almost reverent. Then it will make your death worthy of the king I serve. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 283, Marshal Igris vs. General Zod. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The storm began inside the Fortress of Solitude. Lightning and shadow and flame. Igris didn't waste a heartbeat, he moved, a blur of black and violet tearing through the air. His boots shattered the ice beneath him, his Demon King longsword sweeping up in a perfect arc that ripped a streak of lightning toward Zod. The general barely managed to raise his arms before the blast hit. Electricity crawled across his skin, searing through the Kryptonian as he was flung backward into a crystalline spire. The structure cracked, shards falling around him like glass rain. Zod hissed, the pain searing through every nerve. He launched forward, sonic booms echoing in his wake. His fist caught Igris square in the chest, the impact sending the knight sliding back across the frost but not falling. Not even bending. Igris dug his heels in, the ground cracking beneath the pressure, before his sword came alive again. One swing, a storm of lightning. Another, a thunderclap. The air screamed each time the blade carved through it. Zod darted between the strikes, his speed almost matching the knight's, but every parry sent tremors through his bones. When Igris's blade missed, it didn't matter, the aftershock of his swings exploded against the walls, carving molten scars into the fortress. Zod tried to rise above the storm. He shot into the air, eyes glowing crimson, and unleashed twin beams of heat vision. The beams struck Igris head-on, lighting the chamber in red fire, but the knight raised his sword and the world split. Shadow and lightning bent around him. Zod's eyes widened, disbelief flickering through his rage. Impossible, this strength. Igris didn't respond. He lifted his left hand, and through telekinesis he pulled Zod toward him, aiming to behead him with one strike in perfect slice. Zod blasted through that attack, his punches caving in phantom chest, his heat vision tearing through shadow, but Igris wouldn't go down. He rose again, reforming like smoke. A strike came from behind. Igris had disappeared from sight, his movements faster than thought. The next instant, his sword pierced through the haze, cutting through Zod's guard and slamming into his ribs. The impact sent lightning coursing through the Kryptonian's body, and he roared, the sound raw and primal. He countered with a backhand that sent Igris crashing through a crystalline wall. Shards rained down. Zod spat blood onto the frost, smirking through the pain. You hit hard, Wraith. From within the dust, violet light flared. Igris emerged, walking slowly, cracking his neck, his aura burning brighter. He didn't bother with words. He simply charged again. Zod met him halfway. The collision was apocalyptic. Shockwaves rippled outward, blowing out walls, sending chunks of ice and crystal flying into the storm outside. Every impact between them was thunderous. Zod punched, Igris blocked, sparks flew, ice shattered. Igris slashed, Zod dodged, lightning carved across his cheek. They moved like war itself had taken shape, one forged of steel and shadow, the other of fury and Kryptonian might. For a moment, Zod thought he was winning. His strength surged. His heat vision burned hotter, his blows heavier. He forced Igris back, their clash tearing through the fortress's core chamber. He smirked, breath ragged but eyes wild. You can't win, you damned shade. I am Zod. My whole purpose in life is to conquer. The knight stopped retreating. In one motion, Igris plunged his sword into the ice at his feet. The blade sank deep and then the world erupted. From the fissure, a surge of lightning exploded upward, swallowing the chamber in white light. It speared through the walls, through Zod, through the air itself. The fortress trembled. When the light dimmed, Zod was on one knee, smoke rising from his body, skin glowing faintly from absorbed radiation. His breath came in labored rasps, his vision swimming. And through the haze, Igris walked forward. Step after heavy step. Sword dragging behind him, its edge carving glowing scars in the ground. Zod forced a smile through bloodied teeth. Still standing, impressive. But He never finished. Igris moved faster than thought. A flash of violet. A streak of light. His blade struck Zod's chest, cutting through skin, through pride. The Kryptonian gasped, the sound sharp and small in the vast chamber. Lightning danced through his body as Igris twisted the blade, the shadows flaring around them in a silent roar. Zod's eyes met the knight's burning helm, no face, no mercy, only the reflection of his own defeat. Smoke rose from the wound as Igris pulled the sword free and stepped back. Zod staggered, clutching his chest, his breathing broken. He tried one last sneer, but his strength failed. Why you think this ends with me? Igris didn't answer. He simply raised his blade again, the gesture clean, final. Zod fell to one knee, the ground beneath him spiderwebbing from the weight of his collapse. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, hissing as it met the cold. His breath came ragged, forced, the air trembling with each attempt to rise. He tried one last act of defiance, flickering weakly in his eyes. This is not the end. The blood-red knight's shadow stretched across the dying general. His blade in hand, the sword came down. Zod's body slumped forward, breath gone, but not yet still. The impact cracked the ice beneath him. Igris intentionally missing. For a long moment, there was only the sound of his fading breath. Damn it all. He whispered hoarsely, voice shaking. I can't believe. I'm done at the hands of a cursed wraith. His head lifted, red eyes dimming, unfocused. Me. General Zod. He coughed again, a harsh sound that tore at what was left of his pride. Now I've put my whole duty on that damned clone. The ceiling above them cracked before the last word could fully leave his mouth. With a thunderous roar, Kamish the shadow dragon descended, breaking through from above. The impact shook the entire place. The dragon's claw came down without precision or malice, simply the careless might of something too large, too powerful to notice what it crushed beneath it. Zod's world went dark in an instant, erased beneath the dragon's talon. Kamish blinked once, then twice, lifting his claw slightly to peer down beneath him. His glowing violet eyes flickered in mild confusion. The dragon turned his massive head toward Igris, who stood perfectly still a few paces away, cloak rippling in the frigid wind. For a long, silent beat, the two simply looked at each other. Kamish's snout tilted slightly, an almost sheepish rumble leaving his throat. Igris tilted his helmeted head just a fraction, his stance relaxed, an expressionless stare that somehow managed to convey pure, wordless disbelief. If he said it out loud, it would have been something along the lines of, seriously. The dragon rumbled again, low and apologetic, his great wings rustling. Igris exhaled softly, a sound almost human. He stepped forward, kneeling briefly to pick up what remained of the once feared general. Without ceremony, Igris secured the remains, then leapt onto Kamish's back in one smooth, powerful motion. The dragon's wings spread wide, blotting out the dim sun that hung low over the Arctic horizon. Snow and ice exploded outward as Kamish launched into the sky, his colossal wings beating the frozen air into thunder. Igris sat wordless upon his back, cloak streaming behind him, sword in hand, the gleam of battle still alive in the rune-etched steel. Below them, the fortress of solitude lay scarred and silent. Above, the clouds parted as the dragon ascended, disappearing into the bruised heavens two shadows, knight and dragon, returning to their king. As the thunder of Kamish wings faded into the distance, then from within the broken heart of the fortress, light flickered. A pulse of blue-white energy shimmered against the wall, soft at first, then steady until the familiar projection of Jor-El appeared once more. He was a ghost made of memory and light, his expression somber, gaze fixed upon the ruin before him, the fortress, the vision of hope almost scarred by the folly of another Kryptonian's pride. Jor-El's hologram looked down at the place where Zod's body had once lain, where now only a scorch mark and a fragment of shattered armor and blood remained. His expression did not change, yet something weary crossed his features, an echo of pity and inevitability. "I warned you, old friend," he said softly, his voice carrying through the empty halls like a whisper from the past. "You believed you could conquer every world, bend it to your will. But there are worlds, Zod, that fight back." He stepped forward, the holographic projection flickering slightly, light refracting through the shards of the crystalline walls. "You saw this planet as weak, soft, unworthy of Krypton's shadow." His eyes drifted upward, following the faint trace in the sky left by Kamish's ascent. There was a faint tremor in his holographic form as though the fortress itself responded to his melancholy. "You should have listened," Jor-El murmured, almost to himself. "Pride blinds even the greatest of soldiers." The light around him began to fade, his form dissolving back into the fractured air. But before the projection vanished completely, his head turned one last time toward the open sky where the dragon and the knight had gone. "This world will not kneel easily," he said, voice fading into static. "Cal, you just need to make sure to stop hell." Then he was gone, leaving only the cold wind and the slow, rhythmic drip of melting ice in the silence of the fortress. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 284, Hell's Ultimatum. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The world engine was nothing but a smoldering carcass now, a titan of Kryptonian metal reduced to molten ruin. Its twisted spires jutted like broken ribs, spewing occasional embers into the ash-filled sky. The air was hot yet calm, a cataclysmic event finally ended before it even began. Arthur and Kara sat atop the remains of the machine, steam curled around them, streaked with the fading glow of destruction. Kara's cape was torn, her suit scorched in places, strands of golden hair clinging to the dirt and sweat on her cheek. Arthur rested his doomsday bone gauntlet hands on his knees. For a moment, neither spoke. Then, Kara let out a small laugh, tired, but genuine. "Well," she said, glancing sideways at him, "that was one hell of a workout." Arthur smiled a bit. "Yeah," he said, offering her his fist. "Nothing can stop us when we work together." Kara grinned, bumping her fist against his, careful, yet firm enough to make the gesture feel earned. "Damn right," she murmured. The wind tugged at the loose ends of her cape, fluttering it weakly behind her. There was a faint cut along her cheek, a tiny scar that marred her otherwise flawless skin. Arthur's gaze lingered there, his eyes softening from their usual steel. Without a word, he reached up and brushed his thumb across the mark. Kara blinked, caught off guard by the gentleness. His hand was rough, forged by battles now, yet the touch was tender, almost reverent. She inhaled quietly, the closeness of him making her heart stutter. Arthur's lips curved into a faint smile. "Yes," he said quietly, eyes glowing faintly violet now, not with menace, but with a kind of calm power. "All of this will be over soon and both you will be able to close this chapter and move on." Kara's eyes flicked toward his, and for a second she froze. That glow, unearthly, beautiful, was hypnotic. It stirred something deep in her, awe and wonder. She quickly looked away, trying to suppress the heat that flushed her cheeks. "All right," she muttered, voice quieter than she meant. But Arthur didn't let the moment slip away. His hand, still warm from brushing her cheek, gently found her chin again. He tilted her face back toward him, no force, just quiet insistence. Their eyes met. Kara's breath caught. She tried to look away again, but this time, she didn't. Arthur leaned in slightly, the faintest trace of a smile ghosting his lips. The violet in his eyes dimmed, replaced by something human. Kara's lips parted just a little, her heartbeat thundering in her chest. And then... damn. A blur of red and gold zipped into existence beside them, followed by a gust of displaced air that nearly sent Kara's hair flying into her face. Barry stood there, hands on his hips, grinning like an idiot. "You guys took it down already." The silence that followed was murderous. Arthur's expression flattened immediately, and Kara blinked, moment ruined before slowly turning toward the speedster with a look that could have melted titanium. Barry blinked between them, realizing way too late. Wait. Did I just interrupt something? Kara's fists clenched, a vein twitching on her forehead. You. She hissed, voice tight with barely restrained Kryptonian rage. Barry raised both hands in surrender, already inching backward. Oh. Okay, I see that look, I'll just, Before he could finish, a shockwave of displaced air sent him skidding backward across the rubble, courtesy of Kara's glare alone. Arthur sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, though a faint smirk betrayed his amusement. Did you at least manage to move people away from here? I did. And hey! Barry shouted from 50 feet away, dusting himself off. Not my fault you two were having a slow-motion rom-com moment on top of a death machine. Kara turned back toward Arthur, cheeks still faintly pink. He met her gaze, amused, calm. She exhaled through her nose, half a laugh escaping despite herself. You owe me another one, she muttered. Arthur smirked. Next time, he said quietly, let's make sure we finish the job first. Kara chuckled, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Deal. Justice League Watchtower. The watchtower was a ruin. The central atrium where the Justice League had rallied 100 times was a wreckage of broken seats, a shredded comms array dangling from braided conduits, and long gouges in the floor where something had been thrown with godlike force. Bodies were scattered across the room. Hal's ring lay inert a short distance away, its glow reduced to a dying ember. Diana's sword was embedded in the floor. Martian Manhunter lay on his side, eyelids fluttering as he fought some internal war. They were wounded, beaten, heroes felled by a force they had never expected to meet on their own ground. At the center of the devastation stood a figure who just displayed terrifying power. Hal held Kal-El by the throat, lifting him until Clark's boots dragged uselessly above the cracked floor. Cal's shoulders were bruised, cape torn, eyes raw with pain, but the steel in them still burned. Hal's posture was both composed and terrible, tall and scarred, eyes glowing red with heat vision. I will not kill you or the people you adopted, brother, Hal said, his voice cold and clear. The restraint in it was worse than a threat, it was the promise of patience. He leaned in, reading Kal. So I ask you one last time, join me. Help me rebuild Krypton. That is what Father would have wanted, preserve our legacy and restore our people. Superman's hands clawed uselessly at Hal's wrist, fingers sliding along the strength that held him like iron. He forced his voice out through the pressure and the blood, every word a small, stubborn fire. No. Hal. You misunderstand. That is not what my father wanted. He gave both of us a choice, he gave us what you couldn't imagine, the chance to be free. He wanted a future, not a recreation of the past built on the bones of others. I am here to be something for this planet, to protect its people, not to enslave them or get rid of them the moment I see a chance to rebuild our home planet. Hal's face did not change. If anything, his expression sharpened as if the correctness of his own logic. I misunderstand nothing, he said, but the sentence broke off, the room shifted as his attention snagged on something in the distance. He took a step back and looked toward Earth. A thin, near-amused smile touched his lips. It seems you have a powerful ally, he observed lightly, then his voice was clinical, detached. Some form of lanterns. They saw to the general's end before he could complete his task. He let the words land like cold stones. Zod fell. He was spared our judgment, well, my judgment. He released Clark. Superman crumpled to his knees, catching himself, lungs burning, chest heaving. Around them the remaining heroes tried to rise, pain and duty knitting them back together, but the room felt too fragile, as if a single wrong move might break them all apart. Hal turned smoothly. No matter, he said, ice cold as glacier. One machine does not make a planet. I will go to your little sanctuary, the outpost our father sheltered made, and reprogram it to serve me since you are not worthy, and use its resources to build what I need. Do try to stop me, brother. He paused, and the weight of the moment made every breath in the watchtower audible. This time, if you stand in my way I will kill you and Kara both. He stepped back once, a measured retreat full of purpose, and then, instead of launching in the air, he folded the space around him rippling like fabric snapped taut. He was gone in the blink of an eye. Superman remained on one knee, jaw clenched, hand splayed against the floor where Hal had stood. He stared at the place the other had vanished from, anger and failure intersecting in his expression. Damn it all, he breathed, a bitter curse. Around him, the heroes collected themselves as best they could. Hal, lungs burning, pushed himself up on one arm. Diana drew her sword free with shaking hands and found her voice soft, fierce. We must stop that monster, now, she said more to herself than to anyone else, a vow that knifed into the cold. Martian Manhunter sat upright slowly, eyes like wet glass as he focused, finding strength in the fragments of will left to him. Hell's words hung there, an ultimatum and a promise of war and ruin. Cal folded his hands into fists, lifted his chin, a grim look on his face, muttering to himself. I know what I must do. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 285, 3 Paths to the Fortress. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The Batwing tore through the sky above Metropolis. Its engines screamed, a thin contrail of smoke trailing behind. Inside the cockpit, screens scrolled with satellite overlays, tactical readouts, and 1,000 little windows of what-ifs. Batman's jaw was a hard line beneath his cowl. He keyed the comms. The watchtower answered, a burst of static and the tired voice of Martian Manhunter. Batman, Martian Manhunter answered, his voice thin and ragged over the line. The feed carried the strain of a body badly bruised. We are recovering. Hell outclassed us. He's gone, but we've a lock on his destination. Any casualties? Batman's voice was flat and impatient. None, but it seems Zod was taken out and he left in a hurry, John said. Superman is en route. He says he has a way to stop Hell. He also warned us not to join him. Don't try anything reckless, Bruce. Batman's hand tightened on the stick. He had expected this. I anticipated that defeat, he said, sweeping a tactical map that lit up with Superman's vector. There's much Hell didn't show. That clone shouldn't even be considered a Kryptonian by our metrics. He's a different order of problem. On the HUD a waypoint blinked, Arctic Fortress. The snowglass icon was signaling. But it's fine, Batman continued, calmness wrapped around steel. I have a solution to render him powerless. Tell me exactly where he went. There was a long breath before John answered. The Fortress of Solitude. Clark's heading there as well, and he said the same thing. The Martian's voice cracked with pain and fatigue, and he hopes to prevent catastrophe without killing him. Batman allowed a shadow of a smile. Interesting, he said. Because I know someone else will be there to try and take him down. My option is merciful, if merciful is possible. I can't speak for Clark, but I know what Arthur will try. Martian Manhunters replied. And which is? Batman's eyes flicked to a small metal box secured in a harness beside him. Inside, something glowed golden faintly, a tool never meant for the common enemy. He will try to claim Hell, Batman said softly. Arthur will bind him, turn him to Shadow's will and use him as a sword. I will try to not let that happen. I would rather strip Hell of his powers and keep him alive. Containment. That's the solution. Do whatever you see best, John said, voice heavy with trust and fatigue. Just, be careful. Hell is unpredictable. Batman's mouth flattened into a line. He keyed the feed with one final instruction. You all recover. Regroup when you can. I'll try to handle this. Then he cut the line. Silence filled the cockpit for a moment, only the instruments, only the bat-shaped HUD tracking the Arctic node. He engaged the afterburners, and the Batwing lunged forward, speed increasing. The world outside blurred to streaks of light. Batman looked at the golden item again, the glow reflected in his cowl. Power without restraint leaves ruins, mercy without method leaves monsters. Superman cut through the upper atmosphere like a living light, a crimson streak dragging across the clouds. The blue of his suit shimmered against the gray storm fronts ahead, his cape trailing behind him. Below him mountains blurred into glaciers, glaciers into endless white. The Arctic. Every second brought him closer to the Fortress of Solitude, and with it the men who had nearly killed them moments ago. Hell. Kal-El's mind racing faster than his flight. The phantom ache in his chest, the memory of their last encounter burned. Hell's power had been unnatural, even by Kryptonian standards. Faster. Stronger. His blows had sent Superman to his knees. His words, worse still, had cut deeper than any strike. You've forgotten what it means to be Kryptonian, Kal-El. Superman's fists tightened until the air around them crackled. His eyes glowed faintly red, twin stars smoldering in the cold sky. Not this time, he muttered under his breath, voice hard as steel. Not holding back again. He wasn't going to hold back anymore. Not against someone like Hell. Not when the cost of restraint was Earth itself. Last time, he had fought as Clark, the man raised in Kansas, the protector who always believed mercy was strength. But mercy had gotten cities leveled, lives lost. This time, he would fight as Kal-El of Krypton. The world beneath was a frozen, glaciers stretched endlessly, the storm above was parted by the colossal wings of Kamish, the mighty martial dragon, whose every wing beat sent thunder through the sky. Atop his back, Ygritte stood, motionless as a statue carved violet flame and darkness. His long sword rested at his side, its edge still faintly glowing. The icy winds did not touch him, nothing did. His helm turned slightly, violet eyes narrowing as a ripple passed through the air. Even from this distance, Igris sensed something, or someone was moving now in the fortress they just left behind them. He shifted, gaze cutting toward the fortress of solitude they had just left, its crystalline spires gleaming in the far-off white horizon. Power flickered there, faint but sharp. And then a voice, calm and absolute, slipped into his mind. "Don't bother with him, Igris." It was Arthur's voice. Igris immediately bowed his head, the faintest spark of deference in the disciplined rigidity of his form. The shadows around him pulsed once, and then, from a swirl of violet light beside him, Arthur Blackwynd stepped out, his cloak billowing in the wind. Beside him, emerging from the same rift of dimensional energy, was Kara, her hair catching the cold wind, her cape torn but still billowing. Arthur's violet gaze swept across the horizon, then fixed on the fortress in the distance. His tone was measured, but there was iron beneath it. "That one is mine." At once, Igris dropped to one knee. Kamish roared low beneath them, a sound that trembled through the clouds. "As you command, my liege," Igris said, voice echoing. He raised his arm, and from the shadows at his feet, a mangled figure lay there, the corpse of General Zod, broken, deformed, dead, and the Kryptonian's face twisted beyond recognition. Igris presented him like a knight delivering the proof of conquest. "The enemy is dead." Kara stepped forward, eyes widening as she took in what was left of the once proud general. Her expression twisted, not pity, but a somber understanding of what this meant. "I can't even recognize him in this state," she murmured. Arthur's gaze lingered on the corpse not with gloating, but with something colder. "He got powerful too quickly," he said quietly. "And it had a price. His body needed time to adapt to Earth. Time he didn't have." Kara crossed her arms, her jaw tightening. There was no sympathy in her tone. "After what he told me, he didn't deserve mercy, that much is clear." Arthur met her gaze calm. "He didn't get any." Then Arthur stepped forward, placing a hand on Igris's armored shoulder. "Well done, Igris," he said, his tone softer now, a rare acknowledgement. "Take him straight to my base. Make sure his body is secured." Igris bowed his head again. "It shall be done." Arthur and Kara jumped from Kamish's back into the open sky. In a flare of shadows, Kamish increased his speed, his vast form cutting through the storm clouds, vanishing toward the horizon with a roar that cracked the sky. Arthur and Kara hovered there in silence for a moment, suspended in the air. Snow spiraled around them. Kara turned to him, a small, determined smile curving her lips. "So, to the fortress?" she asked. Arthur nodded, eyes narrowing with focus. "Yeah. But be careful, Kara. You know what we're walking into. I already told you what kind of monster Hell is. He's not just a normal Kryptonian. I'll take him on first." Kara met his gaze, her eyes burning with confidence. "Don't worry," she said with a smile, her tone light. "I'll follow your lead this time." For a brief moment, the hard edge in Arthur's expression eased, and he smiled back at her. "Good," he murmured. Then, without another word, both of them turned skyward. The air shimmered around them, power building. Kara's eyes flashed blue, Arthur's burned violet. A thunderous boom cracked across the sky as they both accelerated, twin streaks of light tearing across it. Their destination, the fortress of solitude and hell. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 286, Kryptonian Brothers. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The air inside the Fortress of Solitude fractured and a tear in the air opened. Reality itself rippled, and in a blinding glow of blue-white light, Hell stepped through. The tear sealed behind him with a crackle. Hell's boots touched the crystalline floor, no sound, only the whisper of static and wind echoing through the alien cathedral. He stood still for a moment, breathing in the air that felt like home. His face was a mask of calm reverence, but his eyes were alive with a sharp, dangerous longing. "You never could have imagined it, could you, Father?" He reached out, brushing his hand across one of the tall crystal pillars. The structure reacted instantly, lines of light running across its surface. Glyphs began to rearrange themselves, bending and warping to his command. "You built this place to serve Kal-El," he murmured, voice low, almost tender. "For a child who never understood what you gave him. But I." He smiled faintly, coldly. "I will honor it." A low hum filled the chamber. Hell's hand sank into the pillar, merging briefly with the light itself, data streaming into him, Kryptonian code, archives, genetic libraries, schematics. The fortress shuddered, systems reconfiguring at his will. In the far corners, dormant drones stirred, crystal panels shifted, and the great heart of the fortress began to glow, pulsing brighter and brighter. Then, the air shimmered again. A familiar voice spoke from behind him. "Stop this, Hell." He turned slowly. The holographic form of Jor-El stood there, composed of soft white light. His eyes carried the same calm wisdom that had once guided Krypton, and the same pain. Hell regarded him with the same respect he always had. "Father," he said quietly. "Even as an echo, you come to lecture me. You are desecrating what was meant for peace." Jor-El's voice resonated through the chamber. "This fortress was designed to protect, to preserve. And that's what I'm doing." Hell cut him off, stepping closer, tone hardening. "Preservation. Survival. Continuation. You gave me a purpose once, do you remember? You called me your solution, the key to ensuring Krypton's survival beyond its doom. I'm fulfilling that purpose now. By violating another world." Jor-El asked softly. "By forcing rebirth on the ashes of the innocent." Hell's lips curled. "You're not him. You're a projection, a static mind trapped in light and code. You speak of ideals, of restraint, because you cannot evolve. If the real Jor-El were here, he would understand." The hologram's expression wavered sad, knowing. "If the real Jor-El were here, he would tell you that legacy is not born from tyranny." Hell turned back toward the core. His eyes glowed a deep red as he reached out both hands, connecting himself to the machine. Energy coursed up his arms, wrapping him in lines of crimson light. "Legacy," he repeated under his breath. "You speak of it as if it were choice. Krypton didn't die because of nature, it died because it grew weak. I will not let weakness claim us again." The fortress responded to his command. Pillars extended from the floor, reconfiguring into pods, growth chambers, embryonic units beginning to pulse with pale light. "This world will serve as the seedbed," Hell continued, voice echoing through the hall. "Its soil, its atmosphere, its sun, all of it will feed the resurrection of Krypton. Not Kal-El's dream. Mine." The Jor-El projection moved closer, his expression now lined with quiet sorrow. "And what of Earth, Hell? You would extinguish one world to birth another." Hell's voice lowered, calm, chillingly certain. "One world dies, another is reborn. It is balance. It is justice for our extinction. You would not understand what it means to be the last true son of Krypton." "You are not the last," Jor-El said softly. "Nor the truest. You are what remains of what Krypton could not let go of, its obsession with control. You are becoming its ghost." That made Hell pause. Just for a second, the faintest tremor crossed his features, anger buried under the weight of old affection. Then his jaw set again, his tone steady. "Then a ghost will have to do what the living could not." He turned, placing his palm on the core's central crystal. A shockwave of light surged outward, rattling the walls. Ice cracked. The sound deepened into a roar as the fortress itself began to change, no longer the sanctuary of Superman, but the womb of a dying world reborn. Jor-El's projection flickered under the strain, his voice fragmenting. "Hell, stop this before it's too late. Do not mistake this for salvation." Hell didn't look back. His long dark hair rippled in the rising energy, eyes now burning pure red. "If saving Krypton means defying even you, Father," he said quietly, almost a whisper, "then so be it." The fortress of solitude trembled. The core chamber pulsed to life, reshaping the fortress into a world engine. And then, in a blur of red and blue, Superman crashed through the roof. The impact sent shards of ice and crystal flying in every direction, a thunderous shockwave cracking the frozen ground. The fortress recognized him instantly. Kal-El rose from the crater he'd made, cape torn and tattered, face bruised, his body steaming with residual heat from the Watchtower's fight. His eyes heavy with a fury he rarely allowed himself to feel. Across the chamber, Hell turned slowly, noticing how the fortress reacted to Kal even in its current state, his expression torn between disbelief and rage. The reflection of the fortress's warm light played over his face. "So," Hell said, voice low but trembling with venom, "you made your choice." He stepped closer, each word sharper than the next. "You destroy everything Krypton stood for, its order, its destiny. And yet it chooses you. You, the son who abandoned his birthright for this, mudball." Superman said nothing at first. His chest rose and fell in controlled, shallow breaths, the light of the fortress flickering brighter around him, as if reassuring its rightful heir. He looked around, saw the core chamber pulsing like a heart ready to burst, and finally turned his gaze back to Hell. "This isn't what Krypton stood for," he said quietly. "This is you trying to resurrect a corpse." Hell's lip twitched, a cruel smile breaking through his calm facade. You don't understand because you didn't live it. You never walked the corridors of Kandor, never heard the city sound at dawn, never felt what it was like to stand under Rao's light. He spread his arms, voice rising. You grew up here, among them. You call them your people. But they are not. They never were. Superman's eyes softened, though his tone cut through. Maybe not by blood. But they chose to believe in me, and I chose to believe in them. For a moment, silence. The air thick with energy, both of them standing like twin storms ready to collide, two remnants of the same doomed world. Then Hell's eyes glowed crimson, voice breaking with barely contained fury. So in the end, you chose wrong, Cal. You chose them. Superman's own eyes flared, brighter the glow searing through the mist between them. I already gave you my answer. The fortress trembled again with a high, sharp vibration, as if the world itself recoiled from the tension. And then, a piercing scream ripped through the Arctic winds above. A jet engine cutting through the cold like thunder. Both Kryptonians turned their heads just as the Batwing streaked over the shattered roof of the fortress. It slowed, hovering. For a second, the dark silhouette eclipsed the light, before a figure leapt from the cockpit, cape snapping behind him as he dropped through the opening. He landed beside Superman with the grace of a predator, boots crunching against the ice. Batman straightened, expression grim beneath the cowl, frost collecting along the edges of his armor. Superman frowned. What are you doing here, Bruce? Batman's voice came low, gruff, but calm, his kind of calm, the one that meant everything's already on fire, but he's 3 moves ahead. I thought you might need some help. The tension between the 3 men was immediate Kryptonian heat against human steel. Hell looked at the new arrival with something close to disgust, a flicker of genuine disbelief passing through his gaze. An Earthling, he hissed. You bring a lowly Earthling into Krypton's sanctuary? This is how far you've fallen, brother. Batman tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing behind the white lenses. He talks too much. Superman shot him a sidelong glance, equal parts annoyance and appreciation before turning his gaze back to Hell. He's not wrong, Hell. You've done enough talking. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 287, Fortress Showdown. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Hell's expression hardened looking between Superman and Batman, his voice dropping to a whisper edged with cold wrath. Then let us speak in the only language this world seems to understand. Energy flared around him, red lightning crackling against the walls. Superman squared his shoulders. Batman shifted his stance, cape falling still behind him. Hell floated an inch off the ground, aura rippling with unstable energy, shards of crystal orbiting him like a storm held barely in check. And then a sound. Low at first, like a tremor in the very air, followed by a flash of violet light that cut through the crystalline gloom. A rift opened near them. From it stepped Arthur Blackwynd, cloak brushing the frost, followed by Kara, her boots cracking the thin layer of ice beneath. They weren't flying, not yet. They walked calm, slowly, each step echoing through the chamber. Arthur's eyes swept over the scene: Superman, Batman, and Hell. His voice broke the silence like steel drawn from its sheath. Well, he said with dry amusement, what is this supposed to be? Some kind of standoff? Or did we walk into a family reunion? Kara, ever the spark of light amid the chaos, tilted her head, a faint smile tugging at her lips. It sure looks like it, she said softly, though her tone carried a quiet readiness, a heat beneath her calm. Superman turned, and for the first time in what felt like hours, something human flickered across his face. Shock first. Then relief. Kara. His voice was low, hoarse from the earlier battle. She smiled back, eyes softening despite the tension. You didn't really think we'd let you face him alone, did you? For a heartbeat, the world felt still. The fortress lights dimmed and flared, almost like it, too, was listening. Clark's gaze moved from Kara to Arthur. The corners of his mouth lifted a faint but genuine smile, one of gratitude. Thanks for keeping your word, he said quietly. Arthur nodded once. Don't mention it, he replied, stepping forward, hands in his pockets, his presence like a shadow that bent the air around it. Just one more promise to fulfill. Hell's head turned slightly, his expression full of annoyance. The crystals orbiting him stuttered in their motion, as if sensing his sudden interest. His tone was low, almost reverent. The one who killed General Zod. Arthur's gaze met his, calm but sharp as a blade. That depends, he said. Do you plan to join him? The words hung between them like thunder before the strike. Hell's eyes glowed brighter, anger building up. Kara Zor-El, Kal-El. And now 2 Earthlings, he said, voice laced with disdain and disbelief. You believe this will change the outcome? Batman stepped forward, cloak rippling. You'd be surprised how often it does, he said flatly. Hell ignored him, gaze fixed on Superman. No matter how many of you gather, my duty will be fulfilled. Krypton will rise again, even if it means your world burns to make it happen. Arthur's cloak stirred, his violet aura crushing the air. He took another step forward, now standing between Hell and the others. The air crackled, 2 forces of impossible will staring one another down. Superman's jaw tightened. Kara's fists clenched. Batman's hand drifted toward his belt, ready but waiting. And Arthur? Arthur simply smiled. Brilliant, he said quietly, so we don't have to waste time talking. The fortress shook with the first step Arthur took forward. Kara felt it before it happened, that sudden drop in pressure, that sense that something terrifyingly alive had been unleashed. Hell's expression curved into a mocking half-smile. So you mean to stand against me too, Shadowbearer? Arthur didn't answer. He just moved. The world blurred. In an instant, he was gone, a ripple of air trailing behind him, the ice exploding under his takeoff. Before Hell could blink, Arthur was already there, fist cocked back, the doomsday bone gauntlet humming with violent life. He slammed his punch straight into Hell's chest. The impact was cataclysmic. A sonic boom tore through the fortress, hurling shards of crystal across the chamber. Hell's body was sent crashing through 3 crystalline pillars before he steadied himself midair, energy rippling from the wound, his eyes wide in disbelief. Arthur landed in a crouch, frost cracking beneath his boots, steam rising from his shoulders. He lifted his gaze, calm but lethal. Try to live up to your name. Before Hell could respond, a shadow fell over the floor, a massive, hulking silhouette stepping out of the darkness behind Arthur. The ground shuddered beneath its weight. Doom. The monstrous shadow of Doomsday let out a soundless snarl, violet eyes blazing. Then, with a motion that split the air, Doom lunged. He slammed into Hell mid-recovery, fists crashing like meteors against energy shields, cracking them apart. Each strike made the fortress quake. Superman flinched at the sheer force. Even he, born of Krypton, forged by the sun, hadn't seen anyone human move or hit like that with no restraint. Arthur, he started, trying to warn him, you don't understand what he... But then, something else struck him. A voice. Come. Controlled. Inside his head. I know what he can do. Superman froze mid-sentence, eyes widening. The voice was unmistakably Arthur's, not spoken aloud, but projected directly into his mind. The connection felt precise, as if Arthur had chosen to let him hear it. Superman said nothing after that. He just watched, hovering in the air. Arthur blurred again, flickering through the air beside Doom. Every time Hell's energy pulsed outward, Arthur deflected it with the ruler's authority, redirecting bursts of heat vision and gravitational waves. His movements were brutal but calculated, an apex predator measuring every angle possible. Batman stayed motionless away from the battle. His gloved hand brushed against something hidden in his utility belt, small, cold and golden. His mind worked through contingencies, outcomes, probabilities. Then another voice. Right inside his head. Bruce. I don't know why you're here after the talk we had. Batman's eyes narrowed beneath the cowl. But don't try anything stupid. I said I'll take care of Hell and the Kryptonians, my way. A pause. Then only the faintest twitch in Batman's jaw. He said nothing, but his grip on his belt loosened. The analytical silence in his mind gave way to reluctant trust, or perhaps the recognition that Arthur was already too far gone into the fight to change the outcome. Hell roared, unleashing a concussive blast that shattered the ceiling above, letting a blizzard spill through the open wound of the fortress. Ice and snow spiraled into the chamber, swirling like ghosts. Arthur and Doom tanked the blast, skidding backward, and that's when Kara joined the fray. She rocketed forward, golden hair whipping through the storm, eyes igniting. Every opening Arthur created, she took. When Hell staggered from one of Arthur's blows, Kara's heat vision speared into his flank, driving him sideways. When Doom hurled him across the chamber, Kara met him midair with a fist that cratered the wall behind him. For a moment, it was almost beautiful. 3 fighters, one born of Shadow, one of Krypton, one who commands the nightmares, moving as if they had fought together for years. Arthur dodged Hell's fist of condensed energy, twisted, then launched a counterblow that met his fist head-on. Kara's fist followed, slamming into his ribs. Doom's hand came down like judgment, pounding him back into the ice. Superman hovered above it all, cape whipping in the icy wind. His face stunned. Arthur didn't just fight. He was enjoying it despite the stakes. Superman let out a slow breath, the tension in his chest easing slightly. For the first time, perhaps, he realized what kind of ally he was standing beside. And Arthur's eyes, violet and sharp, flicked towards Kara's briefly, then turned back to Hell, his voice low, almost casual, but his gauntlet already flaring with energy. Come on, Hell, show me what you can actually do, since I know what you are. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 288, The False Sun. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // I know what you are. It kept repeating inside his mind, and Hell's expression fractured a brief, flickering confusion hidden behind his arrogance. Then his eyes burned bright with fury. You dare. His voice was sharp, almost trembling with rage. You dare speak to me that way, Earthling? What do you know about me? What could you possibly know about Krypton? Arthur smirked, catching Hell's fist mid-swing and shoving it aside before retaliating with his own. Oh, he said between strikes, I know plenty. Their fists collided like meteor impacts, shockwaves tearing through the chamber, scattering chunks of frozen air. Hell's blows carried the weight of a mountain, but Arthur met them, Doomsday's bone gauntlet groaning with every hit, violet trails painting arcs through the frozen air. I even know, Arthur said through gritted teeth, twisting under a punch and sending a counter straight into Hell's ribs, things you don't know about yourself. Hell's eyes flared white with rage. He didn't speak, he just struck. His punch connected clean across Arthur's jaw, a thunderclap that echoed through the fortress and beyond. Arthur's body was launched like a missile, bursting through the crystalline wall in a shower of molten shards. He vanished into the howling Arctic blizzard outside. Arthur. Kara's voice tore through the roar of the storm, her eyes wide. Before anyone could stop her, she rocketed after him, her torn cape snapping in the icy wind. Hell floated through the hole in the wall a moment later. Outside, snowy and windy. Arthur stood up slowly, steam rising from his body, blood freezing along the edge of his chin. He brushed it off with his thumb, then let out a quiet, almost amused chuckle. It seems, he murmured to himself, watching Hell's silhouette draw closer through the storm, he really doesn't know he's a clone. A grin cut across his face. Interesting. As Hell approached, his eyes glowed crimson through the snow. Arthur raised one hand. A sound like thunder cracked the sky. The Kamish twin blade materialized into his grip, its sharp edge humming with violet energy. He spun it once, the motion smooth and deliberate, then slashed through the air. A crescent of shadow energy howled across the white horizon, it sliced through the storm. Hell barely dodged, the edge grazing him, severing a lock of his black hair that spiraled down into the snow. Before he could regain balance, something hit him from behind. Superman crashing into him like a crimson meteor, wrapping his arms around Hell's torso, pinning him in place. Now. A beam of concentrated red energy ripped through the blizzard, slamming into Hell's chest, enveloping him in light. He grimaced, staggering but not falling. His gaze turned towards the distant figure in the snow. Batman stood there, smoke curling from the barrel of the device in his hand. His voice cut through. Of course, he muttered, he's immune to red sun radiation blasts. Kara turned midair, furious. You could have hit Cal. I don't miss, Batman replied flatly, eyes narrowing beneath the cowl. Hell's gaze snapped, fury burning in his eyes. He unleashed twin beams of heat vision that tore across, carving through the slope where Batman had been standing. The Dark Knight dove, cloak flaring, the blast searing the edge of his armor. Before Hell could press the attack, the ground shook. A shadow fell over him. Then Doom landed. The shockwave cracked the glacier beneath them, snow and ice exploding outward. Doom's massive hand came down like a hammer, slamming Hell into the ice. The creature roared, it just kept hitting. Blow after blow, relentless, primal. Superman hovered nearby, eyes wide, watching the onslaught. He's relentless, he murmured. The sound of bones cracking under Doom's fists filled the air. He exhaled, glancing briefly at Arthur, who was already walking through the snowstorm toward the fight, twin blade dragging behind him, violet light trailing off its edge. I'm not even sure, Clark whispered to himself, that I could stop that thing. Then a shockwave. Enough. Hell's scream tore through the storm, a detonation of pure energy bursting from his body. The explosion sent snow flying for miles, the light blinding. Doom was lifted clean off the ground and hurled through the air, smashing through ice cliffs until he disappeared in the distance, a mountain of ice collapsing under his impact. Arthur skidded back, one hand shielding his eyes from the blast, his dark cloak whipping violently. Kara steadied herself midair, teeth clenched, eyes blazing. Superman floated between them all, expression grim, as the blizzard howled around them. Hell stood at the center of it all, breathing heavy, chest scarred, eyes burning with heat vision. He glared at Arthur, voice low, shaking with rage. You should have stayed hidden, Shadow Man. Arthur rolled his neck, gauntlet flexing as violet fire crackled across his knuckles. Funny, he said with a small, cold smile, people keep telling me that when they can't defeat me. Hell shot forward ignoring Arthur, faster than sound, a blur of fury. His fist collided with Superman's jaw, sending Clark spinning through the air, his already torn cape shredding in the wind. But Clark twisted mid-flight and came back harder, driving a punch into Hell's ribs that cracked the air like thunder. The shockwave shattered a frozen ridge miles away. Kara streaked past them, golden hair trailing, her heat vision cutting through the storm in twin beams of molten red. Hell crossed his forearms, absorbing the blast, but Kara was already on him spinning through the smoke, slamming her knee into his chest. Arthur came from below. The Kamish twin blade glowed in his hand, a streak of violet slicing upward. He clashed with Hell midair, sparks of black and red fire erupting around them. Arthur's movements were a blur, brutal, efficient, and unpredictable. He slashed, ducked, then he smirked and called out in a low voice. "Don't look down." The snow beneath them rippled and hands of darkness erupted from the ice, wrapping around Hell's limbs. They pulled, dragging him down as he roared, the ground cracking under the sheer force of his resistance. Superman seized the chance, diving in, fists like meteors, striking again and again with full force, no restraint left. Every hit shook the air, each one echoing with decades of holding back. Hell caught one punch, but Kara was already there, smashing into him from behind, heat vision igniting around his shoulders. He spun, snarling, eyes blazing with solar energy. Arthur appeared again behind him this time, forming another construct, a shadow spear piercing Hell's side before melting back into smoke. "You're a clever warrior," Hell hissed through gritted teeth, heat vision flaring. "But tricks won't." He didn't finish. Arthur raised a hand, and dozens of shadow constructs erupted from the ice-black colossal armored knights, all wielding spears and chains. They swarmed, grabbing Hell and forcing him down again, pinning him to the frozen earth. Arthur's eyes glowed brighter. "Now." Kara and Clark answered in unison, two beams of heat vision slicing into Hell's position, melting glaciers into rivers. The explosion of steam and fire lit up the sky. But Arthur wasn't done. He clenched his fist, his shadow ring glowing brighter, and the shadow constructs began to morph, collapsing inward, forming a dome of darkness around Hell. The air inside shimmered with glowing violet light. Arthur flicked his wrist, and the light turned red. "Shadow prison," he muttered. Boom. The dome detonated. A shockwave blasted outward, a blinding eruption of fire and shadow that tore through the landscape. The snowstorm was obliterated in an instant, replaced by a massive crater that smoked and glowed from the heat. Kara, hovering nearby, blinked at the explosion, the shockwave tossing her hair wildly. She turned slowly toward Arthur, an incredulous expression on her face. "Naming your attacks, really?" "Shadow prison?" she asked, deadpan. Arthur shrugged, both hands raised. "What?" he said innocently, though the faint smirk betrayed him. "He's not exactly fragile." Kara replied, "That's not what ugh, never mind." Superman sighed, shaking his head as he floated up beside them, "You're starting to sound like someone." Before Arthur could respond, the air below them rumbled. From the smoke, Hell rose tattered, scorched, and bleeding, but still standing. His chest glowed faintly, solar energy coursing through his veins like molten veins of gold. He wiped the blood from his lip with the back of his hand and grinned. The grin was unsettling, madness, and pride all in one. "Impressive," Hell said, voice low and ragged. "But you three still don't understand what you're facing." Kara's brow furrowed. Clark's fists tightened. Arthur's twin blade spun once in his hand, humming with shadow energy. Hell floated higher, eyes burning. "I absorbed a star," he said. "I have bathed in solar fire, consumed the power of a yellow sun. You are not strong enough. None of you are." The three of them, the last Kryptonians and the Shadow Monarch, now hovered in the frozen wasteland, the aurora above twisted by their power. The Arctic was destroyed, replaced by a battlefield of glassed ice and burning light. Arthur smirked. Quite the tough bastard. His violet eyes sharpened, glinting with something dangerously amused. "For a clone." The words landed like a spear through Hell's heart. Hell froze. His breath caught. Just a fraction, but the rage that followed was volcanic. His pupils contracted, and the veins at his forehead flared. "What did you just say to me?" His voice was venomous, low, trembling with restrained fury. Arthur tilted his head, the corner of his mouth lifting in mock innocence. "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you knew. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 289, The Shadow Monarch vs. Hell. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And You can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. ///. Arthur's words did it. Hell's expression twisted. Fury exploded across his face, and he lunged a blur of speed and raw Kryptonian power that shattered the air between them. He slammed into Arthur, fists raining down in a relentless storm. Each blow cracked like a thunderclap, the ground beneath them fracturing from the force. But Arthur didn't budge. A sphere of pitch-black energy erupted around him, a solid, seamless shell forged from Shadow itself using his Shadow Ring. The punches struck the barrier like meteor impacts, each one sending ripples of violet light spiraling across the surface. Hell's rage only grew, his attacks faster, heavier, until with a deafening crack, the sphere shattered into shards that glittered like obsidian glass. Arthur with a flick of his wrist, those shards froze midair then twisted. The fragments lengthened into spears and blades of living shadow, all turning toward Hell in perfect unison. The next second, they rushed him. A storm of black steel cut through the snow. The sound was deafening, 1,000 knives slicing the air. But Hell moved through it with inhuman precision, weaving between them, swatting others aside. When the barrage ended, not a single blade had pierced him. His face smeared with soot and blood, but his flesh remained unbroken. Arthur exhaled slowly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It's a funny thing, isn't it? Hell's eyes burned with wrath, his fists already glowing with heat as he closed the distance again. Arthur met him strike for strike, weaving between punches, the twin blade flashing darkly in his hand. You, Arthur said between blows, were supposed to carry Krypton's legacy, the keeper of its laws and customs after its destruction. He ducked a punch and drove a kick straight into Hell's chest, sending him tumbling backward through a wall of ice. Arthur continued, his tone turning sharp and mocking. Yet you yourself are a clone. Hell froze midair for a heartbeat, disbelief clouding his features long enough for Arthur to appear in front of him again and plant a savage kick to his face. Hell crashed through the snow and ice, sending a shockwave across the plain. Arthur landed softly, smirking as he brushed frost off his shoulder. And I'm pretty sure cloning was forbidden on Krypton, wasn't it? A taboo. A scythe of darkness unfurled in his hand, shadows curling along its blade like living smoke. Arthur rested it across his shoulder, his voice low, teasing. So what are you going to do about that? Kara landed beside him, her torn cape snapping in the wind. Her expression was full of worry. Are you sure riling him up is a good idea? She muttered. Arthur didn't take his eyes off Hell. He was already angry, he said dryly. Well, since Clark is here, I'm just trying something I normally wouldn't do, to change his mind. Hell rose from the snow, his face unreadable now, the fury still there, but tempered by confusion. You lie. Superman floated forward, his expression solemn, voice steady. He's not lying. Hell's head snapped toward him. For the first time, there was something almost fragile in his eyes. What are you saying, Cal? Clark met his gaze. Much like me, the first natural birth in generations, you were another taboo. Another act of defiance by my father. He hesitated, the weight of truth heavy on his tongue. You were cloned from several Kryptonians engineered to be perfect. A vessel for our people's knowledge and history. Hell's lips trembled. Lies. He whispered, the word shaking. Raised to believe you were born naturally, Clark continued, and sent to carry out Krypton's legacy among the stars. My father believed you were a symbol of what we'd lost, but he kept the truth from you to protect you. Lies. Hell roared and his fist met Clark's jaw, sending the men of steel crashing through a glacier. Kara gasped and took a step forward, but Arthur lifted a hand, stopping her. His eyes didn't leave Hell. Not yet. Superman rose from the shattered ice, blood tracing the edge of his mouth, but his voice was steady. It's the truth. All of it. Hell's breathing quickened. His hands went to his head as if trying to crush the thoughts out of existence. You're saying my life, my purpose, was a lie. Clark stepped closer, eyes filled with empathy. No. That's not what our father. Silence. Hell screamed, he is not my father now, not after this, his voice breaking into a thunderous echo as he threw out his hand. The telekinetic blast sent Clark flying backward, carving a trench through the snow. Hell's eyes blazed red, fury and anguish twisting together into something monstrous. I will hear no more of this. Arthur exhaled softly, lowering his scythe, his tone calm. Of course not, he said, his voice almost pitying. Denial's a hell of a shield, stronger than any Kryptonian. The air warped with the weight of Hell's scream. I'm a clone. His voice fractured, echoing through the broken Arctic like a chorus of ghosts. Then everything I am, is a lie. Crimson light pulsed through his veins, lines of power streaking under his skin like molten fire. The snow around him evaporated, the air itself twisting under the heat. His eyes burned with an unnatural red-white glare as his rage found focus. He turned toward Kara, gaze locking on her like a blade. Then you shouldn't exist either, he roared. None of you should. The blast that erupted from him was instantaneous, a violent pulse of Kryptonian energy that cracked the glacier beneath their feet. Kara's eyes widened, she threw her arms up, trying to brace herself. She wouldn't have made it in time. A violet flare shot between them, Arthur's hand raised, fingers curling as if grasping the air itself. Ruler's authority ignited, unseen force slamming into Kara and launching her back across the snow, out of the blast's reach. Arthur met Hell head-on, violet energy bleeding from his eyes like molten fury. His voice was calm, but edged with threat. "Careful," he said, his tone low and cold, tilting his head with a smile. "She is my girl after all." Hell's features twisted into hate. "Then you'll die with them." Arthur didn't respond. His pupils thinned to razor points, his aura bursting outward like a detonation of shadows and violet flame. The snow exploded beneath his feet, and in an instant, both of them were gone. The world blurred. The two streaked into the sky, one violet, one red, colliding midair with a shockwave that shattered icebergs miles away. The sound that followed was like thunder breaking the heavens apart. Hell lashed out with a flurry of blows, every strike strong enough to level a mountain, but Arthur met every one, parried, redirected, countered. Arthur's gauntlets cracked against Hell's ribs, then his jaw, then his stomach. The rhythm was relentless. When Hell tried to form a telekinetic shield, Arthur's own will surged, tearing it apart with invisible force before ramming a knee into his chest that sent him spinning across the sky. They clashed again, higher this time. The aurora above warped from their energy, violet and crimson colliding in a storm of light. Every impact rippled across the horizon, sending tidal waves rolling beneath them. Arthur weaved through the air like a shadow given form, vanishing and reappearing with every strike. Hell swung wildly, eyes glowing, but Arthur ducked under a punch, twisted, and slammed his elbow into Hell's spine, sending him crashing downward. The impact carved a crater into the snow far below. Arthur didn't wait. He dove after him, a violet comet trailing lightning, and struck again, his blows coming faster than thought. The ice cracked, split, melted. High above, Superman hovered next to Kara, both watching as the battle ripped the Arctic apart. Kara's torn cape fluttered violently in the shockwaves. "Cal, we should aid him." Superman didn't move. His eyes were locked on Arthur, on the sheer ferocity of his assault. There was no restraint, no hesitation between thought and action. It wasn't even rage, it was precision unleashed. He was holding back earlier. Clark muttered under his breath, disbelief etched across his face. Kara glanced at him, frowning. "Which one are you talking about?" "Arthur," he said quietly. His eyes reflected the violet flashes below. "I said I wouldn't hold back against Hell. But even now I find myself holding back. Always worried about what I'll destroy, who I might hurt." He exhaled, the breath fogging in the cold. "I don't think I'll ever be able to fight like that." Kara followed his gaze, watching as Arthur and Hell tore through another glacier, shadows and energy scattering ice into the air like shards of glass. Despite the violence, there was something calculated about Arthur's movements. She smiled faintly. "Actually," she said, "he's not even going all out. Trust me." Clark turned to her, incredulous. "Not all out? That's tame to you." Kara shrugged, her smile tilting. "Surprisingly tame, yeah. Might be because it's about since Hell is also Kryptonian and all." Clark blinked, then after a pause, glanced at her sideways. "Isn't he your boyfriend? You should know for sure." Kara turned sharply toward him, cheeks coloring just enough for him to notice. "I can't read his mind, Cal," she snapped. Clark chuckled under his breath, the first sign of levity in hours, as the sky split open again below them, violet and red light colliding once more in a storm that could be seen from orbit. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 290, The Shadow Monarch vs. Hell. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Through the blizzard, 2 lights raged above, one violet, one crimson, colliding again and again in midair, tearing the sky apart with every impact. The echoes of Arthur and Hell's battle thundered across the sky like the roar of gods. From a distant ridge of shattered ice, the Batwing crouched in stealth mode, its engine silent, cloaked against detection. On the ground, Batman cape whipping in the cold wind, eyes locked on the chaos above. Arthur's violet aura flared once more, slamming Hell through a glacier, the shockwave flattening a field of icebergs in its wake. Batman watched, silent, analytical, but even his precision-trained mind struggled to process what he was seeing. He finally muttered under his breath. "Arthur's stronger than the last time I saw him fight." Another explosion cracked the sky, the kind that would have vaporized a city block, and yet Arthur was still standing, his strikes getting sharper, faster. Batman's jaw tightened. At this rate, he said quietly, almost to himself, Arthur might actually be able to kill him. And claim Hell as one of his shadow soldiers. His gloved hand went to his utility belt, fingers brushing against a small, heavy compartment, the one glowing faintly gold beneath the reinforced lead plating. He stared at it, the light reflecting in his lenses. I can't let that happen, he murmured, eyes narrowing. Not this time, no one should have that much power. He took a step forward, the wind howling against his armor as he reached for his compartment. And then, a sound. Like wings cutting the air. A black shape blurred past him, too fast to track. The snow exploded around him, sensors flaring red for a split second before his instincts kicked in. Batman spun to the side, reaching for his grapnel. But something grabbed his arm mid-motion. An iron grip, cold and unyielding. Batman's eyes widened for a fraction of a second. A massive, chitinous claw clamped around his wrist, crushing the metal plating like tin. Then a voice. Smooth. Deep. And not human. I'll be taking this. Batman's gaze shot up. The shadow towered over him, grotesque and monstrous. The black carapace shimmered faintly with violet energy, and two enormous, glowing eyes stared down at him without emotion. Barreau. The Ant Shadow Marshal. With his free hand, Barreau snapped the utility belt free, a clean motion, and held it up between two claws. The golden light flickered faintly in his grasp. Batman yanked his arm back, stumbled a step across the snow, and glared up at the towering creature. The ant again. He muttered, teeth clenched. What are you doing here? Barreau stood perfectly still, and when he spoke, his voice carried an echo layered and cold. I'm not obliged to tell you anything, human, Barreau said simply. His mandibles shifted, his tone lowering with menace. You are not to use this, or meddle in my liege's affairs. He raised the belt slightly, the golden compartment gleaming faintly in his clawed hand. Batman's eyes flicked between his belt and the ant's chest, searching for weak points, exit routes, distractions. He knew he couldn't overpower this thing. But he could still outthink it. In one swift motion, he pulled a batarang from his gauntlet and flicked it fast, precise, spinning through the snowstorm toward Barreau's hand. The metal shuriken struck dead center. Clang. It pierced through the ant's hand, and did absolutely nothing. Barreau didn't even flinch. He merely tilted his head, insectoid violet eyes narrowing in faint amusement, like a teacher watching a child try something clever. For a moment, Batman almost thought he saw the faintest trace of a smirk. Then Barreau's wings unfurled. The air screamed. A concussive blast of wind and snow exploded outward as he launched skyward, the ground cracking beneath him. The wings shimmered with violet trails, and within seconds, the ant was gone, vanishing into the storm, the belt in his grasp. Batman stood there, cape whipping violently, the snowstorm swallowing his silhouette. His lenses tracked the faint energy trail for as long as he could, then nothing. Gone. I underestimated Arthur, he hissed. He turned his gaze back toward the sky where Arthur and Hell still tore at each other like celestial beasts, every blow lighting up the sky. His jaw tightened beneath the cowl. He hated being powerless. He hated being outmaneuvered. And most of all, he hated that Arthur had anticipated him. Arthur smashed into Hell with a thunderous shockwave, the impact splitting the glacier beneath them. Hell hit the ground hard, skidding across the fractured ice, leaving a molten trail where his body tore through the frost. Arthur landed a moment later, boots grinding against the ground, steam rising from his hands from the force of the blows. His brow was split, blood tracing a crimson path down his cheek. Yet, there was a grin on his face, feral, exhilarated. He wiped the blood away with the back of his hand, eyes glowing like burning amethysts. I enjoy fighting someone that can actually take the full force of my attacks. Hell groaned, pushing himself up on one knee. His lips twitched into a smile, as he spat blood onto the ice. Arrogant, earthling. Arthur tilted his head slightly, amused. But, Hell continued, his voice darkening, heat vision flaring to life behind his eyes, I feel the same. Twin beams of molten red seared through the air. Arthur tilted his head, narrowly avoiding them, the beams cutting through the glacier and detonating in the distance. The heat washed over him, rippling his cloak and turning the snow beneath his boots into steam. Before either could make another move, a shadow eclipsed the light above them. A high-pitched, insectoid screech tore through the air. Both Arthur and Hell turned as Barreau, the towering Ant Shadow Marshal, descended from the sky like a dark comet. He landed beside Arthur, the ground trembling from his weight. The creature knelt, mandibles clicking reverently as he held something out to his liege, a small, glowing item sealed in his clawed hands. Arthur took it without a word. Barreau rose to his full height, his faceted eyes locking onto Hell. He let out another screech, one filled with primal defiance and killing intent, before taking flight again, his wings shredding the air. Hell's brow furrowed, still recovering. What was that thing? His tone was sharp, disgusted. And what are you? Arthur's hand clenched around the object before slipping it into his system inventory, the faint shimmer vanishing from sight. Then he looked back at Hel, expression unreadable, ring hand raised and glowing. I'm something you shouldn't concern yourself with, Arthur said quietly. You made your choice already. He stepped closer, shadows warping around his feet. And I've made mine. Now, you'll serve me, for eternity. Hel's face twisted in fury. Serve you? He vanished in a blur of red energy, reappearing high in the air, searching for Burrow. The Ant Marshal was already waiting, wings slicing through the wind as he dodged a flurry of energy bolts. I am merely following my liege's command, Burrow's voice echoed telepathically, venomous and proud. I'm not running away from you, filthy clone. That word clone hit Hel like a detonator. He roared, launching himself forward only for a violet blur to intercept him midair. Arthur's hand clamped around Hel's throat. The force of his grip shattered the sound barrier, rippling the clouds around them. Enough, Arthur said, voice low and calm despite the violence radiating off him. I'd rather not end you here in front of Clark. His eyes narrowed, violet light pulsing. So let's take a little trip somewhere more private. In his other hand, he summoned something from his inventory, a small device, metallic and ancient looking. The Phantom Zone projector. Hel froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Is that? Arthur smiled faintly. You should know what this is, Kryptonian. He pressed the black button. The device hummed, and the world around them began to fracture, reality bending, the air tearing open into a spiraling vortex of white and black. The sound was like thunder reversed, an implosion of everything. The suction force ripped chunks of ice and debris into the air as the portal widened, devouring light itself. Arthur didn't let go. Let's finish this, he said, locking eyes with Hel. Where no one else can interrupt. Hel's eyes burned red as he struggled, but it was too late. The void swallowed them both, two titans dragged into the nothingness of the Phantom Zone. And then, silence. The portal collapsed. The sky returned to its cold, gray stillness. Kara and Clark hovered, staring at the place where they'd vanished. Clark clenched his fists. That's my father's device. Bruce. Kara hovered in the air beside Clark, her hair whipping across her face, eyes fixed on the last flicker of violet light before it vanished completely. Then Kara exhaled softly, well, it's time to go. Clark turned to her, surprised. Where to? She shrugged lightly, exhaustion settling into her tone. I don't know. Home. A faint smile tugged at her lips, though her eyes still searched the empty horizon. Arthur will be back shortly. Clark blinked, disbelief flickering across his face. You have that much faith in him? Kara glanced at him, then really looked at him, and for a moment her expression softened in a way Clark hadn't seen in her. It's not faith, Cal, she said quietly. I'm just used to it. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 291, Phantom Zone. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Phantom Zone. The world around Arthur was silent, so silent it felt like sound itself had been stripped away. He floated there, weightless, in a sea of pale blue and white haze. The air or whatever passed for air glowed faintly like mist. There was no clear distinction between ground and sky, only layers of shifting light, like clouds made of memory. The horizon stretched endlessly, and even that seemed weird to look at. Arthur glanced down at his hands. They weren't solid. His fingers looked translucent, each movement leaving behind a faint echo of himself, a ghostly outline that lingered for a heartbeat before fading. The same was true for his body, every edge of him blurred and wavered, as though the world refused to acknowledge his existence fully. He flexed his hand, turning it over. So this is the Phantom Zone. His voice felt strange, hollow, carried through an endless void where nothing should echo yet everything did. He slowly began to drift downward, or what his mind decided was down. Beneath him, there were shapes that resembled mountains, but their color was undefined, smeared in shades of blue-white light. They looked more like memories of mountains than the real thing. A place where time itself ceases as a concept, he murmured, his tone curious, almost reverent. Where even the laws of matter aren't quite sure if they exist. His boots brushed against what should have been ground. It looked solid enough, but the instant he put weight on it, it flickered. His leg went straight through, as though he'd stepped through fog. Arthur froze. His eyes narrowed, scanning the expanse again. In the distance, he could see things. Shapes drifting through the haze. Some humanoids twisted into forms that defied logic, beings, and monsters that were unrecognizable. A chill, not of cold, but of understanding, ran through him. Nothing here is tangible, he said softly. Everything's perception. He crouched midair, eyes gleaming faintly violet as he let the logic form in his head. This realm bends to will, not physics. A strong will. He straightened slowly, his voice lowering to a thoughtful whisper. I get how it works. This place doesn't follow time, doesn't follow reality, it follows mind. The stronger your will, the more solid your world becomes. Arthur closed his eyes and took a slow breath. He wasn't just existing here, he was imposing himself upon the void. His power, the sum of who he is and what he refused to yield, had to define the rules now. When his eyes opened again, violet light flared across them like fire. He stepped forward. This time, his foot met something solid. The ground shimmered beneath him, like reality briefly remembered how to obey. His shadow spread faintly beneath him, a strange thing to see in a place that shouldn't have light. He smirked faintly. There we go. A faint tremor rippled through the distant haze, as if the zone itself had acknowledged his presence. Somewhere far away, a faint, distorted voice howled in the void, neither near nor far, but everywhere at once. And then just barely he could feel Hell's presence. Distant and full of wrath. Arthur adjusted his gauntlets, his form now glowing faintly brighter, more defined against the unreal landscape. His smirk deepened, quiet and dangerous. A ripple pulsed through the emptiness of the phantom zone and a notification materialized before him in glowing script. Warning, any further acts of disturbance will provoke hostility from those that dwell in the phantom zone. Arthur tilted his head, reading it twice before his eyebrow arched. Those that dwell in the phantom zone, he murmured. His voice carried oddly, a hollow echo swallowed by the dimension's emptiness. Is that even possible? I didn't think the prisoners trapped here still had enough will left to pose a threat. He smiled. No matter, he muttered, flexing his fingers, violet aura stirring faintly around him. Bring it on. He raised a hand, shadows swirling faintly around his palm, flickers of familiar darkness trying to take shape. The air or whatever passed for it rippled violently. The ground below him, if it could even be called that, shuddered. The zone itself seemed to notice. And a soldier emerged, kneeling, its form almost ethereal than shadow in this realm, but it still managed to take shape. Arthur frowned and immediately dismissed the summoning with a sharp wave of his hand. Just wanted to make sure, he said under his breath. The tremor didn't stop. The dimension groaned. The outlines of faraway shapes, mountains, corpses, souls, shivered as if recoiling from his presence. He ignored it, eyes narrowing as he saw someone. Floating some distance ahead, the faint ghost of a man, form transparent, energy unstable. The phantom's face was twisted in confusion and disbelief, his hair adrift in the void's false wind. Hell. Arthur approached slowly, each step leaving faint violet ripples. He was the only solid figure in this world of ghosts, a walking anomaly, radiating will strong enough to warp the zone itself. Hell's eyes snapped toward him, their faint glow flaring weakly. His voice came through broken, hollow, distorted by the emptiness itself. You. The word dragged, echoing endlessly. You brought me here, you bastard. Arthur chuckled, a low, amused sound that carried like thunder in this still realm. He began circling the clone slowly, like a predator amused by wounded prey. How horrible, he said, tone light but cruel. I thought you had a stronger will than this. You look like a ghost already. Hell roared and lunged, his fist swinging through Arthur's chest only for it to pass cleanly through, scattering faint wisps of shadowy vapor. Arthur didn't flinch. He simply tilted his head, eyes glowing brighter. Watch closely. He drew his arm back and punched. The blow landed. The air itself cracked, the sound muffled yet deafening, like reality had just remembered what impact was supposed to mean. Hell screamed. It wasn't a normal cry, it was a wail, a soul-deep shriek that tore through the silence and made the phantom zone itself shudder. Distant figures, faint silhouettes of forgotten prisoners and things without names twitched awake, their hollow eyes flickering open in the far horizon. Arthur lowered his fist, violet light still bleeding off his gauntlet. I shouldn't stay here for long, he said softly, almost kindly. So I'll just make this quick. Hell's head rose slowly, rage burning dimly through his translucent features. Bastard, he spat, voice breaking apart like glass. It echoed faintly through the phantom zone, fragmenting, splitting, bouncing back distorted. The sound didn't travel like it should have, it twisted, echoing in every direction at once. Arthur said nothing. He only stared at Hell a bit. The blue-white haze around them pulsed faintly with their tension, mountains of mist curling like smoke in the distance. Then without a gesture, without a sound, a shape began to form in Arthur's hand. A blade of pure shadow unfurled from his palm, manifested through his shadow ring. Smoke bled off its edges, curling in threads of black and violet. The handle was simple, an extension of his will more than an object. Arthur's eyes began to glow. Deep violet light burned within them, sharp and unwavering, cutting through the ghost-like atmosphere. His expression didn't change, calm, almost eerily detached. Hell, half-corporeal and disoriented, stared at the weapon with growing fury and fear twisting together. I will endure. Arthur moved. There was no warning. The sword plunged forward, its movement almost silent, the dimension itself muffling the sound of violence. When the tip of the blade met Hell's chest, there was resistance, a strange, rubbery density, as though the phantom zone itself hesitated to allow it. Arthur's brow furrowed slightly, pushing through that barrier, and then it gave way. The sword drove through him, fully and completely. Hell's body arched, eyes widening, mouth open in a soundless scream that only found its voice a moment later, a raw, hollow wail that tore through the fabric of the phantom zone. Waves of distortion rippled outward from the point of impact. The ground, if it could even be called that, fractured in glowing veins of light, the blue-white around them flickering as if the zone itself blinked. Arthur watched in silence, his glowing eyes narrowing slightly as he pulled the sword free. The edges of it hissed with vaporized light, droplets of whatever made up Hell's essence dripping into nothingness. It's not enough, isn't it? Arthur murmured, voice calm but low. He turned slightly, the faintest smirk tugging at the edge of his mouth until something shifted. The air around him grew dense. The haze in the distance began to churn, and from the folds of the endless mist, shapes began to move. Dozens. Then hundreds. Indistinct, drifting silhouettes, beings without form, yet filled with hunger. Faces flickered within the fog, hollow eyes watching, curious or wrathful, it was hard to tell. Arthur straightened, violet light deepening in his eyes. So those are the dwellers, or the prisoners, whatever they are, he muttered. He twirled the sword once in his grip, the smoke trailing elegantly, as the figures began to close in. Guess I've made some noise, he said softly. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 292, The Doomsday Parallel. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The air around Arthur began to ripple. It wasn't sound at first, but vibration. Something in the prisoners of the phantom zone quiet shifted, the blue-white mist around them rippling like disturbed water. Then the whispers came, hundreds, thousands of them. Thin and broken. How do you walk freely? A body, he has a body. I remember that. The weight, the pulse. I want that. Arthur turned slowly, violet eyes reflecting the shapes crawling from the haze. They weren't solid, barely even humanoid. Fragments of memory, tattered souls draped in spectral fog. Faces half-formed, eyes like hollows of light. They circled him like moths drawn to flame, yearning and hungry. He watched one drift closer, its face pressed into view, streaks of anguish flickering through the mist. Let me be you. How? Their hands reached out, skeletal, glimmering, intangible. The moment their fingers brushed his coat, they passed through him like air. He didn't flinch. Then the attacks came, dozens at once. Blurred swings, phantom claws, half-formed strikes that sliced through the air but never found substance. They screamed in frustration, a choir of despair. Arthur raised a hand lazily and caught one by the throat. His grip landed. The phantom scream turned into a wail that tore through the zone like thunder. The mist itself trembled. The others recoiled. You shouldn't exist here, they hissed. Arthur's violet gaze cut through them, calm and unbothered. You can't hurt me, he said evenly. You don't even believe you can. He clenched his fist. The creature shattered into dust, the echo of its scream dissolving into the endless blue-white void. Arthur looked around at the rest. This place reacts like a living thing, he muttered. And I'm its infection. He brushed phantom residue off his coat, then sighed. I should leave. Wasting time with things I can't even turn into shadows isn't worth it. And I don't know how much time passed on Earth. That's when he heard it, a deep, resonant sound that made the air warp. He turned. Hell. Or what was left of him. He hovered in the distance, a translucent outline at first. His features twisted in agony, the world around him bending inward as the energy in his core grew brighter, too bright. The entire zone pulsed with his heartbeat. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He is. Hell's voice came, echoing, breaking apart like radio static. You said I lack will. His tone deepened. The glow around him thickened, condensing, veins of crimson and silver light coursing through his ghost-like skin. His eyes ignited red again, burning with life. The emptiness around him cracked. Arthur's surprise flickering across his face. He is actually overpowering the phantom zone. Hell looked at his own hand, solid now, real. His smile was faint, cruel, awed at himself. The zone howled. Literally howled. The air fractured, blue-white light folding in on itself. The sky tore, widening with every gesture Hell made. Arthur raised an arm to shield his face, the void bending and screaming around them. You're tearing through this dimension. Then let it. Hell's voice thundered, vibrating the entire plane. If I can break this prison, then nothing else can cage me. The horizon split open, a crack of pure light tearing across the void like someone ripping a hole in reality itself. The beings screamed in unison, fear, ecstasy, madness rushing toward the tear like drowning souls gasping for air. Arthur's hair whipped in the windless current. He could feel the fabric of existence unspooling. Then Hell was in front of him, face lit by the rupture. Going somewhere, Earthling. Before Arthur could react, Hell grabbed him by the arm, strength monstrous and tangible now. Wait, you idiot. The tear expanded, light consuming everything. And then blackout. Arthur's senses returned with violence. He felt impact. Water, crushing pressure, and pain. His body hit the ocean like a meteor, the shockwave erupting in every direction. Bubbles and debris swirled as his eyes snapped open, violet light cutting through the dark water. Above him, a silhouette hovered, Hell, breathing heavy, steam rising from his body as sunlight bled through the surface. Arthur rose slowly, surfacing with him. The sky was real again, blue, vast, infinite. Air burned his lungs. Salt stung his lips. He floated there, watching Hell. His voice came low, calm, yet irritated. You just tore open the Phantom Zone, Arthur said. Making yourself escape is one thing, but letting whatever lurked there escape is. Hell smiled faintly, hovering above the waves. Not my concern what happens, you forced your will there, didn't you? You are not a simple Earthling, Arthur. Even Jor-El was very careful of the Phantom Zone, something he was very familiar with. His eyes burned crimson again. Any more bright ideas to kill me now that the Phantom Zone itself can't hold me? Arthur's lips curved into a smirk, wiping blood from his cheek. You're basically a doomsday with extra steps, so I'll just use my usual ways to deal with people like you. Hell's smile widened. And what can this usual ways possibly be? Arthur's eyes glowed brighter, violet lightning flickering in them. Yeah, he said softly. It's called hands. The ocean trembled beneath them, a vast, endless mirror of water. Arthur floated across from Hell, both suspended between heaven and sea, their power distorting the very air around them. The hole in Hell's chest, the mark of Arthur's twin blade, pulsed faintly, then began to knit together. Muscle, light, and energy coiled in on themselves, closing the wound until not even a scar remained. Arthur's violet eyes narrowed. Self-repair. Not healing. Adaptation. So you also adapt, huh? Arthur muttered, voice carried by the sea breeze. Hell tilted his head, expression unreadable. Pain is a memory I choose to outgrow. A smile tugged at Arthur's lips. Doomsday wannabe. They vanished. The ocean exploded. A shockwave carved a crater into the sea, sending up a wall of water that reached for the clouds. Arthur slammed into Hell midair, the two streaking across the sky like twin meteors, colliding over and over again, violet and red light spiraling, cutting through the clouds, their movement so fast they left scars of energy behind. Arthur's fist met Hell's. The impact created concentric waves of light that rippled across the sky. Thunder followed a heartbeat later. Hell's hand shot out, and the air around Arthur distorted, telekinetic force wrapping around him like invisible chains. The pressure bent the air, water below rising like spears. Arthur's face twisted slightly under the force, then his shadow ring flared, black tendrils erupting outward, shredding the unseen hold. Your powers won't bind me, Arthur said. He extended a hand and the ocean rose. Ruler's authority bent gravity to his will, pulling thousands of tons of water into a spiraling vortex beneath him. He flung it forward, an entire sea becoming a weapon crashing toward Hell. But Hell was gone. He reappeared above the maelstrom, a sphere of energy forming around his hand, and he threw it. It struck the vortex, vaporizing it into a column of steam that shot miles into the sky. Arthur burst through the steam, fist first slamming into Hell's face with such force the air shattered like glass. Hell went spinning back, ripping through clouds, then stopped himself midair, blood trickling from his nose, but he smiled. Such power, Hell said, wiping it away. But soon enough nothing will work against me anymore, it's just a matter of time. The sky behind him twisted. Space folded, and suddenly there were 100 Hells, each flickering like reflections in a mirror. They moved in unison, descending on Arthur in a storm of blows. Astral projection as well. Arthur muttered and he blocked the first, dodged the second, then the rest hit like a rain of lightning. Each impact cracked the sky, the force sending Arthur plummeting toward the ocean. He hit the surface, breaking it apart like stone, disappearing beneath waves that rose higher than mountains. Hell hovered above, his eyes burning like twin crimson stars. You can't win, I am Krypton's wrath made flesh. The sea darkened. Then it split. A beam of violet light tore through the water, a pillar of raw force ascending into the sky. Arthur erupted upward from the depths, surrounded by swirling shadows that shaped themselves into wings. Water fell away from him and his eyes glowed, his voice low and sharp. If I was trying to win, I would have. I just want to claim you as my shadow in your strongest form. He raised his hand, the air vibrated and all around Hell, invisible walls closing like a vice. Hell braced, his own telekinesis countering Ruler's authority, two opposing forces colliding so violently the space between them rippled. Lightning spiraled between them, violet against crimson, the collision tearing chunks of atmosphere apart. They lunged again, meeting in the center. Arthur's knee met Hell's ribs, a bone-cracking impact that sent shockwaves downward, the ocean beneath them flattened. Hell retaliated with a backhand glowing with energy, catching Arthur across the jaw and sending him hurtling backward. Arthur caught himself midair, blood trickling from his lip, and smiled. A deep laugh escaped him, amused and almost feral. I already have a creature that can adapt. His voice rolled through the sky, carried by the power building in his chest. His shadow aura thickened and his eyes burned violet. But I'm not gonna say no to another one. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 293, Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Every strike between Arthur and Hell shattered the air, rippling shockwaves that sent tidal walls spiraling into the horizon. Arthur blocked a blow that would have leveled a mountain, shadows erupting from his forearm like liquid armor. His other hand caught Hell's wrist mid-swing and twisted, throwing the Kryptonian backward through a column of vaporized water. Arthur's eyes gleamed violet in the sky's electric blue haze. I could use the gold kryptonite that I took from Batman. He thought, his mind sharp even as his body moved with instinct, blocking, weaving, striking. And strip this guy of his powers. But I'm afraid that it wouldn't work at all, just like green kryptonite, or he'll just end up a regular depowered Kryptonian as a shadow soldier. Hell roared, burning through the water vapor with his aura, energy crackling across his body. Arthur ducked a swing that would have split the clouds and countered with a blow to Hell's gut, the impact sending the alien staggering. Arthur smirked to himself, brushing his knuckles. No, he muttered, half to the wind, half to the voice in his head. I'll leave that as a last option. Hell snarled, surging forward like a comet, every punch a burst of crimson fury. What are you blabbering about, insect? He barked, his strikes raining down so fast they blurred into light. Arthur blocked one with his knee, another with the back of his forearm, then tilted his head just enough to dodge a third. What I should have for dinner after this, he replied flatly, sarcasm cutting through the thunder of their battle. That made Hell hesitate only for a second before his expression twisted into fury. How about I have the blood of your kin? Arthur's grin widened, a flicker of humor and menace crossing his face. Are you trying to be edgy? He said, drifting backward midair as his aura pulsed. Earth's rubbing off on you. But then, mid-smirk, something clicked in his mind of blood. His eyes narrowed slightly, the words echoing in his head as if whispered by the system itself. He snapped his fingers, and a thought surfaced like a ghost rising from deep memory. Wait a minute. Blood. He remembered something, an item buried in his inventory, something he'd picked up from one of his first hunts. Anti-Kryptonian blood vial. Arthur's lips curved into a grin that could have belonged to a predator. I don't know what the actual use of that thing is, he thought, opening the system menu mentally as he sidestepped another telekinetic blast that shattered the sea below. But for some reason, it feels appropriate for this situation. He shot backward through the air, distance growing between them. Hell floated there, aura thrumming red and furious, watching him with suspicion. Arthur raised a hand and a small crystalline vial appeared between his fingers, glowing faintly crimson. The liquid inside glowed unnaturally. What is this? Hell demanded, voice echoing with venom. Arthur didn't answer. In his other hand, shadows coalesced and hardened, shaping into the elegant curve of his twin blade, etched with violet light. He smirked. Here goes nothing. He uncorked the vial and poured the liquid over the blade. The sound it made wasn't natural, it hissed like burning flesh, like reality itself resisted the union. The blood ran down the weapon's edge, glowing red-hot as it fused with the weapon. Hell's expression twisted with disgust. Disgusting. Arthur chuckled darkly, the glow of the twin blade reflecting in his eyes. I know, he said, his tone low and dangerous. Especially since this also happens to be something I collected from Doomsday long ago. The red deepened, the blade now pulsed, its aura a mixture of black, violet, and molten crimson. Then the system voice echoed in his head. Anti-Kryptonian blood vial have been used. Arthur raised his gaze from the weapon, eyes alight with purpose. Now. He said softly, the air crackling around him. Let's try this. The sky seemed to tense. Hell instinctively formed a force field, a bright sphere of energy that warped the air around him. Arthur vanished in a flicker, reappearing above, blade swinging in a downward arc that split the storm clouds in two. When the twin blade met the barrier, the world screamed. Energy burst in all directions, black and red fire spiraling across the ocean. Waves rose miles high and collapsed. Arthur pushed harder, the blood-forged blade eating into Hell's defense, light cracking through the shield like a spider web. And for the first time, Hell's face showed something that looked a lot like fear. Arthur moved precise, brutal, elegant in the way predators are elegant. Hell answered with the raw, terrible power of a thing that had been made to survive everything. Arthur struck, blade flashing red now in the sunlight. The twin blade bit into Hell's side with a sound like ice breaking. Hell staggered, surprise and pain folding his features. The wound didn't close. Heat flared from the cut, the air above it shimmered as if someone had set the flesh alight. For the first time in the fight, Hell's face lost its arrogance and found bewilderment. "What's going on with my body?" he rasped, breath ragged from the pressure and effort of keeping himself together. Arthur didn't answer right away. He was already going for another attack, a blur of shadow and intent, and the next strike opened another line. When Hell tried to turn the assault into a counter, Arthur's blade found his abdomen cleanly. Blood leaked from the corner of Hell's mouth. It wasn't the slow, indifferent trickle of an immortal shrugging off damage. It was hot. It smoked. Arthur drew the twin blade free with a movement that sounded too casual for what it accomplished. He let the weapon hang, black and red and humming with the grafted blood, and looked at Hell with a patient, terrible calm. "It's working," Arthur said, voice low enough for only the wind and the waves to carry. "Perfectly. Which means you'll be dying very shortly." Hell's reply was a roar, fury and denial braided together. He threw everything at Arthur, heat vision in jagged, searing arcs, fists that hit like artillery. There was an island below them now, strained beneath the shock waves as the two of them collided, a literal mountain of force sent careening, water and vapor raining outward in a wide, curving wall. They slammed down onto land with the force of falling meteors. Trees detonated outward, debris spinning, and then a new sound cut through, human screams, feet pounding. People were running, small figures scattering from beaches and roads as the two titans carved a path across the island. Arthur blinked, disoriented for only a breath as the landscape reasserted itself, palm trees, volcanic rock, the blue Pacific close enough to taste. He looked at the coastline, saw the flag and recognized the place right away. "Hawaii," he said flatly, half to himself. So we were basically fighting in the Pacific. Hell lay on his back in the scorched sand, chest heaving. Veins around the wounds pulsed with a fierce, unnatural light. They looked wrong, as if the energy within him were boiling and burning at once. He reached up with shaking fingers like a man trying to hold onto a dream slipping away. "What the hell is this?" he kept saying, the words unraveling into a strangled whisper. Arthur walked to him slowly, the ocean wind tugged at his dark cloak. Close enough now to see the fine tremor in Hell's hands, he stopped a few paces away and let the silence sit there between them for a moment. "I already said I don't know," Arthur replied quietly. "Only that blood is anti-your kind." Hell's laugh came out thin, disbelief becoming a broken cadence. "You used what?" He coughed, a spatter of darkened blood flecked his lips. "You, what are you?" Arthur's gaze flicked for a second to the twin blade, the red dark gloss along its edge catching the sun. In the back of his mind, looking at the shape of Hell's wounds, after using the anti-Kryptonian blood vial, something bothered him. It might transform him into Doomsday, or something worse, he muttered inwardly, a cold calculation beneath the exhaustion. "I'm not taking that chance." He raised the twin blade with a motion slow enough to be ceremonial. Hell, even wounded and bewildered, found the last of his fight and threw a weak barrier up a trembling force field that wavered like heat above black sand. It buckled under the pressure, energy spidered across it, but it did not hold. Arthur did not speak. He drove the blade down. The impact was not theatrical. It was simple, final, the ending of a fight that had been running too long. Hell's hand spasmed on the sand, his chest shuddered. For a moment his face cleared into something like recognition. Then the light in his veins dimmed, the unnatural pulsing slowed, and the last of the heat from his wounds cooled into a still, smoking line. Arthur withdrew the blade. Hell's breath left him on a soft, unintelligible sound. The island around them was silent except for the receding crash of the ocean and the distant, frightened calls of people starting to collect themselves. Arthur kneeled, then, not graceful, not theatrical, simply because he had no more balance to keep standing, head bowed for a moment. Fatigue rode his bones. Hell had proven to be exactly what everyone feared, fast to adapt, stronger than any single comparison, a thing that had learned and improvised and fought with terrifying intelligence. He looked up after a long breath, eyes still glowing faint violet. He fought like a monster, Arthur admitted to no one. He tasted salt and soot and iron on his tongue. Not like Doomsday. He was smarter and, in some sense, worse. Arthur closed his eyes, letting the noise of the world creep back in around him. Now, it's time to collect the trophy. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 294, Martial Hell. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The island held its breath. The air itself darkened. Arthur pushed himself up, the violet in his eyes flared, a cold light. He drew in a long, steady breath. Around him, distant figures on the shoreline had stopped running. They watched with the stunned, stupid awe of people who had never imagined their quiet day would unfold like this. Arise. The single word rolled out, and the world seemed to obey. Shadow bled from Arthur's boots like ink into water, spreading and thickening until the corpse no longer looked like a body. The dark spilled up and through the wound where Arthur's blade had entered, stitching light and shadow together. A great shadow started to form, then folded inward and reshaped itself into something new. From the smoking husk a figure rose. It was hell in shadow, only not hell in the way anyone had known him. Where skin had been, smoke and shadow traced a likeness. Long hair hung like drifting dark smoke, the old scars burned in violet. The shape that stood was tall, rigid, and very much alive, the same stillness, the same aura that hell exuded. For a moment the shadow simply knelt, head bowed, shadow pooling beneath it like a halo gone black. My king, it said. The voice was hell less familiar, grave but threaded now with a new resonance, hollow and full at once, a voice made of both memory and command. Its violet eyes snapped up to Arthur's. Arthur's smile was small and satisfied, the expression of a man who'd expected the exact result and enjoyed the proof. He stepped forward, boots sinking into wet sand. A martial off the bat, Arthur said, amused and clinical both. He looked the thing over as if appraising a newly disciplined soldier. You rival Doom in terms of strength. The shadow's chest rose faintly. It held itself like a soldier, it held its voice. I am your servant, it said simply. Arthur nodded once. You'll be called Hell, no reason to change it really. He flicked a casual gesture with his hand and the system announced the decree in his mind. Martial Hell. Arthur's eyes drifted to the ruined body beside them. Beneath the new shadow soldier, the original corpse lay half consumed by shadow and sunscorch. The old instinct crept up in him, an animal part that had seen what the living could do with dead Kryptonians and did not trust it. He crouched, fingertips just brushing the air above the corpse as if he could sense its residual charge through skin and sand. I don't trust Kryptonian corpses, he murmured, not to the Shadow Marshal but to himself. The warning sat heavy in his mind. History was full of bodies that did more harm than the living. They can be turned into engines, weapons, horrors. Especially this one. Even though Lex is dead, someone might do something. The new Hell looked at him, no hesitation, only the steady, obedient alignment that Arthur insisted upon. Arthur folded his arms, the violet light deepening in his gaze. He spoke with the casual cruelty of men issuing orders to an army. Your first task, he said, is to take this corpse and see that it is utterly destroyed. Preferably by fire sufficient to unmake it, throw it into a red sun. A black hole will do as well. There's no third option. Make sure nothing of it survives. For a beat the island was very small, wind, gull, the far scream of sirens. The Shadow Marshal rose easily, he then bowed, slow and formal. I will see it done. Then he picked the corpse up as if it were a sack, as if holding the ruined body that had been himself meant nothing. People on the beach shrank back, some crying out, a few pulled phones up, trembling hands framing a moment they would fail to explain later. The shadow moved like a missile of midnight and violet, first a hop, then a surge, then a streak until it became only a smear across the sky. Arthur watched it climb higher, faster until the figure left the atmosphere and was only a pinprick against the glare. He remained where he stood, cloak whipping, eyes slowly dimming to a simmering glow. He did not look relieved so much as satisfied, pragmatic, one fewer variable in the world now disposed of. Then, it came that familiar sound. Ding. A faint vibration rippled through the air as the system's voice echoed in his mind, clean and mechanical, yet strangely alive. You have slain, Hell, Kryptonian anomaly. You have leveled up. Reward unlocked, passive ability, enhanced vision. Arthur blinked as a flood of information burned through his mind like white fire. The world sharpened. Every ray of light fractured into layers, every detail magnified beyond human comprehension. His eyes glowed faintly violet for a moment as the data crystallized within him. Enhanced vision. Description: the eyes of a Kryptonian, evolved beyond biological limitation. Electromagnetic spectrum vision, perceive and identify any wavelength within the electromagnetic field, from radio to gamma. Track communication frequencies, radar sweeps, and transmission signals. Evade detection from any scanning or surveillance system. Sense the aura, the living energy signature, of all living beings. Telescopic vision, focus across miles, perceiving distant objects with perfect clarity without distortion. X-ray vision, observe through any volume of matter except lead, layer by layer, revealing mechanisms or hidden structures beneath. Microscopic vision, can see extremely small objects and structures invisible to the human eye. Infrared vision, can see in darkness and in total darkness. Arthur's lips curled into a grin as the glow faded. So I basically got his eye powers. He muttered, the faintest amusement in his tone. Just Kryptonian vision, except a bit more enhanced. The system chimed faintly in response, as if proud of itself. Yeah, Arthur exhaled, I'll take it. He stood there for a moment, gazing up at the sky, when he heard voices, tiny, excited voices. Hey, that's him. He turned. A group of kids, maybe 6 or 7, stood a short distance away, eyes wide with awe. One of them pointed at him. I saw him online. That's the guy who fights with those black ghosts. Another one grinned, holding up a phone. He's so cool. Arthur blinked, realizing just how visible he'd been. A quick glance around confirmed it, people, hiding behind half-collapsed structures from his impact with hell, phones out, recording. His face twitched slightly. Shit, he muttered under his breath. I forgot I'm around people. He tried to think of something to say to the kids, something heroic, maybe reassuring, but words didn't come. He'd just fought a Kryptonian god clone, his voice still felt carved from exhaustion. Before he could speak, their mother rushed in, pulling the kids back with wide, panicked eyes. Sweethearts, let's go, come on. The kids waved at him as they were dragged away, smiling like they'd just met a celebrity. Arthur rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling softly. At least the kids are not afraid of me. Then the wind shifted. The air pressure dropped. He looked up. 2 streaks cut through the sky, one gold and blue, the other red and blue, descending fast. The light of their capes flared as they landed with force that cracked the frost beneath their boots. Kara, Arthur said quietly, relief breaking through his guarded calm. She was the first to move. Her eyes were wide, she didn't hesitate as she rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him. Arthur. He froze for half a second, then exhaled and returned the embrace, feeling the faint tremor in her shoulders. Superman stood a few paces behind, his expression unreadable at first. His cape fluttered in the wind, eyes flicking to the blood stain on the ground. You killed him, he said finally. Not accusation, just fact. Arthur met his gaze. I didn't have a choice. You saw what he was. Clark nodded slowly. His eyes softened. I did. He looked at the cracked ground around them, the faint violet residue that shimmered faintly. You saved a lot of lives today. Kara pulled back, still holding onto his sleeve, eyes searching his face. Try not to take all the glory by fighting alone next time, you could die, you know. Arthur smiled faintly. Wouldn't be the first time someone tried. She hit his chest lightly, half scolding, half relieved. Don't joke about that. Arthur glanced at her, the corner of his mouth tilting upward. Then stop worrying like I'm made of glass, you know what I can do. Superman's brow furrowed, but there was a trace of a smile. He's got your stubbornness, he muttered to Kara. Arthur's gaze shifted skyward, eyes briefly glowing violet again as he tested his new ability, seeing through the clouds, through the faint hum of satellites, and even the electromagnetic trails that danced invisibly through the atmosphere. He could see everything. Yeah, he murmured, mostly to himself, definitely worth it. He turned slightly just to glance toward Kara and suddenly froze. His enhanced vision flickered without warning, layers of reality peeling back in ways he hadn't meant to. A flash of heat signatures, forms, outlines. Arthur's eyes widened, and he immediately looked away, cheeks tightening as he forced the vision off. Okay, he muttered quickly under his breath, definitely need to fine-tune that. Kara blinked, confused. What? Nothing, Arthur said a little too fast, clearing his throat and keeping his eyes firmly on the horizon. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 295, Bellion's Call. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Superman stood with his cape gently swaying in the warm breeze, his expression thoughtful but weary. Kara stood beside him, brushing a strand of blonde hair from her face, glancing between the two men. Tell me something, Arthur said, voice steady, eyes still fixed on the Men of Steel. Is there anyone else out there that we should know about? Someone like Hell. Superman's lips twitched into a faint, almost nostalgic smile. He turned his gaze toward Arthur, the light of the sun catching his eyes. No, he said softly. Unless my father kept more secrets from me. Arthur exhaled through his nose, half a chuckle, half a sigh. Yeah, that would be a nightmare. His tone dropped, turning thoughtful as he stared at the gentle roll of the waves. Oh, right. He blinked once, as if recalling something unpleasant. When hell tore through the Phantom Zone, he didn't go out alone. He ripped that place apart from the inside. I could feel it. He unleashed several other beings alongside him. He turned toward them, his expression sharpening. Nothing appeared here, right? Kara shook her head, frowning slightly. Nope. Nothing appeared here. The skies have been clear. Superman crossed his arms. I only managed to find you both because of your fight, he said. Whatever came through, it didn't land on Earth. Arthur's brows furrowed. That's weird, he murmured. But if they're not here, I guess it's not our problem, at least, not yet. Superman looked at him, the faintest crease forming between his brows. More escapees from the Phantom Zone is never something to take lightly. Arthur's lips curved faintly, and from his inventory, a faint glow appeared in his palm. He extended it toward Clark. Then you better keep this close. Superman's eyes widened a bit as he recognized the object. The Phantom Zone projector. So Bruce took that and he gave it to you. Arthur nodded. Yeah. It belongs to you. Was kinda useless against hell since he could just tear through the place like it was paper. Interesting dimension though, he added with a wry grin. But I'd rather not go back there. Superman actually laughed a short, genuine sound that cracked through the tension. Can't say I blame you. Kara smiled, shaking her head. Only you could say something like that, Arthur. Arthur tilted his head with a faint smirk. Yeah, that's probably true. The humor faded a little, replaced by that sharp, calculating look again. A side note, he said quietly, stepping closer to them. Both you and I know someone released Zod and his soldiers. They're not like hell. They couldn't just rip through the Phantom Zone on their own. The air around them seemed to still. Arthur's voice hardened. Someone made it possible. Someone wanted them out. I don't know who, but it's clear enough it's someone who doesn't like you, Clark. Superman's jaw tightened, his expression shadowed now. Kara's eyes flickered between them, concern flashing across her face. Are you sure, she said carefully, that it didn't just happen? The Phantom Zone is unstable enough as it is. Arthur turned his head slightly toward her, his expression calm but his tone certain. Nothing happens randomly, Kara. Not in our line of work. Superman didn't respond for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. I'll keep that in mind. A faint crackle came from the communicator in his ear. He pressed a hand to it, exhaling. Yeah, Bruce. It's been dealt with. He looked at Arthur and Kara again, his expression softening just a little. Good work, you two take care now. Arthur gave a small nod. Kara smiled faintly. Clark floated a few feet into the air, cape billowing. Let's hope we don't get another hell anytime soon. Arthur looked up, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Hope's good, he said. But I'll take preparation over hope any day. Superman smiled faintly at that, then rose higher into the sky. Take care of each other. In a blur of red and blue, Superman shot off into the horizon, leaving the sky shimmering in his wake. Arthur watched him go, the wind tugging at his cloak. You think he is okay? He asked quietly. Kara folded her arms, looking up after her cousin. He might not show it, but what happened bothered him deeply. The waves rolled in slow and steady, washing over the sand with a soft hiss like the world was finally exhaling after the chaos hell and Zod had unleashed on it. Arthur and Kara sat on the quiet stretch of beach for a while, far from the parts of Hawaii where people were still recovering from panic. The breeze was warm. The ocean glowed. For once, things weren't exploding. Kara hugged her knees for a moment, watching the tide pull away before softly asking, Arthur, about Zod. Arthur's eyes flicked toward her, then back to the sea. What about him? You already dealt with him, she said, tone calm but curious. But what surprises me, is how Cal didn't ask you anything about it. Arthur didn't answer right away. He watched a wave break, the foam sliding over the sand before vanishing again. He understands, Arthur finally said. There's no stopping people like Zod with normal means. We weren't dealing with random thugs or purse snatchers he stops in Metropolis. This was different. A serious situation. Kara nodded slowly, letting his words settle. She leaned her head lightly against his shoulder, her hair brushing his jaw. He did say something like that to me, she murmured. About not being able to go all out. Not like you do. Even when the situation requires it. Arthur let out a quiet breath, not a laugh, not a sigh. Something in between. Maybe that's a good thing, he said. This world needs someone like Clark, a man who holds back even when he knows he could reshape continents. Someone who thinks twice. Someone who wants peace enough to limit himself. He turned his head slightly so he could see her better. His voice lowered, deepened. I could never be him. And he could never be me. Kara lifted her head just a little, listening. Clark stands in the sunlight, Arthur continued. He embodies hope because he refuses to step into the dark. People look at him and see the future they wish they had, someone they look up to. His eyes narrowed, glowing faintly violet as the ocean breeze swept past. And me. I command the shadows. I walk in the places where hope isn't a thing at all. I remind monsters what death looks like. His voice softened, but it remained sharp. This world needs him to lead them forward, and sometimes, it needs someone like me to make sure it deals with those who cannot be reasoned with. Kara stared at him, stunned not by the words, but the quiet seriousness behind them. A flush warmed her cheeks before she could stop it. When? She said, a small laugh escaping her. When did you get this, philosophical? Arthur glanced at her, lips twitching. Are you saying I was a dumbass before? Maybe, she teased, nudging his arm with hers. He smirked, and she leaned closer, looping an arm around him in a half-hug that lingered more than she meant it to. At least it's over, she breathed, resting her head against him again. Arthur's gaze locked on the horizon, the deep violet in his eyes glowing sharper, reflecting something far away, something he sensed but couldn't yet name. For now, he murmured. The waves rolled in again, peaceful. His gaze drifting for a moment as the familiar sensation pulsed behind his eyes. A flicker. A ripple. The system's sound slid into his mind. Access granted. You can now proceed in the Legacy Shadow Legion dungeon. Recommended, preparation is required. Preparation. Arthur froze. A slow, genuine smile began stretching across his lips. Wider. And wider. System, are you saying Bellion is strong like that? Kara squinted at him, noticing the smile. Okay, what's with the grin? She asked, eyebrow raised. No offense, Arthur, but you don't smile like that unless you're about to do something reckless. Or stupid. Or both. Arthur blinked, quickly trying and failing to tone it down. His grin remained. I'm just. He exhaled, struggling to keep his voice steady. I'm excited about something. Excited, she repeated flatly. Your face is basically saying I just found a new way to get myself killed, can't wait. Arthur met her eyes for a moment. He didn't answer. Not with words. Kara added, her expression softening. Wait a minute. I'm not wrong, am I? //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 296, The Envoy of the Gods. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Gotham, Arthur's estate. The world was still patching itself together, streets cleared, governments scrambling to reassure people that the sudden, brutal alien assault was contained. Every major news channel cycled through the same global collage, smoldering craters where Kryptonian drone ships had crashed, twisted metal half buried in the ocean, military cordons surrounding fragments of sleek alien alloys. Most of the vessels had been empty, automated, weaponized, and relentless. The few Kryptonians who were there were now corpses no one could trace. And Zod. The name itself carried a quiet tension. No body. No signal. No trace. In Gotham, night settled early, draping Arthur's estate in a cool, cozy glow. The living room was warm, lamplight brushing across polished wood and sofas. The TV displayed a reporter standing in front of a shattered Kryptonian ship. George sat comfortably on the couch, Dexter curled like a loaf across his lap, the feline purring with suspiciously angelic calm. George scratched behind one ear, earning a soft chirp. Raven sat cross-legged on the other side of the sofa, hoodie sleeves pulled long over her hands. Kara lounged on the armrest near Arthur, casual clothes, hair tied up, bright blue eyes focused on the broadcast. Arthur himself leaned back, arms folded, expression calm until he exhaled sharply. Well, he muttered, it's a good thing they don't actually know anything. Great for Superman's PR. Kara snorted, pressing the back of her hand to her mouth as if trying not to laugh. Raven raised an eyebrow. Reporters guessing wildly has basically become the norm, she said dryly. Though I can't believe I missed the actual fight like this. Why did I have to be stuck in Jump City fighting random drone ships? I could've. Arthur cut in with a simple, blunt, you didn't miss anything. Raven blinked. What do you mean? Kara blinked too, turning toward him. Arthur didn't even look away from the TV. I wouldn't call it a big fight. That earned him 2 deadpan, incredulous stares. Raven tilted her head, voice flat. Excuse me. Arthur sighed, finally glancing at them. Zod and his little band of Phantom Zone escapees weren't much of a threat. Clark and Kara were more than enough. He waved a hand mildly, as if discussing grocery lists. The real problem was Hell. And I wanted to handle him without relying too much on my shadows or some of my abilities. Raven stared harder. Are you telling me you went easy on him? No. Arthur's tone was calm, but there was a tiny curve to his lips. I'm telling you I have a shadow who would have defeated him eventually. Raven's eyes narrowed, knowing exactly where this was going. Doom. Arthur's smile sharpened in satisfaction. Yes. It would have been a fight of adaptation. Doom can't die, and he would adapt to everything Hell threw at him. Eventually, he'd overpower him. Kara shivered a little at the thought not of Hell, but of Doomsday. It's probably a good thing we managed to deal with Doomsday early on. Arthur laughed under his breath. It was beneficial to me. I gained a powerful soldier. His eyes slid toward her with a teasing warmth, and I got to meet you in the process. Kara froze like someone had unplugged her brain. Her cheeks flushed pink, her gaze darted anywhere, literally anywhere except Arthur. I mean, Raven watched this unfold like someone seeing a rare celestial event. Her smirk grew slowly, wicked. Oh, she drawled, leaning forward, this side of you is new. Kara gawked at her. Don't act like you aren't like this too, Ray. Raven's smirk cracked into a soft scoff. I'm not denying anything. I'm just observing. She hid the rest of her smile behind her sleeve. Arthur couldn't help it, he laughed. Even George smiled. Dexter lifted his head just long enough to meow judgmentally at all of them, then resumed purring. Before anyone could say more. Ding dong. The doorbell in the distance rang. All 4 went silent. All heads turned. Arthur's eyes narrowed, the faintest glow of violet slipping into them. Kara's gaze sharpened instantly as she activated her vision, her expression shifting from curiosity to frustration. What is she doing here? Kara muttered under her breath. Arthur didn't answer out loud, but his expression said enough, a small frown, tight jaw, irritation flickering behind his calm. George looked between them, sensing the tension. Then he set Dexter gently beside him and stood. I'll go check, George said simply. Arthur said nothing. Kara leaned forward. Raven tilted her head with mild interest. George reached the door with the same calm poise he carried everywhere, straight back, steady steps, one hand brushing a wrinkle from his vest before he opened it. The door swung inward. A woman stood there, tall, elegant, framed by Gotham's chill night air. Her presence alone softened the shadows around her. Dark hair fell in soft waves over a white coat, and her posture held the kind of noble grace that could make almost every man alive weak at her sight. Hello, she said warmly. My apologies for arriving unannounced. Is this the residence of Arthur Blackwynd? Every word carried a poised, regal cadence. George blinked once. Twice. He did not recognize her. With the refined tone of a man trained to remain unshaken by anything superheroes, demons, or a cosmic cat, he responded. And who, may I ask, is inquiring? Before she could answer, a soft rush of air brushed between them. Arthur appeared beside George, almost shoulder to shoulder. His gaze settled on the woman, a quick flash of recognition, and then he offered a small nod. Let her in. The woman's lips curved into a graceful smile. George, now fully understanding this, even with everything he'd seen so far, he stepped aside. Of course, he said, polite as ever. Please, follow me. She followed George down the polished hallway, her steps silent against the floor. Her eyes moved with quiet curiosity and genuine interest. When George opened the door to the guest room, she was greeted by the sharpest double stare in Gotham. Raven sat on one end of the room, arms folded. Kara leaned forward slightly, blue eyes narrowing not in hostility, but in territorial suspicion. Both women took in the newcomer's elegance, posture, and beauty. The newcomer smiled lightly, almost amused. Oh. I didn't expect to find both of you here. Raven's eyebrow flicked upward. Right. Kara exhaled through her nose, softening just a fraction. Hey, Diana. Diana's face brightened genuinely. It's good to see you both. George, ever the perfect host, stepped in with a tray, 3 glasses and wine. He poured for Diana first, then for the others. Arthur finally stepped into the room and sat across from Diana. Kara, without being obvious, yet somehow incredibly obvious, placed herself on the armrest of his chair, arms crossed, leaning just slightly toward him. Arthur gestured around with mild pride. "Welcome to my little home in Gotham." Diana glanced around slowly. Warm lighting. Books. Dark wood. A fireplace. "Cozy," she said. "I like it." Arthur smirked. "Tried to keep Gotham's aesthetic." Diana laughed softly. "Bruce clearly doesn't enjoy you being stationed here, does he?" Arthur leaned back a little, thinking. "I think we're cool now. I guess." Kara scoffed. Raven hid a smile behind her cup. Diana started to say something, but Raven cut cleanly in, eyes narrowing with direct honesty. "Diana," she said, "what are you really doing here?" Diana didn't flinch. She didn't bristle. She simply breathed out, smiled faintly, and inclined her head. "Right, sorry," she said. The room quieted. Kara's posture straightened, Raven's eyes sharpened, George paused mid-motion. Diana folded her hands in her lap and looked directly at Arthur. "Arthur," she said, voice smooth but carrying weight. "I came here delivering an invitation to you, from a very important person." Arthur's eyes narrowed. Raven's fingers curled on the arm of the chair. George, still holding the pitcher, froze and looked at Diana with curiosity. Diana, unfazed, composed, waited for Arthur's reaction with the confidence of someone carrying the message of a literal god. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 297, Olympus Calls. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Diana's words settled over the room. Arthur's posture didn't change, but Kara felt him tense. Raven's fingers slowly curled around her armrest. Even George, halfway through pouring another glass, paused. Diana looked between them, then back at Arthur, gentling her tone. "It would be better if we spoke about this alone." Raven lifted her chin. "No." Diana blinked once. Kara added, crossing her arms, "Also it's kinda pointless. I can hear you from a few miles away if I want." Arthur raised a hand casually. "They'll stay." Diana held his gaze for a moment, measuring, calculating, and finally exhaled a small resigned sigh. "Very well," she said, settling back. "I suppose it was inevitable." Arthur waited patiently. Diana straightened her posture, her regal aura returning. Then, "The king of the gods, Zeus, has invited you to meet him in Olympus." The words hung there, thick and surreal. Raven's eyes widened a fraction. Kara was silent. Even Dexter, curled in George's lap. Arthur blinked slowly. Diana continued, "I do not know the purpose of the invitation, but this is an honor rarely given. Zeus does not meddle with mortals unless the matter is significant. He clearly sees something in you." Arthur leaned back, drumming a finger lightly on the arm of his chair. Kara blinked, confused, leaning closer to Arthur as if she misheard. "Zeus," she whispered. "I'm afraid I don't know who that is." Diana turned to her with a brief, gentle smile, not surprised but not judgmental. "That's understandable," she said warmly. "Krypton had its own myths." She straightened slightly, her tone shifting into something respectful, almost ceremonial. "Zeus is the king of the Olympian gods. Ruler of the skies, wielder of lightning, and sovereign of Themyscira's pantheon. My father." Kara's eyes widened. "Oh," she said slowly. "Oh. So, like, he is strong." Diana nodded. "Very." Kara looked at Arthur, then back at Diana. "And he invited him? Personally?" Diana's eyes softened. "Yes. Which is something that has not happened in a very, very long time." Kara mouthed silently, stunned. "Okay, clearly something bad is about to happen." Arthur sighed. "Please don't jinx it." Kara elbowed him lightly. "Arthur, even I know that being invited by a literal god is a big deal and you don't get along with strangers." Raven muttered under her breath, "That's a headache waiting to happen." Arthur shrugged slightly. "Well, flattering, I guess." Diana raised an eyebrow. "Flattering. Most leaders travel across realms for less." Arthur tilted his head. "You're talking to someone who fought a Kryptonian genetic experiment in the middle of the Phantom Zone. I don't think Olympus will be mind-blowing." Kara snorted. Raven covered a grin with her sleeve. Diana couldn't help the faint amused smile tugging at her lips. "You are, unlike most heroes." "Well, I'm not a hero," Arthur said dryly. "I think." But, Diana leaned forward slightly, voice low, Zeus does not extend invitations lightly. If he seeks you, it is because he sees potential, or danger. Probably both, Raven muttered. Arthur tapped his chin, considering, then finally shook his head. I'm not interested right now. Diana blinked. You're declining. Postponing, he corrected. I'll think about it. After I return from a certain trip. A trip? Diana asked curiously. Where to? She didn't finish. Because Raven shot her a death glare sharp enough to cut through Amazonian armor. Diana stopped mid-sentence. Then, with unexpected grace, she raised her hand slightly. You don't have to tell me. If it's personal. Arthur nodded gratefully. Nothing serious. Just a trip. Raven exhaled softly. Kara smiled and nudged Arthur's shoulder with her knee. George, relieved the room wasn't about to explode. Diana studied Arthur one more moment, thoughtful, almost impressed. You're a strange man, Arthur Blackwynd. Perhaps, he said with a small smirk. That wasn't necessarily a compliment. Still taking it as one. Kara giggled. Raven rolled her eyes. Diana shook her head with a fond exhale, she then rested her elbows lightly on her knees, fingers interlaced, and her eyes settled on Arthur with a calm intensity. Arthur, she said softly, I need to correct you on something. Arthur raised a brow. In my eyes, Diana continued, you are a hero. That made Kara stiffen a little. Raven's eyes flicked upward. Diana didn't waver. Strength alone does not make someone heroic, she said, voice warm but edged with truth. Nor does kindness. What defines true heroism is the willingness to make the decisions others cannot. The ones that weigh on the soul. Decisions that may not be celebrated, but are necessary. Her gaze drifted, as if recalling her own battles, her own scars. I have fought beside gods and men. I've seen being stronger than mountains crumble when forced to choose between what is right and what is easy. But you, her eyes returned to him, you bear the burden without second thoughts. You do what must be done. That is not the trait of a mere warrior. A faint smile touched her lips. That is the trait of a god. And yes, that is a compliment. Raven's eyes narrowed just slightly. A thin telepathic whisper threaded into Kara's mind. Is she flirting with him? Kara didn't look at Raven, she kept her eyes forward, jaw tightening just a bit, and nodded once. Raven stifled a tiny grin. Arthur exhaled, not flustered but not deflecting either. Thank you, he said, voice steady. But I just do what feels right to me. The outcome of what I do is not necessarily good for everyone else. Diana nodded, accepting his honesty without judgment. That, she said, is exactly why the gods are watching you. Kara swallowed. Raven raised a brow. Even George, who was standing discreetly by the door, glanced over. Diana rose from her seat with the same effortless grace she carried into battle, setting her empty glass quietly on the table. I've taken enough of your time, she said, offering Arthur a warm, lingering smile. Think about what we discussed, if you accept, I'll be the one to accompany you to Olympus. Arthur gave a slow nod. I'll keep that in mind. Diana's eyes softened, as if she wanted to say more, but she kept her poise. She adjusted her cloak. Kara watched her closely and Raven's stare was sharp and unreadable, but the tilt of her head said, I'm watching you. Diana noticed both reactions but only chuckled quietly under her breath. As she stepped toward the door, she paused beside Arthur. A hand rose, not touching him, but hovering just close enough to imply she almost did. Do not underestimate your role in this world, she said softly. Whether you seek it or not, destiny has already taken notice of you. Arthur held her gaze, expression calm and respectful. Diana gave him one last nod, then looked to Kara and Raven. Kara. Raven. It's good to see you both safe. Kara replied with a controlled smile. Raven said nothing. George opened the door for her, bowing subtly. She thanked him with a small appreciative smile before stepping out into Gotham. The door closed behind her with a gentle, final click. Silence settled in the room. Kara exhaled sharply. Well, that was interesting. Raven folded her arms. Arthur rubbed his forehead with a small sigh, just preparing himself for whatever conversation this would lead to next. George's eyes followed Diana as she took off, her silhouette disappearing beyond the tree line. The moment she was gone, he exhaled through his nose, slow, amused, judgmental. Well, George said, adjusting his glasses with the kind of elegance only a man thoroughly unimpressed could muster, it seems some of us are receiving sudden visits from Amazonian royalty. Truly, Master Arthur, your daily life is getting rather extravagant. Arthur sighed, rubbing a hand over his face as Kara failed to hide her small frown. George. George raised both brows. No, don't mind me. I'll simply update the schedule to include unexpected divine consultations. Should I pencil in tea with Athena next? Perhaps brunch with Hera? Arthur pinched the bridge of his nose, defeated. How do you know about all of? Never mind, I'll be leaving, he said, voice steady again. Handle some business first, then I'll think about this god invitation. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 298, Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Level. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur's base. The lab in Arthur's base was alive with monitors, suspended containment tubes, and the sterile echo of metal against stone. In the center floated General Zod's corpse, half-armored, half-charred, suspended upright in a column of blue stasis light. His face was twisted by final, violent effort. His muscles slackened but still impossibly dense. Shadow Lex stood before the stasis tube with perfect posture, hands clasped behind him. His silhouette flickered with violet static, sharp eyes. Arthur approached the tube, hands in his pockets, gaze tracing the dead body. Are you sure you still want him after getting his DNA? Shadow Lex glanced over his shoulder. My king, he began smoothly, Kryptonians are valuable even as a mere corpse. With time I can preserve him here. From this body, I can reproduce Doomsday or create more Kryptonian clones to serve your legion. Kara made a harsh choking sound before the sentence even finished. She stepped forward, eyes wide, voice sharp. Arthur, you can't be considering that. Arthur looked at her, not defensive, just calm. I'm not. He tapped a knuckle against the glass. I don't have a use for things I can't control. Doomsday is an unstable being. Kara jabbed a thumb toward Shadow Lex. He sounds exactly like the real Lex Luthor. This is exactly the kind of thing the original Lex would pull. Shadow Lex looked proud instead of offended. Efficiency is not villainy. It is merely correct. Arthur shook his head. Relax. It was only a suggestion. He stepped back, studying Zod's frozen face. I already extracted his shadow, I don't need the body anymore. Kara crossed her arms tightly. Then give it to the League. Let them handle it. No, Arthur said immediately, firm but not harsh. That's not an option. They'd turn it into an investigation or some sort of a tool. I'd rather dispose of it than hand them a corpse that can be weaponized, either by them or someone else. Soft footsteps padded across the floor. Raven appeared from the darker corner of the lab, arms folded under her cloak, eyes drifting up of Zod's body. It's so deformed, she murmured. He really forced himself to match Clark's strength, it took decades for Clark to adjust to Earth. What was he thinking? Arthur didn't look away from the corpse. Desperation, he answered. And the arrogance that comes with it. Silence hung for a moment. Then Arthur sighed. I'll deal with this later. He turned toward Raven. I'll need to take another trip to your room. I have to enter that dimension again. Raven nodded without hesitation, as if this was as normal as asking to borrow a book. Whenever you're ready, you can go there anytime. Kara stepped forward again, curiosity simmering under concern. Is there really no way for us to accompany you? I want to see the place for myself. Arthur raised a brow at her, amused. You? In there? No. It's not a place you visit. It's a terrible place. Only I can survive it. Kara lifted her chin, crossing her arms. Even me. Arthur grinned a slow, wicked curl of the lips. Especially you. You've already proven how reckless you can be. Kara scoffed, pointing at him. Look who's talking. Arthur shrugged, lazy confidence dripping from him. I didn't get caught. Kara's face went red instantly. She whipped her gaze away. Don't bring that up in front of Ray. Oh. Raven's voice cut in, filled with amusement. Kara froze. Arthur didn't miss the way Raven's eyes glinted with playful malice. Kara shot her a betrayed look. Raven only smirked faintly and whispered, interesting. Kara groaned and covered her face. Arthur gave her shoulder a light tap, an apology, and a tease. Kara still had her face half hidden behind her hands, cheeks burning bright enough to rival her heat vision. Raven watched her with the smallest smirk, chin tilted in quiet triumph. Shadow Lex had already drifted back toward his instruments, uninterested in emotional chaos. Arthur took one slow step. Kara, he said softly. She didn't look at him, still flustered. Just don't bring that up again. This is embarrassing. Raven raised a brow. Is it? Kara glared at her. Raven looked absolutely unbothered. Arthur chuckled under his breath and reached out, fingers brushing Kara's wrist. She stiffened, caught between huffing and melting. He tilted her chin up gently, not forceful, just enough to make her meet his eyes. "Kara," he murmured, a smile tugging at his lips, "I'm just teasing you." The way she froze, shoulders relaxing, breath catching, a soft spark in her eyes. Raven saw it all with the clarity of someone who wished she hadn't. Arthur was already leaning in. Kara's surprise lasted only a heartbeat before she kissed him back, slow, warm, almost shy despite her strength. Her hand slid from hiding her face to resting on his chest. The hum of machinery, the cold light, the corpse floating in the tube, all of it faded around them for a moment. Raven's expression didn't change outwardly. But inwardly, the whisper in her head was sharp and sour. "Well played, Kara." She folded her arms, cloak rustling around her legs. If anyone looked closely, they might have seen the faintest flush of violet irritation along the tips of her fingers. Arthur pulled away first, reluctantly, thumb brushing the corner of Kara's lips. She blinked up at him, visibly dazed. He stepped back, letting the air settle. "Take care," he said quietly. Kara opened her mouth, maybe to ask when he'd be back, maybe to tell him to be careful, but she didn't get the chance. Because the shadows around Arthur swirled all at once, curling like smoke drawn into a vacuum, rising from the floor, from his boots, from the walls themselves. They wrapped around him with a low, whispering hiss. The shadows devoured Arthur's silhouette in one smooth pull. And he vanished. A single ripple of violet-black smoke collapsed inward and snapped out of existence. Silence. Then a shadow demon appeared in his place, raised a clawed hand in confusion. Kara blinked, startled, then laughed under her breath, still a little breathless from the kiss. Raven sighed. Kara exhaled. "He better come back quick, I've got some nice plans," she muttered, half annoyed, half worried. Raven responded, "Don't get greedy now." She was still replaying the kiss in her mind, and trying very hard to pretend she wasn't. Raven's room was quiet when Arthur stepped through the shadows and materialized inside it. The faint scent of incense lingered in the air, the walls faintly pulsing with residual traces of her magic, calm violet threads gently drifting. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders, preparing. This room had become a gateway for him, the only place on Earth where he can access this dungeon. He reached into his inventory, and a soft click echoed in the silence as his fingers closed around a key. The key to the Legacy Shadow Legion dungeon. The moment he pulled it out, a notification materialized in front of his eyes like a shimmering, violet hologram. Legacy Shadow Legion dungeon. Access to level 9 granted. Arthur smirked. So it's finally open. The air around him began to hum. Not in sound, deep, subdimensional vibration. A jagged tear in space appeared before him. First a ripple. Then a distortion. Then a widening spiral of violet and white. Within seconds, the portal fully formed an oval window of flowing, starlit shadow. Arthur stepped closer, hand outstretched. "Well." He inhaled deeply, eyes glowing brighter. "Here goes nothing." And he walked in. "Welcome to the Legacy Shadow Legion dungeon level 9. The Monarch's lieutenant awaits." The instant his foot touched the threshold, the world snapped. His senses exploded with brilliance. Reality unfolded into a vast, cosmic horizon, not darkness, not void, but pure celestial radiance. The sky wasn't sky, more like an infinite ocean of white and gold light, swirling with nebula-like clusters of color. And the ground. No, not ground. A branch. Huge. Ancient. Colossal beyond comprehension. Wide enough to hold cities on its back. Smooth yet carved with runic grooves, pulsing faintly with luminous life force. Arthur stood on its surface, boots planted on something that felt alive. He turned slowly, jaw tightening in awe. Then he looked up. And his heart paused. The tree was not a tree. It was the tree. A structure so massive it broke his ability to measure distance. Its trunk glowed like crystallized starlight, swirling with veins of shadow and light intertwined. Branches spiraled outward across the horizon like entire continents stretched across the sky. Leaves shimmered like galaxies. Roots pierced through dimensions beneath him. The air tasted ancient, older than magic, older than gods, older than the idea of life itself. Arthur whispered under his breath, a reverence he didn't expect slipping into his voice. The World Tree. His eyes glowed brighter, deep amethyst, reacting instinctively to the overwhelming presence before him. A gust of wind rushed across the titanic branch, sending shimmering motes of cosmic dust cascading around him. They flickered like stars falling sideways. Arthur stepped forward, heartbeat rising. "So this," he murmured, voice low, tinged with awe, "is the origin of the first Shadow Legion." He felt it. The weight of legacy. The pull of something ancient beings calling to him, whispering in undertones. A sense of power so enormous that even he felt small in comparison, //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 299, The World Tree. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want, // Arthur drifted through the pale grass. The place felt like it belonged to a living world, not a conjured place. The sky was a dome of slow-moving gold, clouds swirling around branches, actual branches, colossal and ancient, stretching across the heavens like veins in a divine body. The scent in the air wasn't fabricated either, it carried something old, something that didn't feel programmed or system-born. He exhaled, long and steady. Yeah, he murmured to himself. I don't think these dimensions are made up by the system anymore. He stopped walking. A warm breeze rolled past him, carrying faint motes of glowing dust. It felt like standing inside a myth one he wasn't supposed to trespass in. His eyes traced up the massive trunk dwarfing mountains, the world tree reaching beyond sight. The system's dimensions always had seemed subtle but there. A sense of containment, of rules. But this place is so alive, Arthur whispered. Like it's been here long before creation itself. His hand brushed the bark of a tree root bigger than a skyscraper. It thrummed beneath his fingers warm. Alive and conscious. He stepped back, gaze sharpening. I'm starting to think these places are real, he said. And I'm the one getting teleported to them, not the system fabricating them. Something pulsed overhead. Arthur's eyes lifted toward the sprawling branches above. They pulsed not metaphorically, but literally. Soft, rhythmic beats. As if blood flowed through them. A sudden awareness prickled down his spine. Something was alive in them. Multiple somethings. His pupils thinned. The violet glow crept into his irises, lighting them like twin amethysts. His shadow ring shimmered, resonating with a faint hum as if also sensing what he was sensing. He focused while using enhanced vision. Then he saw them. Inside the translucent channels of the world tree, dozens, no, hundreds of silhouettes. Curled shapes. Sleeping. Waiting. Gestating like seeds. A slow realization spread across Arthur's face. Of course. He breathed. I remember now. 2 shadow blades materialized in his hands. His expression hardened, violet eyes narrowing with recognition. The silver-armored winged soldiers, he muttered. Or rather, the heavenly soldiers. The world tree responded to their naming. A rumble deep and ancient rolled through the land. The branches above bulged. Not like wood cracking or breaking, but like fruit ripening. Arthur's stance shifted, both blades angled downward as he prepared. Along the branches, shapes began to form smooth, luminescent pods the size of carriages, swelling outward. One after another. Dozens. Hundreds. Then they split. Not violently, but like petals peeling open to reveal the sharp silhouettes of beings descending. White-skinned. Winged. Armored in shimmering silver plates with etched markings that pulsed faintly. Helmets adorned with crests that looked grown, not forged. Their wings unfolded like blades of light, feathers glowing white. Arthur slowly tilted his head up, lips pressing together in a tight, impressed line as more and more emerged. The sky filled with them, an entire host. Hundreds. Thousands. They hovered in silence, each pair of eyes glowing from behind their helmets. Arthur exhaled a humorless little chuckle. I can tell they're strong, he said softly, voice carrying across the still air. Stronger than many things I've fought. He took one step forward, blades lowering into a ready stance. But what a terrible thing that is, he muttered. Being born just moments ago, and already meant to die. A ripple passed through the heavenly soldiers like a single mind acknowledging its first order. Arthur raised one blade. All right then, he whispered. Let's begin. And the sky descended upon him. The heavenly soldiers, thousands of them, hovered in the golden light like a storm held together by discipline alone. No voices, no breath, no hesitation. Just the rustle of armor and the flapping of feathers. Their eyes cold and locked onto Arthur. In perfect synchrony, they leveled their weapons. Spears of radiant metal. Blades grown from luminous energy. Bows that formed strings of pure light. All of them aiming at one man. Arthur didn't flinch. Not at the killing intent, not at the sheer divine pressure crashing down on him like a tidal wave. In fact, he smiled. A quiet, sad curl of the mouth. Not mocking, but something bordering on pity. The wind brushed his cloak. I see it now, he murmured to himself, to the strange aching understanding forming behind his ribs. You really were born for this, weren't you? Thousands of beings formed from a sacred tree, created for only one purpose, and thrown into their first seconds of existence with weapons in hand. Arthur didn't run. He didn't brace himself with tension or grit. He simply settled into his stance, shoulders loose, fingers tightening around the hilts. He exhaled, slow and steady, violet eyes narrowing. He raised his blades. The heavenly soldiers surged as one, a silver and white wave of armored wings and glowing weapons, descending from the branches like a storm of celestial spears. Their formation was flawless, their helmets gleaming in the radiant light as they leveled their arms, blades, and lances toward him. With a fluid motion, he leapt into the air, launching himself toward the first wave. Shadows tore from his boots, forming wings that carried him higher, slicing through the gaps between branches and leaves, each strike of his blades leaving arcs of dark energy glowing against the world tree's golden light. The first soldier met him midair, a gleaming spear thrust forward. Arthur's twin blades met it with a metallic clash, shadows licking the tip as he twisted and cleaved, sending the soldier spinning into the void, wings unraveling into sparks of light as it hit the branches below. Another lunged, a sword of pure white light arcing toward his head. Arthur ducked gracefully, shadow wings beating, then spun, swinging both blades in a deadly horizontal sweep. The blade's edges cut through armor and bone alike, though Arthur noted they were more constructs than flesh, sending the soldiers scattering like shattered reflections. Around him, the sky itself seemed alive. Branches swayed under the sheer force of their battle, leaves scattering like silver sparks. From below, distant clusters of soldiers rose, their wings beating in unison, forming a storm of white and silver energy. Arthur streaked through them, blades swinging in wide, elegant arcs, shadow constructs extending and retracting like serpents, severing spears, crushing armored limbs, leaving a trail of ethereal darkness. One of the soldiers attempted a flank, wings spread in a dive, energy blade aimed at his side. Arthur twisted midair, using the momentum to vault over the soldier, his shadow blades following in a deadly crescent, striking down the attacker. The metallic sound of cleaving echoed through the world tree, blending with the whispers of leaves, creating a haunting symphony. He could see them all now. The soldiers weren't just fighting, they were trying to anticipate, to adapt. Yet every strike he made seemed inevitable, unstoppable. With each swing, Arthur's violet aura intensified, shadow energy writhing around him like living fire, feeding on his will, bending the very laws of this dimension to his command. More soldiers descended, hundreds more, wings shining like blades of light. Arthur's shadow blades extended, elongating midair, spinning in twin arcs that sliced cleanly through the wave, severing spears, armor, and winged limbs alike. The air was alive with motion, a celestial storm of darkness and light. The world tree trembled under the force, its branches quivering with the weight of hundreds of lives ending at once. "They are strong," Arthur admitted, almost reverently. "But where is that person?" With a sudden pivot, he launched himself skyward, spinning his blades in a vertical whirlwind. Soldiers collided into the spinning shadows like moths into a candle, armor shattering, weapons snapping, wings shredding into light. Arthur's shadow wings flared behind him, creating a vortex that swallowed those that tried to press too close. The clash of steel, the cries of celestial beings, the rush of wind, and the resonance of shadow energy all combined into a cinematic spectacle that painted the sky with gold, silver, and violet. Arthur moved like a god among soldiers, untouchable, precise, merciless but not cruel. Each strike was acknowledging the soldier's strength before ending it. He hovered for a moment above the shattered remnants of his assault, blades dripping shadow and blood, aura burning bright, and let out a slow, controlled breath. "So many of them dead already," he murmured, eyes narrowing, scanning the remaining soldiers. "And yet, it's only just begun." // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want.